Has Konoha been established? Guihai Daidao leaned against the wall of an underground black market tavern in the land of lightning, a wine gourd in hand, unable to stop reflecting on the years gone by. Guihai Daidao was a transmigrator. 30 years ago, he was reborn into a commoner's household in this world. From his parents' words, he learned of a profession called ninja and immediately suspected he had transmigrated into the ninja world. He had watched Naruto in his previous life, so he knew the ninja world fairly well. He had once believed he could become a powerful ninja himself. But once he grasped the current state of the ninja world, he fell silent. From conversations between his parents, he learned that ninjas still took on missions organized by clans. He understood then that the ninja world had not yet entered the era of hidden villages. Guihai Daidao also learned indirectly that his parents frequently hired the Inoshikacho. As he grew older day by day, he realized that although his parents were commoners of the Land of Fire, they were among the few wealthy merchants of their small town. It was precisely because of their wealth that they could access information ordinary commoners would never hear. However, the Guihai family's prosperity did not last. When Guihai Daidao was 10, his father was killed during a trade caravan. His mother, grief-stricken and consumed by illness, soon followed her husband, leaving him an orphan. An orphan of the ninja world was far more wretched than any orphan of his previous life. Not long after his parents' deaths, his family estate was devoured by his own clan. Had he not possessed memories from 2 lives and noticed the danger early, he too would have been sent to join his parents. After fleeing his clan, he lived as a vagrant. Later, to survive, he donned a mask and took up the work of a bounty hunter. For 20 years, he continued down this path. Of course, Guihai Daidao was never one to swallow his grievances in silence. 10 years ago, he returned to the Guihai clan and sent every kinsman who had seized his family's wealth and harmed his mother to answer for their crimes before his parents. Because of this, he had long since achieved financial freedom. The reason he stayed in the underground black market was to gather more intelligence. As for becoming a ninja, he had long abandoned that idea. Not because he lacked a chakra extraction method or a chakra seed chakra secret medicine, but because by the time he obtained these, he had already traveled far down the martial path. Moreover, he knew that an ordinary person who obtained these would at most become a mere genin. Through various channels over the years, he learned that while chakra could grant power beyond ordinary people, it carried severe corrosive effects. Many commoners who obtained a chakra seed, chakra secret medicine, and chakra extraction techniques developed severe after effects. After obtaining this intelligence, Guihai Daidao decisively abandoned the chakra cultivation method. However, he knew that other cultivation methods existed in this world, though most had been lost. After much deliberation, he gritted his teeth and began researching cultivation methods from other anime and the methods of immortal cultivation from novels. Guihai Daidao ultimately set his sights on the cultivation methods from One Piece and Dragon Ball. After years of research, he had initially cultivated 2 of the Navy's 6 styles, Tsuru and Kinbunshiko observation haki. Because of this, he now roughly possessed the combat power of a jonin. Of course, before researching these cultivation methods, Guihai Daidao relied on the flashy but shallow martial moves he had picked up from wuxia dramas in his previous life. He finished the last mouthful of wine in his gourd and without hesitation left the underground black market. Over the following 3 months, Guihai Daidao traveled with all his belongings from the land of lightning back to the land of fire and arrived outside the village of Konoha. Indeed, he had previously operated in the land of lightning since, aside from the land of fire, it was the most fertile land. Moreover, the land of lightning had long been in turmoil, with continuous conflict between its nobility and shinobi clans, making its situation far less stable than the land of fire, which had produced the god of shinobi and the reincarnation of the shinobi world. It was precisely because of this that the land of fire embraced peace earlier than other places. The nobility of the land of fire had long abandoned any thought of resistance due to the presence of the god of shinobi and the reincarnation of the shinobi world. Name, and what is your business in Konoha? I am Guihai Daidao. I have come to Konoha hoping to settle here. I wonder if Konoha welcomes ordinary people to take up residence. Please wait a moment. The Konoha ninja in charge of registration hurriedly rushed toward the Hokage building, leaving the other Konoha ninja there staring blankly at Guihai Daidao in awkward silence. Could you please step aside? I still need to register other guests arriving to post missions. Guihai Daidao immediately stepped aside obediently upon hearing this. The wealthy merchants arriving at Konoha all looked at Guihai Daidao with strange gazes. It was still the first time they had seen someone willingly come to settle on a ninja's territory. Ninjas held a terrible reputation in the shinobi world. The vast majority of people regarded ninjas as bloodthirsty demons. If wealthy merchants were not forced by circumstance, they would never deal with ninjas. In the Warring States era, ninjas were both bandits and mercenaries. Their existence made traveling merchants in the shinobi world love and hate them in equal measure. Guihai Daidao did not wait long before being escorted inside by a Konoha ninja. The treatment he received shocked the wealthy merchants. Yamashita-san, why is Konoha treating him with such importance? Kojima-sama, this subordinate also does not understand. Logically speaking, ninja trust no one and certainly do not accept outsiders. Konoha acting this way truly defies all reason. The wealthy merchants and their guards truly did not understand why Konoha welcomed Guehai Daidao so warmly. Yet, Guehai Daidao himself understood perfectly why Konoha received him so eagerly. The first Hokage of Konoha, Senju Hashirama, wished to maintain Konoha's prosperity, which naturally required allowing ordinary people from outside to settle in Konoha. After all, the ninja of the hidden village were largely non-productive, and all their daily necessities had to be supplied by outsiders. If all of Konoha's supplies depended on outside merchant caravans, then Konoha's prices and provisions would be held hostage by others. When Guehai Daidao arrived at the Hokage building, he discovered that the acting Hokage Senju Hashirama, along with Uchiha Madara and Senju Tobarama, were already waiting for him in front of the building. Mr. Guehai, welcome to your choice of settling in Konoha. The moment Senju Hashirama saw Guehai Daidao, he seized Guehai Daidao's hand in a vigorous grip, so enthusiastic that even Senju Tobarama turned his face away. Guehai Daidao, I presume. Please come with us, we shall process your household registration. Yes, Mr. Guehai, let us handle your registration first. From now on we shall all be companions of the same village. Guehai Daidao's household registration was processed quickly. After all, he was the first outsider to willingly come settle in Konoha, and the entire procedure was accompanied by the first Hokage Senju Hashirama Uchiha Madara and the Hokage's assistant Senju Tobarama. It could not have been faster. After obtaining the household registration of Konoha, Guehai Daidao decided it was time to acquire property. He had come to Konoha for quiet cultivation, so he did not purchase land along the main streets to build a residence. Instead, he bought a 100-mu plot near the upper reaches of the Nango River and constructed a farmstead. Guehai Daidao's actions left both the Senju brothers and Uchiha Madara utterly bewildered. They regarded him with strange, questioning gazes. Noticing the look in their eyes, Guehai Daidao understood what they were thinking and explained, I chose to settle in Konoha to escape the conflicts of the ninja world. Though the place I selected is among the most remote in Konoha, it is also its safest haven. Furthermore, I chose the upper reaches of the Nango River in the westernmost part of Konoha. That area is not only tranquil, but also unlikely to be contaminated by Konoha's refuse. Contamination. Tobarama Senju was taken aback. Konoha had only recently been established, and the environment remained pristine. The downstream stretches of the Nango River showed no signs of pollution whatsoever. Guehai Daidao failed to grasp Tobarama's bewilderment, and replied with resignation, the absence of pollution today does not guarantee it will never occur. Once humans reside in an area for extended periods, they inevitably inflict irreversible harm upon the surrounding environment. Guehai Daidao immediately commissioned Konoha's ninja to undertake the renovation of his estate, and then took up residence at the village guest house. The moment Guehai Daidao departed, Tobarama turned to his elder brother Hashirama and remarked, Brother, that Guehai Daidao is no ordinary man. We should thoroughly investigate him before proceeding. Tobarama, while Guehai's vitality is formidable, his combat prowess remains unremarkable. More importantly, he possesses no chakra. He is unlikely to be a spy sent by another faction. What threat could such an ordinary samurai pose to Konoha? Uchiha Madara held little regard for Tobarama's cautious nature. Given that Konoha could easily overpower the entire ninja world at this point, in Madara's eyes, everyone within it, save for Hashirama Senju, was nothing more than trivial opposition. Tobarama paid no mind to Uchiha Madara's arrogance and glanced toward his elder brother Hashirama. Hashirama responded with visible awkwardness. Tobarama, Madara makes a valid point. You shouldn't always judge others through such a suspicious lens. Though irritated by the reprimand from Konoha's two pillars, Tobarama privately acknowledged his own overcaution. Guehai Daidao's current strength simply didn't warrant concern, so he ultimately let the matter rest. Guehai Daidao settled into life within Konoha, and his decision to establish himself there offered many commoners of the Land of Fire a glimpse of hope in joining the village. As a result, a considerable number of civilians began arriving in Konoha over the following months. After joining Konoha, Guehai Daidao made no effort to wander the village idly. Instead, he devoted himself to farming and cultivating his mind in quiet dedication. As time passed, incrementally the landscape of the ninja world gradually reverted along familiar trajectories. With Konoha steadily establishing itself, other clans across the ninja world began forming their own hidden villages. As the Hidden Cloud, Hidden Mist, Hidden Rock, and Hidden Sand villages were successively established, the Land of Fire faced mounting threats, and divergent voices began emerging within Konoha itself. Uchiha Madara advocated directly conquering the other hidden villages, but Hashirama Senju opposed the notion. Having barely achieved peace, he refused to, plunging the ninja world back into chaos, and a substantial rift had already formed between them. One day, Hashirama Senju wandered aimlessly, his spirits weighed down by troubling thoughts, until he found himself at the spot where Guehai Daidao fished. When Hashirama caught sight of Guehai Daidao fishing in an odd half-squatting posture, curiosity drew him closer. Upon approaching, he discovered that Guehai Daidao was fishing with his eyes closed. Hashirama struggled to believe what he was witnessing. Following the line of Guahai Daidao's fishing rod, he noticed there was no bobber attached to the line at all. Hashirama initially presumed Guahai Daidao had fallen asleep. Just as he prepared to depart, Guahai Daidao suddenly moved his fishing rod, rising in tandem. With the rod lifted, a small fish of roughly half a kadi emerged from the water. After casting the fish into his bucket, Guahai Daidao spoke. Hokage Dano, is there something you require? While attaching a headless fly from his portable bait box to the hook, he turned his head toward Hashirama Senju. Staring at Guahai Daidao, whose eyes remained closed, Hashirama was filled with astonishment. Mr. Guahai, what exactly are you doing? In truth, Guahai Daidao had detected Hashirama's presence the moment he drew within 10 meters. His sudden appearance had nearly caused Guahai Daidao to break from his observation state. Hokage Dano, I am in the midst of cultivation. There is no need for such surprise. However, you seem troubled by something, do you not? Cultivation? Hashirama was truly astonished. Having traversed the ninja world for so many years, he had never encountered such an unusual method of cultivation. Indeed, I have been cultivating. As one who is not a ninja, I must naturally sharpen my perception of danger to avoid ambushes. Much like how you ninja practice meditation. Meditation is it? Hashirama was well acquainted with meditation. Ninja practiced it before refining chakra, but once they succeeded in extracting chakra, meditation was no longer necessary, for it served precisely to heighten one's awareness of spiritual and physical energy. Once they could perceive their spiritual and physical energies, they would attempt to merge them into chakra, uniquely their own. After successfully fusing chakra, the body would instinctively remember the process. From that point onward, chakra manipulation would occur naturally, without conscious thought, rendering further meditation unnecessary. Precisely. By the way, Hokage Dano, what brings you to the Nango River alone? Upon hearing this, a pained expression crossed Hashirama's face, and after a moment's hesitation he spoke. Sigh. The land of lightning, the land of earth, the land of water, and the land of wind have all established powerful hidden villages. Moreover, even the smaller nations have largely formed substantial villages of their own. With these hidden villages now established, the land of fire faces unprecedented challenges. Madara wishes to continue conquering the ninja world and unite it under his banner, yet I believe that having barely achieved peace, we should not recklessly provoke war. Guebe Haidao now understood that a conflict had emerged between the ideologies of Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara. Uchiha Madara desired to completely resolve the situation where the various clans of the ninja world divided the realm among themselves. However, Senju Hashirama believed that after centuries, even millennia of war-torn strife, the ninja world could no longer withstand further devastation. Consequently, he disagreed with Uchiha Madara's philosophy, and as their convictions diverged, the rift between them gradually widened. Hokage-sama, I should not have interjected my views, but observing that the ongoing discord between yourself and Madara-sama will yield irreversible consequences for both Konoha and the entire ninja world, I must respectfully voice my perspective. Hokage-sama, in your estimation, why does war erupt in the ninja world? What purpose does such conflict serve? And what truly determines the outcome of war? Guebe Haidao posed these 3 questions in rapid succession, leaving Senju Hashirama utterly speechless. Hokage-sama, you need not provide answers now. Return and reflect upon them. You need not share your conclusions with me, for I am but an ordinary villager of Konoha. Though Senju Hashirama might appear somewhat dense at times, he was hardly foolish. He recognized that Guebe Haidao was effectively dismissing him, so he offered an awkward farewell and departed. Not long after Senju Hashirama had left, another presence entered Guebe Haido's awareness. Madara-sama. Guebe Haido, you are indeed more complex than you appear. I wish to know what you discussed with Hashirama. Madara-sama, I spoke nothing of substance to the Hokage. He merely came here in somewhat low spirits to clear his mind. Clear his mind? Uchiha Madara paid little heed to the content of their conversation. He simply sought to understand Senju Hashirama's thoughts. Naturally. Did you imagine the Hokage would actually discuss matters of consequence with someone like me? True enough. You are merely a warrior. By the way, what are your thoughts on the current state of the ninja world? Uchiha Madara himself was wandering in uncertainty, and he found himself wanting to test Guebe Haido's understanding. The current situation in the ninja world? Precisely. The major ninja clans have consolidated into villages, and the realm seems destined to fracture once more into competing powers. Do you believe war is inevitable, or should we temporarily sustain this fragile peace? Guebe Haidao regarded Uchiha Madara with an inexplicable expression, fully aware of the other's desire to eradicate conflict altogether. Madara-sama, you consider the current peace of the ninja world to be an illusion. Then how do you propose to bring true peace to the ninja world? Uchiha Madara's interest was instantly piqued. He spoke calmly. If the ninja world seeks genuine peace, it requires a true sovereign, a king who rules over all, for then conflict would cease to exist. The way of kings. This Uchiha Madara truly is extraordinary. He has grasped the doctrine of royal authority. Guebe Haidao was profoundly astonished. The ninja world had never witnessed such a concept, indeed no one in this realm had ever conceived of the imperial way, yet Uchiha Madara had somehow arrived at this realization unaided. Madara-sama, do you understand that human ambition knows no bounds? Even if you were to become the king of the ninja world, what then? Can you forever suppress the ambitions of others? Furthermore, even if you became king of the ninja world, could you achieve immortality? As far as I know, even Sage Six Paths himself could not escape death. Immortality. A golden gleam flashed in Uchiha Madara's eyes. He had never before considered how to sustain enduring peace, but now the path had suddenly become clear to him. Of course, if he were immortal, he could perpetually command awe across the ninja world and eternal peace would be achieved. Uchiha Madara's heart raced with excitement. He had finally discovered the path to permanent peace for the ninja world. Yet he quickly composed himself, recognizing one essential prerequisite: he must overpower Senju Hashirama in strength. With this thought occupying his mind, Uchiha Madara saw no reason to linger. After casting a final penetrating gaze upon Guebe Haido, he departed without delay. Guebe Haido watched Uchiha Madara's retreating figure, a strange sensation stirring within him. What Guebe Haido failed to realize was that his words that day would send profound ripples through the ninja world. Black Zetsu lurking within Uchiha Madara's very being, and some ancient entity concealed in the Pure Land both observed the shifting currents within Madara's heart. Both found themselves deeply troubled about how to steer him back onto their intended path. Upon returning to the Uchiha district, Uchiha Madara made his way once more to the ancient clan monument. This time, however, he paid no heed to the salvation methods left behind by the Sage of Six Paths, instead fixing his attention on the passage describing how to obtain the power of the Rinne Sharingan. While Uchiha Madara studied the ancient monument, Senju Hashirama sat at home, deeply pondering those three questions posed by Guebe Haido. The intense contemplation on Senju Hashirama's face left Uzumaki Mido and Senju Tobarama bewildered. To them, Hashirama had always been a carefree optimist, making his current brooding demeanor seem deeply out of character. My lord, what troubles you? Ah, it is you, Mido. And Tobarama as well. I need your counsel. Tell me, why does war erupt in the ninja world? What purpose does war serve? And what ultimately determines its outcome? Tobarama, if only it were so simple. I once held that very belief myself, yet I sense it is not the true answer. Uzumaki Mido was taken aback by Senju Hashirama's words. For generations, the ninja world had attributed the causes of war to hatred, its purposes to the destruction of enemies, and its outcomes to the balance of power. She never imagined Hashirama would dismiss these accepted truths. My lord, how could you doubt such established wisdom? And why are you contemplating these matters at all? Senju Hashirama opened his mouth to respond, but ultimately fell silent. Uzumaki Mido and Senju Tobarama exchanged another glance. Tobarama immediately dispatched hidden Senju clan ninja to investigate whom Hashirama had encountered that day. As the Senju ninja prepared to depart, Senju Hashirama called him back and dismissed him. Turning to Senju Tobarama and Uzumaki Mido, he explained, I met with Mr. Guebe Haido today. He observed my distress regarding the current state of the ninja world and the growing tension with Madara. He urged me to consider these three questions carefully. I have given them earnest thought, and I realize my divergence from Madara stems directly from our differing perspectives on the present state of the ninja world. His challenge was well-founded. Guehai Daodao. Big brother, could Guehai Daodao really not be someone sent by other factions to disrupt our Leaf Village? In Senju Tobarama's heart, he had already taken Guehai Daodao to be a spy sent by the Fire Daimyo to cause trouble for the Leaf Village. He could hardly contain his urge to strike at Guehai Daodao immediately. Tobarama, you overthink it. If other factions possess talent like Mr. Guehai, how could they possibly be willing to let him come to the Leaf Village? Besides, if he were indeed someone sent by another faction, he would never have allowed himself to ponder those three questions. Hearing this, Senju Tobarama and Uzumaki Mido also found his reasoning sound. After all, a spy would hardly make the Hokage of the Leaf Village contemplate the origins and purposes of war, as well as the key factors determining its outcome. Big brother, then why not simply ask him the answers to those three questions directly? Hearing this, Senju Hashirama shook his head and said, these are questions that Guehai Daodao wanted me to ponder. They hold great significance for our Leaf Village. Moreover, even if we were to ask him, he would not tell us. After all, it is we who determine the fate of the Leaf Village. Senju Hashirama was well aware that even if he brought Guehai Daodao into the upper echelons of the Leaf Village, the clan leaders of the various ninja clans would never truly trust him. Furthermore, Guehai Daodao had come to the Leaf Village to live in seclusion. He might not necessarily throw himself wholeheartedly into serving the village. While Senju Hashirama was poring over thoughts of peace for the ninja world alongside Uchiha Madara, the brothers Kinkaku and Ginkaku of the Cloud Village had already located the Nine Tails, who was slumbering leisurely. The higher-ups of the Cloud Village knew they were no match for the Leaf Village, so they intended to capture the Nine Tails and harness its power for their own village. This time the Cloud Village had dispatched not only the brothers Kinkaku and Ginkaku, but also the vast majority of Jonin from the Tsukiyo clan. They had already completely surrounded the Nine Tails. Facing Cloud Ninja brimming with malice, the Nine Tails had no patience for nonsense. It immediately unleashed a tailed beast bomb, annihilating numerous Tsukio clan ninja on the spot, while brothers Kinkaku and Ginkaku seized the opportunity to charge toward the Nine Tails. Meanwhile, while the Cloud Ninja were engaged in fierce combat with the Nine Tails, the Sand Ninja had also set their sights on the One-Tail Shikaku. With the assistance of the Sand Ninja and the protective temple of the Land of Wind, the battle against the One-Tail Shikaku commenced in the desert. The key difference between the Sand Ninja's battle with the One-Tail and the Cloud Ninja's battle with the Nine Tails lay in preparation. The Sand Ninja had made ample preparations, whereas the Cloud Ninja had not. Consequently, the Sand Village successfully sealed the One-Tail Shikaku. The Cloud Village, having failed to prepare adequately, not only failed to seal the Nine Tails, but also suffered heavy losses. If the Nine Tails had not been so arrogantly overconfident, the Cloud Village might have been completely wiped out. The maneuvers of both the Cloud and Sand Villages were naturally discovered by the Leaf Village's spies. When this news was relayed back to the Leaf Village, the higher-ups could no longer remain seated comfortably. The patriarch of the Hyuga clan, leading the patriarchs of the other ninja clans, sought out Senju Hashirama and Senju Tobarama. They hoped that Hashirama as Hokage would lead a team to search for the remaining tailed beasts. Senju Hashirama found himself in a precarious position. On one hand, Uchiha Madara had already severed ties with him and departed from the Leaf Village. On the other hand, the true intentions of the other clan leaders regarding the pursuit of tailed beasts were far more complex than they appeared. What those clans in the Leaf Village truly desired was for Hashirama to distribute the tailed beasts among them. Senju Tobarama harbored sentiments somewhat similar to those of the other Leaf clans. Senju Hashirama had originally had no desire to involve himself in this matter, but the clan leaders believed that if the Leaf Village possessed numerous tailed beasts, it would command absolute authority in the ninja world. Moreover, once they acquired tailed beasts, those clans would also wield influence comparable to that of the Senju and Uchiha clans within the Leaf Village. Senju Tobarama was fully aware of the other clans' designs, so he began a covert purge of those ambitious high-ranking officials within the Leaf Village. Under Tobarama's iron fist, many ambitious figures within the Leaf Village met unexplained deaths during various missions. As these ambitious individuals continued to meet with mishaps, the schemers within the various clans began to sense something amiss, and thus they withdrew from the Leaf Village's power struggles. During the ensuing period, the Leaf Village became a domain where the Senju clan held sole authority. Although Senju Hashirama discovered Tobarama's actions during this time, he understood that this was ultimately beneficial for the Leaf Village. After all, the existence of those individuals was more harmful than helpful to the village. The actions of both the Sand and Cloud villages naturally drew the attention of the Mist and IWA villages as well. They too sent personnel to search for tailed beasts, but most tailed beasts were extraordinarily well hidden, making them exceedingly difficult to locate. Even when found, they encountered the same predicament as the Cloud Village. Among the 5 great nations, all except the Fire Country's Leaf Village suffered severe losses, which temporarily suppressed their ambitions. Guihai Dao was originally unaware of these developments. However, he could not indefinitely evade Senju Hashirama, who came to consult him on how best to handle these matters. Facing the increasingly persistent Hashirama, Guihai Dao had reached his limit. "I say, Lord Hokage, have you not yet seen through it? Besides, the affairs of the Leaf Village are your concerns as Hokage. I am merely an ordinary civilian of the Leaf Village. Mr. Guihai, I have already pondered the 3 questions from before. The ninja world is plunged into war because of profit and the ambitions of certain individuals. The purpose of war is likewise to contend for those profits. As for the key factor determining victory or defeat in war, it should be the strength and morale of both sides. Lord Hokage, if you have already come to these conclusions, then why have you come seeking me out?" Hearing this, Senju Hashirama's expression grew somewhat awkward. He replied with some difficulty, "Mr. Guihai, understanding something is one matter, while putting it into practice is quite another. Mr. Guihai, if I were to act according to this line of thinking, it would undermine my ninja way." Senju Hashirama was genuinely torn. If he were to truly act upon his revelations, he would become like Uchiha Madara, which would not be beneficial for the Leaf Village. After all, the village's founding philosophy had already been publicly proclaimed. Should he attempt to alter the foundational ideals of the Leaf Village, the village could very well fracture and collapse almost immediately. Though the Leaf Village currently appeared to be under the sole dominion of the Senju clan, if he were to change the village's founding philosophy, those ambitious elements within the Leaf would reignite their aspirations. The village would then be plunged into endless internal strife, continuing only until the Leaf Village was ultimately destroyed by such ceaseless infighting. This was not what Senju Hashirama wished to see. After all, his original aspiration had been to ensure that children would no longer be forced to participate in life and death wars at such tender ages. Guihai Dao also understood these matters well. However, he was absolutely unwilling to become entangled in the affairs of the Leaf Village. After all, he knew that somewhere in the Pure Land there existed an ancient schemer who had been manipulating everything in the ninja world for over 1,000 years. He had no desire to die. Therefore he decided he must not involve himself too deeply. As a result, he simply ignored Senju Hashirama. Lord Goehai, I notice you are still solitary. This is hardly ideal. Among my Senju clan, quite a few women remain unmarried. With the ninja world now at peace, it is high time they start families. Would you consider selecting a wife from among them? Senju Hashirama wore a somewhat awkward expression as he revealed the true purpose of his visit to Goehai Daodao. Lord Hokage, I am already 30 years of age. At my stage of life, am I not too old for such an arrangement? Many may not be aware that in the ninja world people tend to marry very early due to various circumstances. In this precarious era, ordinary villagers typically wed and had children around the ages of 14 or 15. By Goehai Daotao's age, most people's children would already be old enough to consider finding spouses for their own sons. Goehai Daotao suspected that Senju Hashirama's persuasion was likely inspired by Senju Tobarama and Uzumaki Mido. After all, for someone like Goehai Daotao with no weaknesses or ties, they could not help but feel uneasy. If he were to act impulsively like Uchiha Madara, they would be powerless to stop him. Moreover, if Goehai Daotao were to join another hidden village, he might pose an even greater threat to Konoha than Uchiha Madara. Although Madara was formidable, Konoha still had Senju Hashirama to keep him in check. But should another hidden village acquire Goehai Daotao, a strategic asset whose insight and intelligence far surpassed the average ninja, they would face overwhelming dominance from every angle. And even if Goehai Daotao were not valued by other factions, Konoha would gain nothing by losing him. In contrast, if he could be brought to serve Konoha, it would be like adding wings to a tiger. Lord Goehai, what is there unsuitable about this? Our Senju clan has many outstanding women of advanced marriageable age who are on the verge of remaining unmarried. My brother Tobarama and I have been deeply troubled by this matter. Senju Hashirama's words were sincere. Indeed, the Senju clan had quite a number of eligible women past their prime. These women either had fiancés who had died early on the battlefield, or their strength had reached such a height that they found it difficult to look favorably upon those weaker than themselves. As for those stronger than them, they were either already married or had multiple wives. Their prospects for finding suitable matches had grown increasingly slim, and these Senju clan members had become difficult to marry off. Lord Hokage, I fear your intentions behind this move run deeper, do they not? Goehai Daotao still recalled the original storyline in which the Senju clan had completely integrated into Konoha. For the Senju clan to achieve full integration among Konoha's common people, intermarriage between Senju clan members and various social strata of Konoha would be indispensable. Perhaps this was the true reason behind the Senju clan's complete control over Konoha. After all, in a ninja world that placed such heavy emphasis on bloodline purity, who would genuinely risk their life for members of another clan? Who would entrust their back to former enemies? Sigh. I shall not hide it from you, Lord Goehai. There remain rifts between the great clans of Konoha. I wish for all the clans and the common people who have come to seek refuge in Konoha to blend together more swiftly, which is why I have turned my thoughts to marital alliances. Lord Goehai, our Senju clan has suffered many casualties over the years, and there are numerous widowed clan members. I thought of marrying them off to other families to ease internal tensions within Konoha and at the same time address the livelihood concerns of these widows. Therefore, I would like you to participate in this alliance as well. Senju Hashirama was willing to sacrifice everything for the village he had built. He had not only proposed marriages between the Senju clan and other families, but had also suggested during Konoha's high-level meetings that the great ninja clans of Konoha intermarry with one another. However, this idea had been firmly opposed by every clan except the Senju. The leadership of these clans either feared their bloodlines being diluted or worried that their clan's secret jutsu might be uncovered by schemers and subsequently used against their own ninja. Lord Hokage, have you considered the wishes of your own clan members? Though in these turbulent times women's preferences may hold little weight, ninja clans are never quite the same as ordinary families. Lord Goehai speaks truthfully. Yet in this world where survival itself is a struggle, let alone freedom in marriage. Lord Goehai, do you believe I am in the wrong? Goehai Daotao found himself at a loss for words. Indeed, in any world, survival remained the foremost priority. Love had always been a luxury. Do not speak of mutual affection. Even a mere functional marriage was already quite rare. Since Lord Goehai has no further objections, I shall have my wife select suitable match for you. Wait, hold on. Lord Hokage, be honest with me. Whose idea was this truly? Upon hearing this, Senju Hashirama's face flushed slightly, and he spoke with some agitation. This was entirely my own idea, Lord Goehai. You should know well that the wars between ninja clans in this world have raged for hundreds of years. Countless ordinary people have been swept up in the conflict, and among the civilian population, incidents of cannibalism have even emerged. Lord Goehai, the stagnant population growth in the ninja world over these years is largely due to this reason. Would you not agree? Goehai Daotao was naturally well aware of these facts, which was precisely why he held Senju Hashirama in such high regard, and why he had chosen to settle in Konoha. However, he did not believe this was entirely Hashirama's own idea. He suspected that some cunning mastermind had influenced him. Your Excellency's righteousness is admirable. In that case, I shall take the lead. I hope Konoha can uphold your ideals. Upon hearing Guihai Daotao's agreement, Senju Hashirama departed with visible joy. Guihai Daotao watched as Hashirama left with a spring in his step, and he could not help but shake his head and sigh. Senju Hashirama, you are still far too naive. Senju Hashirama moved with remarkable speed. The woman arranged for Guihai Daotao to meet was a jonin of the Senju clan named Senju Momoka. Momoka was a cousin of Senju Hashirama and quite attractive. She had initially harbored some reluctance toward this matchmaking meeting as her heart had originally belonged to Senju Tobarama, the diamond bachelor of the Senju clan. However, Tobarama, a man utterly devoted to his research, had dedicated his life to the study of ninja techniques and showed little interest in romantic matters. Of course, Tobarama was not entirely single. He had a family, though his wife had long perished on the battlefield and his daughter was already approaching adulthood. Guihai Daotao and Senju Momoka soon entered into matrimony. Following Momoka's marriage into Guihai's family, ordinary members of the Senju clan gradually began forming unions with the common villagers of Konoha. As members of the Senju clan started integrating into Konoha's ordinary populace, the Senju clan's reputation among the common people steadily improved. Guihai Hido's wedding to Chisho Momoka had been made public knowledge by Senju Hashirama and his associates, leaving Guihai Hidao utterly exasperated. Yet he also knew well that he had long been under the watchful gaze of every prominent family in Konoha. Although the ninja clans of Konoha held considerable interest in Guihai Hido, they were well aware that the fifth Hokage had placed such great importance upon him that none dared to appear before him openly. Guihai Hidao himself lived a reclusive life, spending his days either fishing along the Naka River or tending his family farm. Even the leaders of Konoha's noble houses, despite their intent to surveil and investigate him, found nothing worth uncovering. Over time, they simply abandoned their efforts. After Guihai Hidao and Chisho Momoka married, his daily cultivation routine was faithfully reported to Senju Tobarama and Uzumaki Mido by Momoka herself. Guihai Hidao had anticipated all of this long beforehand. After all, with his ordinary appearance, it was scarcely possible for a powerful kunoichi, whose heart already belonged elsewhere, to truly fall in love with him. Momoka, does your husband live like this every day? Does he display any other unusual behaviors? I cannot say he has behaved strangely in any other respect, Lady Chief, but his physical constitution is rather excessively formidable. As Chisho Momoka spoke these words, an unmistakable awkwardness crept across her face. Uzumaki Mido, having walked this path herself, understood immediately what Chisho Momoka meant. She cast a glance at the beside Senju Tobarama, who, ever perceptive, rose and withdrew with practiced courtesy. Once Tobarama had departed, Uzumaki Mido pressed further, inquiring just how extraordinary Guihai Hido's physique truly was. Chisho Momoka, recognizing that the clan leader's wife sought to gauge her husband's actual combat strength through these details, withheld nothing and recounted everything she knew. With each revelation, Uzumaki Mido's astonishment grew. As the wife of the fifth Hokage and daughter of the Uzumaki clan leader, she knew intimately that a ninja's physical prowess directly correlated with the volume of chakra coursing through their veins. Based on Momoka's descriptions, she realized Guihai Hido's true power far exceeded what Senju Tobarama and the others had imagined. Her expression grew increasingly grave. Noticing Uzumaki Mido's troubled countenance, Chisho Momoka hastily ceased her report. Lady Chief, what troubles you? Seeing Momoka still puzzled, Uzumaki Mido quickly explained, Momoka, you may not have yet grasped that a ninja's chakra reserves are intimately tied to their physical constitution. Lady Chief, but that man is no ninja. He possesses no chakra whatsoever. Momoka, even without chakra, his current physical capabilities alone render him no less formidable than yourself. Moreover, he is a samurai. An elite Jonin-level warrior drawing near in close combat could pose a genuine threat to someone of Tobarama's caliber. In the future, you must exercise greater caution, lest he turn against you. Chisho Momoka, struck by Uzumaki Mido's grave seriousness, was visibly startled. Lady Chief, you don't think he would go so far? Momoka, Guihai Hido's origins remain shrouded in mystery, and his true nature is known to no one. Furthermore, his intellect far surpasses that of ordinary men. Such individuals are the most difficult to read and predict. It would be wise for you to remain vigilant. And moreover, you should minimize your visits here henceforth, lest he suspect we are plotting against him. Yes, Lady Chief. I understand. Very well. If there is nothing else to report, you may return home early. Witnessing Uzumaki Mido's clear intention to dismiss her, Chisho Momoka felt a wave of disappointment wash over her. Yet she pressed on, Lady Chief, there is one more matter I wish to report. What is it? Lady Chief, Guihai Hido's dietary habits differ markedly from those of most people. He favors heavily oiled and intensely spicy cuisine, and he has an overwhelming fondness for meat. This particular diet has begun to profoundly affect me, and I fear I may be forced to relinquish my status as a ninja. Uzumaki Mido immediately understood the underlying implication. Ninjas paid extraordinarily close attention to their diets, for the art of stealth and concealment demanded it. A single trace of strong body odor could prove fatal during a mission, which is precisely why ninja dietary restrictions were so stringent. I shall speak with Tobarama regarding this matter. You need not undertake missions outside the village henceforth. Thank you, Lady Mito. In that case I take my leave. Chisho Momoka departed the Senju compound with a heart heavy in turmoil. Her visit today had sealed her final resignation regarding Senju Tobarama. Returning home in a daze, she found Guehai Haidao already cooking in the kitchen. For the first time she thought he was perhaps not so disagreeable after all. Aside from his countenance falling somewhat short of Senju Tobarama's, he seemed hardly inferior in other respects. You're back? Wash your hands and join me for dinner. You seem rather downcast today. Guehai Haidao naturally knew exactly where she had been and could read her disappointment the moment he laid eyes on her. Oh, Chisho Momoka replied absently, offering no resistance to his gentle tone. She did not believe he would suspect she had done anything to betray him. After all, she possessed ample justification. How did things go? Guehai Haidao asked casually as he distributed the chopsticks, his manner deliberately nonchalant. Chisho Momoka picked up her utensils and replied with feigned composure. Both the Hokage's wife and Lord Tobarama have agreed. Given my circumstances, I shall no longer be required to undertake missions outside the village. Should Konoha not face existential crisis, I may not even need to return to the battlefield. Furthermore, the Hokage's wife intends to propose to the 5th Hokage that female ninja retire upon marriage, thereby facilitating the growth of our clans. Such a measure is indeed warranted. Your kind spends the vast majority of your time on missions, which is unduly harsh upon female ninja. Moreover, your monthly cycles and periods of preparing for pregnancy introduce inherent instability into both your power development and combat readiness. This inevitably undermines team cohesion and overall effectiveness. Chisho Momoka opened her mouth to refute him, but then closed it again, deciding against it. She had merely been testing him with fabricated justifications, only to discover that he understood the plight of female ninja far better than she had expected. To argue further would only risk exposing herself. Better to let it rest. Guehai Haidao perceived from her demeanor that she had no desire to continue the conversation, so he shifted the subject to ease the atmosphere. Our potatoes are ready for harvest. Would you accompany me tomorrow? Otherwise, I fear the work will take far too long for one person. Very well. Having survived from the Warring States period into the modern era, Chisho Momoka understood the preciousness of food better than most. She harbored no resentment. After all, the harvest was always a matter of paramount importance, and an endeavor that brought genuine satisfaction to the spirit. After Chibana Momoka lost hope in Senju Tobarama, she settled down with Gahando and lived a quiet, ordinary life. Such days continued for about 3 years, during which the ninja world appeared relatively peaceful on the surface. Until one day, Uchiha Madara returned with the Nine Tails to challenge Senju Hashirama. Uchiha Madara launched a fierce assault against Senju Hashirama, who, seeking to protect Konoha from collateral damage, gathered the clan leaders and attempted to reason with him. But Madara had long abandoned their past friendship, his resolve hardened toward conquering the ninja world. Witnessing this, Hashirama had no choice but to lure Madara far from the village, where the two ultimately clashed in an epic battle. Gahando watched alongside Chibana Momoka and their child from a distance as the battle raged for 3 days and 3 nights, just as fate had decreed it. In the end, Senju Hashirama emerged victorious through his superior might. Following the conflict, Senju Hashirama bore significant wounds, yet managed to return to Konoha with the Nine Tails, though he found himself grappling with what course of action to take regarding the beast. The brutal clash between Hashirama and Madara sent shockwaves through the ninja world, with each hidden village recognizing that Hashirama had suffered grave injuries and sensing an opportunity to pursue their own schemes. As the strongest village beyond the 5 great nations, Kiri was forced into the role of testing Hashirama's resolve, and Kakuzu reluctantly accepted the mission to assassinate him. Meanwhile, Senju Hashirama visited Gahando's residence to seek counsel on how best to handle the Nine Tails. Gahando observed the slight instability in Hashirama's breathing and was taken aback. Knowing Hashirama, well, he could sense something was seriously wrong and guessed that some scheming veteran had struck. Hokage Dano, your condition. Mr. Gahando, my health is fine. I wish to know, were you in my position, how would you handle the Nine Tails? Hokage Dano, I am no Hokage, nor do I possess the authority to address such matters. But what are your own thoughts on the matter? Mr. Gahando, the Nine Tails is far too powerful to be left unchecked across the ninja world. I intend to seal it away, but the depths of human ambition terrify me. Should the seal be completed, others might exploit it against Konoha. That is why I plan to seal the Nine Tails within Mito's body, rendering it inaccessible to all others. Gahando fell silent at these words, unable to believe that Senju Hashirama still intended to seal the Nine Tails within a human host, a decision mirroring exactly what had transpired in the original timeline. My Lord Hokage, have you considered whether the other hidden villages might follow suit? Moreover, Lady Mito is but a mortal woman with a finite lifespan. Such a strategy amounts to drinking poison to quench one's thirst. Should she become the vessel for the Nine Tails, she would inevitably become a target for all manner of ambitious forces. I am fully aware of these dangers, which is precisely why I have consulted with Mito. From this point forward, she shall remain within Konoha's walls and never venture beyond, ensuring both her safety and the Nine-Tails' security. Gehando felt a surge of frustration at this. Hashirama was willing to sacrifice Mito Uzumaki alone to prevent the Nine-Tails from falling into the wrong hands. My Lord Hokage, have you considered that the Nine-Tails may possess its own consciousness? Should it harbor such resentment, what manner of retribution might it unleash upon Konoha, if ever freed from its bindings? Hashirama did not dispute this, responding calmly that the Uzumaki clan's natural chakra reserves far exceeded those of ordinary ninja, and when Mito's time came to an end, they would simply select another to bear the seal. Gehando fell silent. He recognized that while Hashirama's plan held merit, it inadvertently placed the Uzumaki clan in grave danger. Once Konoha demonstrated the ability to seal the Nine-Tails within an Uzumaki vessel, the other hidden villages would surely covet such power. Though the Uzumaki were renowned among the great clans of the ninja world, they were not warriors by nature, and their accumulated wealth had long been the object of envy. Should the ninja world learn that Uzumaki bloodlines could serve as vessels for tailed beast, factions would spare no effort to diminish Konoha's strength, and the Uzumaki themselves might face annihilation. My Lord Hokage, have you considered that the Nine-Tails is not the only tailed beast in this world? Hashirama fell silent for a long while before responding that he was fully aware and intended to capture all the tailed beasts while they still roamed free, then distribute them among the other hidden villages. This would serve two purposes: using the tailed beasts to deter conflicts over their possession, and exploiting their feral nature to hinder the military advancement of rival villages. From the perspective of how the ninja world operated, Hashirama's strategy appeared sound, but he had clearly underestimated the ambitions and capabilities of the other hidden villages. Even if the tailed beasts succeeded in stalling their progress, surely some faction would find a way to extract knowledge from them. My Lord Hokage, have you considered what would happen if the other hidden villages successfully mastered the power of the tailed beasts? Do you truly believe they would remain content with such limitations? Hashirama responded calmly that tailed beasts were far from easily subdued, and moreover, as the other had acknowledged, they might possess intelligence themselves. Would such beings willingly serve those who sealed them? Given that Tsunagakure had demonstrated the capability to capture a tailed beast, the other villages undoubtedly possessed similar means. If he distributed them among the hidden villages, would they not owe him a debt of gratitude? Konoha's coffers are strained at present, and I intend to trade the tailed beasts to the other villages in exchange for financial support. Gehando was stunned by these words. He had never imagined the Hokage could be so calculating and ruthless. Judging by the anime, Senju Hashirama came across as nothing more than a simple, good-natured fool, so eager to distribute the tailed beasts that he nearly gave them away outright. Had Senju Tobarama not insisted on having the other villages pay for them, he likely would have done exactly that. At that moment, Gehando finally understood. The anime was nothing more than entertainment, and the real ninja world could never be so absurd. After all, someone capable of ending centuries of conflict could hardly be truly foolish. Though the people of the ninja world may lack refined culture or political sophistication, they were far from ignorant. Otherwise, they would have been devoured long ago, and could never have endured for so many centuries. With this realization, the sense of superiority that came with his foreknowledge began to fade, replaced by a gnawing unease. The ninja world held ancient schemes and predators who had survived for millennia, not just himself. It was only a matter of time before they uncovered his secret as well. From that point forward, Gehando resolved to keep his distance from the ninja world's leadership, unwilling to be played like a pawn without even realizing it. My Lord Hokage, if you have already considered all angles so thoroughly, why seek my counsel at all? I have never held any position of authority, and political matters lie entirely beyond my understanding. Hashirama Senju noticed that Guehai Daitao had reverted to the demeanor he displayed upon first arriving at Konoha, and a faint helplessness surfaced within him once more. Lord Hokage, I merely wish to hear your thoughts on my plan, to see whether there remain any areas worthy of refinement. Lord Hokage, your plan is exceedingly sound. Yet have you taken into consideration the possibility that the Uzumaki clan might inadvertently become collateral in the process? Upon hearing Guehai Daitao mention the Uzumaki clan, Hashirama Senju's gaze suddenly grew dim with contemplation. Naturally, I had considered that. However, the Uzumaki are remarkably obstinate. They maintain their own nation and their own hidden village. Hearing Hashirama speak thus, Guehai Daitao immediately grasped the underlying meaning. The Uzumaki, confident in their own strength, refused to live as vassals under Konoha's banner. They were unwilling to surrender their possessions to another, and more crucially, they regarded themselves as a neutral nation, believed to remain outside Konoha's sphere of influence. This conviction stemmed entirely from the Uzumaki's self-perception as the merchants of the shinobi world. The storage scrolls and explosive tags ubiquitous across the realm were products of their craftsmanship. Their livelihood depended upon selling these essential supplies. Every faction within the shinobi world required them, granting them an air of detachment and supremacy. As for claims of being distant kin to the Senju clan or allies of Konoha, these were beliefs held solely by Konoha's side. From the Uzumaki's perspective, while the Senju may indeed be their distant relatives, Konoha and the Senju were not one and the same. Indeed, historically they had not been. However, they overlooked a crucial truth to the other major powers of the shinobi world. The Senju clan was synonymous with Konoha itself. The relationship between the Senju and the Uzumaki was consequently viewed as the relationship between Konoha and the Uzumaki. Moreover, as one of the most formidable clans in the shinobi world, should any faction seek to weaken Konoha's alliance with the Senju, they would naturally target the Uzumaki, aiming to diminish or even annihilate them as a means of undermining Konoha itself. Lord Hokage, since you had already considered such matters, your plan is indeed exceedingly sound. Well, at least in my estimation, it is perfectly crafted. Guihai Daitao spoke no falsehood this time. Frankly, he had not anticipated that the Uzumaki would refuse to join Konoha. It stood to reason the Senju and Uchiha clans had extended invitations to the Nara, Yamanaka, Akimichi, and other families during the founding of Konoha. Surely they had not omitted the Uzumaki. Since the Uzumaki had never joined, it was clear they had declined Konoha's invitation. Hashirama Senju, observing Guihai Daitao's demeanor, understood the conversation had reached its natural end. He hastily rose to take his leave. Yet just as he prepared to depart, he paused and remarked, "Lord Hokage Tobarama is preparing to establish a ninja academy. Your daughter is already 2 years old, is she not? As the child of your Peach Willow lineage, she must surely possess extraordinary talent. I wonder, would you consider sending her to the ninja academy when the time comes?" Upon hearing Hashirama mention Tobarama's intention to establish a ninja academy, Guihai Daitao furrowed his brow. "My Taohua is merely 2 years old. She is still too young. We shall address such matters when the time is right." Guihai Daitao had initially intended to refuse Hashirama's request, but then he reconsidered. If his daughter lacked martial talent, he could simply allow her to choose her own path in life. Furthermore, Hashirama's inquiry was not merely a personal opinion. Having largely delegated the governance of Konoha to Tobarama, this matter carried broader weight. Though Tobarama's combat prowess might not rival his elder brother's, he was hardly a man to be underestimated. He had already compelled the Uchiha clan to establish the Konoha military police force. Although Konoha's population remained modest at present, it had grown substantial enough to attract merchants and traders from beyond its borders. The growth of commerce brought prosperity, but also introduced significant espionage risks. It was precisely this circumstance that prompted Tobarama to seize the opportunity and formally establish both the Konoha military police force and the Konoha Umbu division. After returning to the Senju clan compound, Hashirama Senju immediately recounted his entire conversation with Guihai Daitao to Tobarama and Uzumaki Mido. Following lengthy deliberation among them, Hashirama departed Konoha with a contingent of Senju clan members. Hashirama's departure from Konoha was specifically to hunt the tailed beasts. Upon his leaving, the leaders of Konoha's major clans gathered together, convened precisely because of Tobarama's announcement regarding the establishment of the Ninja Academy. "Elders, we have already surmised Lord Tobarama's purpose in establishing the Ninja Academy. How shall we respond? Clan leaders of the Nara, Yamanaka, and Akimichi, do you support or oppose Lord Tobarama's establishment of the Ninja Academy? Clan leader Sarutobi, must we express opposition for him to abandon his plans? If we dare not support him outright, the consequences of defiance will fall upon us. Do you not understand this?" Clan leader Sarutobi's expression darkened considerably. The mere thought of his domineering younger brother made him feel as though his own position were crumbling beneath him. Yet he could not bring himself to accept it. Why? Why should the Sarutobi clan be compelled to send their future heir to the Ninja Academy? Could they not train their own children? Was the instruction offered by the Sarutobi clan's jonin truly inferior to that provided by the Senju clan? Honored clan leaders, most of you belong to secret technique lineages. What could Lord Tobarama possibly teach your clansmen? His true intention is to use this opportunity to cultivate a new generation of commoner ninjas to compete with us for missions, thereby gradually eroding our standing within Konoha. Will you simply stand by and watch this transpire? The clan leaders present exchanged nervous glances. They were all well aware of Tobarama's schemes, fearful as they were of his formidable reputation. But did they dare oppose the Senju clan outright? Moreover, they were merely minor clans. The ones who should truly be anxious were the Uchiha and Hyuga clans who had not yet arrived. Clan leader Sarutobi gazed upon the cowardly assembly before him, his face flushing red with frustration, yet utterly powerless to change their attitude. Clan leader Sarutobi, we bow beneath another's roof. We have no choice but to comply. Look upon this matter with open eyes. As long as we protect our family's secret techniques, no commoner upstart can threaten us. Even with relentless cultivation, commoner ninja will never match the talents of our bloodline descendants. Precisely so, clan leader Sarutobi. As long as our secret technique families remain vigilant and guarded, Konoha will always have a place for us. Clan leader Sarutobi knew full well the truth of their words. But what secret techniques did the Sarutobi clan possess? While they possessed proficient fire release ninjutsu In summoning jutsu, the Uchiha clan's fire release was renowned throughout the shinobi world. As for summoning jutsu, he cared not to dwell upon it. Though very few clans across the shinobi world could form contracts with summoned creatures, many individual ninja possessed such abilities. If the commoner ninja of Konoha were truly to rise in prominence, the Sarutobi clan would bear the brunt of the impact. The Sarutobi clan, seeing this situation, felt it imprudent to press further. The endeavor to thwart Tobirama Senju's establishment of the Konoha Ninja Academy was thereby abandoned. And so the Konoha Ninja Academy came into being. The common folk of Konoha remained quite enthusiastic about becoming ninja, for within the village ninja not only enjoyed a stable income, but also possessed a superior social standing. Following the academy's establishment, prosperous commoners in Konoha eagerly sent their children to enroll. However, children from ordinary families were naturally less attuned to chakra, and many proved unfit for ninja training. Consequently, Tobirama Senju once again convened the various clans of Konoha for deliberation. Having found no way to evade the matter, the prominent families of Konoha ultimately relented and submitted their proud heirs to the Ninja Academy. Among them were Uchiha Kyo, son of the Uchiha clan's elder statesman, Sarutobi Hiruzen, son of the Sarutobi clan leader's younger brother, Shimura Danzo, son of the Shimura clan's elder, Akimichi Torafu, son of the Akimichi clan's third elder, Tenin Koharu, the youngest daughter of the Tenin clan leader, and Minamoto, and grandson of the Minamoto clan leader. The Tenin and Minamoto families were among the weakest clans in Konoha, possessing no specialized jutsu of note. Indeed, other prominent clans also sent representatives, though fearful that their direct line disciples might be indoctrinated by Tobirama Senju. They chose to send those of merely average talent to the academy instead. Tobirama Senju naturally understood the underlying dynamics and secretly resolved to invest earnest effort in cultivating Sarutobi, Hiruzen, Akimichi Torafu, and the others, for they would serve as his most effective instruments against those recalcitrant factions. Tobirama Senju implemented sweeping reforms throughout Konoha. The former system whereby employers commissioned familiar ninja clans directly was abolished and replaced with a mission hall where ninja could take up assignments at their own discretion. Though this reform drew considerable discontent from Konoha's powerful clans, it notably enhanced the efficiency with which ninja completed their missions. Catering to operational demands, Tobirama also permitted ninja from different clans to form teams freely, thereby compensating for each clan's individual shortcomings. These myriad reforms enacted by Tobirama Senju brought considerable benefit to the rank-and-file ninja across Konoha's clans, and his prestige gradually ascended. The ruling figures of Konoha's prominent clans could do nothing but lament among themselves, powerless to counter his momentum. As days turned into weeks, Hokage Tobirama Senju's brother Hashirama successfully captured the remaining tailed beasts. Thus began the so-called First Five Kage Summit. Like the events foretold in history, the two Senju brothers played their roles, one soft, one stern, and smoothly secured substantial funding from the various hidden villages. Following the Kage Summit, Hashirama's health declined day by day. Soon signs emerged that his chakra was beginning to wane, and Tobirama launched his human experiments. Since his condition deteriorated, Hashirama had grown increasingly disengaged from village administration. He devoted most of his time to gambling and caring for his newborn granddaughter Tsunade, and otherwise occupied himself fishing alongside Kairi Kaido. Kairi Kaido had always found it strange that Hashirama had endured so long without showing any discernible signs of impending death, an anomaly indeed. Eager to uncover the secret behind Hashirama's resilience, Kairi Kaido directed his full attention toward his companion during every fishing excursion. Perhaps through prolonged observation, using his Kinbunshika haki upon Hashirama, Kairi Kaido discovered that while Hashirama's chakra was dissipating rapidly, his body was simultaneously generating chakra at an equally swift pace. Although Hashirama's rate of chakra loss far exceeded his body's rate of production, the continuous cycle of dissipation and replenishment meant his overall chakra reserves were not depleting as swiftly as one might expect. This may well have been the reason Hashirama attributed his decline to lingering injuries from past battles. It was precisely because Kairi Kaido's Kinbunshika haki could perceive the vitality of living beings that he alone detected the abnormalities within Hashirama's body. Hashirama's current rate of vitality loss exceeded that of an ordinary person by more than tenfold. Each day he lived consumed far more vitality than a normal person would lose in 10 days. By Kairi Kaido's calculations, had Hashirama's body remained unblemished, his lifespan would still span well beyond 120 years, far exceeding the natural limits of even the most extraordinary shinobi, and that was a conservative estimate. Hashirama was consuming vast quantities of his lifespan at every moment to generate chakra. This revelation compelled Kairi Kaido involuntarily to recall a certain scheming elder lurking in the Pure Land. Hokage Dano, your health appears to be declining. Might you be unwell? Kairi Kaido resolved to probe Hashirama further, gauging whether the man sensed something amiss within his own body. Mr. Kairi, I have weathered numerous battles throughout my life, and my body bears countless hidden afflictions. Ever since Madara unleashed the Nine Tails upon me, those latent injuries finally erupted in full force. Subsequently, my relentless pursuit of the remaining tailed beasts prevented them from ever healing. I am well aware that my body can no longer withstand the strain. Thus I have chosen to devote myself to recuperation, hoping to prolong my days, so as to buy more time for Tobirama and for Konoha. Hashirama responded with calm detachment to Kairi Kaido's inquiry, as though he had long since made peace with the inevitability of death. Indeed, a man like Hashirama Senju had witnessed life and death too often to be shaken by either. What mattered to him now was not his own mortality, but how much longer the shinobi world might enjoy peace. Mr. Kairi, how long do you believe peace will endure in the shinobi world? Upon hearing this question, Hashirama fell silent. The optimistic man he once was had long since vanished. Mr. Kairi, what would you do should war break out? Hokage Dano, I am but a common citizen of Konoha. Kairi Kaido truly was no more than a commoner. Konoha could not compel him to take up arms, and he stated this openly and honestly before Hashirama, without hesitation. Hashirama was not surprised by Kairi Kaido's answer. He knew full well that the man harbored no particular attachment to the village, and that Kairi Kaido had settled in Konoha solely because he wished to withdraw from the conflicts of the shinobi world entirely. Mr. Kairi, you are indeed a man of great wisdom. You bear no reputation in the shinobi world, and are therefore burdened by none. Without chakra, ordinary ninja would scarcely view you as a threat. As long as enemies do not breach Konoha's walls, you face no danger. Hashirama now understood why Kairi Kaido refused to send his daughter to the academy. Frankly, if given the choice, Hashirama himself would have desired exactly such a life. For a considerable time afterward, Hashirama Senju remained within Konoha without venturing out. He frequently came to fish alongside Goehei Haidao, and would occasionally hold little Tsunade in his arms, proudly showing off his adorable granddaughter to Goehei Haidao. To be fair, Hashirama truly did adore his granddaughter. Not only did he bring her along for fishing trips with Goehei Haidao, but he also frequently brought her to Goehei Haidao's home to mooch meals, sometimes refusing to leave even after finishing their food. Yes, Hashirama Senju often came to Goehei Haidao's house to take advantage of his good cooking. Goehei Haidao watched as Hashirama's thick skin grew even thicker, and said wearily, Hokage-sama, aren't ninjas supposed to avoid heavy oil and salt in their diets? Hehe, Mr. Goehei, I no longer need to concern myself with such matters. Besides, with my strength, is there any need for me to hide? True enough. Hashirama Senju devoured his food, while simultaneously feeding Goehei Haidao's special steamed eggs, made expressly for his own daughter, to little Tsunade. Goehei Haidao watched the food on the table steadily diminishing, and hurried his eating pace alongside his daughter Goehei Xiaodao. Only Chiba and Momoka ate leisurely, showing no signs of rushing. Goehei Haidao had named his daughter Goehei Xiaodao with the nickname Taohua. Now nearly 4 years old, she was part of a generation of children in the ninja world who matured quickly in understanding. Therefore, Goehei Haidao had already begun teaching his daughter fundamental cultivation techniques. After finishing their meal, Goehei Haidao took his daughter, who had already started training alongside him, to practice sword techniques. Or rather, it was more accurate to say they practiced Iajutsu, the art of drawing the sword. Iajutsu was quite similar to the seething slash of the ninja world, except that the seething slash heavily emphasized timing, while Iajutsu focused on speed. Drawing fast, striking fast, and even sheathing the blade required a swift, decisive motion. This was far more difficult than the seething slash. Watching Goehei Haidao execute a flawless sequence of drawing, striking, and sheathing his sword, then repeating it fluidly, Hashirama Senju's eyes widened in astonishment. Mr. Goehei, your seething slash is the fastest I have ever witnessed among swordsmen. If I were not careful, I could be severely injured by you. Mr. Goehei, your strength must be comparable to the Kage of other hidden villages. No. You flatter me, Hokage-sama, Goehei Haidao replied modestly. Your ninjas possess unpredictable and bizarre jutsu. As far as I know, the Kirigakure has a clan that mastered the water-style water transformation jutsu. Against them, even my strength would be insufficient to kill. Moreover, Konoha has the Aburame clan, specialists in insect manipulation. When they unleash their swarms, the sky grows dark with parasitic insects. In such situations, I can only flee for my life. Goehei Haidao spoke half in jest, half in truth. He had actually been cultivating specific techniques in secret, but there was no way he could reveal all his trump cards to anyone, not even to his own wife Chiba Momoka. Hashirama Senju nodded in agreement upon hearing this. In fact, when facing the Aburame clan's insect manipulation secrets, he had also found them exceedingly troublesome. If he did not possess water release techniques, he might not have been able to make the Aburame clan respect him. Mr. Goehei speaks wisely, Hashirama replied. In the ninja world, jutsu mutually counter one another. The Aburame clan indeed holds a distinct advantage over samurai. As for the water transformation jutsu you mentioned earlier, I have encountered it myself. They are indeed formidable opponents. Although Hashirama Senju could dominate most ninjas in the ninja world using his wood release, he was well aware that his wood release was not invincible. It was he himself who was unbeatable. Many in the ninja world believed his wood release was the strongest Kekkei Genkai, but only he truly understood that although his wood release was unusual, it did possess weaknesses. it simply lacked opponents capable of exploiting them. Fire release was the greatest counter to wood release, yet few fire jutsu in the ninja world could pose a real threat to his wood release. Even his close friend Madara Uchiha could not suppress him with fire style. The fundamental reason was that while Madara's fire release possessed considerable power, its flames covered a wide area rather than reaching sufficiently high temperatures. If Madara Uchiha's fire release temperature had been 1 or 2 degrees higher, his wood release would indeed have been countered by it. Seeing Guihai Hido's swift Aya Jutsu kindle Hashirama's competitive spirit, he wished to test Guihai Hido's abilities and asked, "Mr. Guihai, would you be interested in sparring with me?" "Hokage-sama, you flatter me," Guihai Hido declined politely. "Although I pride myself on possessing certain skills, I am well aware of your strength. Before you I am nothing but an insignificant ant. How could I dare to spar with the Hokage?" Guihai Hido firmly refused Hashirama's request to spar, for he did not wish to attract the attention of some lurking schemer hiding in the shadows. Seeing that Guihai Hido had no interest in sparring, Hashirama did not press the matter. After all, given his current condition, it would be best to avoid physical exertion whenever possible. Hashirama simply held little Tsunade and watched the father-daughter duo practice their daily Ayajutsu drills for a monotonous hour. Just as Hashirama assumed Guihai Hido would head out to fish, Guihai Hido instead led Guihai Xiaotao, with small hose in hand, toward their vegetable plot. Upon arriving at the vegetable patch, Guihai Xiaotao naturally began hoeing the soil with her tiny hoe, while Guihai Hido efficiently started tilling the ground with his bare hands. Following the father and daughter to their vegetable plot, Hashirama Senju was dumbfounded by their actions. He could not imagine that Guihai Hido would have a child under 4 years old hoeing the ground, and even more astonishing was the sight of Guihai Hido tilling the field with his bare hands. "Mr. Guihai, are you cultivating or working?" "Hokage-sama, I am teaching Taohua how to cultivate. This is merely casual hoeing. As you know, I am a farmer. Is it not normal for a farmer to till the land?" Due to his wariness of the schemer lurking in the shadows, Guihai Hido could not possibly expose his full strength. Furthermore, as the Hokage of Konoha, Hashirama could not be avoided at all times. Therefore, Guihai Hido used the excuse of training his daughter, allowing the watcher to observe his daily routine and ease their suspicions. While hoeing, Guihai Hido picked out earthworms from the soil and placed them into a bamboo tube, his fishing bait. After approximately an hour, Guihai Xiaotao was nearly exhausted. Guihai Hido decisively brought her back home and handed her over to Chiba Momoka, who had been waiting for some time. Only then did Guihai Hido pick up his fishing rod and carry his bucket toward his usual fishing spot. Watching the sun begin to tilt westward, Hashirama Senju followed without hesitation. Hashirama Senju did not grow angry at Guihai Hido's blatant disregard for his presence. On the contrary, he found it refreshing. After all, everyone else in Konoha treated him with reverence, gazing at him with the eyes of idol worshippers, which gradually made him feel that life had become mundane and tedious. Hashirama Senju had grown accustomed to Guihai Hido ignoring his existence. The fact that Guihai Hido allowed him to sit at their dining table was already a significant courtesy, and Hashirama quite enjoyed being treated this way. Hashirama Senju noticed that Kaikai Hado had gone fishing, so he followed along, seemingly hoping to enjoy another dinner at Kaikai's home. Kaikai Hado paid it no mind and continued toward his usual fishing spot. After finishing his meal at Kaikai's home, Hashirama returned to the Senju compound, where he ran into Tobarama Senju. Tobarama immediately took young Tsunade from his brother's arms and asked, "Brother, you went fishing with that Kaikai Hado again?" "Tobarama, do not underestimate Kaikai Hado. His strength is no lesser than yours." Hearing his brother claim that Kaikai's prowess matched his own, Ama grew indignant. "Brother Kaikai is merely a samurai. He possesses no chakra whatsoever. How could he possibly rival me? Even the generals of the Land of Iron rarely surpass the rank of Jonin. He couldn't possibly exceed them in strength. If he were truly that formidable, why would he settle in Konoha?" Tobarama understood well how desperately the warriors of the Land of Iron desired to produce a supremely powerful swordsman. Should they discover a warrior matching the strength of the 5 Kage, the samurai of Iron Country would undoubtedly grow arrogant once more. Tobarama never underestimate any warrior. Kaikai Hado's Iato is so swift that even I find it daunting. Moreover, his Iato can be executed in rapid succession, at least dozens of times per second. Tobarama, should you let your guard slip for even a moment, you too could fall to his blade. Tobarama was stunned by his brother's words. He knew that while Jonin were formidable, they had their limits. The feat Hashirama described, executing dozens of Iato strikes per second, was in his view beyond human capability. "Brother, spare me your jests. If he were truly that strong, why would he remain unknown?" Tobarama, who said he was obscure. "You may be unaware that Kaikai Hatu is a renowned bounty hunter in the underground black market, known as the Ghost Swiftblade." The Ghost Swiftblade? Tobarama was perplexed. He had heard the name before, but to his knowledge the Ghost Swiftblade's greatest feat was merely eliminating a few lawless chunin. Hashirama naturally guessed what his brother was thinking, and continued, "Tobarama recorded achievements and actual combat strength are two different things. Kaikai is an exceedingly prudent man. According to some intelligence I gathered, he was originally the son of a wealthy merchant. Unfortunately, his parents were killed by bandits when he was 10 years old, and his relatives confiscated their inheritance, leaving him destitute. After Kaikai achieved mastery in his martial arts, he eradicated those very relatives. From then on, he secured his wealth. Since he no longer lacked money, he rarely accepted missions from the underground black market. Think about it. A man like him would never take on dangerously high-risk missions merely for coin. Besides, that was 20 years ago. Over these years, Kaikai has been biding his time and honing his skills. His strength has naturally grown. Tobirama was no fool, and he detected something peculiar in his brother's words. Brother, are you telling me these things so that I may guard against him? Tobirama Kaikai Hatu is not a man of ambition. What I intend is for you to arrange for Tsunade to become his disciple in the future. Brother, apart from why you haven't spoken to him yourself, whether Kaikai would even agree is a question. Tobirama, your elder brother, and I will likely not live to see little Tsunade take on a master. I fear that after my death you may already have forgotten that there exists such a person as Kaikai Hatu in Konoha. Tobirama fell silent. To be honest, if not for his brother's frequent fishing outings with Kaikai, he admitted he might indeed have forgotten that someone like Kaikai existed in Konoha. Brother, if that is the case, then we should simply invite him to become a guest retainer of Konoha. Tobirama, that will not do. Setting aside whether he would agree or not. If he were willing, the great clans of Konoha would never approve. Their share of power and resources is finite. If an extraordinarily capable person suddenly appeared to compete for those benefits, it would be miraculous if they did not stir up trouble behind the scenes. The one who would face difficulties would be you, and Konoha itself would suffer. Hearing this, Tobirama nodded. He acknowledged that he had been overly confident. Although Konoha was now on the right path, the power of the great ninja clans within Konoha remained far too formidable. Brother, I was reckless. Enough. Return now. You need only remember my words. Understood. For the following years, the shinobi world remained tranquil. When Tsunade was 5 years old, Hashirama Senju could no longer hold on. After his death, Tobirama Senju naturally succeeded him as the second Hokage of Konoha. Not long after Hashirama's passing, the first shinobi world war broke out. After several years of brutal fighting, the elder generation of clan heads from Konoha's great ninja families fell upon the battlefield one by one. By approximately the 15th year of Konoha's founding, 8-year-old Tsunade entered the Ninja Academy. The first graduating cohort of survivors from the academy had nearly all advanced to the rank of Jonin. The Great War between the 5 hidden villages was also drawing to a close. Tobirama had originally intended to place Tsunade under Kaikai Hata's tutelage, but due to the continuous state of war plaguing Konoha, the matter was postponed indefinitely. During this war, a large number of Senju clan members perished on the battlefield, plunging Konoha into an unprecedented period of weakness. Tobirama's daughter and her husband also died during the conflict, driving Tobirama to seek a swift end to the war. He also observed that Kumogakure seemed to be struggling, so he personally joined the front lines against the Cloud Village. As he had anticipated, Kumo soon exhibited clear signs of war fatigue. Thus, Tobirama began peace negotiations with Kumogakure. However, he had underestimated the militarist's desperate desire for victory within the Cloud. In his carelessness, he lost his life at the negotiation venue with Kumo. The war between Kumogakure and Konoha flared up again. Hiruzen Sarutobi, appointed as the third Hokage in this crisis, re-entered the Great War. The First Shinobi World War dragged on for another 2 or 3 years. By its end, the second-generation Kage of all 5 hidden villages had perished in combat. Ultimately, Konoha claimed victory by the narrowest of margins. By this time, Tsunade was over 10 years old and had already graduated from the Konoha Ninja Academy. The matter of her becoming Kaikai Hata's disciple was utterly forgotten. Kaikai Hata looked upon his daughter Kaikai Komomo, now 14 years old, his heart filled with complex emotions. After all, in this world, 14 was an age where matchmaking considerations inevitably arose. Though somewhat reluctant, Kaikai did not object. Therefore, Senju Momiji had already begun searching throughout Konoha for a suitable marriage candidate for Kaikai Komomo. Through decades of unwavering cultivation, Kaikai Hata had finally brought his observation haki to the level where he could perceive natural energy. Not only that, but he had also mastered the Rokushiki of the Marines and armament haki. Kaikai now began attempting to absorb natural energy while cultivating the conqueror's haki and swordsmanship of the One Piece world. Guehai Dao Dao was originally focused on teaching cultivation, but as the saying goes, the tree wishes for stillness while the wind will not cease. His daughter Guehai Xiaotao was still unmarried, yet Hiruzen Sarutobi, the third Hokage of Konoha, along with his former teammates, had devised the wood release plan, aiming to get the Senju clan of Konoha to voluntarily join. Originally, this plan would not have affected their family, but since a large number of Senju clan ninja died during the plan's execution, they turned their attention to ordinary Senju clan members who had long since assimilated into Konoha. Konoha's current clan head Senju Tsuyoshi, also Tsunade's father, convened a meeting of those who had already abandoned the Senju surname. Senju Momiji, already a jonin of the Senju clan, could not sidestep this matter. Senju Tsuyoshi addressed them esteemed one. Since my father's passing, the prestige of our Senju clan in the ninja world has steadily declined. Though our Senju clan fought bravely on the battlefield during the previous Great War, our achievements fell short of expectations, and even my uncle, the former clan head, lost his life in combat. Therefore, the third Hokage and the current Konoha leadership hope that another would-release user will emerge from our Senju clan. Our elders have discussed this proposal and believe it is an excellent opportunity. If our Senju clan wishes to restore its former glory in the ninja world, we must seize this chance. Clan head, what does Lady Mito think about this? Those among the Senju clan who had renounced their surname were far from convinced by Senju Tsuyoshi's reasoning, and they immediately pressed the question of how Uzumaki Mito viewed the situation. Upon hearing someone mention his mother, Senju Tsuyoshi's demeanor darkened considerably. As the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails, the third Hokage, and the clan elders all wished for her to maintain emotional stability, so we have not informed her of this matter. Moreover, mother has relocated to the depths of the clan grounds for meditation, and I would not disturb her. Senju Tsuyoshi spoke with remarkable composure to the assembly, though in truth, he wished to keep his mother from interfering. He had long ago reached an understanding with the third Hokage and the others to exclude her from this matter. Clan head, we are no longer part of the Senju clan, so we should not involve ourselves in this matter. After all, the vast majority here are ordinary people. When Senju Tsuyoshi saw that Senju Momiji was openly disrespecting him, his expression grew increasingly grim. Little Aunt Momiji, setting aside the others, you are one of the rare jonin in our Senju clan. While success may not be guaranteed for everyone else, your chances are quite high. Would you not wish to become the next god of shinobi? Oh, by the way, I recall little sister Xiaodao has reached 15 years of age as well. How is her talent? Senju Momiji was infuriated by Senju Tsuyoshi's words. She could not believe that he, along with the third Hokage Hiruzen Sarutobi and others, had actually set their sights on her daughter. Senju Tsuyoshi, you would do well not to touch my daughter, or don't blame me for severing all ties. After speaking, Senju Momiji rose and departed. She had now completely lost faith in the Senju clan and felt there was no need to return to it. Following Senju Momiji's indignant departure, the others who had abandoned the Senju surname quickly made excuses and left as well. Seeing that the Senju collateral branches were not giving him any respect, Senju Tsuyoshi decisively headed to the Hokage Tower. Upon returning home, Senju Momiji told Guehai Dao about the incident. Guehai Dao said with a dark expression, rest assured, I will not let them lay a hand on Xiaodao. Guehai Dao had originally not intended to do anything to Hiruzen Sarutobi and the others, but since they had come to threaten his family, he had no intention of letting it go. Guehai Dao asked Senju Momiji to prepare dinner first, saying he would handle the rest. After finishing dinner, Guehai Dao went fishing as usual. That night, however, he directly infiltrated the Sarutomi clan's territory. While the Sarutomi clan guards were not paying attention, he sneaked into Hiruzen Sarutobi's residence, threw a burlap sack over Hiruzen's head, and knocked him out with lightning speed. Guehai Dao carried Hiruzen Sarutobi out of the Sarutomi clan territory and dragged him to the forest of death, then proceeded to beat him mercilessly. Hiruzen Sarutobi was beaten so painfully by Guehai Dao that he fainted again. Still not satisfied after beating Hiruzen Sarutobi, Guehai Dao subsequently abducted Danzo, Shimura Fumamonin, and Senju Tsuyoshi and brought them all to the forest of death. He then repeated the same treatment on each of them before abandoning them there. As for Hiruzen Sarutobi and the others who had been knocked unconscious, he didn't even glance back at them. He didn't care in the least whether they would be devoured by predatory beasts left in the forest of death. Shortly after Guehai Dao departed, Hiruzen Sarutobi regained consciousness. After assessing his situation, he quickly used his abilities to break free from his bindings. Upon freeing himself, Hiruzen Sarutobi discovered the others who had suffered the same fate, and he immediately fell into deep thought. However, he could not fathom who in Konoha possessed the ability to bind them and transport them to the forest of death without detection. With a dark expression, he slapped Danzo, Shimura, and the others awake, demanding to know how they had been captured. But his hopes were quickly dashed as the others like him had no idea what had transpired. If not for the wounds and pain still lingering on their bodies, they might have doubted whether they were dreaming. Hiruzen, keep this quiet. The man who beat us clearly did not want this to become public knowledge. We are still alive and have only sustained superficial injuries, which suggests he wanted us to understand he was provoked. If we launch an aggressive investigation, he might decide to kill us. Monin, should we just let this go? Danzo Shimura could hardly swallow his pride. All he wanted now was to find the one who had attacked them and eliminate them swiftly. Danzo, do you truly believe we could be his match? With the power he displayed, taking our lives would have been effortless. You do not think he merely beat us because he was afraid to kill us, do you? Monin was far more astute than Danzo Shimura. He understood that they were spared only because the attacker sought merely to vent his anger through beating them, not out of any inability to kill. I will uncover the truth eventually. Danzo Shimura was not foolish. He knew the mysterious figure was connected to the Senju clan, though he could not pinpoint exactly who. He had initially suspected Uzumaki Mito, but after learning that Senju Tsuyoshi had suffered the same beating, he dismissed that suspicion. He also recognized that if Mito had been responsible, they certainly would not have survived with only superficial injuries. Although Hiruzen Sarutobi had temporarily abandoned his public investigation under Mito Uzumaki's persuasion, he and Danzo Shimura continued to secretly probe into who possessed such formidable strength. Meanwhile, Guehai Dao was far from letting the matter rest. He understood that Hiruzen and the others would never tolerate a power in Konoha beyond their control, so he resolved to undermine their authority and prestige. After much deliberation, he decided to write a book titled The Love and Grudge Between the God of Shinobi and the Shura of the Ninja World to dismantle Hiruzen's self-aggrandizing fabrications. Though Hiruzen had not yet openly promoted himself as Konoha's strongest Hokage, Guehai Dao, being a transmigrator, possessed the greatest advantage of knowing many secrets of the ninja world that remained hidden from others. While he could not reveal too much as someone who had survived from the Warring States period alongside Hashirama Senju and Madara Uchiha, would it not be natural for him to know their stories? Once Guehai Dao had worked through these thoughts, he immediately set to writing. He chronicled the first meeting between Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama, their growing mutual admiration, and their eventual clash as bitter enemies. When he reached the battle at the Valley of the End, he described their immense power with extraordinary detail. Upon completing the manuscript, he dispatched it directly to the Shueisha headquarters in the Land of Fire. The Shueisha headquarters placed great importance on Guehai Dao's work. They not only mass-printed the book, but also sent envoys to Konoha to verify its authenticity, with Kagura Senju the current leader of the Senju clan. Initially bewildered by the sudden visit from Shueisha's executives, Kagura's confusion cleared once he learned they sought verification of the love and grudge between the god of Shinobi and the Shura of the ninja world, at which point he immediately examined the manuscript. Upon reading the remarkably objective portrayal within the book, he naturally expressed his approval and satisfaction with its contents. After receiving confirmation from the Senju clan, Shueisha's executives presented a substantial copyright fee before heading to the Uchiha clan. After reviewing the book, the Uchiha clan also offered a generous copyright fee before the visitors departed. They also arranged an equally significant honorarium for the author, Jianghu Baixioshing. However, since they did not know his true identity, they decided to hold these funds in trust on his behalf. As the book began circulating throughout the ninja world, both shinobi and common folk were left astonished by the revelations of the god of shinobi, Senju Hashirama, and the Shura of the ninja world, Uchiha Madara. While the shinobi had some awareness of the god of shinobi, Senju Hashirama's extraordinary strength, the true extent of his power had remained unclear. Upon learning of both Hashirama and Madara from the book, their understanding was elevated by several ranks. Consequently, the naive and trusting ninjas across all hidden villages became considerably more cautious and discerning. They would no longer be manipulated by their own village's leadership. A similar situation unfolded in Konoha, where 3rd Hokage Hiruzen Sarutobi and Danzo Shimura convened to discuss the ramifications now that the village's shinobi had become absorbed in the love and grudge between the god of shinobi and the Shura of the ninja world. Danzo Hamura and Koharu, what are your thoughts on this matter? Should we move to ban this book from circulating in Konoha? Hiruzen, it's already too late. Most of the ordinary shinobi in Konoha have already read it. Even if we tried to suppress its distribution now, it would make no difference. Furthermore, both the Senju and Uchiha clans are aggressively promoting the love and grudge between the god of shinobi and the Shura of the ninja world. How could they possibly pass up such an excellent opportunity to showcase their clan's prestige? Exactly. Setting aside the Senju clan, the Uchiha have maintained a low profile for quite some time, following Madara's betrayal of Konoha. With such a remarkable chance to rehabilitate their image, it's unthinkable they've let it slip away. Hiruzen, I see no real harm in this. While this does help clear the Uchiha's name, it has also brought Konoha recognition among our clients. We're receiving more mission commissions now, and if you were to suppress this book, employers would question whether our strength truly matches what's described in it. They'd simply redirect their business to other hidden villages. Precisely, Hiruzen. With more missions coming in, we can train additional shinobi and rebuild Konoha's strength faster than ever before. This presents an unprecedented opportunity for our village. Hiruzen, I share that sentiment. Since the publication of the love and grudge between the god of shinobi and the Shura of the ninja world, the Senju clan members, who previously hesitated to participate in the wood release project, have become remarkably enthusiastic. You have no idea. Our tests are no longer short of volunteers. Despite being fully aware of the considerable risks involved, they've all eagerly signed up without hesitation. Danzo, I believe we shouldn't rush the wood release project. If too many Senju clan members perish in quick succession, we'll face severe repercussions from the clan itself, and Mito-sama might discover something amiss. Hiruzen Sarutobi spoke with genuine anxiety. He dreaded the prospect of Uzumaki Mito learning of this, fearing she would hold them accountable. Hiruzen, there's no need for concern. Mito-sama couldn't possibly blame us for this. It was entirely voluntary. Besides, isn't Kagura Senju positioned to take the fall if anything goes wrong? Should any disaster strike, he'd be the first to serve as our scapegoat. Danzo remained entirely unfazed. After all, the Senju clan members had volunteered of their own accord, and they operated with the backing of Kagura as clan leader. If complications arose, they could easily sacrifice him as their shield. Hiruzen deliberated at length before ultimately conceding to Danzo's reasoning. Meanwhile, Guihai Xiaotao had also read the love and grudge between the god of shinobi and the Shura of the ninja world. While she still remembered Senju Hashirama, she had never fully grasped the extent of his power, so she hastened to seek out his mother Senju Tahara to verify whether the account was accurate. Noticing Guihai Xiaodao's obvious agitation, Senju Tahara promptly relayed the matter to Guihai Daodao. Upon learning of his daughter's fervor, Guihai Daodao took her to a secluded location to demonstrate his own abilities. After witnessing Guihai Daodao's power firsthand, Guihai Xiaotao immediately posed the question he had anticipated. Father, who is stronger, you or the first Hokage? Taohua, let me put it this way. If your father were to fight the first Hokage to the death, I might suffer severe injuries, but the first Hokage would die. Guihai Daodao said this with utter seriousness, for he genuinely possessed this confidence. Though Senju Hashirama's wood release was indeed unparalleled in his eyes, and he himself possessed extraordinary regenerative abilities, he truly believed he could kill Senju Hashirama. After all, his combat strength was no inferior to Senju Hashirama's, and his endurance exceeded even that of Hashirama. Senju Hashirama could fight Uchiha Madara for 3 whole days and nights, but his chakra was after all finite, and his techniques consumed it at an alarming rate. Guihai Daodao, on the other hand, was entirely different. Although his techniques consumed immense physical strength, his actual physique and endurance far surpassed Senju Hashirama's. Moreover, after mastering the Rokushiki of the Marine, he naturally also learned animal mode. At full power, he could persist for 5 days and 5 nights. Compared to this, he was absolutely certain he could outlast his opponent. Furthermore, his attack speed was something Senju Hashirama could not match. He had every confidence in dominating Hashirama in combat. If Hashirama did not wish to have his head severed in a single strike, his only option would be to continuously deploy large-area chakra-draining techniques to prevent Guihai Daodao from closing in. Under such circumstances, Senju Hashirama could never hope to win a war of attrition against him. Therefore, he was fully confident he could kill Senju Hashirama. Father, if you are this powerful, why didn't you become Hokage? Guihai Daodao was completely taken aback by his daughter's question. He never expected Guihai Xiaodao to ask such a thing. Taohua, do you really think the position of Hokage is something to be proud of? To be honest with you, your father never had such ambitions. To most people, the position of Hokage seems like a golden prize, but your father's aspirations far exceed becoming Hokage. Taohua, look at the first Hokage. For all his immense strength, he still died in his youth. Your father, however, seeks immortality. Immortality. Guihai Xiaotao was utterly stunned by her father's ambition, having never known that he desired eternal life. Indeed, immortality. Taohua, you may not be aware, but within this ninja world there exist numerous powerful beings with exceptionally long lifespans. Though these beings remain little known to the public, they truly exist. Take for instance the so-called sages residing within the 3 sacred lands of the summoning realm. They have already lived for over 1,000 years, and may perhaps live another 1,000 more. As sages. And they've lived for over a millennium. Guihai Xiaotao's worldview was shattered. She never imagined that the ninja world harbored actual sages, let alone those who had survived for 1,000 years. Called sages perhaps, but in your father's eyes they hardly qualify as true immortals. At best they are mere cultivators who have achieved some measure of success. Setting aside the fact that true immortals possess not only eternal life, but also miraculous abilities such as shouldering mountains and draining seas, soaring through the skies, and burrowing through the earth. The so-called sages of the 3 sacred lands of the summoning realm, despite their reputations, possess neither infinite longevity nor power worthy of the title of sage. The sage of Shikatsu Forest, one of the 3 sacred lands, is nothing more than an extraordinarily oversized slug. It cannot even transform into human form, and its strength is hardly remarkable. The white snake sage of Ryuchi Cave can indeed take human form, but it carries heavy beastly instincts, and its combat prowess is mediocre. It could not even defeat Uchiha Madara. As for the giant toad sage of Myaboku, he fares even worse. Not only can he not transform into a human, but his strength is equally unimpressive, ranking lowest among the so-called 3 great sages. Were it not for his slightly sharper intellect compared to the other 2, he would simply be an old frog that has lived a bit longer. Guihai Daodao found it hard to believe that the toad sage possessed the prophesy technique. If such a power truly existed, would it not have long foreseen that the 6 paths sage Otsutsuki Hakumen still lingered in this world? Moreover, if the toad sage truly possessed the ability to foresee the future, Myaboku would not merely rank among the 3 sacred lands. It would stand as the foremost of all, or perhaps the ninja world would recognize only Myaboku as the singular sacred land. Do not assume that summoned creatures coexist peacefully. In reality, Myaboku and Ryuchi Cave have always been bitter rivals. They not only seek to annihilate each other, but exist in a predator-prey relationship. In the original narrative, when Jiraiya was first summoned to Myaboku, he encountered Ryuchi Cave launching an attack upon it. If they truly coexisted in peace, the great serpent of Ryuchi would never have assaulted Mayaboku. Guihai Dao had once suspected that when Jiraiya was summoned to Mayaboku, it was the ancient toad sage who, upon seeing that Gamabunta and the others were suffering, deliberately activated the reverse summoning technique, since Jiraiya had just employed his summoning jutsu. Since Jiraiya had not yet formed contracts with other summoned creatures, it simply transferred him directly to the battlefield between Ryuchi Cave's great serpent and Mayaboku's toads. Otherwise, how could Jiraiya have been so inexplicably reversed summoned straight into the midst of battle? Father, could I learn the art of immortality from you? Sigh. Taohua, it is not that your father unwilling to teach you, but rather that I myself am still in the exploratory stage of this path. Moreover, you cultivate chakra, an imperfect form of energy. Taohua, you may not be fully aware, but chakra runs counter to the original cultivation methods of this world. This energy is difficult to harmonize with the primal energy of the ninja world. Even if they do merge, their fundamental nature changes. If you wish to attain immortality, you must first comprehensively perceive the world's original energy, then find a way to harmonize it with chakra. Only then might there be the faintest hope of walking the path toward eternal life. Both steps are extraordinarily arduous, and without external guidance achieving them is virtually impossible. Your father alone spent decades merely perceiving the primal energy of this world. For you to sense such energy will not be easy, let alone finding a way to harmonize it with chakra. Do you truly believe this is simple? Hearing this, Guihai Xiaotao was deeply disheartened. Father, could you help me perceive the world's primal energy? Taohua, I cannot assist you with this. However, you may attempt to utilize the so-called 3 sacred lands. Though their cultivation methods harbor significant flaws, they do offer ways for ninjas to perceive the primal energy of this world, albeit through highly unreliable means. Through their guidance, perceiving the primal energy of this world risks infecting the ninja with demonic aura, causing physical transformations. Moreover, even after such infection, there is no guarantee that the absorbed energy will grant the ninja increased longevity. Father, I wish to first attempt perceiving the ninja world's primal energy on my own. If that proves unworkable, I will go to the so-called 3 sacred lands and try my luck there. Guihai Xiaotao's gaze hardened with determination. She too aspired to become an immortal who would never age. Since then, Guihai Xiaotao began accompanying her father Guihai Dao on fishing trips. Every day, Guihai Xiaotao accompanied her father on these fishing excursions, which deeply worried Senju Taohua. Though she understood that her daughter was training under her father, as Guihai Xiaotao grew older day by day, Senju Taohua's anxieties only intensified. Guihai Dao noticed his wife's perpetual frown and naturally understood the reason. He spoke comfortingly, do not worry. Our daughter is extraordinary. Few in Konoha could hope to match her. People of Konoha are already rare jewels throughout the ninja world. If none in Konoha can match our daughter, then she will remain unmarried for life. Senju Taohua's expression darkened even further. Sigh. This is the burden of a powerful kunoichi. You became an older unmarried woman yourself for the very same reason. Although I also feel few in Konoha deserve her, we could still find someone acceptable. The key is to act quickly. Husband, do you have someone in mind? Sigh. Not truly suitable. Merely picking from available options. Senju Taohua well understood her husband's earlier predicament was much like her own. Their union was made possible thanks to Senju Hashirama and the others. Had it not been for them, Guihai Dao might still be unmarried himself. More importantly, she realized her husband may not hold deep affection for her. Which family's young master are you speaking of, husband? Senju Taohua had long since abandoned attempting to contest Guihai Dao's words. Their daughter was already of marriageable age. Among those of suitable years in Konoha with both strength and virtue, there is only Hatake Sakamoto. Hatake Sakamoto. Over the years, Senju Taohua had lived a quiet civilian life alongside Guihai Dao. Much like her husband, she had paid little heed to Konoha's affairs. Though she knew of the Hatake clan, she was uncertain which branch Sakamoto belonged to. Guihai Dao anticipated her confusion and explained, Hatake Sakamoto is currently the most renowned prodigy of the Hatake clan. Any Hatake ninja would know his story. Hearing this, Senju Taohua promptly gathered some vegetables and set out. She could not wait to investigate Hatake Sakamoto herself. Given his age, he might already be engaged, or possibly even married. Guihai Dao, aware of his wife's thoughts, called out, Taohua, I am open-minded. If you find Sakamoto acceptable, let Xiaotao meet him. If they both approve, we shall finalize the arrangement. Should he already be engaged or married, I would still accept him for Xiaotao's sake. Do not burden yourself with other concerns. Senju Taohua was profoundly astonished. Though Konoha did not prohibit polygamy, being a hidden village meant women held high status. Most families would never consent to marry their daughters into a man who already had a wife. After all, their daughter could never be relegated to the status of a concubine. Husband, do you understand what you are saying? I do, Taohua. Do not judge by worldly standards, neither for me nor for our daughter. I Guihai Dao care only for my daughter's happiness. Whether my son-in-law has only one wife or many matters not to me. Share these words with Xiaotao as well. I refuse to let our daughter grow old alone. Senju Taowa was utterly stunned by her husband's astonishing declaration. In the ninja world, formidable women typically held exceptionally demanding standards for their marriage prospects. And not only did the women themselves insist, but their parents and clans were even more rigorous. Now Guihai Dao claimed he disregarded all such conventions, leaving Senju Taowa speechless. Husband you. Taowa worldly rules are but a joke to the strong. And no man is immune to wandering eyes, not even I. As the saying goes, a man without desire for beauty harbors deeper issues. I am a man and I understand men. Sigh. If not for the impossibility of finding a worthy match for our daughter, I would not consider her marrying a man already wed. Should you deem Hitaki Sakamoto suitable, encourage our daughter to pursue him boldly. If he refuses, convey my thoughts to him. Tell him that if he wishes to take additional wives, I would not object. Provided he can match Xiaotao's strength, I shall accept. Senju Taowa was once again astounded. This was not merely about allowing her future son-in-law to marry multiple women. This was clearly about strengthening her future husband. For though Guihai Xiaotao had never attended the ninja academy, her abilities rivaled those of any peer. Moreover, Xiaotao's ninjutsu was masterful, her chakra reserves absurdly vast. More importantly, she had inherited her father Guihai Daodao's supreme art of the drawn blade. Though she had not yet reached the level of drawing and striking dozens of times per second, she had already achieved the ability to draw and strike 10 times within a single second. With such power, Guihai Xiaotao already possessed strength comparable to a Kage, perhaps even surpassing the current third Hokage Sarutobi Hiroshi. In a direct confrontation with Sarutobi Hiroshi, once Xiaotao closed the distance, the Hokage would have only one path: death. Guihai Xiaotao's sole weakness lay in her lack of real combat experience. Her field knowledge was insufficient. Here Guihai Daodao could offer no help, for the gap between them was far too vast. Neither could Senju Taowa assist, for though she held the rank of Jonin, there remained a considerable divide between a Jonin and a Kage-level fighter. In the end, Senju Taowa nodded and departed. She knew her husband rarely meddled in affairs, but once he made a decision, none, not even she, could sway him. As Senju Taowa made her way through the main streets of Konoha, she fortunately encountered Tsunade and Jiraiya, who had just returned from completing a D-rank mission. Tsunade had originally intended to visit the gambling halls, but upon spotting Senju Taowa, she immediately ran toward her. "Auntie Taowa, where are you off to?" Senju Taowa was delighted to see Tsunade, for in past years Tsunade had frequently accompanied Senju Hashirama to their home for meals. Though Senju Taowa harbored no fondness for Tsunade's father, her feelings towards Tsunade, Senju Hashirama, and Senju Tobarama were entirely different. Even though both Senju Hashirama and Senju Tobarama had passed away, she remained deeply fond of Tsunade. Little Tsunade was simply too lovely and delightful. "I was hoping to visit a friend, but she doesn't seem to be home. Little Tsunade, where are you headed?" Tsunade could certainly not say that she intended to visit a gambling parlor, for within the entire Senju clan, only she and her grandfather shared such a fondness for betting. Just as she was feeling awkward, Jiraiya and Orochimaru stepped in to rescue her. "Tsunade, who is this madam?" "Idiot, didn't you hear Tsunade call her great aunt?" "Orochimaru, you're the idiot. This madam is clearly old in generation, if not in years, so why wouldn't I call her madam?" Tsunade understood that Jiraiya and Orochimaru were only trying to help her out of embarrassment, so after giving them an exasperated look, she said, "This is my great aunt. She was formerly a Jonin of the Senju clan, but she has since retired." "A Jonin? And from the Senju clan?" Both Orochimaru and Jiraiya were utterly stunned. The Senju clan had all but vanished from Konoha, and a living Jonin of the Senju bloodline was an exceedingly rare sight indeed. That was many years ago. I am merely a housewife now. By the way, do you happen to know Hitaki Sakumo?" "Hitaki Sakumo? Great Aunt Taowa, why do you ask about him?" Tsunade was puzzled. By all accounts, the Senju Taowa household should never have had any connection with Hitaki Sakumo. "Little Tsunade, you see, my daughter Taowa has reached the age for matchmaking, but she is far too reclusive. I wish to find her a husband who is both capable and of good character, but despite my efforts, I have not yet found anyone suitable. Later I heard rumors that a prodigy had emerged from the Hitaki family, so I thought I should see if he might be a good match. If he proves suitable, I will arrange for a matchmaker to visit their home." Tsunade and the two boys were dumbfounded by Chiyu Taowa's proposal. It was the first time they had ever heard of a woman's family taking the initiative to court a man. And what was even more astonishing was that if the woman herself approved, she would be the one to propose marriage. What sort of custom was this? "Great Aunt Taowa, are you really so anxious to marry off Sister Taowa?" "Sister Taowa? Tsunade, have you confused the generations?" Jiraiya, "Sister Taowa is only 4 years older than me, so of course I should call her sister. Besides, Sister Taowa does not carry the Senju name, so I shall call her whatever I please. Got a problem with that?" I have no objection," Jiraiya said sheepishly. He had merely been caught off guard by Chiyu Taowa's boldness, and had spoken without thinking. "Idiot. You should have been paying attention in class instead of daydreaming." To ease the awkward atmosphere, Orochimaru couldn't resist delivering another cutting remark. Tsunade shot Orochimaru a reproachful glance, then turned back to Chiyu Taowa and said, "Great Aunt Taowa, I know Hitaki Sakumo. He has likely become the head of the Hitaki clan by now. He certainly was a genius in his day, though we have not seen him in quite some time. Hearing this, Chiyu Tawa understood. The Hitaki clan had fallen into decline, and he had likely joined the Konoha Umbu, the shadow warriors who served as the Hokage's personal enforcers. I see. Chiyu Tawa looked somewhat troubled. If Hitaki Tsukumo were merely an ordinary clan head, she could surely leverage her former status as a Senju Jonin to persuade him. But now that he had entered the Umbu, she dared not press the matter. Her family, the Goehai, harbored too many secrets to risk such an alliance. Wait a moment. Chiyu Tawa realized that if her husband Goehai Taodao had specifically told her to convey that Hitaki Tsukumo was a worthy match, it meant he already knew full well of Tsukumo's situation. Otherwise, he would never have advised her to suggest that Tsukumo consider taking multiple wives. So that's how it is. Little Tsunade, what does Hitaki Tsukumo look like? Is he married? Tsunade was shocked by her great aunt's rapid shift in attitude. She had hinted so clearly, yet she still did not believe that great aunt Taohua had failed to catch her meaning. Orochimaru and Jiraiya exchanged a glance, both thoroughly bewildered. Why was this elderly woman so interested in Hitaki Tsukumo? The Umbu was not only the Hokage's direct command, but also Konoha's hidden blade, handling all matters that could not see the light of day. Umbu members' bodies and minds were profoundly shaped by their duties, differing greatly from ordinary ninjas. Most did not fully reintegrate into civilian life until several years after leaving the Umbu. Great Aunt Taohua Hitaki Tsukumo is quite handsome, I suppose. As for whether he is married, I have no idea, though it is most likely not. Great Aunt Taohua, why don't you consider my teammates? I think they are quite decent. Tsunade hoped to dissuade Chiyu Taohua, for she certainly did not wish to see Goehai Xiaodao become a melancholy woman confined to her chambers. Little Tsunade, I understand your intention. Your teammates do seem promising, but unfortunately my husband may not find them satisfactory. As you know, Grandpa Goehai has extremely discerning taste. Hearing this, Jiraiya felt as though he had swallowed something foul. And it was not just him. Even Orochimaru was taken aback. Though Orochimaru did not consider himself exceptionally outstanding, he did have considerable confidence in his appearance and abilities. Madam, why are you so dismissive? Jiraiya, hold your tongue. Grandpa Goehai is a close friend of my grandfather, the first Hokage. Though he is not a ninja, his strength is no less than that of Lord Sarutobi, perhaps even greater. Orochimaru and Jiraiya were once again stunned. A non-ninja possessing strength that rivaled the Hokage. Was such a thing even possible? Jiraiya, Orochimaru, I know you find this hard to believe. Do you really think my grandfather would befriend an ordinary man with no strength at all? Besides, great Aunt Taohua herself is a jonin. Do you truly believe her husband would be some mundane civilian? Jiraiya and Orochimaru finally caught on. Though Konoha did not prohibit marriage between ninja and civilians, female ninja rarely deigned to marry ordinary villagers. Moreover, while the first Hokage was amiable, he was hardly someone who befriended just anyone. From what they knew of the legendary bond between the god of shinobi and the Ashura of the ninja world, the first's only true friend had been the Uchiha Madara, his eternal rival and confidant. Now a certain Grandpa Goehai had appeared, and he had evidently earned the first Hokage's recognition as well. Anyone worthy of the god of shinobi's friendship could hardly be a mere ordinary man. Both Jiraiya and Orochimaru now harbored a strong desire to meet Goehai Taodao. Tsunade too was eager to visit her grandfather Goehai, mainly to plead with him to lower his exacting standards. Great Aunt Taohua, this matter must be decided by Sister Taohua herself. Why don't we ask her opinion first? Chiyu Taohua, having now gathered enough information about Hitaki Tsukumo, felt it was time to discuss the matter with Goehai Xiaotao. She nodded and said, indeed. Since little Tsunade says Hitaki Tsukumo is acceptable, I shall speak with Sister Taohua. Come, this meal is on me. Great Aunt, please treat us to a meal. Upon hearing that Senju Momoka was treating them, Tsunade's eyes immediately lit up. Auntie Momoka, are we going to your house for a meal? Of course. After all, there are two big eaters at home waiting for me to return and cook. Jiraiya and Orochimaru exchanged puzzled glances at Tsunade, and Senju Momoka, unable to understand why Tsunade was so excited. Then let's go quickly. Tsunade urged impatiently, having not visited the Goehai family's home to enjoy their hospitality since her grandfather Senju Hashirama passed away. You little glutton. Senju Momoka found Tsunade's eager demeanor amusing. Senju Momoka led Tsunade and the others back home, where Jiraiya and Orochimaru were utterly astonished by the lush green vegetables growing everywhere. Auntie Momoka, why are you raising pigs now? I thought your family didn't keep pigs before. Tsunade gazed at the newly built pigsty, genuinely puzzled. Alas, you don't know. Your grandpa Goehai now has an enormous appetite. He consumes at least several hundred jin of meat daily. Relying solely on hunting simply isn't enough. Furthermore, game meat carries too strong an unpleasant wild odor and doesn't taste particularly good, so we began raising pigs instead. Several hundred jin. Jiraiya and Orochimaru were completely stunned. Although ninja naturally consumed far more food than ordinary people, they had never heard of anyone capable of eating several hundred jin of meat. Several hundred jin. That. Tsunade was equally dumbfounded. Though she knew Guikai Daitu had a considerable appetite, she had never imagined it was quite this immense. Senju Momoka was not at all surprised by their astonishment. She herself had been rendered speechless when she first learned of it. You all take a seat. I'll go prepare the ingredients now. Senju Momoka gestured for them to sit, then immediately activated her shadow clone jutsu, splitting into 5 clones to begin her work. Jiraiya and Orochimaru had never before witnessed someone employing the shadow clone technique for cooking, which ignited an unusual sense of wonder within them regarding the applications of ninjutsu. Senju Momoka paid them no mind. One of her clones reached into the pigsty, seized a massive 200-gene fat pig in a single stroke, pierced its skull before it could even let out a squeal, and then drove another blade straight through its heart. As crimson blood gushed continuously from the pig's throat, the animal was dispatched. Senju Momoka immediately employed water style to give the pig a thorough cold water rinse, while another clone swiftly activated fire style to singe away all the bristles. Another clone of Senju Momoka quickly scraped away any remaining impurities with a blade, followed by yet another water style cleansing. Then a clone used fire style to scorch the pig's entire body once more, after which the residue was scraped clean again. This cycle repeated several times. After several rounds of such processing, the entire pig was nearly prepared. The subsequent evisceration and further cleaning procedures took barely 10 minutes in total. Ninja truly lived up to their reputation, handling ingredients with unparalleled convenience and speed. Senju Momoka's practiced movements left the 3 of them utterly astounded. They had never imagined her techniques could be so flawlessly efficient. After completing these tasks, Senju Momoka retrieved numerous cured meats and other provisions from her storage area, then set about cooking before the astonished gaze of Tsunade and the others. As dish after dish was placed upon the table, Tsunade and her companions were rendered speechless by the staggering quantity of food. After a long pause, Jiraiya finally couldn't contain himself and spoke. Tsunade, are you certain this is meant to be lunch for just a few people? Tsunade shot Jiraiya a sidelong glance before replying. Didn't Annie Momoka already mention it? My grandpa Guikai consumes several hundred gene of meat every single day. By mealtime, Guikai Xiaotao returned first, carrying a bucket of fish in one hand and a fishing rod in the other. The moment she spotted Tsunade, she immediately set down the bucket and rod and rushed forward to embrace her. Sister Tsunade, you've come. And you brought friends. Yes, Sister Tawa. This is Jiraiya, and this is Orochimaru. They're my teammates. By the way, Sister Tawa, why have you taken up fishing like Grandpa Guikai? Tsunade was fully aware that Guikai Xiaotao had previously disliked fishing. After introducing Jiraiya and Orochimaru to her, she promptly voiced her question. Guikai Xiaotao nodded politely to Jiraiya and Orochimaru while explaining to Tsunade. It's nothing special. I'm doing it for cultivation. Cultivation? Jiraiya and Orochimaru failed to comprehend how fishing related to cultivation whatsoever. Sister Taohua, where is Grandpa Guikai? Father went hunting. He should be returning shortly. Hardly had her words settled when Guikai Daitu appeared before them, shouldering a massive tiger weighing over 1,000 gene. Greetings, Grandpa Guikai. Tsunade immediately offered her respects upon seeing Guikai Daitu carrying the tiger. Jiraiya and Orochimaru finally regained their composure and turned their attention to Guikai Daido, whose appearance completely defied their expectations. They had expected an elderly man with silver-haired brows, but what met their eyes was a middle-aged man appearing no older than 30. Moreover, this middle-aged man stood approximately 6 feet tall, with a muscular build, looking even younger than Senju Momoka. Tsunade, is this your so-called Grandpa Guikai? He's far too young. Jiraiya couldn't help but grumble to Tsunade. This was hardly an elderly grandfather figure. Clearly, just a middle-aged man. So it's little Tsunade who has arrived. And are these your teammates? Guikai Daitu naturally recognized both Jiraiya and Orochimaru, given that their attire and appearances closely resembled their original counterparts. After all, this was a real world and human features naturally differed from their animated depictions. Grandpa Guikai is just as ever. How do you maintain such youthfulness? Hell, I have no idea myself. Guikai Daitu chuckled good-naturedly while tossing the massive tiger onto the ground. Orochimaru gazed at the tiger on the ground, his eyes filled with astonishment. This is a ninja beast, one possessing at least Chunin-level strength. Considering that Tsunade and the others currently possessed Chunin-level power, ninja beasts were exceedingly rare in the ninja world, making a Chunin-tier beast all the more extraordinary. Orochimaru, you noticed it as well. Jiraiya was notably serious this time, his usual light-hearted demeanor entirely absent. Since arriving here, they had remained in a constant state of shock. First witnessing Senju Momoka employing ninjutsu for cooking, then learning that Taohua considered fishing a form of cultivation, and now discovering that Guikai Daitu treated a Chunin-level tiger beast merely as a meat source. Their understanding of reality was rapidly unraveling. Nonsense, it's glaringly obvious. Do you really think everyone is as blind as you? Orochimaru and the other did not speak aloud, but communicated through their squad's secret signals. However, their subtle movements could not escape the other Chunin present. Yet no one paid much attention to their teammates' gestures. After all, ninjas were inherently vigilant and cautious, otherwise they would hardly qualify as competent shinobi. Orochimaru Jiraiya, that's enough. As my grandfather Guihai's friend, and by virtue of my status as a son-in-law of the Senju clan, there is nothing wrong with him. And do you truly believe your little schemes are hidden? My grandfather Guihai, what level of strength does he possess? Don't you think your covert actions look exactly like children playing tricks in his eyes? Tsunade could no longer bear to watch. She felt deeply ashamed of her teammates' mindless and presumptuous behavior. Enough now, little Tsunade. It's only natural for ninjas to act this way. When ninjas arrive at an unfamiliar place and encounter a stranger, showing no vigilance would be the real anomaly. Just as Guihai was about to ease the tension between Jiraiya and Orochimaru, Chiyo's Senju nearby had drifted into a daze. By the time Guihai noticed, Chiyo had already snapped back to reality, yet the worry in her eyes had not dissipated. Chiyo, what are you worrying about? Is it because you're afraid of growing older? Guihai had long sensed something was amiss. After nearly 2 decades together, his appearance had hardly changed, while Chiyo, still under 40, seemed older than him. How could he not understand what she feared? Moreover, Jiraiya's words earlier had struck her like a sharp blade. Chiyo, don't worry. This world is full of wonders. I'm certain there must exist secret techniques to preserve youth. Though they may not yet be known, you could attempt to discover and develop them yourself. Is that really true? Of course. As far as I know, Fuinjutsu is extraordinarily powerful. Why not seek out Mito-sama for assistance? I believe the Uzumaki clan's sealing techniques would greatly benefit you. Although Guihai did not harbor romantic feelings for Chiyo, she had accompanied him for nearly 20 years and had borne his daughter Kohai Mamamomo. Naturally, he did not wish to see her live in constant fear and anxiety. Grandfather Guihai, are there really secret techniques for preserving youth? Tsunade, being a woman herself, was naturally very interested in such matters. Absolutely. Even if they don't exist yet, you could create them yourself. Surely you don't believe all ninjutsu and secret techniques appear out of thin air? Well, I suppose that's true. Tsunade pondered for a moment and found his reasoning sound. Uncle Guihai, creating ninjutsu and secret techniques is no easy task. Most people find it nearly impossible to invent their own. Jiraiya pursed his lips. He certainly didn't believe ninjutsu and secret techniques were so easily created. He himself struggled just learning existing ones. Hey, young Jiraiya, that's simply because you're not clever enough. You may not know, but a large portion of Konoha's Forbidden Scroll collection was created by the second Hokage Tobirama Senju. The number of ninjutsu and forbidden techniques he devised is countless. In his brief lifetime, he created more techniques than you could spend a lifetime studying. Hearing this, Orochimaru's eyes began to gleam. Uncle Guihai, is ninjutsu really this easy to create? Guihai looked at the delighted Orochimaru and replied calmly, it depends on the person. Your master, the third Hokage, created only one technique. But for the second Hokage Tobirama Senju, creating ninjutsu was as natural as eating and drinking. As far as I know, he not only invented the shadow clone technique, but also created a forbidden jutsu capable of summoning the dead back to this world. This forbidden technique can summon the souls of the deceased from pure land for his use, and can even resurrect the dead. Of course, that forbidden jutsu was far from perfect at the time. Otherwise, he wouldn't have perished in that great war. Jiraiya and the others were utterly stunned. They never imagined Konoha harbored so many secrets. Grandfather Guihai, how could my second great-grandfather study such a forbidden technique? Little Tsunade, this is not strange. Although Tobirama Senju was a genius of the ninja world, he was still mortal. His extensive research into ninjutsu and forbidden techniques naturally set his mindset apart from ordinary people. Moreover, the battle at the Valley of the End had a profound impact on him. After witnessing the power of Uchiha Madara and his elder brother Hashirama Senju, he began to harbor ambitious thoughts. Tell me, if he had managed to control both Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama for his own purposes, wouldn't Konoha have continued to dominate the ninja world? Unfortunately, his research was already nearing completion when that great war broke out, throwing everything into chaos. He was forced to temporarily abandon it, though he never imagined he would never have the chance to finish his work. Grandfather Guihai, this kind of ninjutsu violates basic morality. How could my second great-grandfather do such a thing to the departed? Tsunade grew somewhat angered. She simply could not believe her second great-grandfather would desecrate the dead. Little Tsunade, wake up. The ninja world is a cruel place. Putting aside the fact that your second great-grandfather Tobirama survived from the Warring States period, even your teacher Hiruzen Sarutobi, the Hokage, is engaged in profoundly inhumane activities. Hearing Guihai speak thus, Tsunade fell silent. Noticing the tense atmosphere, Chiyo quickly interjected. All right, let's eat first or the food will get cold. Guihai also felt it best to let Tsunade and the others process what they'd heard. Otherwise, they would surely report today's conversation to Hiruzen Sarutobi. While he feared neither the man nor the consequences, it would only make him more vulnerable to the watchful eyes of those ancient manipulators who had lived for over 1,000 years, something beneficial to no one. So he chimed in. Yes, let's eat first. If there's anything else you'd like to know, ask me after the meal. I'll do my best to answer all your questions. Orochimaru and Jiraiya exchanged glances, then without a word seamlessly pulled Tsunade toward the dining table. At that moment Tsunade also came to her senses. The person before her was her grandfather's close friend. He surely knew many things she did not. She resolved to question him thoroughly after the meal. Seeing this, Chiyo and Kohai immediately began serving rice. Sensing the strained atmosphere, neither dared to insert themselves into the conversation. Tsunade ate her meal with no real appetite. Though the food was delicious to her, it tasted like nothing, as if chewing on wax. Kohai and the other two were a different story. Like always, they devoured the food before them with great enthusiasm. Orochimaru and the others were startled by Kohai's speed and manner of eating. He consumed food as casually as drinking water. Placing pieces of meat to his lips, they slid off the bones like flowing water into his mouth, then poured into his stomach with the same effortless ease. After finishing the meal, Uchiha Taohua and Uchiha Xiaotao left home. Everyone present was well aware of what they intended to do, but Tsunade and the others were no longer in the mood to concern themselves with such matters at the moment. Grandfather Uchiha, what you said earlier about teacher Sarutobi. Seeing Tsunade's urgency, Uchiha Tato did not hold back. The third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, may seem like the perfect teacher and Hokage in your eyes, but is he truly as flawless as you believe? For one, he used the Wood Release Project to cruelly eliminate countless members of the Senju clan in his pursuit of absolute control over Konoha. Moreover, he orchestrated the mysterious deaths of ninja from both the Senju and Uchiha clans to secure his position as Hokage. Can you really claim he acted solely for the sake of the village hidden in the leaves? That previous Great War, though damaging to Konoha, was nowhere near enough to justify the catastrophic losses the village suffered. The devastating casualties incurred by the Hitaki clan and other minor Konoha families were also the result of calculations made by him and the current village leadership. You may not be aware, but the exorbitant consumption of ninja is entirely driven by self-interest. Great clans strictly control the training ratio of commoner ninja to protect their own interests, and major clans suppress the rise of lesser families for the same reason. This is a widespread phenomenon across the ninja world, and Konoha is no exception. Orochimaru fell silent. He had long sensed many inconsistencies, but had never fully understood them. Given that he was only 11 or 12 years old at the time, he had chosen not to delve deeper. Jiraiya and Tsunade were even more bewildered. One had been sheltered from the world's harsh realities, while the other was an innocent commoner ninja. Neither had any understanding of the filth lurking within the realms of power and politics. Grandfather Uchiha, what is the Wood Release Project? Tsunade desperately wanted to know how the project had harmed the Senju clan. Uchiha Taodao glanced at Tsunade and replied calmly, the so-called Wood Release Project aims to recreate the Wood Release Kekkei Genkai that belonged to your grandfather Senju Hashirama. They believe that your grandfather was called the god of shinobi solely because of Wood Release, and they elevated Wood Release to the title of the #1 Kekkei Genkai in the ninja world. What absurd nonsense. Your grandfather Senju Hashirama was hailed as the god of shinobi because of his own immense strength. Yet they foolishly believed it was Wood Release that made him who he was. How backwards. Uchiha Madara was called the Azura of the shinobi world. Do you think that was because of his Sharingan? Uncle Uchiha, isn't that true? Jiraiya said with a hint of disdain, believing that Uchiha Taodao was speaking complete nonsense. Had the entire Uchiha clan possesses the Sharingan. Then why haven't they all become the Azura of the shinobi world? A ninja becomes strong through constant self-transcendence. If everyone relied solely on Kekkei Genkai, the ninja world would look nothing like it does today. The Senju, Uchiha, Hyuga, and Uzumaki clans are all ancient noble houses with bloodlines of unparalleled purity. There are even rumors that the Sharingan originated from the Byakugan. If that were true, wouldn't that make the Hyuga clan the strongest in the ninja world? Kekkei Genkai and noble bloodline only represent a high starting point. Otherwise, tell me, by what right did Hiruzen Sarutobi become the third Hokage? Grandfather Uchiha, trying to recreate Wood Release is not inherently wrong. How did they use this project to harm the Senju clan? Little Tsunade, you are far too young to understand. The origin of your grandfather's Wood Release is shrouded in mystery. Attempting to recreate it is nothing short of ridiculous. Unable to find a way to recreate Wood Release, they resorted to transplanting cells from your grandfather Senju Hashirama, hoping to awaken the dormant genes hidden within the Senju bloodline. But did they ever consider that your grandfather's cells are far beyond what ordinary people can endure? The cells of Senju Hashirama possess tremendous corrosive power, and ninja of the Senju clan themselves cannot withstand the fusion. Once Hiruzen Sarutobi and the others discovered this, they plotted their filthy scheme. The Senju clan suffered heavy losses during the last Great War, and their reputation plummeted. When Hiruzen Sarutobi proposed recreating Wood Release, the Senju clan's leadership eagerly agreed, without hesitation. However, as the Senju ninja who volunteered for the experiment continued to die one by one, fewer and fewer were willing to participate. With voluntary volunteers dwindling, the Senju leadership and Hiruzen Sarutobi turned their attention to ordinary people who carried Senju blood. Little Tsunade, your father played a significant role in this project. before that they even set their sights on your sister Taowa. After hearing all of this, Tsunade's face turned deathly pale. She never imagined her father was involved in this. Uncle Uchiha, the injuries on teacher's face recently. Your guess is correct. I was the one who did it. Uchiha Taodao confessed openly, leaving Jiraiya utterly astonished. Jiraiya, do you really think I fear your master? Let me be frank, although the ninja world's currents are deep, Hiruzen Sarutobi is merely a minor figure within it. Killing him would be as easy as raising my hand. You may think I'm boasting since your master is undeniably Konoha's strongest on the surface. Indeed, your master is Konoha's strongest warrior in the open. But among all of Konoha, there is one other person who could easily kill him. That person is none other than little Tsunade's grandmother, Senju. Tsunade's grandmother. Both Jiraiya and Orochimaru were stunned. Isn't Tsunade's grandmother simply the wife of the first Hokage? Precisely. The wife of the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama, was originally a princess of the Land of Whirlpools. That land was established by the Uzumaki clan, who were renowned across the ninja world for their sealing techniques. Moreover, the Uzumaki clan's chakra reserves were not merely equal to, but actually surpassed those of the Senju clan. Lady Mito's prowess in sealing jutsu was extraordinary. Her chakra reserves were immense, and she served as the host of the Nine Tails for Konoha. If Lady Mito desired to kill Hiruzen Sarutobi, he would have no choice but to submit to his fate. You may assume that Lady Mito's strength comes from the Nine Tails granting her endless chakra, but no, you are mistaken. Lady Mito's true brilliance lies in her mastery of sealing techniques. You may not be aware, but the lineage of sealing jutsu is far older than both chakra and ninjutsu. Perhaps you all believe the ninja world was created by the Sage of Six Paths, but is that truly the case? In ancient times there were no ninja in the shinobi world. The world once followed different lineages and traditions, but those paths eventually fractured and fell into ruin. The Sage of Six Paths rose to prominence, founding the shinobi sect. During the era of the shinobi sect, ninja triumphed over all other lineages, giving rise to the ninja world we know today. Orochimaru finally understood. When they spoke of the Sage of Six Paths creating the ninja world, they meant that the origins of ninja power traced back to the Sage of Six Paths, not that the world itself was created by him. Grandfather Guahai, how did you come to know these things? Tsunade looked at Guahai Daotao with some confusion, as she simply couldn't understand. How little Tsunade, your ninja, all neglect history and culture, spending their days only on missions. In your eyes, missions matter more than anything. In reality, the strongest force in the ninja world isn't jutsu, but knowledge. Why was your second grandfather Senju Tobarama able to create so many forbidden techniques? It's precisely because he possessed extensive knowledge about jutsu. Do you even know anyone in this era who takes an interest in history? Konoha's history spans barely 2 decades, and within such a brief span, you've nearly forgotten that Konoha was founded by Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama together. If not for the publication of the love and hatred between the god of ninjas and the Ashura of the ninja world, you would only know that Uchiha Madara betrayed Konoha and wouldn't even know the name Konoha originated from him. As for how I learned of this, I naturally gathered it from legends and historical texts passed down since the Warring States period. Moreover, I'm roughly the same age as your grandfather. I survived 30 years in the chaotic Warring States before settling in Konoha. Longevity itself is capital. Things you've witnessed, I've witnessed too. Things you haven't, I've witnessed as well. And that book, The Love and Hatred Between the God of Ninjas and the Ashura of the Ninja World, was written by my own hands. Otherwise, who do you think would know your grandfather and Uchiha Madara so intimately? The three, Tsunade included, were utterly stunned. They never could have imagined that Guahai Daodao was the legendary Bai Shaosheng of the Jianghu. Then, Uncle Guahai, are you really the Bai Shaosheng of the Jianghu? Naturally. Who else among you could possibly know the first Hokage and Uchiha Madara so well? Orochimaru and the others found his reasoning sound. Since the Bai Shaosheng of the Jianghu knew so intimately every detail between the first Hokage and Uchiha Madara, he naturally had to be someone from their era in Konoha. No author could possibly write with such clarity without having lived through it. The only ones who could speak to their secrets with such certainty would be themselves, but they're both long dead now. That leaves only their closest friends as the source of such first-hand accounts. The first Hokage's companions were limited to Uchiha Madara and Guahai Daodao. As for Uchiha Madara's friends, come now, did he even have any? This is precisely why Guahai Daotao revealed his true identity as the Bai Shaosheng of the Jianghu before Tsunade and the others. He couldn't afford to let such a matter go unexamined. Uncle Guahai, do you realize what impact your book The Love and Hatred Between the God of Ninjas and the Ashura of the Ninja World has had on the Senju clan? Orochimaru's expression darkened. Drawing from what Guahai Daodao had said earlier, he immediately understood the consequences that book would have on the Senju descendants. I'm well aware of that. At most, it will simply drive them all to aspire to become the next Senju Hashirama. Don't delude yourself into thinking that if I hadn't written The Love and Hatred Between the God of Ninjas and the Ashura of the Ninja World, they could resist the temptation to become the next Senju Hashirama. Even if I had never written that book, do you truly believe they wouldn't still crave to become the next Senju Hashirama? Forget whether they want it or not. Do you really think Hiruzen Sarutobi and the Konoha elders wouldn't employ other means to manipulate them? Orochimaru, you're far too naive. Politics at its core is nothing more than deception and compromise. To maintain their grip on Konoha's true power, Hiruzen and his faction would undermine or eliminate the Senju clan's influence through various means. Besides, do you really think the Senju clan were good people? Setting aside the Senju elders like Tsunade's father, even Senju Tobarama, the second Hokage, was no virtuous man himself. Long after Konoha's founding, he had already begun conducting human experiments, and he systematically suppressed the Uchiha clan. Where do you think his forbidden jutsu came from if not through such means? Tsunade's worldview shattered at Guihai Daotao's words. She never imagined her second grandfather would be viewed so unfavorably. When Jiraiya noticed Tsunade's expression darkening at Guihai Daotao's words, he couldn't help but respond sharply. Uncle Guihai, how could the second Hokage possibly suppress the Uchiha clan? Guihai Daotao paid no mind to Jiraiya's accusation and replied slowly. You should understand the relationship between the Senju and Uchiha clans. Senju Tobarama harbored significant prejudice against the Uchiha from the start. When Uchiha Madara fell out with his elder brother, the first Hokage, and later attacked Konoha with the Nine Tails, causing the first Hokage to suffer grave injuries and eventually die prematurely. All of this served as the catalyst. To curb the Uchiha clan's rise, Senju Tobarama placed the Konoha military police force under their control. On the surface, it appeared he was empowering them, but in truth, it was a calculated move to constrain them. Consider it carefully. The Uchiha military police held substantial authority, yet their role inevitably positioned the Uchiha against everyone else in Konoha. You may not grasp why this is so. Let me explain. Wherever people gather, there exists a Jianghu, a world of competing interests and inherent conflicts. As Konoha's enforcement division, the Uchiha military police naturally found themselves at the center of this swirling conflict. Every major clan and commoner in Konoha seeking to make a living would inevitably clash with them, entangling the Uchiha in disputes with everyone in the village. This wouldn't necessarily be problematic if handled carefully, but any misstep would leave the Uchiha resented by all. Had the Uchiha been more tactful in their dealings, the situation might have been manageable, but they were notoriously rigid and inflexible. As a prominent clan with a millennium legacy in the ninja world, their arrogance and sense of superiority naturally led them to view matters from an elevated perspective, a stance that in isolation posed no real issue. Yet the Jianghu extends beyond mere conflict. It encompasses the intricate web of human relationships and social dynamics. Given their haughty disposition, the Uchiha would inevitably alienate everyone around them. As resentment accumulated gradually among the villagers, a single instigation from a scheming mind would prove sufficient to make life increasingly difficult for the Uchiha in Konoha. What fate would await them under such circumstances? Orochimaru and the others followed Guihai Daotao's reasoning and couldn't suppress a shiver. In the ninja world, unlike other realms, a powerful clan that can no longer endure life within a hidden village faces only two paths: rebellion or gradual destruction. There is no third option. As for those who suggest the clan could simply leave with all their members, how do you truly believe this is some ordinary world? In a world shaped by supernatural forces, no major power would ever permit a formidable clan to depart unchecked, especially one possessing such intimate knowledge of their operations. Allowing such a clan to become an adversary would be unthinkable. Tsunade found it difficult to accept. She had never imagined that her second grandfather's decision to place the Uchiha clan in charge of Konoha's security forces carried considerations of such a nature. What is your true purpose in revealing all this to us? Orochimaru asked with a grave expression. After deep contemplation, he conceded that Guihai Daotao's words held merit, yet he could not fathom why the man would choose to share such information with them. From the fragmented remarks of Tsunade and Senju Momoka, he had gathered that Guihai Daotao surely lacked any naive sentimentality. After all, a man who had survived by scraping a living in the underground black markets since the Warring States period could never have harbored such innocence, or he would never have lived to see this day. Guihai Daotao did not feel anger toward Orochimaru's skepticism. Instead, he found himself involuntarily approving of the young ninja. Orochimaru is indeed a rare scientist in the ninja world. His response is commendable. Guihai Daotao turned his gaze toward the wary Orochimaru and spoke calmly. To be honest, I am telling you this entirely because of young Tsunade, who told Momoka and Taohua to grow so fond of her. Young Tsunade is far too naive to the point of foolishness. I fear she will one day find herself alone and cast out of Konoha. Moreover, if I do not let her glimpse the brutal truths of this ninja world, the Senju clan may face complete annihilation. Though the fate of the Senju clan holds no particular significance for me, I refuse to see Konoha become a private domain for Hiruzen Sarutobi and Danzo Shimura. Such an outcome would serve no interest of mine. That is why I have shared these matters with you. Tsunade had initially believed Guihai Daotao was warning her of danger from Konoha's current leadership, and she was on the verge of being moved. only to hear him call her foolishly naive. Grandfather Goehai, are you asking me to do something like this? Given the current circumstances, the only way to prevent the annihilation of the Senju clan is to seek your grandmother's intervention. If she appears, your father will certainly be stripped of his position as clan head. The Konoha leadership, including Hiruzen Sarutobi, will fear her influence and spare the remaining Senju clan members. Goehai Doudou spoke, coolly certain that Uzumaki Mito would stop Senju-ko from carrying out his folly. Mr. Goehai, if Tsunade follows your plan, won't her father be doomed? Orochimaru detected the hidden implications within Goehai's calm words. If Goehai Doudou's plan were carried out exactly as described, Tsunade's father would inevitably be made a scapegoat by Konoha's leadership. After all, he had agreed to every step. Young Tsunade's father not only consented but also participated in the wood release plan alongside Hiruzen and the others. His fate is sealed. How could someone as foolish as the head of the prestigious Senju clan deserve any mercy? Besides, do you truly believe Hiruzen and the Konoha leadership would spare him even after the Senju clan is wiped out? Both Orochimaru and Tsunade fell silent. Naruto, ever devoted to Tsunade, naturally could not bear the thought of her father meeting such a fate. Is there truly no way to save him? Naruto, do you really think the son of the legendary god of shinobi, who managed the Senju clan for barely long enough to nearly bring about the greatest family in the ninja world's destruction, still deserves to live? Have you considered the Senju clan members he sent to participate in the wood release plan, the descendants of that great clan? And when he has brought his house to this ruin, do you truly believe he has the face to continue breathing? This time, even Naruto fell silent. The Senju clan, once the greatest family in the ninja world, numbered in the thousands. If almost all of them had been willingly handed over to their enemies by their own clan head, then, were he still living, his people would never trust him again, and perhaps death would have been a kinder end. Grandfather Goehai, is there any possibility we could bring all the leadership down? If we could kill them, all the better. Tsunade now felt not even the slightest affection toward Hiruzen Sarutobi. That is impossible. Hiruzen Sarutobi is the Hokage of Konoha. If his treachery were exposed, the entire village would suffer. The morale of Konoha's people would fracture. Once Konoha loses the trust of its people, its destruction is only a matter of time. Furthermore, the waters of the ninja world run far deeper than you realize. If Konoha faced existential crisis, there would undoubtedly be those who refuse to accept such an outcome. What might arise from that I cannot predict. Grandfather Goehai, who are you speaking of? And how powerful are these people you mention? Goehai Doudou did not answer immediately. Instead, he studied the three of them intently, then spoke. Young Tsunade, tell me, what do you consider the pinnacle of strength in this ninja world? And how do you classify the ranks of ninja? Tsunade paused, then answered without hesitation. Grandfather Goehai, the strongest figure in ninja history, should be the sage of six paths, long since passed away. As for ranks, ninja are classified as Academy Student Chunin Jonin and Elite Jonin. Goehai Doudou heard what he recognized as the standard textbook answer. His lips twitched slightly. As I suspected, you are far too young. The greatest power in ninja history belonged not to the sage of six paths himself, but to his mother. Even the sage fell short of her caliber. Your understanding of ninja ranks is also flawed. Yes, there are Academy students, Chunin Jonin and Elite Jonin, but beyond Elite Jonin there exists another layer of distinction. Take the Kage of the 5 great villages, for instance. We call that tier Kage level. Yet even that is insufficiently detailed. Among Kage level ninja, there are vast differences in strength. For example, Hiruzen Sarutobi, the 3rd Hokage, was merely an ordinary Kage level ninja. The 2nd Hokage, Senju Tobirama, stood at the absolute peak of that tier. Your grandfather, the 1st Hokage, Senju Hashirama, and Uchiha Madara, I would classify them as super Kage level, far beyond ordinary Kage. Above that lies the 6 paths tier. You may not fully grasp the significance of these distinctions. From my writings in Romance of the God of Shinobi and the Ninja's Demon, you witnessed how terrifyingly powerful Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama were in their prime. Yet you cannot yet comprehend the true terror of the 6 paths tier. Let me be straightforward, the 6 paths tier represents the absolute ceiling for those born with innate talent. But for a ninja to actually reach that level is as difficult as climbing to heaven. As far as I know, a ninja at the 6 paths level could live for several centuries. Ninjutsu and Kekkei Genkai of the ninjutsu variety are entirely useless against them. Moreover, a 6 paths level ninja could move freely through the skies and even survive in the vacuum of space. Tsunade and the others were utterly stunned by Goehai Doudou's description of 6 paths level power. Of course, there were ninjas in the world capable of flight, but that was merely a physical feat. The fact that ninjutsu and Kekkei Genkai held no effect whatsoever against them made the notion even more terrifying. If a regular ninja were to encounter a 6 paths level being, they would be completely at their mercy. Was this not nothing short of divinity itself? Goehai Haidao had barely finished speaking when Orochimaru's eyes lit up. Grandfather Goehai, since you know all this, do you also know how one might become a powerhouse at the 6 paths level? Goehei Haidao had heard every change in Orochimaru's form of address with perfect clarity, from the initial Uncle Goehei to Mr. Goehei and finally Grandfather Goehei. The boy's shifting inner thoughts were revealed through his manner of address with telling precision. I do know a thing or two about this, but I fear it lies beyond your reach. How arduous is the path to 6 paths level power. Only those endowed with supreme perseverance, extraordinary fortune, and profound wisdom can hope to succeed. Supreme perseverance, extraordinary fortune, profound wisdom. Orochimaru and the other two exchanged puzzled glances. Precisely. Supreme perseverance means unyielding dedication to the pursuit of strength. Extraordinary fortune denotes possessing overwhelming destiny. And profound wisdom refers to exceptional comprehension and insight. All three are indispensable. One cannot compensate for the absence of another. Tsunade and the other two were stunned. They possessed the perseverance to be sure, but overwhelming fortune and exceptional wisdom were hardly matters within their control. Grandfather Goehei, might there still be a chance for us? Goehei Haidao glanced at the trio, then said calmly, Orochimaru possesses profound wisdom. Jiraiya has rare perseverance. Young Tsunade enjoys no mean fortune. This was no idle words. Tsunade indeed possessed formidable luck, though much of it had been consumed merely in preserving her life. In truth, it was not merely Tsunade. All three bore reasonable fortune. Yet their luck paled beside that of the children of destiny who stood around them. Upon hearing these words, a flicker of excitement flashed across the faces of Orochimaru and the other two. Grandfather Goehei, then how might one cultivate to the 6 paths level? As far as I am aware, to reach the 6 paths level 1, must first cultivate all 7 nature transformations of chakra to their pinnacle and then harmonize these 7 attributes. Do you truly believe yourselves capable of such a feat? Having said this, Goehei Haidao departed to tend to the great tiger he had hunted, leaving Tsunade and the other two in bewilderment. They were all aware of the 7 nature transformations of chakra, yet none among them harbored the confidence to master all 7, let alone refine each to its ultimate peak. In the end, all 3 departed in a daze. The volume of information they had absorbed that day had been simply too vast, leaving their minds otherwise occupied. Meanwhile, Senju Taohua was speaking with Goehei Xiaodao about Hatake Sakomo's condition, and she passed along the meaning behind Goehei Haido's words as well. Goehei Xiaodao fell somewhat silent. She understood. Her father feared she would be unable to cultivate the art of longevity, and therefore did not wish for her to grow old in solitude. Mother, I understand. I will follow father's wishes. At that very moment, within a certain terrestrial immortal's cave in the border region of the Land of Fire. Black Zetsu, White Zetsu, what major events have occurred in the ninja world these years? Madara, an interesting figure has appeared in the ninja world. He has actually written down the events concerning you and Senju Hashirama. Is that so? Find that person. I wish to see for myself who this individual might be. Yes. The black and white Zetsu merged into the rock formations. Uchiha Madara gazed upon his own wrinkled skin and murmured to himself, immortality. This is far too difficult. Meanwhile, after departing the underground cave, the black and white Zetsu began to converse once more. Black Zetsu Uchiha Madara has not yet abandoned his pursuit of immortality. Should we perhaps reveal something to him? Not yet. First we must locate the one who has disrupted our plans, then devise a way to eliminate him. Otherwise Uchiha Madara will never relinquish his obsession. But we possess not even the slightest clue regarding that universal informant of the mortal realm. Where are we to find him? This is simple. Since that person knows so intimately of the affairs between Uchiha and Senju Hashirama, it follows that he must have had dealings with both Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara. One who had connections with both Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara would naturally be located in Konoha. We need only search there. Konoha. Indeed, Konoha. Those who could recount the deeds of Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama with such clarity would naturally be found there. Moreover, this person likely hails from the same era as Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama. One who survived from the Warring States period to the present day would certainly be quite advanced in years. We need only investigate which veterans of the Warring States era remain in Konoha, and the matter will become clear. Black Zetsu, having lived for over 1,000 years, proved himself a master manipulator. His wisdom and breadth of experience naturally far exceeded that of ordinary mortals. They made their way to Konoha without hesitation and proceeded directly to the village's archive room. After conducting their investigation, they discovered that only Uzumaki Mido and Senju Taohua had survived from the Warring States period to the present day. Indeed, their suspicions immediately fell upon Uzumaki Mido and Senju Taohua. After all, according to Konoha's records, Goehei Haidao was merely an ordinary villager. In their estimation, an ordinary villager could hardly possess knowledge of the secrets surrounding Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara. Uzumaki Mido was the wife of Senju Hashirama, so of course she would be privy to information regarding Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama. However, as the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails, she would never publicly disclose such sensitive intelligence about Hashirama and Madara. Moreover, Uzumaki Mido possessed extraordinary sensory abilities. Let us set her aside for now. Then the remaining possibility is Senju Taohua, that former jonin of the Senju clan. White Zetsu dispatched some clones to test Senju Taohua. Very well. As you command. White Zetsu immediately divided and sent forth a group of clones to infiltrate below. The main bodies meanwhile departed Konoha, fearful that the army they had previously brought to the village might be discovered by Uzumaki Mido. Goeihai Haidao had detected the presence of the black and white Zetsu the moment they infiltrated Konoha, though he did not concern himself with it. Based on his understanding of the ninja world, he had already guessed their identities. Knowing that the black and white Zetsu had come to investigate, the universal informant Goeihai Haidao decided to pay a visit to Uchiha Madara himself. After all, Madara should have awakened by now. Goeihai Haidao was well aware that after Uchiha Madara completely integrated Senju Hashirama's cells, he would require a period of deep slumber. Hashirama's cells not only bestowed tremendous power upon him, but also stirred the Indra chakra dormant within his body. Once awakened, Indra's chakra would consume a portion of the Asura chakra within him. The fusion of these two unique forms of chakra would grant Uchiha Madara the Rinnegan, a feat far from easy to accomplish. The current Uchiha Madara was unlike the Uchiha Sasuke of later years. In the original chronicles, it was only with the aid of the Sage of Six Paths, Otsutsuki Himura's predecessor, that Uchiha Sasuke awakened the Rinnegan. Without any assistance, Uchiha Madara would require no small measure of time to awaken the Rinnegan. Thus, Goeihai Haidao was certain that Madara would fall into a deep slumber. And to ensure their safety, the black and white Zetsu would naturally wait until Uchiha Madara awoke before venturing into the ninja world to gather intelligence. Since they had now appeared in Konoha, it meant that Uchiha Madara had already regained consciousness. Kazuki Kaidao immediately retrieved the mask he had not worn in years, and the samurai sword once used to take lives. These were all things he had used before. Of course, he now possessed superior alternatives, but wielding that blade would allow Uchiha Madara to recognize him, for Uchiha Madara had once secretly observed him at his peak. Using hunting as a pretext, Kazuki Kaidao departed Konoha through the Death Forest. The patrolling ninja of Konoha could never have detected Kazuki Kaidao soaring past their heads. Nearly at the same time, within the Senju compound, Uzumaki Mido gazed at Senju Sudo, who knelt upon the floor. Speak. Why did you keep this from me? Mother, I only wish to see the Senju clan restored to its former glory. Mother, you should know that since father and second uncle passed away in succession, our Senju clan has been in steady decline until we hold no substantive authority within Konoha. I simply cannot accept this. Konoha was the life's work of father and second uncle. By what right does Sarutobi Hiruzen serve as the third Hokage? That he holds the title is one matter, but the fact remains that not a single member of the Senju clan occupies any position of power among Konoha's leadership. Uzumaki Mido regarded Senju Sudo with a look of disdain mixed with frustration. If you cannot bear the weight of Konoha, then even without Sarutobi Hiruzen, even if you truly became the third Hokage, would you truly be capable? You lack strength and you lack cunning. By what right do you claim the position of Hokage? Moreover, you well knew that Sarutobi Hiruzen's experiment was perilous beyond measure, yet you still sent our clan's ninja to participate. Have you not regarded them as your own kin? Senju Sudo was rendered speechless by his mother's questions. It was not that he did not regard the Senju ninja as his clanmen, rather he desired them to test the risks for him. Should they succeed, he would then lead the entirety of the Senju clan into the endeavor. He was not without compassion. He merely believed that the sacrifices of those Senju clan members held meaning. At minimum, they contributed greatly to the rise of the Senju clan. And despite so many clan members perishing in that experiment, you still wish to draw ordinary Senju citizens into such danger. What purpose drives you? Enough. You shall no longer serve as the clan head of the Senju. With a mindset and mind such as yours, the Senju clan will be undone sooner or later. Upon hearing this, Senju Sudo's expression shifted drastically. He had never anticipated that she would seek to strip him of his position as clan head. Mother, this cannot be. Furthermore, you are not a clan elder of the Senju. You possess no authority to depose me. If I, this old woman, wish to strip you of your position, you shall be stripped. Begone. If you are wise, you and your wife will leave Konoha at once. Otherwise, not even I can save you. Uzumaki Mido's gaze still carried that frustration, yet Senju Sudo was after all her own flesh and blood with Senju Hashirama. Thus, she still did not wish for her foolish son to perish within someone's conspiracy. Mother. Although Senju Sudo was not particularly bright, he understood that should he remain in Konoha, he would surely become the scapegoat pushed forward by Hiruzen, Sarutobi, and the others. After all, those who participated in the Wood Release project were not limited to Senju ninja and clan members. Many civilian ninja of Konoha had also taken part. Mother, what of Nawaki? As Hashirama's grandson, he shall naturally become the future clan head of the Senju. You need not worry. Leave in peace. Tsunade, and I shall raise him properly. Hearing his mother intend for his son to inherit the position of Senju clan head, Senju Sudo felt reassured. After all, regardless of everything, the position of clan head would remain within their branch of the family. Senju Sudo ultimately departed Konoha quietly alongside his wife. Originally, none of this could have remained hidden from Hiruzen Sarutobi and the other Konoha leadership. However, Uzumaki Mito once again appeared at the Hokage's mansion to ensure her son and daughter-in-law could leave safely. Faced with their former teacher's wife, Hiruzen Sarutobi, and the others naturally dared not act recklessly, and moreover, she was the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails. Teacher's wife, what a rare visit. What wind blows you here today? The wind of the wood release project has driven me here. You are after all disciples of Hashirama and Tobirama. How could you turn against the Senju clan? Teacher's wife, we have not. Enough. This old woman knows you have your reasons. Let this matter rest. Should I discover you are still acting against the Senju clan in secret, do not expect me to show you any mercy. After speaking these words, Uzumaki Mito turned and departed the Hokage's office without the slightest hesitation. After she left, an ANBU ninja suddenly appeared within the office. Hokage Dano Jonin Senju Sudo and his wife have already departed Konoha half an hour ago. At this moment, Hiruzen Sarutobi and Danzo Shimura finally understood why Uzumaki Mito had come to see them. She had come to ensure her son and daughter-in-law could safely leave this place of strife. I see. You may go. Yes. Once the ANBU ninja departed, Danzo Shimura could no longer contain himself. Hiruzen, we cannot simply let them leave. Otherwise, Danzo. Teacher's wife has already intervened. If we push too far, the consequences will be beyond our ability to bear. Moreover, I have already decided to cancel the wood release project. We have already lost so many lives, and to this day we have made absolutely no progress. Upon hearing Hiruzen declare his intention to abandon the wood release project, Danzo stood frozen. What? You have decided to abandon the wood release project? Hiruzen, do you realize what you are saying? Danzo, the Senju clan can no longer pose a threat to us. Furthermore, our teacher's wife has already spoken. If we press too hard, we shall face the full force of her wrath upon our retirement. You do not wish for us to be toppled from power, do you? Danzo pondered carefully and found his reasoning sound, though he remained deeply unwilling to let his best test subject slip away so easily. Then so be it. However, there is one individual with research talent that I value. You must yield him to me. Agreed, provided he himself does not object. Hiruzen Sarutobi was well aware that his former rival had not abandoned the wood release project. Yet since he himself had decided to step back, those matters no longer concerned him. Should Danzo Shimura choose to continue, that was his personal pursuit, and Hiruzen would have no part in it. And even if Danzo Shimura ultimately succeeded, Hiruzen could simply appropriate the results. After all, he was the Hokage. After the Senju had departed from Konoha, Uzumaki Mito convened the surviving ninja and clan members of the Senju clan, intending to announce her assumption of leadership. Uzumaki Mito's assumption of leadership over the Senju clan proceeded smoothly. No one objected to her acting as interim head, for she was the wife of Senju Hashirama, the first Hokage. Her standing was beyond question, and no one would dare deny her such respect. After the others of the Senju clan had departed, Uzumaki Mito kept Senju Momiji and Tsunade behind. Lady Mito, what is your bidding? Momiji, both Hashirama and Tobirama once spoke to me of this. Hashirama wished for Tsunade to become your husband's disciple. What think you of this proposal? Both Senju Momiji and Tsunade were stunned. Neither had anticipated Uzumaki Mito would raise such a matter at this moment. Lady Mito, I cannot make such a decision on my own. Momiji, I understand. I merely ask that you consult your husband regarding whether he would be willing to accept Tsunade as his disciple. Lady Mito, it is most likely an ill-timed request. My husband has gone hunting again. Before departing, he remarked that he sensed another breakthrough approaching, so he intends to continue his cultivation outside for some time. I do not know precisely when he will return. It seems Tsunade's fortune is poor in this matter. Very well, you may return. Tsunade, see your Aunt Momiji out. Lady Mito, I believe you may have misunderstood. My husband has indeed left Konoha. How about this? Let young Tsunade train alongside Peach Blossom for a period. Once my husband returns, I shall inquire on her behalf. Then I am grateful, dear Momiji. Regarding the sealing jutsu you previously desired, I have already begun my research and have developed some promising lines of inquiry. I expect to complete it soon, and once done, I shall have Tsunade deliver it to you. Then I trouble you, Lady Mito. I shall take my leave. Tsunade, see your Aunt Momiji out. Yes. After Tsunade saw Senju Momiji off, she returned to Uzumaki Mito. Grandmother, did grandfather truly say that I should become Master Guihai's disciple? Little Tsunade, your grandfather did indeed entrust this matter to me. However, your second grandfather and I hesitated, for Guihai carries a blade and is not a ninja. Thus we delayed your formal apprenticeship. Yet you mentioned that he accurately categorized ninja abilities, and furthermore that he possesses knowledge of the Sage of Six Paths. This confirms that your grandfather's assessment was correct, Guihai's strength rivaling your second grandfather's and his broad knowledge. Grandmother, are you saying what grandfather Guihai speaks is true? Little Tsunade, the existence of the Sage of Six Paths is among the most closely guarded secrets in the shinobi world. That he knows of him demonstrates his genuine breadth of knowledge. Moreover, you remarked that he still appears to be in his 30s. This indicates he has not aged over these years. This is quite extraordinary. When he first settled in Konoha nearly 2 decades ago, he already bore this appearance. Though some in the shinobi world possess techniques to preserve their youth, such methods have their limits. Goehei has shown no signs of aging over these nearly 20 years. This goes beyond mere youthful preservation. It is entirely possible that he has genuinely comprehended the secret of immortality. Immortality. Grandmother, does such a thing truly exist in this world? Uzumaki Mito walked into the courtyard and spoke softly. This world is full of wonders. Who can say for certain? A profound melancholy settled over Uzumaki Mito. Immortality had long been the ultimate pursuit of countless beings, yet throughout the history of the shinobi world no one had ever achieved true eternal life. The thought of immortality inevitably brought to mind Senju Hashirama, who had passed so young. Little Tsunade, if you were to become Goehei's disciple, you may well bring lasting peace to the shinobi world. Grandmother. Little Tsunade, if your grandfather were still alive, the shinobi world would not be in its present state. Your second grandfather would not have perished, nor would the Senju clan be reduced to so few remaining members. Now this is the Ine seal technique I created according to your requirements. In a few days take it to Aunt Momiji's residence. Tsunade felt the same deep sentiment. Ever since reading about the love and enmity between the god of shinobi and the shinobi Ashura, she had yearned for invincible power. After instructing Tsunade on several matters, Uzumaki Mito sent her away with the Ine seal technique, which she had long since completed. Indeed, the Ine seal technique had been finished long ago. As a princess of the Uzumaki clan, Uzumaki Mito's sealing techniques were among the finest in her clan. Her decades of accomplishment in this field were simply incomparable to anything Tsunade could achieve. In the original narrative, Tsunade spent many years researching before completing this technique. Yet for Uzumaki Mito, it was merely a matter of moments. The reason it had not appeared in Konoha earlier was that she had no need to store chakra through Ine seals, nor had she ever considered using sealing jutsu to preserve her youth. Meanwhile, following memories from his past life, Goehei Daodao flew directly to the vicinity of the memorial bridge before coming to a halt. He found an open clearing to recover his exertions. Sigh. My strength is still insufficient. Having used the flight technique for merely this short, while I have nearly depleted the natural energy within my body. While meditating and drawing in natural energy, Goehei Daotao began employing his consciousness perception to search for Uchiha Madara's location. Shortly after Goehei Daotao landed near the memorial bridge, he was discovered by the special white Zeno clone left by the black and white Zetsu to monitor Uchiha Madara. The clone quickly transmitted the information to the main body through the tree root system. Upon learning that someone had inexplicably appeared near Uchiha Madara, the black and white Zetsu did not perceive any particular threat. They merely instructed those special white Zetsu clones to keep a closer watch. While searching for Uchiha Madara, Goehei Daotao detected subtle fluctuations of life force emanating from certain nearby trees. Upon noticing this, he deduced these were white Zetsu clones, though their chakra and life signatures differed from ordinary white Zetsu. Found you. Goehei Daodao soon located Uchiha Madara hidden nearly 100 meters beneath the ground. Had Madara not yet summoned the demonic statue of the outer path into this world, Goehei might not have been able to find him so easily. Uchiha Madara has already summoned the demonic statue of the outer path into the shinobi world. After locating Uchiha Madara, Goehei Daotao began drawing in natural energy with all his might. Though he had already reached the stage of refining essence into chi, the process of refining essence into chi differed significantly from the martial arts of the Dragon Ball world. Therefore, he needed to refine the natural energy within his meridians before absorbing it into the chi vortex of his dantian. After Goehei Daodao fully recovered, he headed toward the underground cave and trance he had discovered. This move startled White Zetsu's special clone, who immediately relayed the situation to Black and White Zetsu. Black and White Zetsu were greatly astonished by Goehei Daodao's direct intrusion into their stronghold. Fearing exposure in Konoha, they immediately made for their secret base. Moreover, they promptly instructed the White Zetsu clone stationed beside Uchiha Madara to relay the situation to him. Upon learning that someone had discovered his hiding place, Uchiha Madara frowned and swiftly headed toward the surface. He was determined to intercept the intruder before they found the entrance to the underground cave, for, if discovered, all his secrets would be laid bare. Uchiha Madara's every move was sensed by Goehei Daodao, who continued at a leisurely pace toward the hidden entrance to the underground cave where Madara resided. By the time Goehei Daodao reached the concealed entrance, Madara had already used his wood release to grow countless roots that sealed the cave entrance, and he himself was waiting nearby in silence. Come out. You don't truly believe you've hidden well, do you? Uchiha Madara. Uchiha Madara was greatly surprised by the masked warrior who had suddenly appeared, and even more astonishing was the fact that this masked warrior had come specifically for him. Who are you? How did you know I am still alive, and how did you find this place? Uchiha Madara understood clearly that the newcomer was no ordinary person. I am merely a martial artist who has undergone rigorous cultivation for many years. Recently encountering a bottleneck, I sought to spar with a powerful opponent to find an opportunity for breakthrough. Unexpectedly, upon leaving my seclusion, I discovered that the ninja world had already undergone drastic changes. The former god of ninja and the Shikaku of the ninja world had long passed away. I am truly disappointed. To my surprise, I uncovered your secret of faking death, Uchiha Madara. Therefore, after years of searching, I finally discovered your hiding place today. As for how I found your hiding place, it is quite simple. You ninja possess sensory techniques, and I have my own method of perception. No matter how well you conceal yourself, I can still sense your presence. Guehai Dao would never reveal his secrets to Uchiha Madara. Moreover, they were not alone here. Besides the special white Zetsu clone, there was also an observer from the Pure Land. Indeed, the Sage of Six Paths, Otsutsuki Hagoromo, was also observing the situation. Of course, the Sage of Six Paths would not reveal himself. He was observing through other means, but this method only worked on ninja. Since Guehai Dao was not a ninja, if Leaf Ninja had been present, the Sage would not have been able to spy on them. Uchiha Madara had been deceived by Guehai Dao. Not because he was foolish, but because Guehai Dao's words were so logical that it was nearly impossible for him to spot any flaws. You seem very confident in your strength, but I wonder if you truly possess such power. Although Uchiha Madara was also confident in his own strength, the events of today were far too bizarre and beyond his expectations, so he became cautious. Uchiha Madara knew that the person before him was not easy to handle, so he stopped wasting words and struck directly. Fire release, great fire elimination. Uchiha Madara's fire release technique far exceeded the imagination of other ninja. His fire release, great fire elimination, resembled the massive waves of a tsunami, and wherever it passed, trees and weeds along the way were instantly ignited, turning leaves and grass to ashes in the blink of an eye. Such a fire release technique had a temperature far surpassing other fire techniques. Sword drawing technique, windbreaker. The moment Uchiha Madara struck, Guehai Dao also moved. With a casual draw of his sword, he unleashed a blade aura that split Madara's great fire elimination in two. The two waves of fire passed on either side of Guehai Dao without causing him any harm. Upon seeing Guehai Dao slice through his great fire elimination, Uchiha Madara realized that the person before him was an exceptionally rare powerhouse, certainly not inferior to Senju Hashirama. Excellent, excellent, excellent. It has been a long time since I felt so excited. Take this. Uchiha Madara immediately activated his eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. His body was swiftly enveloped by the Susanoo, lifted into the air by tangible chakra. Observing the fully manifest Susanoo, standing over 200 meters tall, Guehai Dao couldn't help but exclaim, Uchiha Madara lives up to his reputation. Just this display far exceeds the imagination of any ninja in the shinobi world. Despite his words, Guehai Dao had no choice but to employ the flying technique. As he ascended to approximately the same height as Uchiha Madara, even Madara was startled by the energy emanating from Guehai Dao. You can fly freely. Uchiha Madara detected no chakra fluctuations from Guehai Dao. He realized this masked warrior had never cultivated chakra, so how was he able to fly? Neither Uchiha Madara nor the white Zetsu clone spying from the shadows could fathom this. Only the Sage of Six Paths, Otsutsuki Hagoromo in the Pure Land, had his eyes widened in astonishment. Senjutsu. The Sage of Six Paths, Otsutsuki Hagoromo, was dumbfounded. He had not seen a human practice senjutsu in many years. Although the ninja world had 3 sacred grounds, these were all sanctuaries for ninja, toads, snails, and cranes. Contracting with these sage animals was the only way to learn senjutsu. The contractors of these 3 sacred grounds were naturally ninja, and exceptionally talented ones at that. Consequently, for hundreds, or even thousands of years, no non-ninja had appeared in the entire shinobi world as a practitioner of senjutsu. It seems another once-in-a-millennium genius has emerged in the ninja world. However, a genius who has not yet matured. A hint of ruthlessness flashed in the eyes of the Sage of Six Paths, Otsutsuki Hagoromo. He would never tolerate anyone beyond his control. Near the Shino Bridge in the ninja world, Uchiha Madara watched Guehai Dao hovering in the air, and the more he looked, the more familiar the figure seemed. Just who are you? Why do I keep feeling that you resemble someone I once knew? Though that person should not be as young as you appear to be. Although Uchiha Madara could not see Guehai Dao's face, he sensed from the figure before him that this masked man bore a striking resemblance to Guehai Dao, a close friend of Senju Hashirama. Yet he could not believe that a swordsman of mediocre strength like Guehai Dao could have cultivated to such a level, especially since he had been gone for barely over a decade. Since you are so curious, I shall satisfy your wish. After all, even one who has hidden in solitude for too long may yearn for fame across the land. Guehai Dao placed his right hand on his mask, and at the same time, he quietly employed life return to make subtle adjustments to his facial features. Uchiha Madara's gaze was locked upon the hand resting on the mask. Though he desperately desired to launch a sudden strike, curiosity overpowered his rationality. Guehai Dao chose to indulge Uchiha Madara's curiosity in order to lull the black and white Zetsu lurking in the shadows, as well as the Sage of Six Paths, Otsutsuki Hamuro. From the very beginning, Guehai Dao held no regard for Uchiha Madara. Though formidable, Madara remained merely at the Superkage tier. a peak that still belonged to the mortal realm. The moment Guoha Dao removed his mask, a youthful face of 16 or 17 years was revealed. How? How is this possible? Uchiha Madara was utterly stunned by the youthful visage before him. Though he had suspected the masked figure possessed some technique to preserve their appearance, he never imagined someone could maintain such an ageless countenance. In an instant, a fragment of memory from the past surged into his mind. Can you achieve immortality? So there truly exists a method of eternal life in this world. Meanwhile, in the Pure Land, the Sage of Six Paths was equally dumbfounded upon beholding Guoha Daodao's face. After all, he too had cultivated senjutsu, yet he had never encountered another capable of sustaining such a youthful appearance. Near the Canopy Bridge in the ninja world, the special clone of White Zetsu also caught sight of Guoha Daodao's face and swiftly relayed the image to both Black and White Zetsu. Upon learning of the face, they immediately considered concealment jutsu. Yet they quickly dismissed the notion since the challenger possessed no chakra whatsoever. Moreover, Uchiha Madara commanded both the Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan and the Rinnegan. No disguise could escape his perception. Black Zetsu, what are your thoughts on the one challenging Uchiha Madara? Nothing more than worthless insects. That person clearly practiced the ancient senjutsu, but its lineage was long destroyed by Mother. And that unfilial son Hashirama had already devastated the various inheritances of the ancient senjutsu. Now there is none left. Whatever fragments remain are broken and incomplete. What useful knowledge could that boy possibly learn? He likely scavenged mere fragments from those ruins and pieced together something through trial and error. To think he could defeat the young Uchiha Madara, that is nothing but foolish fantasy. Black Zetsu held Guoha Daodao in utter contempt. Though he had inherited little from Kagaya Otsutsuki, he possessed fragments of her memories. Having survived in the ninja world for over a millennium, his knowledge of its history far surpassed that of others. Black Zetsu, I'm not so sure about that. They've begun fighting. Indeed, Uchiha Madara and Guoha Daodao were locked in combat. Upon seeing the young man's face, Madara had lost patience and struck without further delay. He commanded the Susanoo to relentlessly slash at Guoha Daodao, the Susanoo's chakra katana descending with devastating force. Guoha Daodao paid no heed to the Susanoo. Though formidable, its striking speed seemed agonizingly slow to him. Drawn sword strike, severing iron, Uchiha Madara caught only a flash of steel, and the chakra before him split asunder. His Susanoo dissipated along with it. As the Susanoo shattered, Madara himself began to plummet. Madara would never allow such a gaping vulnerability to persist. He immediately reactivated his Rinnegan, and once more the Susanoo enveloped his form. Though the Susanoo hadn't expanded, its defensive capabilities had been fortified beyond precedent. Oh, quite impressive. Let's see how many of my strikes your Susanoo can withstand. No sooner had Guoha Daodao finished speaking than he launched into action, charging straight toward Madara's Susanoo while unleashing a series of drawn sword strikes in rapid succession. As Guoha Daodao pressed his assault, Madara darted between blows, countering wherever he could. Clang, clang, clang. Uchiha Madara sustained a relentless barrage of parries with his Susanoo's chakra blade. In a matter of moments, the two had exchanged dozens of strikes. Madara discovered that Guoha Daodao's speed was terrifyingly fast. Though his Rinnegan could track every attack with perfect clarity, his reactions could not keep pace with his eyes. Though he had deflected several blows, Guoha Daodao had still found openings to strike him over a dozen times. Had he not been piloting the Susanoo through the Rinnegan's precision, he would have fallen long ago. Madara steeled himself and unleashed the two-faced, four-armed four-sword stance. As he elevated his Susanoo to this form, he finally managed to hold back Guoha Daodao's assault. Impressive, Uchiha Madara. Come, let's see how you fare against this technique. Doton Doton Ho. Guoha Daodao's right hand, which held his sword, suddenly extended its index finger. A beam of energy erupted from it, racing straight toward Madara's face. The moment Madara saw that gesture, a suffocating sense of impending death clamped down upon him. He instinctively ducked, and the Susanoo outside his body mirrored the movement. Thanks to his quick reflexes, the attack grazed past him. The Susanoo shielding him bore a fist-sized puncture where the blast had torn through. Madara had brushed against death itself, and the encounter left a bitter taste. Never in his wildest dreams did he expect to face someone more troublesome than Senju Hashirama. Guoha Daodao offered no further assault after unleashing that technique. So the Shinra of the ninja world amounts to nothing more than this. Madara seethed at those words, the urge to retort burning within him. Yet he recognized the grim truth. He stood no match for the man before him. Swallowing his pride, he fixed his gaze upon Guoha Daodao in silence. Uchiha Madara, you disappoint me profoundly. Enough. You pose no threat to me whatsoever, and continuing this contest yields nothing. We shall part here today. With visible disappointment etched across his face, Guoha Daodao cast one final glance at Madara, donned his mask, and took to the skies, vanishing into the distance. Watching Guoha Daodao depart, without a second thought, fury surged through Madara's eyes. Not rage at his opponent's superiority, but fury directed inward at his own insufficiency. He had harbored dreams of unifying the ninja world, yet his current power fell short of such ambition. If he could not even conquer the world, then eradicating war altogether remained nothing but a fool's fantasy. After being humiliated by Guihai Daidao, Uchiha Madara quickly composed himself. He recalled the stone tablet left behind by the Sage of Six Paths. Although he harbored doubts about its contents, he felt compelled to attempt the methods inscribed upon it to grow stronger. Meanwhile, upon witnessing Uchiha Madara's humiliation, both Black and White Zetsu found their composure shaken. White Zetsu produce more clones and investigate this person's background. It's useless. If he can locate Uchiha Madara's hiding place, his sensory abilities far exceed our imagination. Moreover, he can fly freely. My clones cannot track him. The original White Zetsu was no fool. He had long realized that Guihai Daidao was undoubtedly aware of his special clone's existence. How could it be useless? As long as your clones are numerous enough, he will have nowhere to hide. Black Zetsu believed that if White Zetsu's clones were scattered across the entire ninja world, they would inevitably uncover that mysterious figure's identity. Black Zetsu, setting aside the sheer number of my clones, just look at the power he has displayed so far. My clones cannot possibly keep pace with him. Furthermore, the ninja world is vast. How many clones would I need to find him? And even if I did, how could I relay information back without him detecting it? Do you truly believe that is possible? Upon hearing this, Black Zetsu fell silent. To be honest, he had not failed to consider this possibility. However, he simply could not accept the outcome. His plan had already been halfway successful, yet lately unexpected individuals and events kept arising. Wasn't this making things unnecessarily difficult for him? Then what do you propose? Black Zetsu, I suggest we post a bounty for him across the ninja world. If the entire ninja world searches for him, I believe he cannot remain hidden for long. Post a bounty. Get the entire ninja world involved in the search. Are you mad? Do you have any idea how much that would cost? With that kind of money, I'd rather create more of your clones. Sigh. Very well, as you wish. Black Zetsu sighed helplessly. He knew that over the years Black Zetsu had been operating an exchange facility and utilizing ninja corpses obtained from it as materials. However, he felt the pace was far too sluggish. When would the expected results materialize? It would have been far more efficient to enlist the ninja of the entire world in the search. While Black and White Zetsu were deliberating on how to investigate, Guihai Daidao, the Sage of Six Paths in the Pure Land, was also attempting to sense the whereabouts of Guihai Daidao. However, no matter how hard he searched, he could not detect Guihai Daidao. After all, trying to locate an individual without chakra across the barriers separating the living and death realms was far beyond his current capabilities. Moreover, the reason he could observe the ninja world was through the contingency measures he had left behind within someone's chakra, which allowed him to extend his awareness into the mortal realm. Sigh. A powerful individual who has not cultivated chakra and can evade the ninja. Even I am unable to locate him. The Sage of Six Paths, Otsutsuki Hagoromo, having merely traced the chakra of all ninja across the world in his search, found his spiritual energy nearly depleted after such a brief effort. Ugh. It seems my spiritual energy is still not strong enough. In stark contrast to the Sage of Six Paths, Uchiha Madara set out toward Konoha. However, he had altered his appearance, posing as a traveling merchant. Over the years, Uchiha Madara's expenditure to awaken the Rinnegan had been enormous. On top of that, his life and death battle with Senju Hashirama had left him severely injured. These years had only further weakened his constitution. Had he not awakened the Rinnegan, his combat prowess would have declined drastically. Although his current combat power far exceeded his former peak, his endurance and physical condition had significantly deteriorated. This return to Konoha was to examine the stone tablet left by the Sage of Six Paths, hoping to discover a solution to his hidden physical ailments. Meanwhile, after evading all creatures possessing chakra, Guihai Daidao resumed his original form and hunted a massive wild boar weighing several thousand jin. Naturally, this beast also possessed chakra, making it a chakra-infused beast. When Guihai Daidao returned home carrying the boar, he discovered several individuals hiding within his residence, including Tsunade, Orochimaru, and Jiraiya. Not only that, he also spotted someone unexpected among them. A person extremely well known in Konoha, though for rather infamous reasons. Father, you're back. The first to notice Guihai Daidao was Guihai Xiaotao. Seeing her father carrying the massive wild boar with its internal organs removed, she hurried forward to assist him. That's fine, I can handle it myself. Why aren't you training today? Upon hearing her father ask about her cultivation, Guihai Xiaotao shamefully lowered her head, a rare display of vulnerability. Senju Momoka quickly stepped in to ease the tension. Husband Taohua brought her sweetheart to visit today. Didn't I previously arrange for her to meet that Sakhaku? But neither of them took a liking to the other, so that idea was dropped. Yet unexpectedly, Taohua has now fallen for this young man. Senju Momoka gestured toward the handsome young man in green attire, standing nearby. Guihai Daidao tossed his catch into the courtyard and fixed his gaze on the youth in green, surprised that his daughter had chosen Might Dai. Though still somewhat uneasy, Dai rushed forward when he saw Guihai Daidao staring at him and bowed deeply. Greetings, Uncle Guihai. Your humble servant Might Dai pays his respects. Dai offered his introduction with caution, acutely aware that his reputation in Konoha was poor and his abilities were lacking. He was extraordinarily nervous. Guihai Daidao studied might die carefully before responding in a neutral tone. That outfit is rather unsightly. You should change your clothes. If you truly prefer this style, at least choose a different color. Though Guihai Daidao desired a suitable match for his daughter, he would not interfere excessively with her choice. After all, her own happiness was what mattered most. Upon hearing this, Might Dai's face flushed crimson. Despite his thick skin, being scorned by his prospective father-in-law filled him with embarrassment. Hearing Guihai Daidao's words, Tsunade and the others found merit in his assessment. While Dai was decent-looking, his fashion sense was truly unacceptable. However, Guihai Xiaotao detected a subtle shift in her father's tone, realizing he had genuinely accepted Dai. Thank you, father. Dai, hurry and change your clothes. Might Dai then snapped out of his daze and responded with some hesitation. But. Guihai Hideo noticed Mado Guy's awkward posture, fully aware that Guy had no spare clothes and truly was poor. As a genin with modest strength, Mado Guy had few missions available, and the already meager rewards were heavily taxed by Konoha. Supporting himself was a struggle, and as a taijutsu-focused ninja, the cultivation resources he needed were outrageously expensive. Having any wealth would have been miraculous. Tao Hua, fetch one of my new outfits for him, and prepare a meal. Yes. Tsunade Tao Hua promptly turned to get clothes for Mado Guy, and Guihai Xiaotao also hurried to help select a new outfit. Mado Guy, what rank are you as a ninja now? Uncle Guihai. I'm a genin. A genin. Do you have any noteworthy jutsu? Guihai Hideo knew everything about Mado Guy. He asked only to gauge how well Guy understood the Guihai family. Uncle Guihai, I'm just an ordinary taijutsu ninja. Mado Guy replied nervously. He had always assumed the Guihai family was unremarkable, but seeing Tsunade and others there made him realize they were far from ordinary. When he then witnessed Guihai Hideo carrying back a spirit boar weighing thousands of jin, he knew he had encountered an exceptionally powerful family. An ordinary taijutsu ninja then. How about this, become my disciple, and once you pass the Chunin exam you may come to my residence to request your wife's hand. Mado Guy was stunned by Guihai Hideo's words. He never expected that coming to meet his girlfriend's family would lead to such an extraordinary opportunity. Well, I might not be able to learn it. Mado Guy felt uneasy. He was fully aware of his limitations. His chakra control and reserves were so inadequate that learning ninjutsu was impossible, otherwise he wouldn't have remained a genin all these years. Don't worry, I'll teach you taijutsu. I know no ninjutsu either. Enough talk. Let's eat first. Mado Guy found himself at a loss for explanations about Konoha. Aside from his perseverance, his abilities were truly mediocre. Beyond his weak strength, Mado Guy also carried many hidden injuries. Tsunade, watching Guihai Hideo offer to take Mado Guy as a disciple, was astonished and immediately knelt before him. Grandfather Guihai, since you've taken Mado Guy as your disciple, please accept me as well. Guihai Hideo was taken aback by Tsunade's sudden kneeling. Little Tsunade, rise quickly. You are a ninja, you should seek a powerful master. Grandfather Guihai, no ninja in Konoha can teach me. My primary combat style is taijutsu, and no one else can instruct me in it. Guihai Hideo understood this well. As the direct heiress of the Senju clan, Tsunade possessed abundant theoretical knowledge. Moreover, her second grandfather Senju Tobarama was a master of forbidden jutsu, leaving behind countless techniques and backups for the Senju clan. Additionally, Tsunade had been studying medical ninjutsu continuously, so she truly had no need to learn ninjutsu from other ninja. The third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, also lacked the qualifications to teach her. Though theoretically his disciple, he could only instruct her on basic mission protocols. In Konoha, the so-called team leaders were not true masters, but rather superiors to subordinates. Of course, if a team leader favored a subordinate, they might offer guidance. Such cases were extremely rare in Konoha, as jutsu transmission was taken very seriously. Furthermore, Konoha's acquisition of jutsu was highly regulated. Ordinary ninja had to exchange merit points for techniques, and even passing jutsu to one's own children required approval from Konoha's relevant authorities. This system ensured Konoha's upper echelon maintained strict control over jutsu and ninja. Lower-ranking ninja would remain perpetually dependent on the leadership, meaning even those with exceptional talent relied on them. Consequently, capable ninja would naturally cluster around Konoha's elite. After all, without powerful jutsu, rapid growth was impossible. Naturally, some capable ninja could create original techniques, but this was no easy feat. Jutsu knowledge was monopolized by Konoha's leadership and major clans, forcing everyone to tread carefully around the elite's preferences. Little Tsunade, you need not formally become my disciple. Your grandfather and I are close friends. Simply learn from me. Guihai Hideo had no intention of taking Tsunade as a formal disciple. The skills he taught were not profound, and he wished to avoid involvement in Konoha's power struggles. Thank you, master. Tsunade disregarded these details. She wanted to learn practical techniques from Guihai Hideo, and perhaps even his methods of longevity. Orochimaru, witnessing this, also wished to become Guihai Hideo's disciple. Before he could speak, Guihai Hideo discerned his intention. Guihai Hideo had no desire to take another disciple. He accepted Mado Gai for his daughters Sake and Tsunade because he owed a favor to Senju Hashirama for past protection. Very well, Mado Gai, go change. We'll eat after you're dressed. Seeing Guahai Hideo change the subject, Orochimaru realized he was unwelcome and fell silent. Jiraiya also noticed, though his opinion of Guahai Hideo was lukewarm given the mini jutsu he had acquired from Hiruzen Sarutobi. Over the following days, Guahai Hideo guided both Mado Gai and Tsunade in cultivating the 6 weapons of the Marines. Tsunade developed her own modifications, adapting the techniques with Senju clan's secret arts. After successfully mastering the 6 weapons of the Marines, Tsunade's strength increased dramatically. Her natural talent far surpassed Mado Gai's. Relying on his indomitable perseverance and the abundant spirit beast meat provided by Guahai Hideo, Mado Gai successfully learned the techniques shave and iron skin, gaining adequate self-defense capability. Tsunade also used her medical skills to heal his hidden injuries. With these 2 taijutsu, Mado Gai earned his chunin rank in Konoha and eventually married Guahai Shoudao. Aware of Mado Gai's financial situation, Guahai Hideo not only provided substantial dowry wealth for his daughter, but also purchased a marital home for the couple. Mado Gai not only inherited Guahai Hideo's taijutsu legacy, but also became one of Konoha's rare wealthy ninja. Time flew like an arrow. 3 more years had slipped away, and much had changed across the shinobi world. First, Mado Gai and Guahai Shoudao welcomed a daughter into the world. Then the 3 great villages, Iwagakure, Kirigakure, and Kumogakure, could no longer contain their ambitions. They launched a surprise assault on Uzumaki country, leaving the defenseless nation on the brink of destruction. The Second Shinobi War erupted in full force. Upon learning of the attack on Uzumaki country, Konoha convened an emergency meeting. However, with Kumogakure and Iwagakure massing troops along the border of Fire Country, Konoha had little choice but to acknowledge they could spare few forces for a rescue mission. Moreover, Iwagakure had dispatched several ninja squads to infiltrate Fire Country. Meanwhile, Sunagakure, though not invading Fire Country, directly launched devastating raids upon River Country and Rain Country. River Country, lacking its own hidden village, offered only feeble resistance. Their daimyo, unwilling to wait passively for doom, urgently requested aid from the Fire Daimyo. The Fire Daimyo agreed secretly, hoping to weaken Konoha's strength in the process. Konoha was no longer the Konoha of old. Third Hokage Hiruzen Sarutobi, constrained by his own limitations, found himself hesitating when faced with the Fire Daimyo's unreasonable demands. After careful deliberation, Konoha's upper echelons made their decision. They compromised. As for Rain Country, they possessed their own hidden village and could mount a considerable defense against Sunagakure's advance. Compounding their advantage, Rain Country's unique terrain severely hampered Tsuna's puppet forces. Uzumaki Country waited desperately for Konoha's reinforcements that never came and ultimately fell. The surviving ninja of the Uzumaki clan were forced to shed their identities and flee into hiding across the shinobi world. Yet their pursuers showed no mercy. Many perished during their flight, hunted down by various factions. Even those who managed to escape the killings lived in fear, daring not to openly claim their Uzumaki heritage. Uzumaki Kushina was deeply discontented with Konoha's leadership for their inaction, but she understood it was not entirely their fault. The geopolitical reality of the shinobi world simply did not permit Konoha to dispatch significant forces for a rescue operation. That said, Konoha was not entirely idle. They did send reinforcements, albeit far too few. Had Tsunade and the other Senju clan ninja not fought with everything they had, they would never have managed to reclaim the vast majority of the Uzumaki clan sealing techniques. Yes, they had to seize them back. With insufficient manpower, Konoha sent only a handful of elite specialists to aid the Uzumaki. Lacking the capacity to rescue anyone, they instead focused on plundering the war spoils taken by the other 3 great villages. Following the fall of Uzumaki country, the situation across the shinobi world deteriorated rapidly. Soon after, Jiraiya Hanzo, the leader of Rain Country, reached his breaking point after the great villages trampled upon Rain's dignity. Hanzo, leader of Amigakure, suddenly led his village in an assault on the Rain Daimyo's palace, seizing control of Rain Country's government. Having seized power, Hanzo gained access to substantial funding from the Rain Daimyo. He then poured the entire nation's wealth into rapidly training new ninja. Bolstered by this financial support, Rain Country's ninja force grew with extraordinary speed. Within roughly a year, their numbers had multiplied several times over. This was deeply alarming. Amigakure had originally been nothing more than a minor hidden village. Yet as Hanzo committed the entirety of Rain Country's resources to mass-producing ninja, its strength rose to rival that of Ukigakure of Snow Country. At this point, the 5 great villages should not have tolerated Amigakure's growth. However, mutual deterrence kept them paralyzed. Seizing the opportunity, Amigakure continued to expand, eventually turning its ambitions toward Tetsukigure of Iron Country. To defend themselves, Iron Country's samurai were forced to face the shinobi once again. But reality dealt them a crushing blow. Within merely half a year, Iron Country's warriors were utterly defeated by Amigakure. Iron Country's general was slain by Hanzo. His heir Senbin suffered grave injuries. Faced with this catastrophe, the Iron Daimyo had no choice but to intervene, suing for peace and pledging to supply Amigakure with vast quantities of fine iron and funding. After defeating Iron Country, the 5 great villages remained preoccupied with their own rivalries. They continuously dispatched ninja squads to sabotage each other's strongholds, seeking to draw the flames of war onto enemy territory. By the time the 5 great villages realized the true threat, Amigakure's strength had grown enormously once again. The 5 great villages naturally could no longer stand idly by as Amigakure continued its expansion. But just as they prepared to strike, Hanzo struck first, formally declaring war upon all 5 great villages. Hanzo's arrogance was initially dismissed by the 5 great villages. However, after engaging in fierce combat against Amigakure under Hanzo's command, the great villages came to understand the terrifying reality of his power. Hanzo possessed Kaga-level strength, and he was exceptionally skilled in the use of poison. The 5 great villages each received a harsh lesson at the hands of Amigakure during the Great War. Their ninja fell victim to Hanzo's poison in droves within Rain Country's treacherous environment. This sudden crisis compelled every major village to prioritize poison and antidote development, with Konoha and Suna standing out above all others. Konoha, blessed with the Senju clan renowned for their medical ninjutsu, excelled particularly in antidote research. Suna, meanwhile, due to its desert environment and heavy reliance on puppet techniques, possessed a far deeper understanding of poison than any other village. Though Suna's antidote capabilities did not match Konoha's, their equal proficiency with poison meant they suffered comparatively lighter losses. Given Amigakure's dominant early position in the war, Hanzo was mockingly dubbed the strongest in the current era by the great villages, earning him the derisive title of half-god from their leadership. The 5 great villages, unwilling to risk a direct assault on Amigakure at this point, resorted to sending covert ninja teams to sabotage Rain Country from within. As the 5 great villages intensified their sabotage campaigns across Rain Country, occupied territories began to rebel. The most devastating blow came when Iron Country, with the 5 great villages' assistance, broke free from Amigakure's control, causing the hidden village's economic situation to plummet. Supply lines for Rain Country's ninja forces and funding were severed. Hanzo's dream of elevating Rain Country to the rank of the 6th greatest nation in the shinobi world was dashed. Hanzo, refusing to accept that his efforts had come to naught, launched a brutal purge across Rain Country. Countless ninja from the 5 great villages were exterminated, ushering in a brief period of equilibrium and fragile peace. Although the ninja world was temporarily plunged into an eerie peace, the Senju clan had not ceased their efforts. They were searching everywhere for the Uzumaki clan. The surviving members of the Uzumaki clan, however, were hiding everywhere, and most of them held little hope for Konohagakure. Tsunade and others searched across the ninja world, while Madogai also kept busy. As a chunin of Konoha, he naturally guarded the border of the Land of Fire. Goehei Shoutao naturally did not want to separate from Madogai, so she followed his suggestion and joined the ranks of Konoha's ninja. After she became a ninja, she naturally entrusted her daughter to Senju Tauka and Goehei Daodai. Upon seeing his daughter join the Konoha ninja ranks, Goehei Daodai was naturally furious. However, having already spent nearly all his wealth on marrying off his daughter, he also decided to leave Konoha and return to the underground black market to earn money. Husband, we have enough money to live on. Besides, we won't need that much wealth. Tauka, you've noticed that money has been losing its value these days. For our future life and for our granddaughter, I've decided to earn more money and convert it into gold just in case. On one hand, Goehei Daodai wanted to earn money. On the other hand, he was deeply concerned about his daughter's safety. The ninja world had many powerful village leaders, especially Inoki of the Iwagakure. The 3rd Tsuchikage possessed the Kekkai Genkai dust release capable of reducing a person to molecules in an instant. He feared his daughter might encounter the 3rd Tsuchikage, so he wanted to go protect his daughter and son-in-law. Husband, if you're worried about Taohua, just say so. Taohua's grown up. Besides, her strength is already comparable to the Kage of major villages. She won't come to any harm. Senju Tauka understood Goehei Daodai well. She naturally did not believe that he was leaving Konoha solely for money. Tauka, you still underestimate the ninja world. Niji no Tabi Inoki of Iwagakure has surpassed his master in strength. He could rightfully be called the strongest in the ninja world today. Moreover, he possesses the dust release Kekkai Genkai, which can rival the 1st Hokage's would release. If not for Inoki's chakra reserves falling short of the 1st Hokage's with his current abilities, he could sweep across the entire ninja world. Not only that, the 3rd Reikage of the Land of Lightning should not be underestimated either. His lightning release chakra mode is not only incredibly fast, but also grants him a terrifyingly strong physique. If Taohua were to encounter him, she would suffer as well. Senju Tauka, having been out of touch with the ninja world for a long time, was not very familiar with these matters. After leaving Konoha, Goehei Daodai used life reincarnation on himself to appear even older and fatter. At first glance, no one would have thought him to be a powerhouse. Goehei Daodai arrived at the border between the Land of Fire and the Land of Earth. Upon entering the underground black market, he encountered a famous figure whose bounty in the ninja world was no small amount. Of course, the reason Guihai Daodai cared so much about him was not due to the bounty on his head, but because he had his eyes on decades of his accumulated gains. That's right, the person Guihai Daodai encountered was Kakuzu, the ninja world's infamous bounty hunter. Kakuzu appeared here precisely to hunt down various ninja wanted in the underground black markets along the border. The moment Guihai Daodai entered the underground black market, Kakuzu also began sizing him up. However, to his disappointment, Guihai Daodai had long since altered his appearance. In the underground black market, there was no bounty posted for his current look. Kakuzu did not let this go, however. After all, the vast majority of ninja would disguise themselves upon entering the underground black market, even using transformation jutsu to change their appearance. Kakuzu carefully sensed him and discovered that Guihai Daodai had no chakra at all, which greatly surprised him. But then again, the underground black market was not only visited by ninja accepting missions, but also by those posting commissions. Therefore, he did not dwell on it too much, though he did commit Guihai Daodai's appearance to memory. Guihai Daodai knew full well that Kakuzu was sizing him up. After all, none of the people who came to the underground black market were anyone to trifling with. Intercepting and killing wealthy patrons seeking to post commissions was a commonplace occurrence. Guihai Daodai walked directly to the area where bounty posters were displayed and began searching carefully. Before long, he found a bounty notice exactly as he had expected. Konoha's female god of death Mado Shoutao bounty Zero Rio. That's right, the Konoha female god of death Mado Shoutao was none other than Guihai Daodai's daughter Guihai Shoutao. Guihai Daodai never expected that his daughter, barely having seen the battlefield for a short time, was already being so targeted by hostile forces. Kakuzu observed that Guihai Daodai was not heading toward the mission posting area, but instead walking toward the bounty notices, which filled him with curiosity. It was worth noting that the ninja world of today was nothing like the Warring States period. Samurai had long since fallen into decline. Moreover, modern samurai had long abandoned tradition and taken up chakra training. Traditional samurai had been eliminated. Any samurai who dared to enter the underground black market accepting commissions under the banner of a traditional samurai must have been extremely confident in his strength. Thinking along these lines, Kakuzu immediately formed an idea and quickly approached Guihai Daodai, who was examining the bounty notices. Sir, it seems you're quite interested in the Konoha female god of death. How about we cooperate and split the bounty evenly? Kakuzu was very confident. He believed Guihai Daodai would not refuse his proposal, especially since the Konoha female god of death's strength was truly terrifying. Lord Kakuzu is also interested in the Konoha female god of death. Guihai Daodai knew Kakuzu's intentions perfectly. He was undoubtedly trying to use him as cannon fodder, intending to eliminate him after the task was complete, so he could pocket the entire bounty and possibly squeeze something out of him as well. Sir knows this old man. He, Lord Kakuzu, is a celebrity of the underground black market. If I didn't know of him, would I not have wasted decades of my life? Guihai Daodai could not possibly claim he did not know Kakuzu. After all, Kakuzu's fearsome reputation echoed throughout the underground black market. Anyone who frequently accepted missions there would know of him. If he claimed not to know, it would be entirely inconsistent with his current image. Since you know this old man, you should also know that I am only interested in those with bounties on their heads. There is no need for you to worry about me harming you. After all, you are not wanted. By the way, this old man is rarely curious, but since you frequent the underground black market, why have I never heard of you? Guihai Daodai had anticipated this question long ago. Lord Kakuzu, please forgive me. I rarely accept missions with extremely high bounties, and I am quite picky about commissions. I do not take on tasks for evildoers, nor do I accept missions without absolute certainty of success. Kakuzu was utterly stunned by Guihai Dao's words. Kill people because they were scared to death. What did he mean by not taking missions without absolute assurance, and that he wouldn't accept missions involving people who weren't extremely wicked? Did he think he was some kind of righteous person? Kakuzu was at a complete loss for words. In Kakuzu's impression, there were no truly good people among ninjas and samurai. Good people could never live freely in this world. After all, in this world, if you were genuinely virtuous, you simply wouldn't survive. Kakuzu privately scoffed at this internally, but maintaining his composure, he continued, Brother, that Konoha female butcher has been on a killing spree over the past half-month. In the last month alone, she has slaughtered over 100 squads from Awagakure, including more than 20 jonin who perished under her blade. That is precisely why Awagakure has issued such a high bounty. This old man originally intended to take this mission alone, but that Konoha female butcher is accompanied by a Konoha taijutsu chunin. It is said that this taijutsu chunin is her husband. Though nominally merely a chunin, his true strength is no inferior to a jonin. Although this old man does not fear them for the sake of ensuring safety, he has decided to find someone to help him distract that taijutsu chunin. I wonder if you would be interested, brother. Kakuzu was a man driven purely by greed, and his interest in Guihai Shoutao was entirely within Guihai Dao's expectations. Ever since he had seen Kakuzu here, he had known that Kakuzu harbored ill intentions toward his daughter. Although Guihai Dao had already prepared to teach Kakuzu a lesson, he still pretended to hesitate on the surface. Lord Kakuzu, I would rather not involve myself in the conflicts between the major hidden villages. After all, none of those people are easy to deal with. One misstep, and I might end up on someone's bounty list myself. Brother, you cannot cower when venturing out into this world. Being bounty hunted is nothing terrible. How much could you possibly earn from hunting bandit missions? Moreover, if you wish to earn more, you must become renowned. In the underground black market, the more famous you are, the better. Guei Deo, unable to bear Kakuzu's constant preaching, couldn't help but retort, Lord Kakuzu, are you planning to take my head for the bounty after I get listed on the bounty board? Kakuzu dismissed it carelessly. You are overthinking things. Even setting aside the fact that you have not yet been bounty hunted, your bounty would never reach an amount that could tempt this old man in the short term. Besides, given your cautious and meticulous nature, you would surely not reveal your true appearance while executing missions, would you? Furthermore, this old man has already noticed something resembling a mask in the bag on your back. Guei Deo reached out and touched his backpack, then awkwardly replied, Lord Kazu, are you certain you will share the bounty with me afterward? Why don't you simply hire me directly with upfront payment? That would benefit us both. Guei Deo flawlessly portrayed his cautious persona. The more cautious he appeared, the more reassured Kakuzu became. After all, this was their first meeting. If Guei Deo had agreed too readily, it would only have aroused Kakuzu's suspicion. Moi. Upon hearing this, Kakuzu felt deeply displeased. He had intended to take advantage of Guei Deo for free and dispose of him casually once the mission was complete. He never expected that Guei Deo would not only resist working together, but also worry about being denied his share afterward. Kakuzu suddenly realized that this slightly portly samurai indeed deserved his reputation as someone who had navigated the underground black market for so long without ever being bounty hunted. Then, brother, how much compensation do you desire? If it is too high, this old man may not be able to afford it. Lord Kakuzu flatters himself. Who doesn't know that Lord Kakuzu is a mission fanatic? If even you have no money, how can the rest of us afford to eat? Lord Kakuzu, I ask for no great sum. Simply 10 million ryo would suffice. What a 10 million ryo? Brother, are you joking with this old man? Kakuzu's expression darkened considerably. As a miser, he did have his limits. He could share spoils with others, but he would never accept paying out of his own pocket to other bounty hunters. Lord Kakuzu, I am merely requesting a modest 10 million ryo as hardship fee. Relative to Lord Kakuzu, this is but a drop in the ocean. Besides, the target of this mission is worth 80 million ryo. Are these comparable? The target's bounty has not yet been collected, yet hiring you requires this old man to front the money. If the mission fails, would this old man not suffer a loss of 10 million ryo for nothing? Moreover, what if you take the money and abandon this old man at a critical moment during the mission? In that case, losing 10 million ryo would be a minor matter. If you left this old man to face two formidable warriors alone, I might very well lose my life. Lord Kakuzu, then what would you suggest? You must be aware of my reputation in the black market. I certainly do not wish to risk my life only to end up with nothing. Worst case, I might even face betrayal afterward. Would it not be unwise for me to take such a risk? Guei Deo gave the impression of reluctant involvement, yet simultaneously appeared reluctant to let this opportunity to make a fortune slip away. Kakuzu's expression shifted repeatedly. If he had not been unable to find stronger cannon fodder, he would not have continued this conversation with Guei Deo. And if he were not afraid of arousing suspicion, he would have long since stormed off to ambush Guei Deo outside the black market. Very well. You make a fair point. How about this? This old man will hire you for 5 million ryo, paying 1 million ryo as a deposit before the mission begins. How does that sound? Lord Kakuzu, isn't that rather too little? Guei Deo wished to continue bargaining, for such negotiation was a necessary formality. If he had not haggled in this manner, it would have appeared highly suspicious. Kakuzu shared the same intention. Although he had already planned to eliminate Guei Deo after the mission, he could not reveal his true intentions too overtly, or else Guei Deo would refuse to be used by him, resulting in far greater losses. Is that still too little? You should know that a Class S mission in any of the 5 great hidden villages commands only about 1 million ryo in commission. Though this mission carries greater danger, even the 5 great hidden villages would offer at most 2 million ryo. What more could you possibly desire? Lord Kakuzu, how can these be compared? The ninja of the 5 great hidden villages receive merit and recognition upon completing missions. Furthermore, if ninja from the 5 great hidden villages could accomplish this task, a Wagakure would never have listed it on the black market, nor would they have offered such an exorbitant price. How about this? I can hire you for 10 million ryo, but for security the deposit will be only 1 million ryo. The remainder shall be paid upon completion of the mission. No, the deposit must be at least 5 million ryo. If you offer merely 1 million, this humble one cannot feel at ease. I value my life dearly, and would not risk it for so paltry a sum. Should Kakuzu refuse to agree, then I suggest he seek another more capable. This humble one has matters to attend to, and shall not waste further time here with Kakuzu. After Guei Deo finished speaking, he prepared to depart. However, he did not head immediately toward the exit of the black market. Instead, he walked in another direction. After all, Kakuzu was still present. Seeing Gueikai Hidao about to leave, Kakuzu grit his teeth and utterly reluctant called him back, ultimately agreeing to Gueikai Hidao's demands. After clarifying Gueikai Hidao's codename, Kakuzu departed the underground black market together with him. Gueikai Hidao followed Kakuzu to a location not far from the Muyi campsite, apparently intending to wait for someone there. Kakuzu Hidao, are we to charge directly into the Muyi campsite? Brother Wushuang, do not worry. I have received intelligence that the Muyi female killing god and his teammates will leave the camp soon to undertake a mission at Shinobi Bridge. We need only wait 1 or 2 more days to intercept them. Hearing this, Gueikai Hidao's face remained expressionless, but within his heart anger churned. Such intelligence could not have originated from a Wagakure. This information could only have come from the high-ranking officials of Muyi. I see. Taohua's current strength already poses a threat to Sarutobi Hiruzen and the other Muyi elders. Moreover, Taohua carries half Senju bloodline and has already earned a fearsome reputation on the battlefield. It is only natural that Sarutobi Hiruzen and the Muyi leadership harbor reservations toward Taohua. The more Gueikai Hidao thought about it, the angrier he grew. In his heart, he desperately wished to return to Muyi and eliminate Sarutobi Hiruzen and the other Muyi elders on the spot. However, Gueikai Hidao understood that this was not the optimal course. If he acted thus, those lurking in the shadows would surely notice changes within Muyi. Therefore, he decided to spare Sarutobi Hiruzen and the Muyi leadership, for now. Time flew like a shuttle, and days swiftly yielded to night. Kakuzu used the pretext of needing relief to temporarily leave their hiding place. Gueikai Hidao did not follow, but instead activated his observation haki to determine where Kakuzu was heading. Meanwhile, once Kakuzu moved beyond Gueikai Hidao's line of sight, he immediately employed a ninja technique to create a shadow clone to monitor whether Gueikai Hidao was tailing him. Upon observing that Gueikai Hidao showed no sign of pursuit, Kakuzu's shadow clone proceeded onward. Kakuzu raced at tremendous speed toward a concealed location. Gueikai Hidao extended his observation haki along Kakuzu's path, and when his sensory perception reached approximately 1 kilometer from their campsite, he detected several figures dressed in black robes and masked faces awaiting them there. Kakuzu arrived with remarkable speed, covering the distance in roughly a minute. The two parties exchanged secret signals from over 10 meters apart. Once they confirmed each other's identities, the masked ninja in black tossed a scroll toward Kakuzu, then withdrew. After catching the scroll, Kakuzu carefully inspected it before unrolling it. While he examined the contents, Gueikai Hidao kept his attention fixed on the direction in which the cloaked figures had departed. These individuals are not heading toward the Muyi campsite. Could they have other assignments? Gueikai Hidao reasoned that Muyi ninja required written authorization to leave camp. They were merely pawns in someone else's game. As Gueikai Hidao watched them recede into the distance, he relinquished the pursuit, aware that his observation haki had its limitations. After Kakuzu returned with the intelligence, he made no further movements. At dawn the following day, Kakuzu led Gueikai Hidao on a relocation. They traveled toward an area with sparser tree cover, and upon stopping once more they found themselves near a main road. Kakuzu Hidao, what exactly are we? Brother Wushuang, the Muyi female killing god, and his team have altered their route this time. They will pass through here at dusk, so we shall wait for them at this location. Kakuzu refrained from further explanation, instead retrieving a scroll from his garment. From it, he produced a money box containing 5 bundles of 10,000 ryo notes, which he tossed toward Gueikai Hidao. Brother Wushuang, this is 5 million. Keep it for now, and the remainder shall be paid upon mission completion. Gueikai Hidao began counting the money, and only after verifying the amounts did he carefully store the funds in his backpack. He then donned a fearsome Oni mask. Brother Wushuang, is such caution really necessary? Kakuzu did not believe Gueikai Hidao was merely counting money. Unopened bundles would naturally contain the correct number. He suspected Gueikai Hidao was instead checking whether explosive tags had been concealed among the bills. Heck, Kakuzu Hidao jokes indeed. These are hard-earned coins, and with 10,000 ryo notes, each missing bill represents a substantial sum. Even considerable hardship for one in my dire financial circumstances. Kakuzu found himself at a loss for words, having never encountered another as covetous of wealth as himself. After finishing their midday meal, the pair settled in to wait. When time arrived and the sun began its descent, their target finally appeared. Gueikai Xiaotao and Might Dai, having ridden hard to reach this point, found their path blocked by Kakuzu and Gueikai Hidao, who had lain in ambush. Who are you? Why block our path? Might Dai and Gueikai Xiaotao immediately recognized that Kakuzu wore the forehead protector of a missing nin from Takigakure. The masked figure bore no visible village insignia, only a fearsome Oni mask. How we've come to borrow your heads for a time. While Kakuzu signaled Gueikai Hidao to draw Might Dai away, he taunted his opponents. Glancing at each other, Gueikai Xiaotao and Might Dai charged directly toward Kakuzu and Gueikai Hidao. Gueikai Hidao had intended to take advantage of the moment to strike Kakuzu from behind, but Kakuzu had already positioned himself at a distance the instant he gave the signal. Clearly he did not fully trust Gueikai Hidao. Guikai Hadao sighed inwardly, yet he also wished to observe how much his daughter had grown during this period, so he promptly engaged Might Dai to intercept him. Just as Might Dai prepared to employ the body flicker technique to catch Kakuzu and Guikai Hadao off guard, he realized the masked foe had matched his speed and neutralized his attack before he could execute it. After engaging Guihai Dao in combat, Mado Dai realized he was utterly unable to overcome the masked figure before him. His attention then shifted to Guihai Xiaotao and her other attacker. As he watched Guihai Xiaotao and Kakuzu gradually drift farther away, a deep sense of foreboding settled over him. You should worry about yourself. Guihai Dao had been observing everyone through observation haki all along. Seeing Kakuzu attempt to lure his daughter away, he remained calm. Having already witnessed his daughter's battle, he noted that although Kakuzu was powerful, Guihai Xiaotao's combat experience had grown substantially. They were unlikely to reach a decisive conclusion anytime soon, so he made no move against Kakuzu. Kakuzu and Guihai Xiaotao fought their way ever farther, soon disappearing from sight. At that moment, Guihai Dao abandoned his pretense. Using shave, he instantly appeared behind his son-in-law. Mado Dai locked him in a grapple and pinned him to the ground before drawing his katana and pressing it against Mado Dai's neck. Dai, your strength truly disappoints your old father-in-law. Mado Dai was momentarily dazed by Guihai Dao's sudden assault. Still held at sword point, he had been on the verge of opening the 8 gates. But the masked opponent had called out to him, not only expressing disappointment, but claiming to be his father-in-law. The revelation left him utterly stunned. Father-in-law. Guihai Dao released. Mado Dai reached up and removed his mask. Under Mado Dai's wide-eyed stare, he revealed his true face. The moment Mado Dai recognized Guihai Dao's familiar features, shock paralyzed him. Father-in-law, how did you do this? Mado Dai knew his father-in-law possessed no chakra at all. He simply could not comprehend how Guihai Dao had managed to alter his appearance. Dai, after successfully mastering the 6 forms I taught you, strive to refine them to perfection. Once perfected, those techniques reach their final stage, at which point you may have the opportunity to comprehend the 7th form, Life Return. Life Return grants you complete control over every muscle in your body and significantly enhances your metabolic efficiency. The food you consume is converted into life energy stored within your body, greatly increasing your endurance, a tremendous advantage in battle. Upon hearing this, Mado Dai finally understood. Father-in-law, why are you here? And why were you fighting alongside that rogue ninja from Oboro Hidden Village? Do you really think I would have left the village if not for you? The one who gives me nothing but worry, for bringing my daughter onto the battlefield. You are still too young. You believe you fight for Konoha and the Fire Nation, but in truth Konoha's high command treats this war as a covert conflict against their rivals. As for why I appeared here, someone placed a bounty on Tao Hua in the black market. In my estimation, this bears the fingerprints of Konoha's high command. Our intelligence about your movements came from someone feeding us information secretly. Otherwise, tell me, how would we have known with such precision that you would pass through this area? Enough. Keep this matter to yourself. After this great battle, return to the village and devote yourself to proper training. Never bring Tao Hua to the battlefield again. After enlightening Mado Dai, Guihai Dao used Life Return once more to restore his previous appearance, donned the ghost mask, and hastened toward the location where Guihai Xiaotao and Kakuzu had been fighting. Through observation haki, he had just sensed that his daughter had already severed Kakuzu's head. At that moment, Guihai Xiaotao was preparing to turn back and come their way. Guihai Dao knew well that Kakuzu possessed 5 hearts, meaning he had 5 lives. Although Guihai Xiaotao's observation haki had reached an introductory level, it could only sense danger. She could not yet determine whether an enemy was truly dead. The instant Guihai Xiaotao turned around, Kakuzu's apparently lifeless body stirred once more. A tendril from his Earth Yomi power emerged instinctively from his severed neck, reaching toward his head and reconnecting with his optic nerve. The moment his optic nerve reconnected, the Earth Yomi tendrils within his body surged toward his head, in an instant restoring his mobility completely. The instant he regained movement, he immediately unleashed Fire Release Headhunter Jutsu toward Guihai Xiaotao. She had noticed something was wrong the moment the Earth Yomi tendrils emerged, but she was far too late to stop it. Reacting on instinct, she activated Shave at the very moment the Fire Jutsu struck. Fortunately, Guihai Xiaotao escaped quickly, otherwise she would have been severely burned by Kakuzu's Fire Release Headhunter Jutsu. Only after the dust settled as Guihai Xiaotao prepared to strike down Kakuzu once more did she realize he had already fled the scene. Just as Guihai Xiaotao was about to give chase, both Guihai Dao and Mado Dai arrived. Without acknowledging his own daughter, Guihai Dao immediately sprinted in the direction Kakuzu had fled. As Guihai Xiaotao prepared to confront her father, Mado Dai quickly intercepted her path, forcing her to watch helplessly as Guihai Dao dashed past her. Husband, what are you doing? Tao Hua, that is father-in-law. What? Guihai Xiaotao was stunned by Mado Dai's words. She never imagined that her own father had been among their attackers. Husband, what is going on? Though reluctant to believe it, Guihai Xiaotao was no fool. She naturally could not accept that her father would come to ambush them, so she wanted to know the full story. Seeing Guihai Xiaotao ask for the reason, Mado Dai hastily explained to her why Guihai Dao had appeared at this location. After hearing Mado Dai's explanation, a flash of anger crossed Guihai Xiaotao's eyes. Husband, are you saying father means the Konoha High Command fears my strength and intends for us to die on the battlefield? Tao Hua, those are father-in-law's speculations. I am not certain either, but I find his reasoning quite reasonable. Mado Dai was no fool himself. He knew that a taijutsu chunin like him was hardly worth the High Command's elaborate schemes. But his wife was entirely different. She was a descendant of the Senju clan, had never graduated from the Konoha Ninja Academy, and her strength far surpassed even the village's jonin. Moreover, his wife, Guihai Xiaotao, had silently cultivated to such extraordinary heights and earned a fearsome reputation on the battlefield. Wasn't that a direct slap in the face to Konoha's Ninja Academy and its leadership? If Konoha's high command weren't deeply threatened by this, then something would be terribly wrong. At this moment, Guihai Xiaotao and Mate Dai no longer harbored the desire to continue fighting for Mai. They exchanged a glance before hastening to pursue Guihai Dao. Guihai Dao followed Jiao Du along the way. Fearing that Guihai Xiaotao might catch up, Jiao Du dared not stop and instead leaped from tree to tree, muttering curses under his breath. Damn it, those bastards are trying to get me killed. What jonin? This strength is no less than that of Chinson Feijian. Jiao Du now wished he could eliminate his employer on the spot. Although he had previously known that earning 800 million Rio would be difficult, he never expected it to be this challenging. Jiao Du had operated in the ninja world for many years and had encountered countless powerful fighters, yet for the first time, he suffered such a severe defeat at the hands of a young woman. Guihai Dao originally intended to strike down Jiao Du immediately, but he soon realized that Mate Dai and his daughter were also gaining on them. After a moment's thought, he deliberately slowed his pace. Before long, Guihai Xiaotao and Mate Dai caught up with Guihai Dao. Father, what are you doing? Upon his daughter's inquiry, Guihai Dao immediately voiced his thoughts. Xiaotao, that missing nin from Longing village you just fought, is named Jiao Du. He is not only a Kaga-level powerhouse, but also a fat sheep carrying a massive fortune. I initially planned to knock him unconscious and loot his money. Since you have caught up, I will let you handle it. If you ransack him, you will never have to worry about money again in your lives. Hearing this, golden lights flashed in Mate Dai's eyes. Although he was no longer short on money now, these were funds given by his father-in-law, the bride wealth of his wife. He felt he lacked authority when speaking at home. Now having an opportunity to get rich overnight, he naturally became spirited. Father-in-law, is Jiao Du really that wealthy? Guihai Dao gave Mate Dai a sidelong glance, then said, this Jiao Du is an old fox who has survived since the Warring States period. His actual age is over 40, and ever since he became a missing nin, he has been working as a bounty hunter in the underground black market. Think about it, he has been a bounty hunter for decades. Moreover, he was once dispatched by Tainin village to assassinate the first Hokage. Although he failed and managed to return alive, that is precisely why Longing village made him the scapegoat. His strength is comparable to the third Hokage Yuandao Richin. Tell me, if a Kaga-level powerhouse has been operating in the underground black market for decades, do you think he has money? Furthermore, since becoming a missing nin, he has lost interest in everything except money. Consider someone like this. If he has no money, would you believe it yourself? Besides, your father-in-law has personally seen him carry a storage scroll filled with money. Within that scroll, there are several sealing tags, each sealing a large money chest. Those chests can each hold at least 100 million Rio. Father, this Jiao Du is very strange. I clearly severed his head earlier, yet he somehow came back to life. Guihai Xiaotao knew her father certainly knew far more than she did, so she sought to obtain additional intelligence about Jiao Du from him. Xiaotao, before becoming a missing nin, Jiao Du once stole Longing village's forbidden jutsu, called Diyuanyu. Diyuanyu is a forbidden technique that modifies the body. Jiao Du's Diyuanyu allows him to seize other people's hearts. He can possess up to 5 hearts simultaneously, and each heart equates to 1 additional life. Moreover, due to the unique nature of Diyuanyu, Jiao Du can simultaneously wield the 5 elements escape techniques. When facing him, be cautious. The hearts he stole are concealed beneath 4 masks. In critical moments, he can deploy 4 monstrous clones simultaneously. You need only kill him 5 times consecutively to eliminate him completely. Father, were you tempted by his bounty reward all along? Guihai Xiaotao understood her father very well. When she married, Mate Dai, her father not only provided her with valuable bride wealth, but also gave her 60 million Rio in gold as her personal savings. No. I merely encountered him by chance while seeking your information in the underground black market. He happened to become interested in your bounty, otherwise he would not have hired me. What? Xiaotao has a bounty on her head. Mate Dai could hardly believe that Guihai Xiaotao had already been placed on the underground black market's bounty list less than half a year after arriving at the battlefield with him. Not only is she on the bounty list, but the reward is absurdly high. 800 million Rio. You might not have expected it, but Xiaotao now has her own ninja title, the My Female Killing God. My Female Killing God. Bounty of 800 million Rio. Guihai Xiaotao's expression grew increasingly dark. A bounty of 800 million Rio was bad enough, But what the hell was this my female killing god title? Well, who told you to fight so desperately on the battlefield? Guihai Daodao naturally understood what his daughter was thinking. Being placed on a high-priced bounty was already an unfortunate matter, but the title my female killing god was even more frustrating. The title my female killing god carries the same meaning as the female demon head in Chinese culture. Any normal woman would not feel happy about being called a female demon head. Father, you don't understand. The battlefield situation was too complex. If I didn't kill them, they would have killed me. Moreover, as I eliminated more enemies, they began targeting me specifically. Guihai Xiaodao was at a loss for words. She had originally come to the battlefield with the intention of helping Mate Dai. However, she never expected that with her involvement those enemies would seek to kill her to make a name for themselves. This led to her reputation growing larger and larger, which also brought greater danger to Mate Dai. Xiaodao, you are burdened by your reputation. Look at your father. I have operated in the ninja world for decades. There is no one in the ninja world who holds a grudge against me or seeks to target me. Hearing this, both Guihai Xiaotao and Mate Dai found his words reasonable. They continuously fought in the ninja world, became well known, and were subsequently targeted and placed on bounty lists. Guihai Xiaotao originally wanted to say something else, but before she could speak, Guihai Daodao spoke again. Speed up. Rock Hidden Ninja have appeared ahead of Jiao Du. If he kills those ninja, he will restore himself to his peak state, and he will have 5 lives again. Hearing this, Guihai Xiaotao and Mate Dai immediately pursued Jiao Du with all their strength. Unfortunately, they were still one step too late. Jiao Du had already extracted the hearts and organs of those expendable rock-hidden ninja. Jiao Du was originally rejoicing in his recovery when he was startled by the sudden appearance of Guihai Xiaotao and Mate Dai. Guihai Xiaotao glanced at the rock-hidden ninja on the ground and said calmly, "It seems you can revive because you have more hearts than others." Having heard her father's explanation earlier, Guihai Xiaotao naturally did not want to reveal that her father had shared intelligence about Jiao Du with her. Therefore, she deliberately brought up the matter of Jiao Du's revival. Kakuzu never expected his secret of immortality to be discovered so abruptly. He had intended to silence the witness, but he knew full well he stood no match against Guihai Xiaotao, especially with her companions now present. After a moment's contemplation, Kakuzu made a decision that pained him somewhat. Your prowess is indeed formidable, but capturing me is hardly a certainty. Moreover, if we were both to perish here, would that not merely benefit the Iwagakure ninja? I suggest you let me depart in peace. Hey, you old fool, do you truly believe we are to be trifled with? You came to ambush us, yet expect to simply walk away. Where would our honor be if we let you go so easily? Although Guihai Xiaotao also desired to eliminate Kakuzu entirely, she understood after learning of his hidden trump card that relying solely on herself and Mate Dai to subdue him carried considerable risk. Of course, if her father were to intervene personally, there would be no problem at all. However, reading her father's attitude, she understood he wished to remain concealed. Thus, she resolved to merely extract some wealth from Kakuzu. Kakuzu grasped Guihai Xiaodao's meaning instantly. If he did not sacrifice something today, he genuinely feared he would be slain here. Yet ironically, this suited his purposes perfectly. How about this? I shall offer 10 million Rio to purchase my safety. Your dignity shall be preserved as well. What say you, esteemed one? Hey, your life proves rather inexpensive. Do you truly believe my husband and I are worth merely such a paltry sum? Have you perhaps underestimated us both considerably? Kakuzu's expression darkened upon hearing this. He had originally intended to part with some wealth to avoid disaster, but never did he expect the other party to disdain his offer as insufficient. Kakuzu was a man who treasured wealth above all else. If they desired his money, they would need to see whether his fangs were sharp enough. Do not push your luck too far, or I shall fight to the death. Kakuzu assumed an expression of fierce desperation, gambling that Guihai Xiaotao and Mate Dai were unwilling to risk annihilation against him. Indeed, Guihai Xiaotao had no intention of fighting to the death with Kakuzu, for her father was watching over them from the shadows. Very well then, face your demise. Guihai Xiaodao no longer harbored any desire to waste words with Kakuzu. She immediately activated her chakra-enhanced Shunshin and charged directly toward him. Facing Guihai Xiaotao's sudden assault, Kakuzu dared not grow careless. He immediately unleashed his beast clones, and together with his main body, all 4 targets prepared to unleash his signature jutsu upon Guihai Xiaotao and Mate Dai. In an instant, 5 elemental ninjutsu attacks surged toward Guihai Xiaotao and Mate Dai. However, neither was an ordinary ninja. Their speed far surpassed that of typical shinobi. Before Kakuzu's techniques could fully manifest, they had already appeared at close range. Guihai Xiaotao had drawn even closer to Kakuzu's main body. At the precise moment his jutsu left his body, she unleashed her sword technique. Clang, clang, clang. Kakuzu's combat instincts were no slouch. From the moment he declared his willingness to fight to the death, he had already braced himself for an ambush. Having previously clashed with Guihai Xiaodao, he fully understood just how terrifyingly fast she could be. Just as Kakuzu's main body felt unable to withstand the assault, Mate Dai's attack arrived. He delivered a devastating flying kick directly to the mask of one of Kakuzu's beast clones. Crack! The moment the beast clone perished, Kakuzu sensed that Might Dai had already reached the rank of elite jonin. Losing yet another heart severely diminished his strength. He quickly used the force of Might Dai's kick to retreat, while his remaining 3 beast clones simultaneously employed the tendrils of Chibaku Tensei to drag him backward. Furthermore, the jutsu of his 3 beast clones successfully activated at that moment. Countless earth spikes and bolts of lightning erupted wildly across the surroundings, temporarily forcing Guihai Xiaotao and Might Dai to retreat. Another beast clone also unleashed Wind Release Great Breakthrough Storm. This tremendous gust of wind further disrupted the rhythm of Guihai Xiaotao and Might Dai's continued assault, and Kakuzu seized the opportunity to make his escape. As expected of Kakuzu, even while fleeing, he simultaneously manipulated his 3 remaining beast clones to employ ninjutsu and hinder the pursuit of Guihai Xiaotao and Might Dai. Might Dai and Guihai Xiaotao showed no urgency. They simply continued to pursue Kakuzu. Their intentions were clear to him. Simply to drain his chakra, was it not? Although he could not currently overcome them, Kakuzu was not without his own schemes. During his retreat, he deliberately chose the direction of the Iwagakure headquarters. Might Dai and Guihai Xiaotao also discerned Kakuzu's plan during the chase, and they immediately intensified their attacks and pursuit speed. However, this proved futile. Such tremendous commotion had long attracted the attention of the Iwagakure patrol units. Some ninja had already reported the situation through special means, and additional forces were rushing toward them. Kakuzu held out for some time longer. Just as his chakra neared exhaustion, the Iwagakure ninja finally arrived. Unfamiliar with the situation, they maintained a cautious distance, keeping watch from afar. The Iwagakure ninja's refusal to advance did not mean Kakuzu would spare them. He charged directly toward their position. Seeing someone charge at them, the Iwagakure ninja did not hesitate. They immediately launched their attack against Kakuzu. Unfortunately, the Iwagakure ninja's strength was somewhat lacking. They failed to affect Kakuzu in any meaningful way. Instead, he captured one of them with Chibaku Tensei. As he plundered the ninja's heart, he also used the corpse as a shield against Guihai Xiaotao's attacks. The remaining Iwagakure ninja noticed Guihai Xiaotao and Might Dai behind Kakuzu at this moment. Naturally, they recognized the identities of Might Dai and Guihai Xiaotao. It is Konoha's female god of death. Quick, send word back. The Iwagakure Jonin captain immediately led the retreat. The other ninja followed suit without hesitation. They had been thoroughly frightened by Guihai Xiaotao's prowess. The third Tsuchikage had explicitly authorized abandoning missions upon encountering Konoha's female god of death. The Iwagakure ninja sought to flee, but Kakuzu would never allow it. He continuously used the tendrils of Chibaku Tensei to bind them and hurled them toward Guihai Xiaotao and the others. Seizing the opportunity, he affixed numerous explosive tags onto their bodies. Although Guihai Xiaotao sliced the Iwagakure ninja into 2 halves, the explosive tags detonated simultaneously. Guihai Xiaotao and Might Dai were not injured by the explosions, but their pursuit rhythm was disrupted. Just as Kakuzu seemed destined to escape, Guihai Xiaotao, still gripping her blade, could no longer contain herself, and she struck. Buzz! Bang! A blinding white light shot from the distance at an unbelievable speed, striking Kanado's right lower leg in an instant and severing it clean off. Unable to withstand the sudden impact, Kanado lost his balance and tumbled straight down from the tree. Yet Kanado was a shinobi who had survived since the Warring States period. He executed a flawless 360-degree somersault midair and regained his balance. That brief delay cost Kanado any chance of escape or capturing the remaining hidden rock shinobi. Who? Kanado knew this was not the work of Might Dai or Guihai Xiaotao. If they possessed such power, he would never have survived this long. Guihai Dao had originally intended to stay hidden, but if he did not intervene now, Kanado would almost certainly escape for good. At this moment, Guihai Xiaotao and Might Dai also realized who had shattered Kanado's leg. They said nothing, instead flanking him on either side to block his retreat. Hehe, you bullied my daughter and son-in-law with such ferocity. Surely you do not think the Leaf Village holds me in any regard. Guihai Dao quickly altered his appearance deep within the woods, aging himself to match his true years before leaping into view. The aged Guihai Dao looked far older than his actual self, yet his features bore an unmistakable resemblance to Guihai Xiaotao's. One could immediately see the bloodline connecting them. Of course, Guihai Dao's current visage differed greatly from his true appearance, for his daughter more closely resembled his wife. He had deliberately transformed himself thus to deceive others. To be honest, Guihai Dao's greatest fear was none other than the Sage of Six Paths, Hagoromo Otsutsuki, watching him through another's chakra at this very moment. His second concern was the possibility that black and white Zetsu lay hidden nearby. Black and white Zetsu were rarely detectable through his sensory abilities, but the Sage of Six Paths concealed within the Pure Land left him utterly powerless. Thus he dared not draw upon the natural energy within his body. You are the father of the Leaf's female death god. Why has this old man never heard that the female death god possessed such a formidable father? How do you think anyone deserves to know of my strength? You must be Kanado correct. I once heard Hashirama Senju speak of an incident. and young ninja attempting to assassinate him from afar with a kunai. That foolish would-be assassin was you, wasn't it? Kanato's face darkened as Guihai Dao exposed his past. For years he had taken pride in having survived an assassination attempt on the god of shinobi Hashirama Senju. But he never expected Hashirama to have shared the tale with others, nor did he anticipate they would treat his attempt as nothing but a joke. What had he become? A mere clown performing acrobatics, or an ignorant ant, without even the self-awareness to know its place? Are you humiliating this old man? Oh no, I merely speak the truth. Moreover, what right does a mere youth have to address himself as this old man before me? You are barely in your 40s, are you not? While reaching one's 40s is indeed rare in the shinobi world, it hardly entitles you to call yourself elder before someone decades your senior. Every word from Guihai Dao struck like a blade, ruthlessly crushing Kanato's pride. Kanato understood that in the shinobi world, most could not survive past 40. Since people married early and many became grandfathers in their early 30s, reaching 40 allowed one to call oneself elder. Yet only those of great strength and high standing dared claim such title, and even then one must choose their audience carefully lest it be seen as provocation or disrespect toward seniors. Kanato had grown so accustomed to calling himself this old man over the years that he had done so reflexively, never expecting to be schooled for it. Your strength far exceeds mine, and I cannot debate with you. Speak. What will it take for me to settle this matter? Kanato no longer dared to be defiant. Fearing that provoking such a powerful opponent would cost him his life that day, he relented immediately. Kanato, from what I know, you have amassed considerable wealth over the years. Produce 1 billion ryo, and I shall overlook your attempted assassination of my daughter and son-in-law. Impossible. I simply cannot produce such a sum. Hardly had he spoken when Kanato was overwhelmed by the killing intent radiating from Guihai Dao. He hastily retracted his words, insisting he did not possess such funds, terrified that any delay would prove fatal. Humph. You have operated in the underground black market for decades, yet dare claim poverty. I would say you value your money far more than your life. Guihai Dao continued his probing, determined to extract every last coin from Kanato. Speaking of wealth, it must be noted that the shinobi world is full of peculiarities. Many believe money is of little importance, but the reality is quite different. The shinobi world is a harsh reality, and ninja cannot live on ideals alone. They produce nothing themselves, yet their consumption of money is enormous. They must purchase armor, weapons, cultivation, medicines, and more, all of which are exceedingly costly. Cultivating chakra and mastering jutsu cannot be achieved through effort alone. Many secret techniques and ninjutsu require the aid of medicinal compounds, and these drugs largely determine the power and speed of a ninja's training. Some secret techniques demand long-term consumption of specific medicines. Take Kanato's Jianbo, for instance. It requires regular antibiotics and painkillers, otherwise his ravaged body would long ago have collapsed. Consider the Kagaya clan as well. They constantly wield their bones as weapons, and therefore must heavily supplement their calcium intake. Each use of their bloodline limit fractures their flesh and blood, requiring regular painkillers. Without them, fighting with one's own bones would be unbearable. This explains why every hidden village maintains a specialized corpse disposal division. Each ninja's body contains significant medicinal residues, and if hostile forces obtain them, they could potentially uncover the secrets behind that ninja's techniques. Such a discovery would prove utterly fatal to any ninja. Naturally, such circumstances typically only manifest among onmai ninjas who practice secret techniques or forbidden jutsu, for these elites alone have access to the hidden secrets held by various major powers. The Mist Village's mist concealment technique and the training programs for those without a dark division both employ such secret medicines, all of which remain absolutely classified. How much does your excellency require? Forgive me, but I truly cannot produce more than that. Kakuzu knew his wealth was lost, yet he believed his opponent could never know the exact sum he possessed. Kakuzu was far too naive. He had no idea that Guihai Dao had long before him extracted his storage scroll, already using six-path sage mode to observe the ceiling formations within. Tell you what, we won't ask for too much. 800 million ryo will suffice. Guihai Dao demanded exactly 800 million ryo, because Kakuzu's in-ryo pouch contained slightly more than that sum. Should he demand everything, Kakuzu would surely refuse, and killing him would become unavoidable. Such a feat posed no difficulty for Guihai Dao, yet he deliberately asked for tens of millions less to avoid drawing the attention of the six-path sage Otsutsuki Hagoromo over Kakuzu's death. Upon hearing the demand for 800 million ryo, Kakuzu instinctively wished to bargain, but before he could speak, he sensed the murderous intent radiating from Guihai Dao. Will your excellency honor your word? If I pay to buy my life, will you truly let me leave? Guihai Dao understood precisely what Kakuzu feared. For in this world, greed-driven murder and robbery were commonplace, rendering oral promises utterly worthless to its people. Kakuzu, believe me or not, do you truly have a choice? If I kill you, everything on your person becomes mine. Upon hearing this, Kakuzu dared not utter another word. Should he hesitate further, his soul would return to the pure land within the next breath. He retrieved his own storage scroll and produced 8 chests. Each of these chests contains 100 million ryo in cash. Inspect them, and then will you let me go? Kakuzu manipulated the tendrils of Damienyu to open the chests, signaling for Guihai Dao and his companions to inspect them. Upon seeing this, Guihai Xiaotao immediately dispatched a shadow clone to conduct the inspection. Once satisfied, she unhesitatingly sealed away all the chests and withdrew. You may go. Keeping his word, Guihai Dao took no further action against Kakuzu, instead turning away with Guihai Xiaotao and Maitai Dai to depart this place. Only after witnessing their departure did Kakuzu urgently leap toward his severed leg, using Damienyu to reattach it before limping rapidly away from the scene. Not long after Kakuzu left, the main force of IWA Ninja arrived. Finding the area deserted, they breathed a sigh of relief and began tracking the departing figures. They were not truly pursuing them, but merely sought confirmation that Guihai Xiaotao had indeed departed. Meanwhile, far from the scene, Guihai Xiaotao and her companions came to a halt. Father, what are we to do now? Guihai Xiaotao understood her father must suspect that someone within Konoha desired their demise. Otherwise, Kakuzu could never have obtained such precise intelligence regarding them. Peach Blossom, who serves as your commander here. Father, our overall commander is Shimura Danzu. Unaware of Shimura Danzu's treachery, Guihai Xiaotao still harbored suspicion toward him, placing him among those she deemed responsible. Peach Blossom, father has always taught you only cultivation, neglecting to warn you that none within Konoha's upper echelons are decent people, especially the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzu. Those two are Konoha's most vicious politicians. Do not trust a single word they utter. You and Dai may not comprehend what politicians are, but you must remember they are the filthiest-hearted individuals in this world. To achieve their aims, they will commit any atrocity. Events such as today, they have orchestrated countless similar schemes. Their greatest skill is deception. Do not focus on their words, observe their deeds instead. You are no longer short of money. Return to Konoha if you can. If the higher-ups refuse, seek out Tsunade first. Also, have you noticed the sky-high inflation in the ninja world lately? You would do well to convert this fortune into valuables that retain their worth. Father-in-law is depositing our money in the bank, not prudent. Maitai Dai still felt banking offered greater security. After all, they would need currency for daily purchases. Converting everything into precious goods would require the hassle of selling them each time they needed funds. Dai, why are you so obstinate? Do you truly believe prices will ever fall again? Do you understand that paper money is merely special paper? What use is it when supplies grow scarce? Moreover, have you ever considered where money originates in the first place? Young as he was, Maitai Dai remained entirely ignorant of currency's true nature. Let me explain. This currency was printed by the daimyo. When the fire daimyo lacks funds, he finds someone to print more. The essence being that the daimyo exchange these sheets of paper for goods from the common folk. Normally this matters little since the daimyo's authority lends the paper value. But as they continue printing ever more, each bill becomes worth less. This is what we call inflation. When inflation accelerates, those with little wealth suffer less severely, for devalued currency hardly worsens the destitute. They possess so little already, their hardship merely deepens slightly. As prices climb, wages for laborers naturally rise as well, since the value of their output increases correspondingly. But we are different now. We are wealthy people. When inflation runs rampant, the purchasing power of the fortune you hold diminishes drastically. If you convert your money into genuinely valuable assets before inflation strikes, those treasures appreciate alongside rising prices, ensuring your wealth can still acquire relatively more goods when eventually converted back to currency. At this moment, Maitai Dai finally comprehended the depth of such economic knowledge, which explained why wealthy households he had observed over the years either owned vast estates or hoarded rare treasures. Kaido knew that Mado Dai's lack of understanding stemmed not from stupidity, but from Dai's lifelong poverty. He had never encountered such matters before. Father-in-law, should we purchase land or acquire rare treasures? Dai, the value of rare treasures is difficult to estimate, and they are not easy to sell. As for land, it is equally unsuitable. In recent years, Konoha's population has grown steadily, making land increasingly scarce. Moreover, most of Konoha's land is held by the great clans who lack nothing materially. They will only sell under dire necessity. The land I prepared as dowry for Taohua was all secured through your mother-in-law's connections with the Senju clan. Do not entertain such thoughts now. I suggest you convert all this money into gold. Gold is the true hard currency of this world. Gold. Mado Dai and Kaido Koharu only then remembered that at their wedding Kaido had provided a considerable amount of gold as Koharu's dowry. Father, then, how should we divide this money? Kaido Koharu, now Mado Dai's wife, harbored her own subtle intentions. Taohua, what are you saying? Though Mado Dai was simple, yet shameless, he could hardly bear such audacity before his father-in-law and master. Enough, Taohua. Your father has no need for wealth, and his earning ability far surpasses your imagination. Take all this money. Oh, I must depart. Take care. Upon hearing her father was leaving, Kaido Koharu froze. Father-in-law, where are you headed? Dai cultivation knows no bounds. I have recently encountered a bottleneck and must seek a place suited to my practice. By our next meeting you may well have a second child. Kaido Rose waved farewell to Kaido Koharu and Mado Dai and headed east. After seeing Kaido off, Kaido Koharu and Mado Dai resumed their mission. They had already wasted too much time. Kaido traveled east, passing through successive battlefields until he finally reached the seaside. He dived into the ocean and swam ever deeper. After swimming for an entire day, Kaido finally reached an uninhabited island and settled there. In the days that followed, Kaido practiced his swordsmanship and fist techniques in the seawater by day and absorbed natural energy on the desolate island by night, refining it into his dantian. As Kaido's training progressed, he dove ever deeper and his physical constitution grew ever stronger. Before he knew it, nearly 2 years had passed on the uninhabited island. Kaido's gains during this period were substantial. He not only grew physically stronger, but also successfully filled his dantian to capacity, with the energy within even beginning to liquefy. This means I am about to reach foundation establishment. Previously, Kaido had worried that his dantian was too weak to hold energy, which is why he resolved to strengthen his physique and employed water pressure to temper his body. The ninja world lacked gravity training rooms, so he devised this method of using water pressure to compress his body. After 2 years of arduous cultivation, Kaido finally achieved his desired physical condition through water pressure and the natural energy within him. He now intended to seize this opportunity to build foundation. As the natural energy refined by Kaido increased, the energy in his dantian finally liquefied. With the formation of the first drop of spiritual liquid, Kaido had successfully entered the ranks of cultivators. Having succeeded in joining the ranks of cultivators, Kaido then attempted to circulate the spiritual liquid within his dantian. After an indeterminate span of time, under Kaido's guidance, the spiritual liquid in his dantian began to rotate slowly. As it spun, a vortex gradually formed within his dantian. As the vortex in Kaido's dantian spun faster and faster, the natural energy within several miles around him was drawn toward him. This energy was continuously absorbed through his pores, entered his meridians via the 100 acupoints across his body, and was then drawn into his dantian. It was then continuously absorbed by the energy vortex. As natural energy accumulated, the energy in Kaido's dantian was forcibly liquefied and ultimately merged completely with the previous spiritual liquid. As the volume of spiritual liquid grew larger, Kaido's dantian was once again filled to the brim. On the verge of bursting, Kaido was forced to control the liquefied spiritual liquid, directing it from another opening in his dantian toward other meridians to fortify his body. Indeed, there existed another set of meridians. This set was known as the governing vessel. The human body possessed not merely one meridian system, but multiple sets. The chakras that ninjas cultivated corresponded to only 7 of the 8 extraordinary vessels. They had never practiced the conception and governing vessels of Zhonghua. This was precisely why their chakra attributes numbered only 7, and their so-called sage arts merely forced natural energy into their chakra. The primary reason they could not sustain sage arts for extended periods. Kaido drew natural energy into his body, channeled it through the conception vessel into his dantian, and from another opening in the dantian, directed it into the governing vessel, circulating it throughout his entire body. This was the process of opening the conception and governing vessels. When the energy circulated to every part of the body and returned to the dantian through the conception vessel, this cycle was known as the microcosmic orbit. Beyond the microcosmic orbit lay the macrocosmic orbit. While practicing the microcosmic orbit, one simultaneously connected the 5 zong and 6 fu organs through the remaining meridians of the 8 extraordinary vessels, then circulated energy from the fine meridians within these organs back to the conception vessel. This constituted a complete macrocosmic orbit. Only after completing a full cycle of the macrocosmic orbit did Kaido truly and completely refine the energy within his body. It was only then that he gained mastery over the energy inside him, and only then could he be said to possess mana entirely his own. Indeed, only at this point could the energy in his body truly be called mana. Because Kaido had cultivated life-see and clairvoyance, his macrocosmic orbit proceeded swiftly. Moreover, owing to his profound control over his own body, the circulation of the macrocosmic orbit also purified his flesh and bones. Normally, upon breaking through to the foundation establishment stage, cultivators gain longevity, but their appearance changes little. However, because Kaido had undergone the process of purifying his flesh and bones during the macrocosmic orbit, his appearance transformed dramatically. His once 30-something visage grew increasingly youthful, and his figure and skin became progressively more refined. After completely refining the natural energy within several miles around him, Kaido successfully transformed from an ordinary man in his 30s into a handsome youth in his early 20s. After completing foundation establishment, Guihai Dao Dao was covered from head to toe in blackish-red fetid filth that had already hardened. Unable to bear the stench emanating from his own body, Guihai Dao Dao gently circulated his spiritual energy. As the power flowed, the hardened filth on his skin was shaken loose and flung away. Only then did he discover his skin was as fair and luminous as jade. whiter even than most beautiful kunoichi. This is simply too perfect. Guihai Dao Dao admired his transformation, then went to his pack to retrieve a fresh set of clothing and dressed himself. Alas, this is my last set of garments. It appears it is time to return. Guihai Dao Dao gazed at this final ensemble slightly wrinkled. A hanfu from Zhonghua, Jia, the most expensive outfit he had ever prepared for himself. After all, he frequently assumed different identities and had prepared clothes for every occasion. However, due to the difference in worlds, he had generally prepared samurai attire. The only luxurious outfit he had ever acquired was this white silk hanfu intended for his role as a noble gentleman. Do not assume silk is absent from the ninja world. It remains an extraordinarily rare and precious material. Even the nobles of the Land of Fire hesitated to make garments from it, for silk in this world was far from cheap. After donning the garments, Guihai Dao Dao's gaze fell upon the tall cloth boots beside him. Sigh. How many years has it been? At last I am worthy to wear you. Staring at the boots, Guihai Dao Dao's eyes were filled with emotion. Since transmigrating to the ninja world, he had harbored endless longing for all things from Zhonghua Jia. In the past, lacking sufficient strength, he had lived cautiously, ever fearful that the many formidable figures of this world would set their sights upon him. Thus, he had always obeyed the rules of this world. Now that he had achieved foundation establishment, he could no longer restrain himself from breaking free from these bindings. After putting on the tall cloth boots, Guihai Dao Dao felt as though reborn. From this moment forward, Guihai Dao Dao belongs to the past. I, Gongsun Haoyan, shall roam freely across heaven and earth. Guihai Dao Dao had long disliked the name he carried in this life, and had wanted to change it for some time. He had already chosen a new name for himself. The reason he chose the surname Gongsun was simply because it was the surname of Emperor Xianyuan and one of the most ancient surnames in Zhonghua Jia. Gongsun Haoyan placed the money from his backpack into his inner pouch, then cast one final glance. There was nothing else to look at. Gongsun Haoyan turned and flew toward the sea, leaving on this deserted island only his blade, the very weapon that had witnessed his foundation establishment. Gongsun Haoyan was flying along smoothly when he was preparing to find a populated island for rest. However, he never expected to encounter ninja from Kirigakure in the Land of Water pursuing two young and beautiful kunoichi of the Mist Village. These two kunoichi are quite striking. Gongsun Haoyan had practiced abstinence on the deserted island for several years. Upon suddenly discovering two exceptionally beautiful kunoichi, could he remain unmoved? As a normal man, Gongsun Haoyan was naturally drawn to beauty. The reason he had not shown it before was entirely because he needed to devote his primary energy to cultivation. But things were different now. He had achieved foundation establishment and had plenty of time to enjoy life. Therefore, he decided to indulge his true nature. For what purpose had he cultivated so diligently? Was it to sever all emotions and desires? That was naturally impossible. Cultivation and immortality were pursued for freedom. So what is freedom? It is doing as one pleases and living as one desires. Since he sought freedom, he naturally could not continue to be constrained by the rules of this world. Upon reaching this thought, Gongsun Haoyan immediately flew toward the Mist Ninja. Before he even arrived, he heard the voice of the leading Mist Ninja. Minazuki, Yuki Minazuki Shimo, there is no escape for you. Surrender, or do not blame us for failing to show mercy. Never. Even in death, my sister, and I will not surrender. Do you not understand what awaits us? Should we fall into your hands, we would suffer far worse than death. Indeed, everyone knows your filthy intentions. Should we be captured, we would become sex slaves for you and your noble masters. It would be better to die here. Minazuki Yuki and Minazuki Shimo knew escape was impossible, and their chakra was exhausted. They pressed their kunai against their own throats. Minazuki Yuki Minazuki Shimo, do you think death frees you from this tribulation? If you die, we three lose the income from selling you, but your corpses will still become our playthings. Though you being dead would deprive us of much pleasure, your graceful bodies can still be used. Minazuki Yuki and Minazuki Shimo's faces were deathly pale, their eyes filled with despair. At that moment, beams of light suddenly rained down from the sky. The Mist Ninja did not even have time to react before their souls returned to the Pure Land. The Minazuki sisters were stunned by the sudden change and looked up toward the direction the light came from. When the two sisters saw the scene above, they could no longer hold on and fell directly into the sea. Seeing the Minazuki sisters lose consciousness, Gongsun Haoyan hastened to where they had fallen into the water. Before they could sink, he scooped them up and flew with them toward a distant island. When the Minazuki sisters regained consciousness, they lay on tatami mats in an inn with a handsome young man sitting beside them watching over them. You are awake. Thank you, noble savior, for rescuing us. Please reveal your name. Minazuki Yuki and my younger sister Minazuki Shimo will find a way to repay your kindness. No thanks needed. I am Gongsun Haoyan. If you wish to repay me, become my women. Gongsun Haoyan was very direct. He was no hypocrite. What? The Minazuki sisters had never expected Gongsun Haoyan to be so direct. While they did not dislike him, they were not bold or uninhibited by nature, and both turned bright red. Master Gongsun. This. What? Are you unwilling? No, Master Gongsun. My sister is only 15, she is not yet of age. 15 is already of age. In this world, commoners could marry at 14 and ninja clans considered 16 the age of majority for marriage. Gongsun Haoyin did not care about such laws now. After all, he now possessed the power to do as he wished, and this was not Zhonghua Jia of his past life. There was no morality to uphold here. Gongsun Haoyin saw the two sisters of Shui Weiyue in such a state, and knew their hearts were in turmoil. He was not in a hurry, so he spoke again. You have been unconscious for 2 days and 2 nights. You must be hungry. Let us go find something to eat first. Okay. The two sisters of Shui Weiyue hurried to their feet. Only then did they realize that the clothes on their bodies were no longer the same as before. What is this? The faces of the two sisters of Shui Weiyue grew crimson once again. Enough. When you fell into the sea earlier, I changed your clothes for you. Gongsun Haoyin replied calmly. The three of them had taken a fancy to the two sisters of Shui Weiyue, but no matter how beautiful a woman was, it amounted to little in the end. He would never harbinger any improper thoughts toward a woman while she was unconscious. The two sisters of Shui Weiyue, their faces still flushed, followed Gongsun Haoyin to eat. That evening, Gongsun Haoyin labored throughout the night. From that day onward, Gongsun Haoyin continued his travels through the ninja realm alongside the two sisters of Shui Weiyue. He first went to the land of craftsmen and purchased meteoric iron, a material rarely bought by those in the ninja realm, then forged it into an 8-sided Han sword before setting course for Konoha. Only then did the sisters of Shui Weiyue realize that Gongsun Haoyin was a resident of Konoha. They had always assumed he was the heir of some secretive clan. But when Gongsun Haoyin told them plainly that he was a resident of Konoha, both of them were stunned. My lord, are you truly a resident of Konoha? Naturally. Not only am I a resident of Konoha, but I am also someone who has lived from the Warring States period all the way to the present day. Or someone who has lived from the Warring States period to the present day. Then my lord, how old are you? The sisters of Shui Weiyue felt their worldview shatter. They could not imagine that the Warring States period was already over 30 years ago, and yet there still existed someone who had lived since that era, appearing to be no older than his 20s. I am not too old, only about 60 years of age. Gongsun Haoyin said this with complete composure. He was not the least bit worried that the sisters of Shui Weiyue might regret their choice. My lord, then your current appearance. Rest assured, what you see now is my true appearance. However, to keep a low profile, I will alter my countenance when we enter Konoha. Do not make such a fuss. At this point, the sisters of Shui Weiyue naturally also thought if Gongsun Haoyin was someone who had lived from the Warring States period to the present day, then he certainly must have a wife and children. My lord, then do you have a wife and children? Yes. My daughter is already married, and she has a young granddaughter of several years old. But rest assured, my wife is a kind woman. You need not fear she will make things difficult for you two sisters. In our household, I am still the head. Hearing this, the countenances of the two sisters of Shui Weiyue did not improve much. They remained deeply concerned. Time passed swiftly. Soon Gongsun Haoyin led the sisters of Shui Weiyue to the outskirts of Konoha. He then activated Life Return. With a series of muscle stretches, Gongsun Haoyin quickly transformed into a man named Kaitadeo with a countenance that was neither wholly old nor young. When the sisters of Shui Weiyue beheld Kaitadeo's face, they were once again stunned. This was a man of 60-some years of age. My lord, is this truly your original appearance? At this moment, the sisters of Shui Weiyue still could not believe that the face Gongsun Haoyin had shown them before was not his true face. As mortals, they believed that the countenance he wore now was his original appearance. Although Gongsun Haoyin's current face was neither overly old nor unattractive, it still suited a man of his apparent age. Do not make such a commotion. This is the face I wore before. When I left Konoha, I indeed appeared thus. But my cultivation has broken through, and after undergoing a thorough purification of body and marrow, I eventually reverted to that former appearance. By the way, my former name was Kaitadeo. Remember not to reveal my current name. The sisters of Shui Weiyue could hardly believe that even Gongsun Haoyin's name was false. Their hearts turned cold. But what was done was done. Moreover, Gongsun Haoyin had saved their lives. Enough. I know what you were thinking. Put your minds at rest. Although I am over 60 years of age, after undergoing the purification of body and marrow, my lifespan and youthful vitality far exceed those of ordinary people. I can live at least 300 years. I will surely outlive both of you. Gongsun Haoyin was not deceiving the sisters of Shui Weiyue. The normal lifespan of people in the ninja realm far exceeded that of his past life. He had claimed to have reached the foundation establishment stage, and upon doing so his lifespan had increased by several hundred years. By all rights, he should be able to live to at least 500 years of age. Given that his cultivation could never remain stagnant, he would absolutely outlive the sisters of Shui Weiyue. Oh, is that so? The sisters of Shui Weiyue did not know whether Gongsun Haoyin was lying. After all, they had witnessed his strength firsthand, and it was not impossible for him to maintain his youthful appearance over long periods. As for whether Gongsun Haoyin could truly live 300 years, neither sister could say. They had never heard of anyone living to 300 in the ninja realm. In the eyes of the sisters of Shui Weiyue, Gongsun Haoyin was nothing short of a liar. Therefore he stopped explaining further and simply led them forward. When they arrived at the gates of Konoha, Gongsun Haoyin produced his identification documents. The ninja of the Shui clan who saw his credentials said there was no problem with his documents, but asked about the two women beside him. Mr. Kaihai, your credentials are in order. But what of them? Ninja-san, they are my newly taken concubines. Could you assist them in obtaining exit and entry permits? I also need to register them as residents of Konoha. The guarding ninja of Konoha stared at Gongsun Haoyin with astonishment. They could hardly believe he was taking concubines at such an age, and not just one but two. Mr. Kaihai, it is not that we refuse to process their permits. It is simply that we are currently in a period of war. Konoha does not welcome those who possess chakra. I understand. During wartime, spies run rampant. One must be cautious in investigating all who enter and leave Konoha. I see. But they are truly my concubines. Please report this matter, and I shall wait here. The guarding ninja of Konoha, seeing Gongsun Haoyin so insistent, immediately reported the matter through special channels. Soon a group of ninja approached the gate, led by Shimura Danzo, who was missing one eye and one arm. Are you the one who wishes to bring non-Konoha ninja into Konoha? Shimura Danzo regarded Gongsun Haoyin with a grave expression. He had already learned of Gongsun Haoyin's identity, which was precisely why he had personally led the team to this point. That is correct. Shimura Danzo, is it not? I wonder how you intend to proceed. Gongsun Haoyin spoke to the guarding ninja of Konoha with courtesy and calmness, for they were merely performing their duties, and his attitude toward them was entirely normal. Shimura Danzo from the outset adopted an overwhelmingly condescending manner. He would never show Gongsun Haoyin leniency, nor had he once given him a favorable countenance. It would be strange if he had. How bold! How dare you speak so disrespectfully to Elder Danzo? Shimura Danzo, seeing his subordinate overstep, quickly raised his hand to signal silence. Mr. Guehai, it seems you do not respect the Leaf Village elders, Shiran Danzo thought. Though deeply resentful of Guehai's sword, he understood that a man who carried a blade was no ordinary figure. As for the Leaf Village elders, I only recognize Senju Hashirama and Senju Tobarama. Those among you who lack both strength and prestige naturally hold no significance in my eyes. When Gongsun Haoyin told him he possessed neither strength nor prestige, a flash of killing intent appeared in Shiran Danzu's eyes, but he quickly suppressed it. Mr. Guehai, it seems you wish to make an enemy of our Leaf Village. Hey, you hardly represent the Leaf Village. Believe it or not, I could render you all corpseless at any moment. Ever since reaching Foundation establishment, Gongsun Haoyin's temperament had undergone significant changes, a profound confidence born from his own power. Shiran Danzu never expected the sword-bearing Guehai before him to be so arrogantly bold. The killing intent in his eyes grew denser, and the ninja beside him had already placed their hands on their ninja tool pouches. Mr. Guehai, do you think you can withstand the attack of the entire Leaf Village? Shiran Danzu's greatest skill was moral manipulation and intimidation. If Senju Hashirama, Uchiha Madara, and Senju Tobarama were still alive, I would hardly dare claim such confidence. But as for now, even if the entire Leaf Village were to oppose me, what fear would I have? I heard Elder Danzu recently presided over the war near the Canopy Bridge against the Hidden Rock Village. What, has the war already ended? Gongsun appeared to express concern for the war, but in truth he was mocking Shiran Danzu's feeble strength. That Danzu had lost his right arm, and had his right eye pierced on the battlefield, was something everyone present knew, and Danzu knew it himself. Precisely because of this, the killing intent in Shiran Danzu's eyes grew even more intense, but he was well aware he stood absolutely no chance against Guehai. Thus he endured it. Mr. Guehai, speaking of which, there is something I wish to inform you of. Did you know your daughter and son-in-law have been expelled from the Leaf Village for disobeying battlefield orders? Is that so? That is splendid. After all, ninja is hardly a virtuous profession. Hey, Mr. Guehai, do you truly believe this matter ends here? They have now become sinners of the Leaf Village. Do you think they can ever hold their heads high here again? Shiran Danzu felt he had grasped Gongsun Haoyin's fatal weakness. Ha 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 ha, ridiculous. You truly think we would care? At worst, I shall simply take them and leave the Leaf Village. After all, the ninja world is vast. Where cannot one reside? How do you still imagine the Leaf Village of today is the same as during Senju Hashirama's era? How amusing. If you dare attempt some propaganda war, then by all means proceed. At worst, I shall exterminate your Leaf Village myself. Gongsun Haoyin's calm words chilled everyone present. They never imagined he would view the lives of all Leaf Village inhabitants with such indifference. At this moment, Shiran Danzu also found the situation extraordinarily troublesome. In his memory, the sword-bearing Guehai was a man who rarely concerned himself with ninja world affairs, yet he never expected him to be such an insufferably arrogant madman, reckless of others' lives. Shiran Danzu had encountered all manner of people, but he had truly never seen a madman as powerful as Gongsun Haoyin. Seeing the expression on Shiran Danzu's face, Gongsun Haoyin could tell exactly how he felt, and spoke somewhat impatiently. What? Elder Danzu, have you not yet processed the Leaf Village residency documents for my concubine? Shiran Danzu no longer wished to entangle himself further with Gongsun Haoyan. He turned and gestured to the people behind him, ordering them to process the identification documents for the Mizunami sisters, while he himself headed straight for the Hokage Tower. The others, seeing Shiran Danzu so thoroughly subdued by Gongsun Haoyan, dared not show any further disrespect toward him. After all, Gongsun Haoyan's daughter bore the title of the Leaf Village's female killing god. Once Gongsun Haoyan had completed the Leaf Village residency documents for the Mizunami sisters, he left the administrative building. After Gongsun Haoyan and his party departed within the Hokage's office, Shiran Danzu stood by the window watching their retreating figures and said to Sarutobi Hiruzen, "Hiruzen, that family of the sword-bearing Guihai cannot be allowed to remain. What is your opinion? Danzu, do you think I do not wish so? Not to mention what that Guihai's true strength may be, his daughter alone is no easy opponent. Moreover, his wife herself possesses considerable power. She is one of the few jonin remaining of the Senju clan. If our strike fails, the consequences will be catastrophic." Catastrophic. No, Hiruzen. Every day they remain in the Leaf Village, their threat to us persists. Do you not wish to gain complete control over the Leaf Village? Danzu, how could I not desire that? But with our current strength it simply will not allow it. Besides, Lady Mito still lives. You would not wish for us to be targeted by her, would you? Sarutobi Hiruzen still did not fully grasp the true strength of Gongsun Haoyan and Maite Xiaotao. To this day he believed Uzumaki Mito remained the strongest in the Leaf Village. Sarutobi Hiruzen, you still have not comprehended that the threat posed by that sword-bearing Guihai far exceeds the combined might of the Senju and Uchiha clans. You have remained within these Leaf Village walls for so long that you simply do not understand how terrifying Maite Xiaotao truly is. Her strength does not pale before our master Tobarama. I feel even all of us combined might not stand a chance against her. Danzu, do not inflate the enemy's prowess and diminish our own. While Maite Xiaotao's strength is formidable, she has not inherited the Senju clan's Kekkei Genkai. Her power cannot compare to Master Tobarama. The strongest talent of the Senju clan is always Tsunade, and her current strength is merely that of a jonin. Sarutobi Hiruzen simply could not believe what Shiran Danzu was saying. Deep in his subconscious, no matter how strong Guihai Xiaotao might be, she could only be comparable to himself. Hiruzen, Maite Xiaotao's strength lies not in ninjutsu, but in swordsmanship. Her blade technique is an anomaly among all the sword arts I have ever witnessed. I believe her swordsmanship certainly derives from the sword-bearing Guihai. Oh, how formidable! Sarutobi Hiruzen remained unconvinced. In his understanding, the pinnacle of swordsmanship in the ninja world always belonged to his master Tobarama. His master Tobarama was not only the foremost master of forbidden jutsu in the ninja world, but also possessed the fastest speed known to man, and his swordsmanship was equally peerless. Hiruzen, you have never witnessed it. That Maite Xiaotao flashed past her enemy, and in an instant the enemy was cleaved in two. I could not even discern how she drew or sheathed her blade. Whenever Shiran Danzu recalled this, he dared not confront Maite Xiaotao face to face. Is that so? Sarutobi Hiruzen remained skeptical that Guihai Xiaotao could reach such a formidable level. In all these years of the ninja world, no one had ever attained the caliber Shimura Danzo described without awakening a Kekkei Genkai. Even his own master Senju Tobarama had not achieved such heights with his Kenjutsu. Seeing that Sarutobi Hiruzen still did not believe his words, Shimura Danzo had no desire to elaborate further. He merely tossed out, "Hiruzen, you will regret this," before departing, granting Sarutobi not even the slightest opportunity to refute him. Watching his ally and rival walk away, so casually left Sarutobi Hiruzen deeply unsettled. Meanwhile, Gongsun Haoyan had finally brought the Shunatsuki sisters home. Filled with trepidation, they stepped into the courtyard of Gongsun Haoyan's residence. It was nearly lunchtime, and Chihaya Tamikago was busy in the kitchen, so she had not noticed their arrival. Tamikago. Gongsun Haoyan had already sensed Chihaya Tamikago's spiritual presence in the kitchen, so he simply called out to her directly. Upon hearing the unmistakable sound of drawn blades, Chihaya Tamikago dropped her spatula and rushed outside. When she emerged from the kitchen, she spotted Gongsun Haoyan alongside the Shunatsuki sisters, and her joyful expression froze instantly. "Tamikago, when did you build a small kitchen?" Chihaya Tamikago quickly composed herself and replied calmly, "Husband, since you've been away, I don't eat much on my own, so I built a smaller kitchen. By the way, husband, who are they?" "Tamikago, I achieved a breakthrough during this journey, and since you were not by my side, I took the two Shunatsuki sisters as my concubines. This is the elder sister Shumatsuki Shue, and this is the younger sister Shumatsuki Shuan." Gongsun Haoyan spoke with remarkable composure, and in doing so he reverted to his true appearance. Upon seeing Gongsun Haoyan's remarkably youthful face, Chihaya Tamikago felt an overwhelming sense of desolation. "Husband, this. Tamikago, after my breakthrough, I have regained my youth, and my lifespan has been extended. If all goes smoothly, I will live to be at least over 300 years old." Upon hearing this revelation, Chihaya Tamikago stood speechless, her mouth agape, utterly stunned. Gongsun Haoyan understood that Chihaya Temikago needed time to process this information, so he and the Shunatsuki sisters simply stood in the courtyard waiting patiently. After a long while, Chihaya Temikago finally managed to digest everything Gongsun Haoyan had told her. Husband, I never expected you to be faithful to me alone. After all, what powerful man does not have multiple wives and concubines? You have endured so many years with just me, an aging woman. It has been difficult for you. Gongsun Haoyan could clearly hear the lingering sorrow and resentment in her words. He continued gently, Temikago, do not worry. I now possess the strength to perform the marrow-cleansing ritual for you. Although it cannot extend your lifespan, it can restore your youth. Really? Chihaya Temikago stared intently at Gongsun Haoyan, barely able to believe her ears. Throughout all these years, she had worried endlessly about her appearance, and the distress had only worsened upon noticing how slowly he aged compared to her. Of course, when have I ever deceived you? Upon receiving Gongsun Haoyan's assurance, Chihaya Temikago felt an extraordinary lightness wash over her. The resentment over the two concubines faded entirely. She eagerly approached and took the Shunatsuki sisters' hands, saying, Do not be shy, sisters. From now on we are all one family. Only then did the Shunatsuki sisters set aside their apprehension and offered Chihaya Temikago an awkward bow, saying, Greetings, elder sister Temikago. Come, dear sisters, let us not stand here any longer. Let us go inside. Watching Chihaya Temikago and the Shunatsuki sisters enter the house together in harmony, Gongsun Haoyan hurried into the kitchen to prepare a meal, wishing to give the two women an opportunity to bond. While Gongsun Haoyan was resolving his family matters, news of his defiance against Shimura Danzo upon returning to the village had already spread throughout the great ninja clans of Konoha. In the Uchiha clan compound. Fugaku, what is your thoughts on this matter? Father, that Guhai Shoutao dared to openly confront Elder Shimura. He clearly has no respect for our Uchiha clan. Shall we teach him a lesson? The current Uchiha clan leader gazed at his beloved son, desperately, wanting to scold him severely. Yet reminding himself that the boy was his own flesh and blood, he could only silently tell himself, calm down, calm down. He is my son. Fugaku, are you foolish? That Guhai Shoutao dared to slap Shimura Danzo's face in public, which means he fears neither the Konoha leadership. Moreover, he is a contemporary of Lord Madara himself, meaning he is at least 60 years old. Look at him. Despite his advanced age, he maintains the appearance of a man in his 30s. Have you not considered what this implies? Furthermore, his daughter is none other than the Konoha female god of death. You may be only 13, but you are hardly a child. Do not underestimate the world. The Uchiha clan leader both instructed and warned his son, urging him not to underestimate those who had earned renown in the ninja world. Father Guhai Shoutao is one person and his daughter is another. He is merely a swordsman who cannot even manipulate chakra, a worthless nobody. How could he possibly compare to his daughter, who possesses Senju blood? At this point, Uchiha Fugaku was far too young. His judgment of the world still rested solely on the strength of one's chakra. Fugaku, Sai, you are still far too inexperienced. Very well, perhaps you should go to the battlefield and see for yourself. The Uchiha clan leader realized he had shielded Fugaku far too much and believed the boy needed the crucible of battle to mature. Father, are you serious? Uchiha Fugaku's heart raced with excitement. He had long dreamed of gaining distinction on the battlefield, eager to return with honors, so he could continue boasting to Uchiha Mikoto about his prowess. Watching his son's elation, the Uchiha clan leader could not help but shake his head in sighs. Meanwhile, at the Hyuga clan compound, the Hyuga clan leader and the eldest elder were also discussing Gongsun Haoyan's return. Eldest elder, it seems Konoha is on the brink of great change. Clan leader, the sky over Konoha changed long ago, ever since the Konoha female god of death appeared. When she rode onto the battlefield, the dignity of every major clan in Konoha was trampled beneath her feet. Eldest elder Mito Shoutao came from a noble house, and her rise was somewhat expected. But Guhai Shoutao is different. He is nothing more than a swordsman who cannot use chakra, a complete unknown. What face will we the ancient noble clans have left if a lowly nobody like him dares to crush those who control Konoha beneath his heel? We who have ruled this village for 1,000 years, what honor remains for us? Clan leader, you are still too young. Masters in the ninja world are as numerous as hairs on a cow. Do you truly believe there are no formidable warriors among us? Elder Tianrin was actually unremarkable within our clan back then. It was only when Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara prepared to establish Konoha that we realized his true strength. Head elder, are you suggesting that Guei held the blade as a sign of his patient nature, that he was already terrifyingly powerful long ago, and only returned to confront Konoha's leadership after learning his daughter and son-in-law were being bullied? That may be one possibility. But more likely he feared Konoha would drive his daughter and son-in-law to despair through public pressure. In this world, war never arises solely from conflicts between hidden villages. Often the most fatal betrayals come from one's own side. Moreover, an enemy you can see is hardly frightening. It is the enemy you cannot perceive that proves most dangerous. In Konoha, the Hokage shines far too brilliantly. The foolish believe the Hokage is their heaven, that the Hokage fights for their benefit. Yet they fail to realize that every Hokage save for the first Hokage Senju Hashirama has been motivated by selfish interests. The second Hokage was tolerable as he governed based on the interests of most Konoha citizens. But the current third Hokage has always placed his own interests above all else. Anyone who threatens him is disposed of without hesitation. Head Elder, this cannot possibly be true. Head Elder, are you saying they were all destroyed by the second Hokage? I shall be honest with you. I have survived this long because I was more cautious than others. Moreover, during the era when Senju Tobirama held power, I kept my ambitions restrained, which is how I escaped disaster. When I saw past geniuses die one after another under mysterious circumstances, I became even more low-key. After Sarutobi Hiruzen became the third Hokage, those promising and ambitious geniuses died, even more rapidly and inexplicably. You do not genuinely believe they were all killed by outsiders, do you? The current leader of the Hyuga clan was deeply shocked. He never imagined Konoha could be so dark. Head Elder, then what should we do? Clan leader, we must avoid involvement in any major Konoha affairs. Whenever the Hyuga clan is called upon to act, we should conserve our strength. When forced to declare a position, surface-level support will suffice. Meanwhile, the current leaders of the Inuzuka, Shikaku, and Nara clans were also in discussion. Their three clans had remained quietly united since the Warring States period, and remained so even now. As rational leaders, they too decided to observe further before making any statement. On the other side, after finishing their meal, Gongsun Haoyin began the process of purging impurities from Senju Taohua's body. Gongsun Haoyin circulated the great heavenly cycle while channeling the spiritual power he had refined into Senju Taohua's body. Her cells, already showing signs of fatigue, instantly responded to his spiritual energy, as if parched travelers discovering a spring. They began devouring his power without restraint. Seeing this, he hastily dispersed the power in his palms, and looked at Senju Taohua with a troubled expression. Taohua, the vital essence in your cells has been consumed far too severely. My previous plan will not work. I must change the method of purification. Husband, use whatever method you see fit. Though Senju Taohua felt certain cells in her body gained tremendous benefit, she also sensed that these same cells showed signs of collapse, while other cells failed to receive her husband's mysterious energy. If this condition persisted, her body would not complete the purification. Those cells that absorbed the mysterious energy would explode, leaving her beyond saving. Taohua, I can only allow you to gradually absorb my life essence. Once your cells recover sufficiently, I will perform the purification upon you. Hearing this, Senju Taohua's face flushed. She knew well the extraordinary physical prowess of Gongsun Haoyin. She alone could never endure it. If her husband intended to let her absorb his energy to improve her constitution, she would need the company of the Shueishuang sisters. Indeed, the very next moment Gongsun Haoyin called out, "Shueishuang, come in." Upon hearing Gongsun Haoyin's words, the Shueishuang sisters assumed he had already completed the purification for Senju Taohua. But when they entered the room, they were utterly bewildered. Husband, what is happening? Shueishuang, the situation is as follows. After Gongsun Haoyin explained the circumstances to Shueishuang Shue and Shueishuang Shuang, the two sisters could only yield to his will. After a full day of exertion, Senju Taohua finally succeeded in receiving the energy from Gongsun Haoyin. In the days that followed, Gongsun Haoyin continued to enjoy the blessings of sharing his woman while cultivating. As Senju Taohua's cells gradually strengthened, she once again welcomed his purification. At this time outside Konoha, the Second Ninja World War was gradually drawing to a close, and Konoha's elite ninja stationed abroad began to return one after another. With the Ninja World's latest war concluded, Konoha's leadership identified a suitable candidate to become the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. As the new Nine-Tails host was brought back to Konoha, the atmosphere in the village shifted once more. Within the Senju clan district, Uchiha Mito learned that Konoha's leadership had brought back a member of the Uzumaki clan. She immediately understood this was a deliberate move against her. Tsunade, accompany your grandmother to the Hokage Tower. Grandmother, are you intending to compete for custody of that little girl? Partly. Sarutobi Hiruzen and his faction are targeting me. If they corrupt the child's mind, their influence in Konoha will only grow. Moreover, grandmother is growing old, and that is precisely why they wish to transfer the Nine-Tails from my body into the child's. In doing so, they would not only seize control of the Nine-Tails as a great weapon, but also eliminate me as an obstacle in their path. Hearing this, Tsunade's expression darkened considerably. She did not yet know that a Jinchuriki would perish once separated from their tailed beast. Grandmother, why don't we simply wipe them out? Uchiha Mito answered somewhat reluctantly. Tsunade, Konoha is the lifelong aspiration of your grandfather and your second grandfather. Grandmother fears that if we eliminate them, the Ninja World War that has just ended may be reignited. Furthermore, Sarutobi Hiruzen is now the Hokage of Konoha. As long as he does not commit any overt errors, we cannot openly act against him. Otherwise, the ignorant masses would rally to their side. Kushina's concerns were well-founded. Konoha was no longer the village it had been, nor was the Senju clan what it once was. If she truly went through with eliminating Hiruzen Sarutobi and his faction, the great shinobi clans of Konoha would undoubtedly use the pretext of quelling rebellion to launch an assault on the Senju clan, especially since the Senju themselves could hardly muster more than a handful of fighters now. At that point, they could not only openly carve up the Senju clan's assets, but they might even seize the opportunity to rise to power and become Konoha's new Hokage. Tsunade was still far too young, though she had not considered any of this. Grandmother, if that is the case, why don't we ask Grandfather Guahai to lend us his aid? I'm sure Grandfather Guahai would certainly stand on our side. Child, you are still far too naive. Guahai Dao held no rank or authority in Konoha, and moreover his daughter and son-in-law had been accused of disobeying orders on the battlefield by Hiruzen Sarutobi and his faction. They had since been stripped of their ninja status and reduced to commoners. Besides, the resources and positions in Konoha are limited. Do you really believe the great clans would hand over the reins of power to commoners? Grandmother, don't you remember that Aunt Tao Hua is still an active ninja? Even though she has retired, I imagine she could still be involved in Konoha's important matters. Moreover, Aunt Tao Hua married far away long ago, so she wouldn't really be considered a member of the Senju clan anymore, would she? Tsunade understood they were at a disadvantage. The Senju clan had nearly burned all bridges with Hiruzen Sarutobi's faction. The chances of them successfully appealing to Hiruzen for that young Uzumaki child were virtually non-existent, which was why she had initially considered asking the Guahai Dao family for help, though now, even that seemed impossible. Child, you have only just returned. You may not yet be aware, but your Aunt Tao Hua no longer has the time or energy to trouble herself with all of this nonsense. Grandmother, what's wrong with Aunt Tao Hua? Sigh. It is truly pitiful. At her age, she is now enduring her husband's infidelity. That Guahai of yours is no better either. He recently brought home 2 concubines, both younger than you. What, eh? Tsunade was utterly stunned. She had never imagined that her grandfather, who had devoted his entire life to cultivation, would do something like this. Child, you heard correctly. Guahai Dao brought home 2 concubines in their early teens not long ago. I imagine your Aunt Tao Hua is still fuming about it. Kushina wished she could simply refuse to help the Senju, but this was ultimately a domestic matter of the Guahai family. She truly had no right to interfere. Furthermore, Senju Tao Hua was a proud woman who had not sought Kushina's assistance, leaving Kushina uncertain of how to even approach the situation. How could she possibly barge in to mediate? That would only publicly humiliate Senju Tao Hua. Grandmother, what should we do then? Tsunade, now panicked, realized that with nothing but chaos in Konoha and their hidden protector's household in disarray, who else could they possibly rely upon? What else can we do? We must still fight for what is right. We cannot help your Aunt Tao Hua, but we will not let Hiruzen Sarutobi and his faction seize control of the future Jinchuriki. If all else fails, I will seal the 9 tails into Jiraiya's body. At the very least, this will preserve Jiraiya's life. The mere thought of Senju Jiraiya gave Kushina a throbbing headache. The boy was far too much like Senju Tobirama, inherently carrying a trace of naive foolishness. If not for Kushina's constant worry that Hiruzen Sarutobi would manipulate him once he entered the ninja academy, he would have already become a shinobi by now. Jiraiya. Grandmother, are you serious? Tsunade also felt a wave of headache at the thought of her younger brother. In Tsunade's eyes, Senju Jiraiya was a hot-blooded naive fool who constantly declared his dream of becoming Hokage. Sigh. I have no choice. Becoming a Jinchuriki is hardly a desirable fate. Tsunade fell silent. Though she did not fully understand the suffering endured by Jinchuriki, she knew they would be shunned and despised. The fact that Jinchuriki sometimes lost control of their tailed beasts was no secret across the shinobi world. Grandmother, aren't Sister Tao Hua and the others in Konoha? It was then that Tsunade finally remembered the young Guahai Xiao Tao. Sigh. If only Tao Hua were still in Konoha. Then your Aunt Tao Hua would not be hiding away at home, and I could learn about her situation through Tao Hua. After all, she is the daughter of your Aunt Tao Hua and Grandfather Guahai. No matter how unreliable your grandfather may be, he would never mistreat his own flesh and blood. Grandmother, where did Sister Tao Hua and her family go? When will they return? Little Tsunade, I do not know. After that incident occurred, it was no longer safe for them to remain in Konoha. Had they stayed, calamity would surely have followed. Tsunade reasoned that it made sense. With Hiruzen Sarutobi's faction holding all the power in Konoha, they could easily spread malicious rumors about Sister Tao Hua's family, and the common people would inevitably descend upon them with hostility. After pondering left and right for some time, Tsunade still found herself at a loss. Grandmother, what if I ask Orochimaru to go after that young Uzumaki child? I don't think Hiruzen Sarutobi and his faction would ever suspect him. After all, Orochimaru is his direct disciple. Tsunade did not know why, but she suddenly felt that Orochimaru was the best possible guardian for that young Uzumaki child. Orochimaru. Is he truly reliable? Rest assured, Grandmother. Orochimaru is far more dependable than that fool Jiraiya. When Jiraiya discovered an Uzumaki in the Rain Country, he regarded the child as the prophesied savior of the world. He should have quietly taken the child to a safe place, but instead that fool stayed behind in the Rain Country to personally train the child. The mere thought of Jiraiya's reckless actions made Tsunade's teeth grind with frustration. Yet she could hardly blame him, for she herself could not very well reveal the child's true identity. Sigh. At this point I can only try anything, even if it's like treating a dead horse as if it were alive. Uzumaki Kushina had originally been somewhat distrustful of Orochimaru, as mentioned by Tsunade, but she currently had no other choice. Grandmother, rest assured. Although Orochimaru is a direct disciple of Hiruzen Sarutobi, his pursuits are entirely different from Hiruzen and the others. Tsunade could not help but recall Orochimaru's obsession with immortality as she spoke. She herself had grown curious about her grandfather's senjutsu, though she had already learned from the slug sage of Shikatsu Forest that her constitution was not suited to it. Orochimaru faced the same predicament. He was likewise ill-suited for the Dragon Sanctuary senjutsu. Young Tsunade, what exactly does Orochimaru seek? If the Senju clan possesses what he desires, I will do my utmost to satisfy him. Grandmother, Orochimaru has long pursued immortality and the true essence of ninjutsu. Currently what we have that is most compelling is the Yin seal you created and the forbidden jutsu left by my second grandfather. I believe offering the Yin seal as compensation would be something he cannot refuse. Tsunade understood that rewards were essential when seeking assistance, especially since ninja by nature were mercenaries who sold their lives for payment. The Yin seal. However, the Yin seal has its flaws. Wouldn't Orochimaru find it unusable? Grandmother, Orochimaru is a research genius. I am certain he would refine and improve the Yin seal. Then very well, young Tsunade. Should Orochimaru find the Yin seal insufficient, you may allow him to select another forbidden jutsu from our Senju clan. Uzumaki Kushina felt uneasy and decided to offer more. Grandmother, rest assured. Orochimaru is not so greedy that he would refuse such an offer. Should he still deem it inadequate, I will negotiate further. After consulting with Uzumaki, Kushina, Tsunade set out immediately to find Orochimaru, as time was of the essence. Meanwhile, in the Hokage's office, the clan leaders and Konoha's senior officials, including Hiruzen Sarutobi, had assembled. Their debate over the placement of Uzumaki Kushina grew increasingly heated. Hiruzen Sarutobi and the Konoha leadership sought to keep Uzumaki Kushina under tight control, but the various clan families refused to concede. Despite multiple rounds of argument, neither side could persuade the other, leaving the matter at an impasse. Hokage no Uzumaki Kushina will become the future Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails and Konoha's foremost combat power going forward. Her guardianship is of paramount importance. Your attempt to control her must not be permitted. I propose we entrust her to the Hyuga clan. Among Konoha's ninja clans, we stand apart as a neutral party. You have my word. We will safeguard her completely. Moreover, the Hyuga clan never intermarries with other clans, so you need not worry about her becoming a Hyuga daughter-in-law. That won't do, Hyuga clan head. Though you are a dominant clan, the Hyuga's cohesion runs too deep. If you are willing to abolish the main and branch family system, I, Shimura Danzo, will have no objection to your request. Precisely, Hyuga clan head. The way your main house employs the caged bird seal to control the branch families is far too cruel. I fear you might subject the future Nine-Tails Jinchuriki to similar measures, which is why the Hyuga have been ruled out from the start. Unless you truly remove the caged bird seals from all branch family members, there is no point in even discussing this. Elder Mifune, that is not quite right. You already hold absolute authority over Konoha. If you also control the future Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, I fear the various clans will suffer. Therefore, the future Jinchuriki cannot possibly be handed to you. Uchiha clan head, this does not concern you. Have you forgotten that the Uchiha clan has a history of attempting to control the Nine Tails? Anyone here could raise the future Jinchuriki, except you. Everyone, let us remain calm. Since you cannot reach an agreement, why not entrust the future Nine Tails Jinchuriki to the Senju clan? After all, they are distant relatives. That is even worse. The Senju clan has already produced 2 Hokage, and the current Nine Tails Jinchuriki comes from their line. Placing the future Jinchuriki under Senju control would effectively make the Nine Tails and Konoha their private domain. Besides, the destruction of the Uzumaki clan left Master Kushina harboring resentment toward us. Should the future Jinchuriki be handed to the Senju, don't you fear. Tenma Kamari let the thought hang unfinished. Everyone present understood exactly where she was heading. Hokage Dano, the Senju clan was not invited to this meeting. Would that not seem improper? Sagara clan head, the Senju clan has long lost its former glory. Moreover, Elder Tenma speaks truth. Konoha must not become their personal domain. Hiruzen Sarutobi finally voiced his position openly for the first time. He had no choice but to address this publicly, especially since Tsunade had not called him Teacher Hiruzen in quite some time. The unspoken message was clear enough. Hokage Dano, I was merely speaking casually. Please carry on. The Sagara clan and the smaller ninja families remained silent now. They had never intended to let the Senju raise the future Jinchuriki either, but they equally opposed the Konoha leadership or other great clans from controlling such a powerful asset. Their earlier remarks had been nothing more than testing the waters. Of course, they had considered seizing control of the future Jinchuriki for themselves, but they understood the consequences were far beyond what they could bear. Yet remaining silent would imply their own ambitions, so they chose the declining Senju clan as a shield to deflect scrutiny. The debate between the leadership and the great clans over who should raise the future Nine-Tails Jinchuriki dragged on until dusk approached. Just as the arguing showed no sign of resolution, Orochimaru's knock echoed through the Hokage Tower's conference room door. The assembled clan heads immediately frowned. Though this meeting was not strictly confidential, every person in that room was a prominent figure in Konoha. The audacity of someone daring to interrupt such important deliberations naturally sparked their ire, yet they all recognized whose territory this was, so their attention shifted to Hiruzen Sarutobi. Who is it? What is it? As the nominal Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi was the one who addressed the visitor at the door. He had expected either an ANBU operative or an elder from the Senju clan, never imagining the person standing outside would be someone completely unforeseen. Orochimaru. What brings you here? Although Orochimaru had already attained the rank of Jonin, this matter concerned the interests of every major clan in Konoha. Sarutobi Hiruzen still preferred to keep him uninformed, so he had not sent word to Orochimaru. Upon hearing Sarutobi Hiruzen's voice, Orochimaru promptly replied, "Elder, would you permit your disciple to enter for a conversation? Speaking through a barrier is inconvenient." After exchanging glances with those present, Sarutobi Hiruzen signaled to Shimura Danzo and the others to let Orochimaru enter. As soon as Orochimaru stepped inside, he noticed that everyone present consisted of the patriarchs of Konoha's powerful clans along with leaders of several moderately strong families. Furrowing his brows, Sarutobi Hiruzen asked, "Orochimaru, why have you come here instead of resting at home? Do you have something important to discuss?" Orochimaru offered a polite bow to the assembly, then approached close to Sarutobi Hiruzen and replied, "Hokage-sama, I have come to petition for custody of the child from the Uzumaki clan." What a... Sarutobi Hiruzen was nearly startled off his feet. He could not have anticipated that Orochimaru would request custody of the future Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. "Orochimaru, do you have any idea what you are saying?" Minato Fushire and Tenma Koharu stared fixedly at Orochimaru, while Shimura Danzo's tone turned openly hostile as he interjected. Orochimaru cast a cold glance at Shimura Danzo, before continuing towards Sarutobi Hiruzen. "Hokage-sama, you have debated here for far too long, without reaching any conclusion. Every person present wishes to secure the future Nine-Tails Jinchuriki within their own family's grasp, yet none trust one another. Rather than continue this fruitless quarrel, why not entrust the future Nine-Tails Jinchuriki to me, a civilian ninja? Would that not be the most suitable arrangement?" The faces of the assembled patriarchs darkened immediately. The Uchiha clan patriarch spoke out in opposition, "Absolutely not, Hokage-sama. Orochimaru is your disciple and is entirely unsuitable to raise the future Nine-Tails Jinchuriki." Ignoring the Uchiha patriarch's protest, Sarutobi Hiruzen locked his gaze onto Orochimaru and demanded, "Orochimaru, who sent you here?" Sarutobi Hiruzen knew Orochimaru well enough to understand this was not the man's own initiative. Realizing he could not conceal the truth from Sarutobi Hiruzen and having no desire to do so, Orochimaru replied, "Tsunade-sensei sent me. She conveyed that this is Lady Minato's intention." What a... Everyone present was stunned. They never imagined that Uzumaki Mido would send someone to compete for custody of the future Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. "Orochimaru, why did Lady Minato not come herself?" Sarutobi Hiruzen maintained his composure while pressing further, hoping to extract something unexpected from Orochimaru's words. "Hokage-sama, Tsunade-sensei stated that Lady Minato wishes to avoid burning bridges with everyone here, which is why she delegated this matter to me." "And what are your intentions once you obtain custody of the future Nine-Tails Jinchuriki? Will you hand her over to Lady Minato or raise her yourself?" Tsunade-sensei explained that you would never entrust the future Nine-Tails Jinchuriki to Lady Minato's care directly. Therefore they will provide the upbringing expenses and have me raise the child on their behalf. Sarutobi Hiruzen breathed a sigh of relief. The tension that had coiled within him loosened somewhat. While Sarutobi Hiruzen relaxed, the various clans of Konoha found it difficult to believe Orochimaru's words. "Hokage-sama, are you and Orochimaru putting on a performance for us?" "Precisely. The Uchiha patriarch speaks well. Hokage-sama, Orochimaru is your disciple. If you were to place the future Nine-Tails Jinchuriki under his guardianship, we could not rest easy." "Hyuga Patriarch, what nonsense are you spouting? Do you truly believe I am that sort of person?" The Hyuga Patriarch was left speechless by Sarutobi Hiruzen's rebuke. He had intended to retort with, "Indeed, you are exactly that sort of person," but the words of his clan's elder patriarch resurfaced in his mind, compelling him to remain silent. The Uchiha clan patriarch, unlike the Hyuga lord, harbored no such reservations. He quickly pressed on, "Hokage-sama, that remains to be seen." Sarutobi Hiruzen was deeply angered, and a killing intent steadily rose within him. "You fools. Whether this is a performance or not, simply go and ask Lady Minato directly. Besides, I myself have not agreed to hand the future Nine-Tails Jinchuriki over to Orochimaru." The Hyuga patriarch hastily nodded in agreement. "That is wise. If this is indeed Lady Minato's design, then I shall speak on behalf of the Hyuga clan in support of this proposal. The patriarchs of the smaller clans quickly chimed in as well, indeed. If this is truly the case, then it would be ideal for everyone's peace of mind. These lesser clan leaders understood that their own families stood no chance of gaining custody of the future Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. Thus, they supported Orochimaru's proposal provided it was not some scheme concocted between him and Sarutobi Hiruzen. Very well then. Let us conclude here for today. I shall return home for dinner. The Uchiha patriarch seized the opportunity to descend from his stubborn stance. After all, further argument would yield nothing. If Orochimaru's words proved true, at least the future Nine-Tails Jinchuriki would not fall into rival hands. Witnessing this, Sarutobi Hiruzen immediately realized he had been manipulated by the others. Orochimaru, go fetch Lady Minato at once. I wish to confirm whether this is genuine. Sarutobi Hiruzen found himself in a position from which retreat was impossible. Compromise was his only path forward. Shimura Danzo and the other high-ranking officials, seeing this development, understood they had lost this round. They wished to speak out against Sarutobi Hiruzen's concession, but he silenced them with a single commanding glance. Orochimaru, perceiving their desire to verify the truth, promptly turned and departed. Once Orochimaru had left, Sarutobi Hiruzen spoke again. Esteemed clansmen, once Lady Minato arrives, I hope you will all keep a watchful eye on the members of the Senju clan. None of you would wish to see the future Nine-Tails Jinchuriki become the foundation of the Senju clan's power, would you? The reason Sarutobi Hiruzen had Orochimaru summon Uzumaki Mito was his intention to unite Konoha's forces against the Senju clan. In this way, even if the Senju wished to control the future Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, they would find it impossible. Naturally, the future Nine-Tails Jinchuriki concerns us all significantly. We cannot permit anyone to claim her for themselves. All present voiced their agreement. Since they themselves could not obtain custody, they naturally wished to prevent other clans from acquiring the future Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, especially the powerful aristocratic families and Konoha's leadership. The Uchiha and Hyuga clan patriarchs were no exception. Their greatest fear was seeing the future Nine-Tails Jinchuriki become a pawn of either the Senju clan or Konoha's inner circle. While Hiruzen, Sarutobi, and the others were still waiting for Mito, Uzumaki Gongsun Haoyan had already restored his image in Konoha and appeared at the entrance of Konoha's largest gambling den with 10,000 ryo. This gambling den was the Sarutobi clan's enterprise, and they had amassed substantial wealth from Tsunade over the years. Gongsun Haoyan once suspected that the Sarutobi clan established this gambling den specifically to seize the Senju clan's assets, given how limited the number of gamblers in Konoha actually was. Hiruzen, Sarutobi, if you dare conspire against my daughter, don't blame me for what comes next. Gongsun Haoyan could not bring himself to kill at this point, yet he refused to simply endure the injustice silently. Since his last excursion had not yielded much money either, he set his sights on the casino run by the Sarutobi clan. Konoha had more than one gambling establishment, but because Hiruzen Sarutobi served as the third Hokage, the Sarutobi clan's casino grew to become the largest in all of Konoha. Only upon entering the gambling den did Gongsun Haoyan realize it was not nearly as bustling as he had imagined. The gamblers were not numerous either, and none of them were ordinary folk. They were low-ranking ninja who had recently returned from the battlefield with modest winnings. These low-ranking ninja had managed to survive the battlefields, accumulating windfall wealth from the uncertainties of life and death. Moreover, they had received considerable mission fees from Konoha's mission hall, which is why they had funds to gamble recklessly at the casino. Gongsun Haoyan's arrival drew little attention, for this establishment was essentially Sarutobi clan property. They found it hard to imagine anyone would dare cause trouble at a clan-owned venue. After glancing around for a moment, Gongsun Haoyan found a seat and chose the simplest game, betting on dice. He chose this particular game solely because the house was the Sarutobi clan. Other games were entirely different. Those were organized by the ninja themselves, who merely rented the venue and equipment from the Sarutobi clan. Gongsun Haoyan was not acquainted with any of them and could not have blended in any way. His purpose here was to win the Sarutobi clan's money, not to entertain or relax. The dealer from the Sarutobi clan, upon noticing a non-ninja customer take a seat, casually glanced at Gongsun Haoyan and immediately recognized him. Being a member of the Sarutobi clan, he naturally kept records of Konoha's notable figures in mind. The reason he remembered Gongsun Haoyan's file was due to Guihai Xiaodao. After all, whoever Guihai Xiaodao chose was someone notable in Konoha. As the dealer handling business for the Sarutobi clan, he naturally possessed extensive knowledge of Konoha's intelligence. Earlier, he had heard rumors about the father of Konoha's female death god cursing Elder Danzo at the village gate, which gave him some understanding of Gongsun Haoyan, though nothing particularly useful. Place your bets, place your bets. No changes once placed. The dealer from the Sarutobi clan, being a professional, was naturally skilled at reading people. While secretly observing Gongsun Haoyan, he continued with his duties. Gongsun Haoyan did not place his bet immediately. He had just used his observation skills to spy on the dice values inside the cup, so there was no rush. Gongsun Haoyan noticed the other gamblers were betting hundreds or thousands of coins on leopard patterns and realized these players seemed to have come with a specific purpose. They appeared to be sending money to the casino, just like those subordinates who accompanied leaders in card games from his past life. It was only now that Gongsun Haoyan understood why the dealer had been watching him so long. He was not there to give Hiruzen Sarutobi a gift, but to make money. Therefore he began using his super-sensitive five senses to quickly study the dealer's dice-rolling patterns. To avoid arousing suspicion, Gongsun Haoyan started with small bets. As his gambling skill improved, his wagers grew larger. The gamblers around him were amazed by his approach. Once they lost a certain amount of money, they decisively stepped aside and watched Gongsun Haoyan alongside the dealer. Gongsun Haoyan understood the gamblers' behavior well enough, but he did not care at all. He completely disregarded them. The dealer's expression turned grave as he watched Gongsun Haoyan. He had secretly signaled his colleague to understand the gravity of the situation, who then excused himself and left promptly. Both the dealer and his assistant shared the same plan: report the situation while gathering funds to prevent Gongsun Haoyan from causing trouble in the casino. Indeed, they were going to gather funds because Gongsun Haoyan had already won all the money the dealer had. Mr. Guihai, please wait. We have run out of cash here. My colleague has gone to fetch more. The dealer feared Gongsun Haoyan might think they were unable to pay and had called for help to deal with him. He worried Gongsun Haoyan might turn hostile, so he rushed to explain the situation. Oh, I see. Gongsun Haoyan completely ignored the dealer's explanation. He had no intention of stopping after winning just a few million coins today. Indeed, Gongsun Haoyan had already won several million coins. Though it did not seem like much, it essentially represented the dealer's entire daily earnings. Many considered the several million coins insignificant, but it was still early. Many ninja who had come to send money to the casino had just arrived and noticed something was wrong today, so they were only watching from the sidelines and were not rushing to place their bets. Shortly after, the dealer's colleague rushed over carrying an oversized money chest, followed by a middle-aged man who was the elder of the Sarutobi clan. Very well, Mr. Guihai, let's continue. The dealer quickly signaled Gongsun Haoyan to proceed. As he rolled the dice, he glanced toward the Sarutobi clan elder. The elder of the Sarutobi clan and the surrounding ninja stared fixedly at Gongsun Haoyan, trying to discern whatever cheating method he employed. This would give them justification to draw their weapons against Guihai. Unfortunately, no matter how hard they stared, they could not detect anything amiss. There was not even a single suspicious detail to be found. The dealer observed his elder's increasingly grave expression and realized the day's troubles had intensified. He kept signaling his superior repeatedly. However, Gongsun Haoyan's thoughts were ignored by the dealer and the elder of the Sarutobi clan. Once the dealer had lost all the money in his possession, they said directly to Gongsun Haoyan, Mr. Guihai, we have taken enough cash for now. Why don't you come back another day? Gongsun Haoyan understood this was a dismissal, yet he knew that if he left, it was uncertain whether this casino would even exist tomorrow. This casino was merely a front for the Sarutobi clan to accept bribes, not a genuine gambling house relying on skill to earn money. They had neither skilled gamblers nor experts in cheating techniques. Now that Gongsun Haoyan had won a substantial amount of money under the guise of gambling, they might well resort to another method of bribery. Gongsun Haoyan had seen through this clearly, which was precisely why he was unwilling to leave. Yet with the casino speaking so bluntly, if he could not find a decent excuse, he would never again be able to squeeze the Sarutobi clan. I see. How about this? Do you have any valuable items left as collateral? Why not gamble with those instead? After all, I intend to use my winnings to purchase valuables for preservation. The dealer and the elder of the Sarutobi clan were beside themselves with anger at Gongsun Haoyan's words. They had been using this casino solely to collect bribes, and now not only had someone exploited them, but that very person refused to leave and intended to continue milking them. How could they not be infuriated? If they had not known the person before them was not to be trifled with, they would have turned hostile long ago. Mr. Guihai, our casino has rules. We do not accept collateral, nor do we permit lending. After all, our owner belongs to the Sarutobi clan, so our establishment has no valuable items of any kind. The dealer, fearing Gongsun Haoyan would continue pestering them, felt compelled to lie. Really? Absolutely. Truer than pearls. Seeing the dealer's firm stance, Gongsun Haoyan realized that staying any longer would no longer resemble gambling, but provocation, putting him at a disadvantage. Thus, he could only gather his money and depart from the Sarutobi clan's casino. After Gongsun Haoyan left, the elder of the Sarutobi clan promptly shut the casino doors and dispatched someone to the Hokage Tower to report the incident to Hiruzen Sarutobi. Gongsun Haoyan knew that if he failed to make a significant haul tonight, it would be exceedingly difficult to profit from Konoha the following day. With nothing to lose, he headed toward other casinos. Most other casinos were operated by Konoha's higher-ups, and even those not run by Konoha officials belonged to certain influential figures of the Land of Fire. Gongsun Haoyan cared little for such matters. Over the next hour or so, Gongsun Haoyan moved from one Konoha casino to another, playing high-stakes games at astonishing speed, draining each establishment's cash reserves before swiftly moving on. Within just over an hour, he already possessed numerous oversized money boxes. Each of these money boxes contained over 100 million ryo in cash, some holding as much as 200 million. Gongsun Haoyan's frantic activity naturally drew the attention of many ninjas unaware of his strength and background. However, before they could make a move, they were dealt with by Tsunade's subordinates. Grandfather Guihai. Tsunade had long been informed of Gongsun Haoyan's reckless exploits, which was why she had rushed to the scene. She had not come to shield him, but rather to support him. Tsunade understood all too well that Gongsun Haoyan walking through the dark streets with so much cash would tempt countless ignorant ninjas. She had come to stop those reckless individuals lest her grandfather Guihai massacre people throughout Konoha. Little Tsunade, why go to such lengths? Grandfather Guihai, Konoha cannot withstand major disturbances. If you slaughter people throughout the village, the ninja world will surely plunge into chaos again. Tsunade knew her motivations could not escape Gongsun Haoyan's perception, so she openly disclosed the true reason for her arrival. Sigh. Very well. By the way, please help me store this money. Carrying it all on my person is rather inconvenient. Oh. Tsunade wasted no words, sealing the money Gongsun Haoyan had won into a storage scroll before accompanying him on his way home. Grandfather Guihai, why the sudden interest in gambling? And how did you win such a fortune? Having lost 9 out of every 10 bets herself, Tsunade was naturally fascinated by Gongsun Haoyan's gambling skills. Nothing special, merely good fortune. By the way, Tsunade, please exchange this money for gold and deliver it to your Aunt Taowa. Very well. Meanwhile, at the Hokage Tower, Hiruzen Sarutobi had just concluded matters regarding the future Ninetales Jinchuriki when he received word of the incident at his family's casino. His brows instinctively furrowed. Sasori, return and tell the elder to close the casino. We have lost 200 million ryo today. What of tomorrow and the day after? We cannot move against this Guihai for now. They are the only ninja family in Konoha, and we lack reasonable grounds to act. Besides, this is a critical period. We should endure for a while and settle scores after the Ninetales Jinchuriki changes hands. Hiruzen Sarutobi was not unwilling to strike at Gongsun Haoyan, but he had not yet fully secured authority over fate itself. Moreover, he reasoned that 200 million ryo was but a trivial sum. The Sarutobi clan could hardly be shaken by such a loss. As for how to earn money going forward, he had ample strategies. After all, as Hokage of Konoha, there were countless ninjas eager to curry favor and forge connections with him. He could effortlessly amass wealth without lifting a finger. Yes. After Sasori departed, Hiruzen Sarutobi sank into deep thought. Only after a long while did he leave the Hokage Tower, making his way toward his residence. Meanwhile, after parting with Gongsun Haoyan, Tsunade returned to her grandmother. Grandmother, how did things go? It went reasonably well. That Hiruzen Sarutobi has already handed over Kushina's custody to Orochimaru. However, from now on, if we wish to see Kushina, we must do so only in Hiruzen Sarutobi's presence. Grandmother, what are Hiruzen Sarutobi and the others planning? Little Tsunade, Hiruzen Sarutobi covets the forbidden techniques within the Uzumaki clan's sealing arts. Moreover, he wishes for me to help establish a barrier across all of Konoha for surveillance purposes. What? He wants to monitor all of Konoha. Tsunade was utterly stunned. She could not have imagined Hiruzen Sarutobi harboring such ambitions. If she agreed, would they all forever live in fear of being spied upon? Indeed. Sigh. He uses the pretext of better protecting Konoha to pressure me. If I refuse, he will unite the entire village against us. The Senju clan can no longer withstand being targeted by all of Konoha. Sigh. Grandmother, how could you agree to his demands? Sigh. It was impossible not to agree. Hiruzen Sarutobi said that if we refused, he would send you and the Konoha clan ninja to infiltrate the cloud-hidden village. Uzumaki Mizuki only now realized just how sinister and terrifying Hiruzen Sarutobi had become with his grasp of power. Grandmother. Tsunade only then understood that being a shinobi was truly not a respectable profession. Sigh. Lord Kaiken was indeed a wise man. He had long seen through the helplessness faced by shinobi. Uzumaki Mizuki also deeply regretted her decision at this point. She should never have allowed Tsunade to become a shinobi. Grandmother, if we inform Grandfather Kaiken of this, can't he thwart Hiruzen's schemes? Little Tsunade, you're overthinking this. Konoha belongs to the shinobi clans. Although Grandfather Kaiken has considerable influence, he still cannot interfere in Konoha's political affairs. Tsunade pondered and agreed. The village remained under the control of the shinobi clans. Moreover, shinobi didn't engage in productive labor. Without missions, they had no source of income. Grandmother, then what should we do? Sigh. Tsunade, you must leave Konoha. Grandmother, where should I go? Little Tsunade, go to your Aunt Momiji and ask her to take a messenger assignment for you. Then you go find your sister Momoka. Tsunade stood stunned. She hadn't expected her grandmother would actually send her to Grandfather Kaiken's residence to escape the threats from Konoha. Grandmother, if I leave, what will happen to you and Natama? Foolish child, I am already old. Moreover, as the wife of the Ninetales Jinchuriki and the first Hokage, they wouldn't dare harm me. As for Natama, as the head of the Senju clan and a symbol of Konoha, no one would dare touch him as long as he doesn't become a shinobi. If anything happened to Natama in Konoha, the entire higher-ups would face questioning. But as for you, you have a shinobi identity. If you were to die on a mission, no one could say anything. That's why you're the most vulnerable. Tsunade pondered and found her grandmother's words reasonable. Though she had publicly broken ties with Hiruzen and Konoha, the emotional bonds had already faded long ago. Grandfather Kaiken won a large sum at the casinos tonight and wants me to exchange it for gold. Could you ask the clan members to help? How much did he win? I'm not sure, but there are 5 large chests. Tsunade produced a storage scroll and unwound its seal, revealing 5 oversized money chests before Uzumaki Mizuki. Uzumaki Mizuki quickly opened each chest one by one. When she saw the boxes filled with 10,000 Ryo bills, she was utterly stunned. This? So much. Uzumaki Mizuki came from a wealthy family, yet this was the first time she'd seen such an enormous amount of cash. Though she had previously managed substantial wealth, it was all recorded on paper. Of course, she wasn't unfamiliar with treasures worth far more than this amount, but the impact of possessing actual cash was entirely different. Tsunade didn't concern herself with such thoughts and began counting immediately. After tallying everything, she discovered the sum totaled a staggering 970 million Ryo, leaving her equally astonished. Grandmother, there's 970 million Ryo here. Money many jonin could never earn in their lifetime. Not quite a billion then. Uzumaki Mizuki regained her composure. While 970 million Ryo seemed substantial, it paled in comparison to the Senju clan's accumulated wealth. After all, the unique necklace Tsunade wore was worth far more than 1 billion Ryo. Well, grandmother, that's already a tremendous amount. It certainly is considerable. Even the Senju clan today couldn't produce such liquidity all at once. Uzumaki Mizuki responded somewhat perfunctorily. While this fortune was substantial for an ordinary family, the assets of the shinobi clans in Konoha far exceeded this figure. They simply lacked the liquid cash on hand. Very well, leave this matter to me. You should go rest now. As Uzumaki Mizuki sent Tsunade away to rest, she signaled to a hidden guard who immediately appeared before her the moment Tsunade left. What are your orders, Lady Mizuki? Kojichi, exchange this money for gold and bring it to me. Yes. The following day after breakfast, Tsunade was summoned before Uzumaki Mizuki. When Mizuki handed her a storage scroll, Tsunade was stunned. Grandmother, you've already exchanged it so quickly. Much of the gold within came from families friendly with our Senju clan. Take it to Grandfather Kaiken as soon as possible. Tsunade understood her grandmother wished for her to depart Konoha promptly, given how unfavorable the circumstances had become. Yes, I'll go now. Tsunade didn't waste time and was also eager to seek assistance from Grandfather Kaiken. Upon arriving at Gongsun Haoyan's residence, she was taken aback by what she encountered. Rather than any discord, she discovered a young woman resembling Aunt Momiji laughing and conversing with 2 exceptionally beautiful younger women. Aunt Momiji? Oh, it's little Tsunade. Come in and sit. Sensing Tsunade's disbelief, Aunt Senju Momiji felt genuine delight. Few women resisted showing off when witnessing a younger junior's astonishment at their youthful appearance. Aunt Momiji, how have you grown so youthful? Were it not for the diamond-shaped sealing mark on your forehead, I wouldn't have dared address you. Hee, really? By the way, what brings you here? Tsunade then remembered her purpose for coming. Well, Aunt Momiji, it's like this. Tsunade explained her intentions and the full circumstances to Senju Momiji, retrieving the storage scroll from her ninja tools pouch and handing it over. Aunt Momiji, isn't Grandfather Kaiken home? Your Grandfather Kaiken went hunting. You mentioned earlier that you wanted me to keep an eye on Konoha for you. What exactly is going on? Aunt Momiji, my grandmother fears I'm in danger staying in Konoha, which is why she wants me to escape this turmoil. You may not yet be aware. What? Hiruzen Sarutobi has become this audacious. Senju Momiji was utterly shocked. She could never have imagined the former Hiruzen Sarutobi would have changed so drastically. Sigh. Aunt Momiji, people change. Tsunade felt deeply disheartened. She had never expected her once kind and approachable teacher to become so unrecognizable. Little Tsunade, life is full of uncertainties, and the human heart is perhaps the most unpredictable of all. You should try to let it go. Notuka did not know how to comfort Tsunade, so all she could do was urge her to look on the brighter side, lest she lose her composure and act recklessly. Aunt Tuka, I'm fine. It's just that my heart feels a bit heavy. By the way, how did you regain your youth? Tsunade was thoroughly intrigued. As far as she knew, there had never been a precedent in the ninja world for anyone to reverse the aging process. Well, it's a long story. Didn't your grandpa Guihai go into seclusion before? Through a stroke of serendipity, he broke through to a new realm and reaped considerable benefits, and this is one of those rewards. Notuka was at a loss for how to explain it to Tsunade, so she spoke in vague terms. So you mean Grandpa Guihai has also regained his youth? Yes. He looks about the same age as you now. Notuka felt she could no longer keep secrets at this point. After all, she herself had reverted to her youthful self. It made no sense for Guihai Taiyu to remain unchanged. Really? Tsunade remained skeptical, for she had seen Guihai Taiyu in his original appearance only the previous evening. Of course it's true. Were you about to ask if he looked like his former self last night? Yes, Aunt Tuka, what's going on? Little Tsunade, this is the power granted by the pure body art's 6 forms. Since you haven't cultivated it, you wouldn't know. Once the 6 forms are mastered to a certain degree, the 7th form can be unlocked, known as Life Return. Life Return not only possesses extraordinary energy absorption and transformation capabilities, but also allows one to manipulate every muscle and organ in the body. Changing one's appearance is as simple as that. Upon hearing this, Tsunade finally understood that the 6 forms of the pure body arts held such abilities. Did that mean once one reached a sufficient level, they could become a ninja regardless of whether they possessed chakra? Tsunade was greatly astonished. The ninja world was far from peaceful, and if everyone could become a ninja, what would Konoha even be? Senju Tuka naturally guessed what was running through Tsunade's mind. Little Tsunade, you're overthinking it. The 6 forms of the pure body arts are far from easy to master. To date, only your grandpa Guehai has succeeded. Even Mado Dai has managed only 3 or 4 forms. Tsunade reflected and agreed. She had succeeded only through her exceptional precision in chakra control. Others would likely find it extraordinarily difficult. Aunt Tuka, could the chakra version achieve the 7th form? Well, I'm not sure. Senju Tuka genuinely did not know. In theory it should be possible, but she dared not guarantee it. As Tsunade and Senju Tuka were discussing this, Gongsun Hao Tian returned and happened to overhear their conversation about whether the chakra version of Life Return could be cultivated. Little Tsunade has arrived. Has everything been handled? Gongsun Hao Tian suddenly spoke, startling Tsunade. She turned and caught sight of an extraordinarily handsome young man. Grandpa Guehai. Yes, it's me. Though Tsunade had suspected as much, she was still taken aback. Grandpa Guehai, did you use Life Return to transform yourself like this? No. While Life Return can alter one's appearance, such transformations are illusory. How could I resort to that? This is my natural restoration of youth brought about by extended lifespan. Gongsun Hao Tian certainly could not tell Tsunade that he had regained his youth through immortal cultivation and the purification of his marrow. To the people of this world, the concept of immortal cultivation was unfathomable. They could not fathom the difference between true cultivation and their own so-called practices. Extend lifespan. What does that mean? It means that by the time my grandson Sarutobi's lineage has lived out its natural span, I will still be thriving. With simple words, Gongsun Hao Tian spoke something that left Tsunade utterly stunned. Grandpa Guehai, just how long can you live? Well, I can live at least 300 years. As for the exact limit, even I do not know. Hearing that Gongsun Hao Tian could live at least 300 years, Tsunade was dumbfounded. As far as she knew, no one in the ninja world had ever lived beyond 120 years. How could this be merely outliving the 3rd Hokage's grandson? This was more like living until his great-grandson grew old. Grandpa Guehai, how did you extend your lifespan so greatly? Tsunade was rarely one to ask out of curiosity, but if she could also live this long, then after she became the strongest ninja in the world, the ninja world would enjoy an extended era of peace. Little Tsunade, the method I use to extend my lifespan is not something you can learn. Gongsun Hao Tian naturally understood why Tsunade had asked. After all, the greatest ninja of this world were fundamentally flawed in their thinking, perpetually chasing the illusion of bringing peace to the ninja world. Forget about this manipulated world of the ninja. True peace was unattainable even in his past life's world, far more civilized than this one. Wherever people gather, there is conflict. Moreover, in a world of the transcendent, if true peace were possible, the existence of those with supernatural power and extended lifespans would be meaningless. Grandpa Guehai, please tell me. Tsunade's tone had taken on a hint of playful coaxing. Sigh, little Tsunade, you should know that a ninja's chakra is a transcendent energy extracted from their own physical and spiritual energy. The extraction of chakra inherently consumes a ninja's lifespan. Although ninjas can replenish some life energy through food in their early stages, in essence, they are always trading their lifespan for power. Human lifespan is strictly finite. In the ninja world, people typically live 100+ years, yet illness and injury consume vast amounts of life energy, while hunger and exhaustion continuously erode it. That is merely the toll on ordinary people. The situation for ninjas is far graver. Many accumulate hidden injuries during their cultivation, and on top of that, chakra extraction and combat drastically deplete their lifespan. Hence, ninja in this world naturally have shorter lives. That describes the normal scenario. In reality, many ninjas are killed on missions before they even have the chance to grow strong, which is precisely why the average lifespan of ninja in this world is so short. But I am different. I do not cultivate chakra. My practice is the exact opposite of yours. I absorb the natural energy of heaven and earth to replenish my body. As long as my absorption of natural energy outpaces my consumption, the life force accumulating within me far exceeds what I expend. Do you understand why I can live so long? So that is how it is. Then did Granny Peach Birch and Sister Peach Blossom also. Tsunade did not continue, for the words that followed were difficult to utter. Yes, they originally faced the same issue, which is why I frequently provide them with beast meat to nourish their bodies. While beast meat may not contain abundant natural energy, its power far surpasses ordinary meat, thus holding considerable life energy. Husband, did you often go hunting before simply for me and Peach Blossom? Chihayo Momiji was deeply moved at this moment, never having expected Gongsun Haoyin to go hunting specifically for her sake. That is because I also need nourishment. We are one family, naturally I would not forget you all. To be honest, Gongsun Haoyin had not needed beast meat for nourishment since achieving foundation establishment. The sole reason he continued hunting now was entirely to provide for Chihayo Momiji and the Shiryuki sisters. Husband, did you not capture any beasts today? And the wild beasts near our area have all migrated elsewhere. I ran to many places this time, but could not find them anywhere. Alas, it will be difficult to have beast meat in the future. Upon hearing Gongsun Haoyin mention that the nearby wild beasts had all migrated, Tsunade could not help but mutter inwardly. That is not migration, that is clearly fleeing for their lives. You hunt beasts so frequently, they are not stupid. If they did not run by now, that would be strange. Oh right, little Tsunade, have those funds been exchanged? Upon hearing Gongsun Haoyin ask about the money again, Tsunade quickly replied, I have already handed them over to Granny Peach Birch. Right, it is almost noon. Today I am in high spirits. Let me fetch the tiger bone wine I brewed earlier. Let us drink well together today. Tiger bone wine. Upon hearing there would be wine to drink, Tsunade appeared exceptionally joyful. In the original story, it was said that Tsunade loved gambling and drinking. In this world, Tsunade was similar. However, due to her cultivation under Gongsun Haoyin, she was not as fond of gambling as in the original work. Granny Peach Birch, the tiger bone wine Grandpa Go spoke of must also be brewed from ninja tiger bones, correct? Yes, this tiger bone wine was brewed before Peach Blossom's wedding. It has been nearly 10 years now. Hearing this, Tsunade was overjoyed. She knew that whatever her Grandpa Go valued would naturally be a rare treasure. In fact, Tsunade's guess was accurate. After tasting the tiger bone wine, she immediately sensed its extraordinary medicinal power. Truly extraordinary. I wish I could obtain the recipe for this tiger bone wine. Tsunade's captivated expression made the Shiryuki sisters eager to try it as well. They hurried to fetch wine cups and place them before Gongsun Haoyin. Your cultivation is too weak, so you can only drink 1 cup. Gongsun Haoyin poured their cups while speaking. He had not refused the Shiryuki sisters previously, but their cultivation base was too weak. Moreover, they had not inherited the ice-release Kekkei Genkai. Tiger bone wine is a supremely young medicinal liquor, and he feared they might suffer adverse effects if they consumed it. How spicy! Shiryuki Frost could not help but stick out her tongue. Frost, this is shochu that I personally distilled following ancient methods. Its defining characteristic is its intense spiciness. Grandpa Go, isn't this shochu not very spicy? Tsunade was somewhat astonished as she had not found the tiger bone wine particularly pungent at all. Little Tsunade, the reason shochu is called burning wine is because it is extraordinarily pungent when first distilled. However, the longer it is cellared, the mellower its flavor becomes. Do not assume this tiger bone wine relies solely on tiger bones as the primary ingredient. It actually contains numerous potent tonics, no fewer than 5-century-old ginseng roots. Otherwise, do you truly believe pure tiger bone alone could yield such powerful medicinal effects? The reason Frost finds it spicy is due to her own constitution. Both Frost and Snow hail from the Shiryuki clan, possessing innate cold physiques. Meanwhile, most of the ingredients in shochu and tiger bone wine are supremely young in nature. Frost and Snow's constitutions somewhat clash with the tiger bone wine, which is why they perceive it as overly pungent. I see. Although Tsunade was an exceptionally skilled medical ninja in the ninja world, her understanding of yin-yang theory was quite shallow. Theories of yin-yang within the ninja world had essentially been lost with only what the sage of 6 paths, Otsutsuki Hagoromo, had comprehended surviving to the present. If the sage of 6 paths, Otsutsuki Hagoromo, had truly mastered the theory of yin and yang, he would never have abandoned his physical form. After all, the human body is yang while the soul is yin. Had he not relinquished his mortal vessel, his power would likely have already surpassed that of his mother. After the meal, Tsunade relayed Sarutobi's schemes to Gongsun Haoyin. He naturally grasped her intentions, yet he showed no inclination to intervene. Although he no longer feared the 6-path sage, he still could not do much against the spectral form of Otsutsuki Hagoromo. As a spirit body, the sage was immune to all physical attacks, and even sealing techniques proved useless against him now. Gongsun Haoyin was an autodidactic cultivator with no spells or divine abilities. Though he had reached the foundation establishment stage, his accomplishments beyond physical enhancement primarily lay in extended lifespan, with little else of significant value. For instance, he had not cultivated basic techniques or divine sense like other cultivators. His ability to fly stemmed entirely from the concept of the soaring technique from the Dragon Ball world's martial arts tradition. Moreover, the divine abilities of cultivators were incomparable to ninja techniques. Ninja arts relied on chakra properties and special meridians, whereas cultivation magic transcended such superficial mechanisms. Though Gongsun Haoyin was a transmigrator, his knowledge of divine powers came solely from novels. While novels contain certain truths, should one actually comprehend the divine abilities and techniques described within them, the results would be extraordinarily formidable. Gongsun Haoyin had never studied Taoist classics, rendering his understanding of magical arts profoundly shallow. Under such circumstances, his desire to comprehend divine techniques was akin to chasing mirages. Little Tsunade, since Sarutobi intends to establish a barrier monitoring all of Konoha, my residence is no longer secure. Please convey to your grandmother that I request her assistance in erecting a privacy-preserving barrier here. Grandpa, go. Tsunade grew anxious. She had originally hoped Gongsun Haoyin would teach Sarutobi a lesson, yet she never anticipated his complete reluctance to act. Little Tsunade, you remain too naive. Do you truly believe the ninja world's path is so straightforward? I understand you wish to become the strongest in the ninja world, but that goal is destined to remain unattained. After all, you cannot hope to surpass me, and there are undoubtedly those in this world more powerful than myself. You must understand that beyond every person stands another, and beyond every sky stretches a greater heaven. Tsunade was utterly stunned by Gongsun Haoyin's words. She had never imagined there existed someone in the ninja world even stronger than him. Grandpa Guihai, is what you said true? Naturally, there is more than one hidden powerhouse in the ninja world. Otherwise, do you really think I would be so meticulous and cautious? You don't suppose I'm some aloof and indifferent person, do you? To be honest, Tsunade had actually thought exactly that before. After all, who else but someone inherently indifferent would choose to retreat into seclusion and farm after possessing incomparable strength? Little Tsunade, I don't blame you for the misunderstanding. If you knew about the hidden powerhouses lurking in the ninja world, you would never have harbored such thoughts. Grandpa Guihai, do you know which powerhouses have hidden themselves in the ninja world? Tsunade suddenly became deeply interested. She too wanted to know who Gongsun Haoyin would consider truly powerful. Little Tsunade, you really want to know? Grandpa Guihai, just tell me. Gongsun Haoyin was momentarily dazed by Tsunade's coquettish pleading. If he hadn't known her for so long, or rather if he hadn't watched her grow from a tiny child step by step, he might actually have considered adding her to his harem. Of course, that was not the real reason he had abandoned any such thoughts. It was because Tsunade, as one of the rare chosen ones of fortune in the ninja world, might well be under the close surveillance of the Six Paths sage Otsutsuki Hagoromo. If she truly fell within his watchful gaze, then Gongsun Haoyin would be forced to perform endlessly under the Six Paths sage's very eyes. That would be far too difficult for Gongsun Haoyin. The Six Paths sage was by no means foolish. If Gongsun Haoyin remained under his prolonged surveillance, it was only a matter of time before the sage discovered the flaws in his pretense. Very well. As far as I know, your Senju clan's founding ancestor, the Six Paths sage Otsutsuki Hagoromo, is still alive. Wait. No, I shouldn't say he is alive. I should say he still exists in this world. What? The Six Paths sage Otsutsuki Hagoromo is still alive. Tsunade was so shocked she nearly jumped up. Senju Teru and the Mugetsu sisters were equally stunned, though they did not cry out. Indeed, the Six Paths sage Otsutsuki Hagoromo still exists somewhere in the ninja world. His current state is quite peculiar. You might say he is alive, yet he possesses no physical form. You might say he is dead, yet he can appear before any ninja at any moment. Moi. Tsunade could not fathom this at all. Sigh. Little Tsunade, do you now understand why I keep such a low profile? The Six Paths sage. What a formidable and ruthless individual. Ruthless. Indeed. You may not yet be aware, but after founding the shinobi sect, the Six Paths sage fathered twin sons. The elder was named Indra and the younger was named Ashura. Indra instinctively inherited a portion of the Six Paths sage's ocular power, blood-red eyes endowed with extraordinary abilities. His descendants carried forward this gift and named it the Sharingan. Ashura, on the other hand, did not inherit the ocular power. Instead, he received part of the Six Paths sage's physical abilities and later succeeded him as the second patriarch of the shinobi sect. Unfortunately, the two brothers eventually fell into bitter rivalry over the position of sect leader. Their strength disparity was immense. In the end, the Six Paths sage poured his own power into Ashura's body, awakening a new strength within him. This power would periodically manifest in his descendants, and it is none other than the legendary Wood Release. Wood Release. So that is how Wood Release originated. Tsunade and Senju Teru could hardly believe it. They had never known of anyone in their clan besides the first Hokage who had awakened Wood Release. Yes, you may not be aware, but most of the Kekkai Genkai in the ninja world trace their origins back to the era of the shinobi sect. Though some were developed during the subsequent warring states period, those bloodline limits were generally far weaker. Moreover, the Kekkai Genkai that emerged during the warring states period were mostly battlefield-oriented abilities, such as Transparency Release, Netherworld Release, Steel Release, and Speed Release. Such bloodline limits carried severe after-effects, a condition known as bloodline disease. In contrast, the Kekkai Genkai that appeared during the shinobi sect era were far more refined and perfect. Even when after-effects existed, they could be resolved. Take Uchiha Madara's Sharingan, for instance. It did encounter problems, but he not only resolved them, but also achieved a qualitative leap in his strength. The matter of bloodline disease was all too familiar to the women present. As heirs to Kekkei Genkai lineages, even though none of them had inherited their respective bloodline limits, they were thoroughly acquainted with the curse of bloodline disease. Grandpa Goehai, I would like to know what exactly went wrong with Uchiha Madara's eyes, and how he resolved it. As a medical ninja, Tsunade naturally paid close attention to matters concerning health and healing. You should all be aware that Uchiha Madara's eyes are known as the Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. What you may not know is that before achieving that form his eyes were merely the Mangekyo Sharingan. During that period the Sharingan could not be used frequently, and with each activation the Mangekyo Sharingan would gradually degrade, eventually leading to complete blindness. Tsunade could not have imagined that the Sharingan once evolved into the Mangekyo form carried the peril of blindness. After all, the Uchiha clan's strength was heavily dependent on the Sharingan. If they lost their sight, it would essentially signal the end of their lineage. Indeed, Uchiha Madara's eyes had already approached the brink of blindness when two people inadvertently came to his aid. One was Madara's own younger brother, Uchiha Izuna. The other was none other than your second grandfather, Senju Tobarama. Senju Tobarama had severely wounded Uchiha Izuna on the battlefield. Realizing his life was drawing to a close, Izuna transferred his eyes to Madara, whose own vision was already failing. After receiving his brother's eyes and recovering from the transplant, Madara's gaze awakened as the Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. The Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan of Uchiha Madara was born in such a manner. This is... Tsunade and the others were at a loss for words. They had always believed the Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan evolved through the user's own growth, never imagining it was forged through such a gruesome means. This is too cruel. Even the Mugetsu sisters were shocked by the origin of the Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. They had never expected the Sharingan, one of the three great dojutsu, to harbor so many fatal flaws. Tsunade returned home after dinner at Gongsun Haoyan's residence. Upon arriving, she immediately relayed his request to her grandmother Uzumaki Mido, who agreed without a moment's hesitation, reasoning that such a desire was only natural. After finishing the serious matter, Tsunade brought up what Gongsun Haoyan had told her about ninjas possessing shorter lifespans than ordinary people. Upon hearing this, Uzumaki Mido fell into deep thought. Little Tsunade, perhaps Grandpa Goehai's words carry truth. Ninjas who excessively wield chakra do exhibit signs of premature aging. The Uzumaki clan is known for its exceptionally long-lived lineage. A woman of my age should not appear so aged, yet ever since I was relieved of my duties as the Jinchuriki, my aging accelerated dramatically. I had previously dismissed it as ordinary old age, but it now seems clear that sealing the Nine Tails consumed a significant portion of my lifespan. As the previous Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails, Uzumaki Mido constantly expended vast quantities of chakra, often leaving her feeling powerless. Only after hearing Tsunade's explanation about ninjas consuming their own lifespans through chakra extraction did she finally understand why she had always felt her days were numbered. Grandmother Grandpa Goehai also mentioned that the reason he appears to grow younger lies in his ability to continuously absorb natural energy from the heavens and earth to nourish his cells. He even said he expects to live past 300 years of age. Little Tsunade, is there any way for you to replenish the vitality energy within your own cells? Uzumaki Mido's greatest concern remains Tsunade herself. Since Tsunade was still young, if she truly possessed a method to restore cellular vitality, it could mean Tsunade, too, might extend her own lifespan. Grandmother, I have considered this as well, but I am unable to sense natural energy, so it seems rather difficult. However, Aunt Taohua and the others frequently consume Ninkan meat to compensate for their deficits, and I believe I could try the same approach. Moreover, Grandpa Goehai taught me his 6 forms, and there is a 7th form, the technique known as life return. This art allows food consumed to be maximally absorbed and stored within one's cells. If I master it, I believe that after extracting and using chakra, the drain on my lifespan will be considerably reduced. After normally completing her Ein Seal, Tsunade discovered that it passively collects chakra and gradually nourishes her cells in an almost imperceptible manner, though the effect has not been particularly pronounced. This may well be the secret behind the Ein Seal's ability to preserve youth. However, it merely mitigates the side effects of chakra extraction. It does not completely eliminate the damage inflicted upon her cells. Grandmother, I intend to attempt combining the Ein Seal with life return. If I can achieve a balance between consumption and absorption, I should be able to live out my natural lifespan. Tsunade was no fool. The moment she heard about the function of life return, the idea had already occurred to her. She simply had not yet mastered the technique. Indeed, if you can surpass your grandfather, you will not meet the same fate of perishing prematurely from excessive chakra consumption. Uzumaki Mido understood well that if Senju Hashirama had not depleted his cell's vitality so recklessly in his youth, he would certainly not have died in his 40s. While Tsunade conversed with her grandmother, another visitor arrived at Gongsun Haoyan's residence. Orochimaru, what brings you here, boy? Grandpa Goehai, why do you look so youthful? Upon seeing Gongsun Haoyan's true appearance, Orochimaru could hardly believe his eyes, momentarily forgetting the purpose of his visit. Nothing remarkable, merely a technique that alters one's appearance. Gongsun Haoyan immediately used life return to revert to his middle-aged form and asked, "You've come for something, haven't you?" "Well, Grandpa Guihai, here's the situation. Tsunade asked me to take in a young girl who is destined to become the future Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails. However, I sense that Sensei Hiruzen and the other village elders have been keeping a wary eye on me, which makes me deeply uncomfortable. I came to ask whether you might lend me your support." Gongsun Haoyan regarded Orochimaru with some surprise. From what he knew of the young man, Orochimaru should not have been so reckless. Seeing Gongsun Haoyan staring at him intently, Orochimaru pondered for a moment before replying, "Tsunade offered me terms I could not refuse, which is why I became involved." Unlike Jiraiya, Orochimaru did not place his faith in destiny. His way of thinking was uncommon even in this world. Matters of world peace held little appeal for him. What he valued above all was the pursuit of truth. Orochimaru, the future Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails, is destined to become one of the strongest combatants in the age to come. Hiruzen Sarutobi and the great clans naturally wish to keep her under their control. Your only duty is to ensure her normal upbringing, will leave the rest untouched. I trust you understand this, don't you? Now what troubles you? Gongsun Haoyan did not believe Orochimaru would fret over such a matter. There was clearly something else on his mind. "Well, Grandpa Guihai, the truth is, Danzo Shimura approached me and requested my assistance in researching the first Hokage's cells." At this point in time, Orochimaru had not yet experienced the tragedy of losing his dear students, nor did he possess the same fixation on Senju Hashirama's cells as he would in the future. He was still wavering over whether to join Danzo's scheme. "Orochimaru, do you believe this matter rests solely between you and Danzo?" "I suspect the higher-ups are behind this, yet I truly have lost interest in the first Hokage's cells. Still, I fear that if I refuse to join them, my future days will not be easy." Orochimaru was a cunning man who he did not for a moment believe that his own teacher Hiruzen Sarutobi had no hand in this affair. Orochimaru's science reaches its limit in mysticism, and mysticism is rooted in science. Whether or not you join Danzo's plan is a decision entirely your own. Gongsun Haoyan offered no convenient excuse to sway Orochimaru, leaving the choice to him. After all, Orochimaru's affairs were not his own burden, and he had no intention of letting them sour his mood. "Grandpa Guihai, might I inquire whether I could obtain some of your cells for research purposes, eh?" "Good heavens! Orochimaru has set his sights on my cells all along." It was only then that Gongsun Haoyan realized Orochimaru's true objective had never been about anyone else. "Absolutely not, Orochimaru. I will not interfere with your research on others, but if you lay your designs upon me, I will not be lenient." Gongsun Haoyan hastily activated his observation haki to sweep his residence, terrified that Orochimaru was merely stalling him while utilizing his summoning creatures to scavenge for discarded hairs or other biological materials. Upon hearing Gongsun Haoyan's words, Orochimaru's eyes dimmed. "Grandpa Guihai, there is no need to be so wary of me. Although I wish to study your cells, I would not be so foolish as to seek my own death." Orochimaru could naturally sense that Gongsun Haoyan had already grown hostile. He understood that no powerhouse in the ninja world would welcome prying eyes into their secrets. "Grandpa Guihai, I can procure anything you desire. I will do my utmost to secure it for you." "Orochimaru, perhaps in your eyes everything is exchangeable, but I still refuse to take such risks. What you fail to grasp is that my concern extends beyond mere exposure of my secrets. The ninja world harbors countless forbidden jutsu, some so insidious that one cannot guard against them all. There exists a particularly depraved dark art within the ninja world, one that sacrifices targets through the blood of others, leaving their deaths shrouded in mystery and devoid of explanation. I have no intention of dying without cause. Since you seek to uncover the secret behind my strength and longevity, I shall simply reveal it to you directly. My power and extended lifespan stem from the potent life energy contained within my cells, energy I harvested from the natural forces of heaven and earth. Once absorbed by my cells, this natural energy transforms into vital life force. If you wish to grow stronger or live longer, seek to capture the natural energy of heaven and earth. Let me share another secret with you. The cells of the first Hokage Senju Hashirama also hold considerable reserves of natural energy." Gongsun Haoyan had not detected any summoned creature accompanying Orochimaru, so his hostility toward him eased considerably. Otherwise, he would never have shared these revelations. "Grandpa Guihai, what you're saying, could it be true?" Orochimaru struggled to believe it. He had never imagined Gongsun Haoyan would openly disclose such secrets. "Naturally, it's true. This isn't exactly classified information anyway. Even if I tell you today, you may not succeed in doing so. Besides, do you truly believe absorbing natural energy is an easy task? You should already be familiar with Ryuchi-Kei from your research. The so-called senjutsu, there is merely a technique for absorbing and utilizing natural energy. You may not be aware, but for ninjas, absorbing and refining natural energy is far more difficult than for ordinary people. The chakra within your bodies rarely harmonizes with natural energy, and a single misstep could transform you into mindless beasts. Gongsun Haoyan wasn't deceiving Orochimaru. Chakra and natural energy are fundamentally incompatible. Should they ever merge, it would only be natural energy consuming the ninja's chakra. From a power hierarchy standpoint, natural energy ranks one tier above the chakra used by ninjas. If chakra and external energy were one tier higher than natural energy, the Otsutsuki clan would not have needed to have the God Tree absorb this world's energy first. They could simply absorb it themselves, could they not? The God Tree exists as a being suspended between plant and sentient animal. It possesses the plant ability to convert energy and the animal capacity for cultivation, yet this latter ability was extinguished by the Otsutsuki clan before it could fully develop. The relationship between the Otsutsuki clan and the God Tree mirrors that of parasite and host. The clan serves as the parasitic entity, while the tree functions as its vessel. Orochimaru ultimately departed with visible frustration, and based on his demeanor, he would likely still align himself with Danzo Shimura's schemes. The following morning, Tsunade arrived at Gongsun Haoyan's residence accompanied by Senju clan ninjas skilled in Fuinjutsu. Under her leadership, they unsealed various formation materials and began their work. Meanwhile, Uzumaki Mido directed ninja from each prominent Konoha clan to begin establishing formations throughout the village. As more array components were positioned, Sarutobi Hiruzen's smile grew increasingly pronounced. Once the barrier formation was complete, Sarutobi Hiruzen hastily produced a specially crafted crystal sphere and attempted to link it to the surveillance network. Hiruzen continuously scoured different areas of Konoha through the crystal sphere, but when his gaze fell upon Gongsun Haoyan's residence, his expression darkened. He could detect absolutely nothing in the vicinity. Worse still, when he attempted to observe other clans' territories, he discovered the barrier appeared to deliberately avoid the residential districts of the major clans. What? Hiruzen desperately wanted to confront Uzumaki Mido about her motives, but he quickly realized the truth. Mido's allies were the major ninja clans. Though they didn't understand the barrier's precise function, each clan naturally sought to protect their own privacy from espionage, especially given Konoha's membership in the Hyuga clan. With the Byakugan's clairvoyant abilities, it was inevitable that Konoha's great ninja clans would establish anti-voyeurism barriers to safeguard their families. Sigh. Very well. I was too naive, but perhaps this is for the best. It prevents the major clans from discovering and causing trouble. Though Sarutobi Hiruzen felt deeply frustrated, the surveillance barrier was remarkably effective. Konoha's slums and most districts were under his watchful eyes. With this thought, Hiruzen shifted his gaze to where he had always longed to look, then proceeded to peep without restraint. Meanwhile, Gongsun Haoyan faintly sensed the intrusion from Sarutobi's peeping, but as that feeling faded, he finally relaxed. This Sarutobi Hiruzen is so presumptuous, thinking he can seize first-hand intelligence about Konoha through mere voyeurism. It seems I must create some difficulties for him. Gongsun Haoyan emerged from the forest once more, having gone there earlier to test where Sarutobi Hiruzen's surveillance would focus. Fortunately, he discovered that while the monitoring barrier was impressive, it still encountered interference when obstacles were present. Upon returning home, Gongsun Haoyan resumed his writing, this time composing an interpretation of the will of fire. Indeed, this was precisely the topic he had chosen. Didn't Sarutobi Hiruzen constantly preach about the will of fire? Wasn't his intention to use it as a tool for brainwashing? If the will of fire were laid bare and dissected with complete clarity, would it still remain Sarutobi Hiruzen's will of fire? At this realization, Gongsun Haoyan immediately began to write. Wherever the leaves swirl, the fire burns eternally. The flames will continue to illuminate the village and nurture new growth. The core meaning of the will of fire is this: the youth represent hope for tomorrow, and the elders must trust and protect them. The sacrifices of the older generation are not in vain. They inspire the young to become the pillars who will bear the weight of the future. The flames consuming fallen leaves symbolize the heroic sacrifices of the elders, while new sprouting leaves represent the younger generation. Another interpretation of the will of fire states, young ninjas should make absolute sacrifices for Konoha without hesitation, for only through such selfless giving can the village prosper. Gongsun Haoyan not only documented Sarutobi Hiruzen's interpretation of the will of fire, but also expressed his own perspective on this concept. Moreover, he delved into even deeper meanings, such as how fire once ignited consumes everything in its path. This was also recorded. Of course, Gongsun Haoyan had refrained from writing anything too inflammatory, though otherwise the higher-ups would have erupted. It was not merely a matter of whether Konoha's leadership would investigate the identity of Jianghu Bikesation. Even Shueisha would hardly dare publish such an article. After all, this struck at the very foundation of Konoha. If it were truly released, Shueisha would undoubtedly face retribution from both Konoha's higher echelons and the daimyo of the Fire Country. Although the daimyo of the Fire Country harbored no affection for an armed faction, like Konoha, the state of the entire shinobi world constrained him. He dared not rashly target Konoha. Should Konoha fall, the Fire Country would lose its most formidable bulwark. Gongsun Haoyan handed his manuscript to Senju Momiji and instructed her to conceal it within a letter addressed to Guihai Xiaodao. Senju Momiji did not regard Gongsun Haoyan's manuscript with any particular gravity. She simply assumed it was a letter he had composed for his daughter, given that it amounted to only a few sheets of paper. After employing her transformation technique, Senju Momiji proceeded toward the Hokage Tower in accordance with her arrangement with Tsunade and the others. Meanwhile, Gongsun Haoyan, carrying a modest sum of gambling funds, began searching for casinos in Konoha that were still open. Gongsun Haoyan took a walk through and discovered that the Sarutobi clan's casino had completely shut down. Moreover, he found it had been converted into a shop selling calligraphy works. Oh, what a pity. That damned Hiruzen Sarutobi has already switched to a different method of siphoning wealth. Reluctantly, Gongsun Haoyan departed from the Sarutobi clan's revenue-generating establishment and headed toward the casinos controlled by Konoha's other higher-ups. As expected, all the casinos operated by Konoha's leadership had changed hands. They were no longer running gambling operations. The remaining establishments still running gambling operations belonged to the nobles of the Fire Country. Upon seeing Gongsun Haoyan arrive, their expressions darkened considerably. While Konoha's ninja enjoyed substantial incomes, their gambling losses were unsustainable. And though these casinos profited from the ninja, they could hardly withstand someone like Gongsun Haoyan constantly draining their funds. Senior Guahai, our casino has hardly any money left at this point. Why don't you try your luck elsewhere? The casino manager rushed forward with a grimace the moment Gongsun Haoyan crossed the threshold, while a server behind him carried a tray laden with 10 bundles of 10,000 Ryo bills. Senior Guahai, this is merely a small token from our casino. We hope you'll accept it. Observing the manager's subservient demeanor, Gongsun Haoyan realized there was no point in continuing to gamble there. After all, the underworld had its own codes. If he pushed further, the casino would resort to underhanded tactics. Although he harbored no fear of illicit schemes, he did not wish to stir up unnecessary trouble over a trivial sum. He needed to maintain his cover in Konoha. If these people could not outmaneuver him, they might escalate matters, potentially exposing his true identity, which would prove a costly miscalculation. After accepting the 10 million Ryo the casino offered, Gongsun Haoyan turned and departed. He anticipated the other gambling houses would offer similar payouts, so he visited them anyway. Any windfall was worthwhile, and if he did not claim his share, the noble casino owners would profit unchecked. While Gongsun Haoyan was systematically draining Konoha's casinos, Hiruzen Sarutobi learned of his predicament through crystal ball surveillance and ANBU reports, a faint smile of satisfaction flickering across his features. I may not be able to touch you yet, but watching you suffer is rather satisfying nonetheless. Before Hiruzen could dwell on this pleasure long, an ANBU agent reported that Senju Momiji had arrived at the Mission Distribution Center to assign a special mission. Hiruzen, still uncertain of Gongsun Haoyan's intentions, immediately asked, who did she designate for the mission? Hokage-sama, Senju Momiji assigned Tsunade to accept the task. Hearing this, Hiruzen's suspicions crystallized. It was clearly a deal between Senju Momiji and Uzumaki Mito, one designed to extract Tsunade from the vortex of Konoha. I understand. Do not interfere in this matter. Yes. After the ANBU departed, Hiruzen rose with an unreadable expression, hesitated briefly, then made his way to Danzo Shimura's office. Meanwhile, in the Senju district, Tsunade's relief was palpable upon learning from ANBU about the assigned mission. Her earlier fears that Hiruzen would block it to keep her confined had vanished. With the task now approved, her departure from Konoha was imminent. Uzumaki Mito warned Tsunade as she noticed the younger woman's guard dropping. Little Tsunade, do not let your vigilance lapse. Once you leave Konoha, they will prey upon you without restraint. Be prepared for every contingency. Grandmother, rest assured I understand. Tsunade recognized that this situation was entirely different from before. Previously, the rogue ninja she needed to watch were from other villages with limited intelligence on her, and she felt confident she could escape safely. But her opponent this time was a former teacher, one who had trained her extensively, making him far more dangerous than anyone else she had faced. Ninja warfare relied not merely on strength, but on information. That was the true deciding factor in any confrontation. Though she possessed her own hidden trump cards, the relentless scheming around her created genuine peril. Uzumaki Mito remained uneasy and pressed again. Little Tsunade, isn't your teammate Orochimaru still in Konoha? Why not have him escort you part of the way? Frankly, Mito had lost faith in Konoha's ninja, but for her granddaughter's safety, she resolved to hire Orochimaru, a figure whose loyalties remained uncomfortably ambiguous. Grandmother Orochimaru is currently serving as Kushina's guardian and has no free time. I believe Grandfather Guehai should escort me instead. We only need to borrow a ninja ID from the clan members. Tsunade understood that no one in all of Konoha surpassed Gongsun Haoyan in strength. Though he appeared outwardly as a samurai, he could alter his appearance and physique through life return, and most could not detect the transformation, making him the ideal escort. Little Tsunade, that does not seem appropriate. Even if he is willing to escort you, I still cannot place my trust in him. You know well enough that Guehai Tadeo is no reputable gentleman. Uzumaki Mito was deeply repulsed by Gongsun Haoyan's conduct. At his advanced age, bringing home 2 young concubines in their teens filled her with suspicion that he might set his sights on her innocent granddaughter. After hearing Kushina's words, Tsunade came to her senses. Honestly, she still had no feelings for matters of romance and love. Grandma, you worry too much. Grandpa Goehai is powerful, yet somewhat lecherous, but I am his disciple. He would never do anything inappropriate to me. Moreover, considering his current condition and the longevity he possesses, if he were willing to help me unify the ninja world, I could accept that. However, she knew that was impossible. With Grandpa Goehai's desire to remain hidden, how could he possibly have excessive contact with her? Tsunade was well aware that many in the ninja world possessed strength not inferior to Gongsun Haoyan. Before achieving invincibility, he was unwilling to reveal himself. Furthermore, she suspected that Gongsun Haoyan deliberately came to Konohagakure to escape the scrutiny of the Sage of Six Paths, Kagaya Hamaroji. From Gongsun Haoyan's scattered remarks, Tsunade sensed his deep wariness toward the Sage of Six Paths. She also recalled that he had once described Kagaya Hamaroji as a ruthless man. From the term ruthless man, she could already tell that Gongsun Haoyan held a poor impression of the Sage of Six Paths. Thus she began to question whether Kagaya Hamaroji was truly as magnificent as the legends claimed. Little Tsunade, regardless, it simply won't do. Tsunade understood that her grandmother feared Gongsun Haoyan might commit some outrageous act against her, which was why she objected to Tsunade being alone with him. Therefore, she immediately thought of a perfect compromise, inviting Orochimaru to escort her alongside Gongsun Haoyan. Grandma, how about this? I'll invite Orochimaru to join us. Won't that put your mind at ease? How could I possibly feel at ease? No matter how critical the situation, having them escort you together would be the most secure option. In the end, Uzumaki Kushina was forced to agree. She actually understood very well that if Gongsun Haoyan truly harbored ill intentions towards Tsunade, even her presence might not prevent it. The reason she opposed it so strongly was simply because she feared Tsunade would be deceived by Gongsun Haoyan, leading to lifelong regret. Now that Tsunade mentioned inviting Orochimaru to join them, she felt slightly relieved. At least with Orochimaru present, Tsunade would be more mindful of her own behavior, and Gongsun Haoyan would also keep some restraint. If Orochimaru were to learn of Uzumaki Kushina's intentions, he might have told her, "You're overthinking it. If things ever reached that point, I would know when to leave." Having been persuaded by Tsunade, Uzumaki Kushina immediately arranged for someone to inform Orochimaru, while she herself went to receive the client. Once everything was prepared, Tsunade departed from Konohagakure alongside Orochimaru and Senju Hashirama. Meanwhile, at the entrance of a secret passage in Konohagakure, dozens of unidentified figures clad in black robes and face coverings filed through the passage one after another. Their speed was astonishing, vanishing in the blink of an eye, as though they had never existed. After Tsunade and the others left Konohagakure, they noticed an unusually large number of travelers on the main road, and all of them radiated chakra fluctuations. Orochimaru, do you think these people are enemies? Tsunade was on the verge of taking action. She could hardly believe her former teacher would be so bold. Tsunade, although they are people of our teacher, I don't believe they would attack us. After all, this is still within Konohagakure's territory. I think they simply want to keep us on edge at all times, wearing us down. Orochimaru, truly the most rational of the legendary Sannin, understood his teacher's nature and had already guessed his plan. Grandpa Goehai, what do you think? All schemes and conspiracies are useless before absolute power. We need not concern ourselves with them. These people merely wish to force us to abandon the main road. Why not indulge their wishes? Grandpa Goehai, do you mean? Orochimaru was stunned. He never expected Gongsun Haoyan to intend to exterminate the pursuers. Orochimaru Sarutobi Hiruzen does not wish to act within Konohagakure because he refuses to bear the reputation of being ungrateful and disrupting harmony. He also does not want those foolish civilians of Konohagakure to discover his hypocrisy. Why not fulfill his wishes for us? Let us choose a quieter place and send all his men away. Wouldn't that benefit everyone? Orochimaru fell silent once again. Honestly, he did not wish to oppose his former teacher. Gongsun Haoyan naturally understood Orochimaru's concerns, so he spoke again. Orochimaru, you should leave now. After all, your departure from Konohagakure was undertaken for a mission. This is the perfect timing. Indeed, Grandpa Goehai's strength is unquestionable. Then I shall take my leave. After speaking, Orochimaru gave Tsunade an apologetic glance before choosing a direction and departing. Seeing Orochimaru leave, a profound sense of disappointment filled Tsunade's eyes. Very well. It is only natural that Orochimaru does not wish to oppose Sarutobi Hiruzen. After all, Hiruzen is his teacher, and they have no conflicting interests. People are like that. If Hiruzen's interests did not conflict with mine, I would not care to meddle either. Gongsun Haoyan spoke plainly and realistically. The relationship between people is exactly like that. When something has nothing to do with oneself, no one is willing to get involved. But once an event might threaten one's own interests, everything changes. At worst, people lend vocal support, at best they pile on. Grandpa Goehai, but my heart still aches. That is only natural. Humans are social creatures. You are currently at a disadvantage, and those who willingly stand out to help you are pitifully few. After all, no one wishes to gamble their entire fortune on a slender hope. What you must do now is continuously strengthen yourself. Once your power is sufficiently great, everyone will gather around you. Only upon hearing these words did Tsunade truly understand the importance of power. Honestly, the first Hokage Senju Hashirama also failed to grasp the significance of political power. He conquered the various ninja clans solely through strength. After becoming Hokage, he believed that Konohagakure's ninja clans had submitted to his ideals and personal charm. Yet he failed to realize that while he did possess personal charisma, it was far from sufficient to make the clans follow him willingly. Uchiha Madara was far more lucid than Senju Hashirama. He understood that people are inherently selfish, and he knew exactly why he had lost the election. This was precisely the reason he brought the Nine Tails to wreak havoc upon Konohagakure. Unfortunately, in the end, he still failed. As he lay exhausted, he desperately bit off a piece of Senju Hashirama's flesh. First to obtain Hashirama's power, and second to demonstrate to Hashirama that he had not yielded, not even in death. Grandpa Guehai, let us depart. Tsunade understood her current predicament well. Being compelled to leave Konoha, the fact that Orochimaru agreed to escort her for a portion of the journey was already favorable, considering Orochimaru had originally intended to abandon Jiraiya mid-mission. Let us resolve this quickly, so I may return to Konoha as soon as possible. Gongsun Haoyan had no intention of lingering outside Konoha. The two most prosperous places in the Land of Fire were the capital, Daimyo City, and Konoha itself. Konoha, though essentially a mercenary-run military stronghold, boasted security and economic prosperity second to none in the Land of Fire precisely because of this arrangement. The other cities in the Land of Fire were far less fortunate. As private holdings of powerful noble families, these lords wielded absolute authority over life and death within their domains, subjecting the common folk to oppression at every turn. In such circumstances, all manner of vice flourished. Forced prostitution, gang warfare, and countless other crimes were commonplace. Under these conditions, it was impossible for these cities to thrive. Daimyo City in the Land of Fire was hardly better, merely appearing relatively prosperous due to the sheer number of nobles who kept their vices in check to maintain appearances. Gongsun Haoyan had deliberately avoided settling in Daimyo City precisely because such a place made it far too easy for others to uncover one's true nature. Yes, far too easy to be discovered. The power dynamics in Daimyo City were exceedingly complex. Government agencies exploited the populace from above, while criminal syndicates harassed residents from below. Desperate outlaws mingled freely among them, each operating under their own codes, leaving ordinary citizens with no guarantee of tomorrow. He had been seeking a place where he could cultivate in peace without being drawn into conflict. However, the Daimyo City of the Land of Fire was little different from those in other nations, so he dismissed it entirely. Konoha's circumstances were entirely different. With Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara establishing their presence there, nothing in the shinobi world offered greater safety than Konoha at that time. Moreover, as the blessed land of the shinobi world and a place watched over by the sage of six paths, Otsutsuki Hagoromo, his attention would naturally fall upon Konoha's prominent figures. He would never have suspected someone dared to conceal themselves right beneath their very noses. This was the classic case of darkness beneath the lamp. As Tsunade and Gongsun Haoyan immediately headed into the forest, their movements were swiftly detected by the lurking travelers, who quickly relayed the information back to Konoha. Konoha's residents then passed the intelligence to the mysterious figures clad in black. Tsunade and Gongsun Haoyan had not traveled far in the forest when they encountered the assassins who had lain in wait. Little Tsunade, there are 45 Jonin-level fighters ahead. Prepare yourself. Grandpa Guehai, your perception is remarkably keen. Tsunade understood. He wanted her to strike first, and only if she faltered would Gongsun Haoyan intervene. The moment Tsunade and Gongsun Haoyan entered the ambush zone, countless shuriken and kunai rained down from all directions. Tsunade wasted no words, activating Razor Wind to flash between positions as she charged toward her nearest enemy. Tsunade's speed was tremendous. Appearing before a black-clad masked assailant, she unleashed a devastating heavy fist that sent the enemy flying through the air. The masked warrior vomited a mouthful of blood mid-flight before meeting the sage of six paths, Otsutsuki Hagoromo. Witnessing this, the remaining masked fighters instinctively leaped backward in unison simultaneously, hurling kunai, embedded with explosive tags, towards Tsunade. Tsunade quickly activated Moon Walk, ascending into the air. As the explosive tags detonated relentlessly beneath her feet, she deftly evaded the barrage. Meanwhile, Gongsun Haoyan faced the incoming kunai and shuriken with barely a flick of his body, dodging them all with effortless grace. Then with a single flash he reappeared behind a masked enemy and drew his blade in one fluid motion, bisecting the fighter cleanly. Little Tsunade, you are expending far too much chakra. Combat should be concluded with minimal force and maximum speed. You must close the distance to your enemies at your fastest pace, then dispatch them with a strike or kunai. Gongsun Haoyan grew impatient. He found Tsunade's practice of unleashing devastating techniques on inferior opponents utterly wasteful. In his view, ninjas were fragile. What need was there for heavy fist? Indeed, eliminating enemies should always be done with the least cost and greatest speed. Using a high-output technique like heavy fist was plainly extravagant. Tsunade quickly grasped his meaning. She activated Razor Wind, repeatedly flashing from position to position and piercing each masked enemy with a single strike. Faced with an opponent whose speed far exceeded their own, the masked fighters were helpless. They continuously unleashed large-scale fire release techniques to obstruct her approach. Tsunade countered the relentless flames by executing Storm Leg, cleaving through the fire barriers with precise wind blades. Little Tsunade, your movements are too exaggerated. Tsunade's innate fighting style had always been broad and sweeping, and after mastering the 6 styles her movements had become even more expansive, which was detrimental. In Gongsun Haoyan's eyes, oversized motions reduced her attack speed and compromised the continuity of her techniques. Tsunade found it difficult to immediately grasp his point. Little Tsunade, your application of the 6 styles lacks refinement. You must execute techniques with minimal movement and maximum velocity to fully leverage your advantages. Doing so will elevate your attack frequency several tiers. Under Gongsun Haoyan's guidance, Tsunade's movements became progressively more concise. While her raw power decreased somewhat, this was still more than sufficient to deliver fatal strikes against ninja, high offense low defense. Tsunade's killing speed increased markedly. Each time she flashed forward, a Jonin-level masked fighter fell. Once Gongsun Haoyan observed her improved efficiency, he refrained from intervening further. In just over a minute, barely any of the masked fighters remained standing. At this point, the masked enemies finally realized their intelligence was grievously flawed. Tsunade's strength far surpassed their estimates, and the Senju Hashirama before them was clearly not the individual they had been briefed about. Retreat. Without hesitation, the masked fighters scattered in every direction, desperate to relay Tsunade's true capabilities back to Konoha. But they had forgotten. Before Tsunade and Gongsun Haoyan, they possessed neither the skill nor the speed to escape. Seeing their attempt to flee, Gongsun Haoyan did not hesitate. He flashed before them and executed a single draw cut, beheading every masked fighter before they could even register what had transpired. After dealing with the black-clad masked figures, Tsunade was somewhat out of breath. Honestly, Tsunade's stamina expenditure wasn't significant. She was merely unaccustomed to such high-intensity, high-speed combat tactics. Young Tsunade, a shinobi, is one who strikes only when necessary, delivering a lethal blow in a single move. Your behavior has strayed from the true nature of a shinobi. Of course, this is not entirely your fault. Who told you that your grandfather led you astray? Grandpa Goehai, I am not a speed-type shinobi. What do you mean by speed-type shinobi? There is only one type of shinobi. On the battlefield, who cares what classification you fall under? You don't imagine shinobi are warriors who charge head-on in open combat, do you? Gongsun Haoyan looked at the somewhat naive Tsunade. Had she been misguided by the will of fire? Grandpa Goehai, shinobi are the warriors who surround the land of fire and Konoha. Tsunade still seemed unconvinced. Shinobi are but shinobi. All talk of surrounding the land of fire and Konoha is nonsense. Shinobi have always lived in the shadows as assassins. Your grandfather Senju Hashirama was simply too powerful for anyone to challenge the entire shinobi world. That is why he could afford to walk in the light. As for you, you are still lacking a certain something. The shinobi of this world had indeed been led astray by Senju Hashirama. Without his power, they foolishly attempted to walk in the sun that was courting death. Tsunade was utterly speechless. Grandpa Goehai, are you saying that Konoha's propaganda is wrong? Naturally, you may not be familiar with the saying, those who learn from me live, those who imitate me die. If you possessed your grandfather's strength, you could live freely under the sunlight. But do you have that power? Tsunade fell silent. Konoha's will of fire taught shinobi to walk in the light. Was this truly suitable for shinobi? Enough, ponder it on your own. Let us leave this place first, lest Konoha send reinforcements to pursue us. After Gongsun Haoyan finished speaking, he turned and walked away without looking back. Seeing this, Tsunade had no choice but to follow him. About half a day after Tsunade and her companion departed, a group of masked figures arrived at the location. After investigating, they decisively returned to Konoha. Meanwhile, Gongsun Haoyan escorted Tsunade for 100 li before letting her continue alone. He himself then strolled back along the same route. On his way back, Gongsun Haoyan did not encounter a single pursuer, which puzzled him greatly. Little did he know that the Konoha higher-ups were already in an uproar. Hiruzen, how much did you teach Tsunade? How could she possibly annihilate 45 of our Jonin-level ninja so cleanly and efficiently? Hiruzen Sarutobi was equally bewildered. What had he taught Tsunade? Did she even need his instruction? He himself had not realized that Tsunade's strength had already surpassed his own. Danzo, calm down. Do you not know me? If I had known Tsunade's strength was so formidable, would I have sent the hidden ninja of the Sarutobi clan to intercept her? Regardless, you failed to assess Tsunade's situation properly. You must compensate me for this loss. Mito Hamura and some Shunsui watched the quarreling Uchiha Danzo and Hiruzen Sarutobi and spoke with weary resignation. Danzo, cool your temper first. In my opinion, this incident is not entirely Hiruzen's fault. Setting aside Tsunade's strength for now, based on the scene, that Senju Daiki may very well have ulterior motives. Indeed, about a dozen people at the scene were beheaded. This indicates that our ninja were slain jointly by Tsunade and that Senju Daiki. The strength of the Senju clan's ninja is well known to all of us. That Senju Daiki absolutely does not possess such power. I had considered this as well. In my view, that Senju Daiki is most likely Guehai bearing a sword. However, I am curious as to how he managed such perfect disguise. I am equally curious about that. Enough. I do not believe that Senju Daiki is Guehai bearing a sword. As you know, Guehai is not a shinobi. He possesses no chakra whatsoever. How could he disguise himself so flawlessly? Moreover, I had long ago dispatched people to keep watch over Guehai. He remains at his home to this day. Hiruzen Sarutobi said with utmost certainty. He had long suspected that Senju Daiki was a hidden powerhouse of the Senju clan. Hiruzen, do you mean this Senju Daiki is a contingency left behind by Master? I do not know for certain, but the possibility is considerable. Have you not also considered that the Senju clan, as a millennium-old noble house, would not fail to leave behind certain hidden resources? Hiruzen, your analysis is quite reasonable. Uchiha Danzo had spent these years constantly targeting the Senju clan, yet he had noticed that the Senju clan's reputation seemed somewhat exaggerated. Enough. These are all merely your speculations. In my opinion, the likelihood that Senju Daiki is Guehai bearing a sword is greater. There are only 2 swordsmen in the entire shinobi world capable of instantly executing a jonin. We know where Tsukumo Hatake was during that instant. That Guehai bearing a sword is far too enigmatic. He may well possess concealment techniques. Moreover, if the Senju clan truly had a hidden powerhouse, why did they not intervene in the last Great War? As you know, the Senju clan suffered devastating losses during that conflict. Mito Hamura did not believe the Senju clan would deliberately conceal a powerful figure. Enough. We can investigate this matter gradually. Regardless of whether Senju Daiki is a hidden powerhouse of the Senju clan, he has already made his move. We should instead focus on eliminating him. Hamura Senju Daiki has already left Konoha. To eliminate him, we must first find him. Moreover, he is far too mysterious. We know nothing about him. How can we possibly kill him? Very well, let us set this matter aside for now. Instead, let us discuss how to manage the future Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. If she continues to grow in these directions, it will be difficult for us to keep her under control. Hiruzen, the future Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, is already over 4 years old. We can place her in the Ninja Academy and have our people approach her. This way we can gain influence through proximity. Hamura, do you think I have not considered this? Her vigilance is far too strong. She trusts no one at present. Is that not simple enough? She is an outsider from another village. Controlling her would be effortless for us. We have many people within the Ninja Academy. We can isolate her and have others bully her, then step in to defend her. Would she not be overwhelmed with gratitude toward us? Danzo, this could easily backfire. Danzo, this is too trivial. That future Nine-Tails Jinchuriki has been wandering the ninja world for some time now. She won't open her heart to just anyone. I suggest we employ a more effective method. Kohara, then what method do you think would be more effective? Humph. Since ancient times, the grace of saving someone's life is the easiest way to win a woman's heart. Tell me, if a powerful and handsome peer of the same age had saved her life, do you think she wouldn't be moved? Koharu, while this method is sound, have you considered that she is only 4 years old? What of it? For a little girl like her, who lacks a sense of security, if a hero were to save her from desperate straits, do you not think she would believe that person was sent by heaven to rescue her? Wakamatsu Koharu, true to her nature, understood the mind of a young girl well. Danzo, Koharu, both of your methods are excellent. However, the future Nine-Tails Jinchuriki is still too young. We must proceed slowly. How about this? I will leave the matter concerning Hashirama Senju to Danzo, while Koharu, you take charge of the future Jinchuriki. Hiruzen, why make unnecessary distinctions? Why not entrust both matters to me? Danzo, now is not the time to vie for power and influence. Our positions are already precarious. We must join hands and work together to stabilize our standing. Shimura. Danzo fell silent. All the dirty work would fall to him, while the other two sat back and reaped the benefits. Who exactly was he supposed to be appeasing? Still, he knew Hiruzen was right about the timing. Thus, he proposed a plan he had been contemplating for quite some time. This time my losses have been far too great. I intend to establish a separate division, and you will support me. Hiruzen. Sarutobi frowned. What do you have in mind again? Hiruzen, I have far too few subordinates under my command. I need to recruit a group of helpers within Konoha, otherwise I simply cannot continue with all those shady and thankless tasks. Danzo, are your clan members not enough for your needs? Enough. Think about how many jonin I lost this time around. Hiruzen. Sarutobi exchanged glances with Milone Hamura and Wakamatsu Koharu. Their frowns deepened further. Danzo, this approach is unacceptable. Konoha is our Konoha. If there is anything you need done, I can have my Umbu handle it for you. Hiruzen. Sarutobi had no intention of letting Shimura Danzo grow too powerful. However, Danzo's ambitions were considerable. Everything I intend to do involves secretive and disreputable work. If people discovered they were Umbu operatives, do you think that would be advisable? After giving it some thought, Hiruzen, Hamura, and Koharu also found this unreasonable. If such operations were exposed, it would create an extremely awkward situation for them all within Konoha. This matter is not entirely unfeasible, but regarding the number of personnel, rest assured I wish to train a small group first and observe the results. If the outcome proves satisfactory, we can discuss further. Shimura Danzo understood that if he demanded large-scale recruitment outright, Hiruzen and the others would never agree. He needed to ease their concerns. Moreover, from his estimation, they would soon be eager for him to recruit more cannon fodder. Danzo was not far off the mark. Upon hearing that he did not intend to recruit extensively at present, Hiruzen and the others tacitly agreed. Danzo, what name do you intend for your organization, and roughly how many personnel are you seeking? I shall call it Roots. For now, I will recruit 100 individuals for training. Whether all of them will pass remains to be seen. Danzo, from where do you plan to recruit your personnel? I will select from the descendants of Konoha's civilian ninja. It would be best to train them from childhood, as they would be more receptive to our ideology. Danzo had long since made up his mind. The descendants of Konoha's civilian ninja lived rather modest lives. With just a little temptation, they would surely serve him faithfully. Danzo, this matter must be conducted in absolute secrecy. I understand. I will select from Konoha's orphans. Rest assured, those who prove unusable will be silenced permanently, ensuring our reputation in Konoha remains untarnished. Hearing Danzo say this, Hiruzen and the others felt their last remnants of hesitation vanish. Orphans are fine. At the very least, few in Konoha would care about their fate. This was the unspoken sentiment shared by Hiruzen and the others. They certainly had no concern for the lives of those orphans. Meanwhile, Gongsun Haoyan, upon returning near Konoha, used his observation haki to avoid the village's patrol units and stealthily infiltrated Konoha from the direction of his home, using the forest as cover. The moment he returned home, he had Senju Momiji return Tobarama Senju's identification documents. He himself took a bucket and headed to his usual fishing spot. The Umbu stationed near Gongsun Haoyan's residence noticed him leaving with a bucket, and without saying a word gathered together. After conferring with one another, they realized that once word of the anomaly reached Konoha that night, they would all be ordered to withdraw immediately. They were not retreating because they believed their mission was complete. Rather, they understood clearly that if they did not leave now, they might never leave at all. After all, this man was the father of Konoha's female executioner. They simply could not afford to offend him. Moreover, he was no ordinary figure. Even if they killed him, Konoha's higher-ups would dare not seek justice for them. These Umbu were not fools. They were well aware of their own worth, and at approximately elite Chunin-level strength, there was absolutely no need for them to stay behind and court death. After the Umbu withdrew, Gongsun Haoyan formed a favorable impression of these low-ranking operatives. These youngsters are quite clever, it seems. They are likely not from the Sarutobi faction, nor are they among those brainwashed by Hiruzen Sarutobi. Gongsun Haoyan pondered this and found it entirely reasonable. After all, Hiruzen Sarutobi's prestige had not yet reached its zenith. The ninja of Konoha at this time were not as ignorant and gullible as in the original storyline. Furthermore, at this point in history, Hiruzen had not yet begun his shameless self-aggrandizement. Therefore, most of the veteran ninja remained remarkably clear-headed. According to the original plot, Hiruzen Sarutobi's peak of power should have been around the time of the Third Shinobi World War. The only real threat to him during that period was Tsukumo Hatake. After Tsukumo Hatake's death, virtually no one remaining posed a threat to Hiruzen Sarutobi. It was highly likely that around this time, he secretly purged those disobedient ninja. Later, when the Third Shinobi World War broke out, the older generation of ninja, who understood Hiruzen and the Konoha High Command's true nature, either died or retired from public life. This allowed Hiruzen and his faction to gain complete control over Konoha. After that, even those who harbored objections to Hiruzen Sarutobi and the others were powerless to resist, for then they had long since been stripped of any meaningful voice. Hihi Hiruzen Sarutobi. As long as Gongsun Haoyan draws breath, you shall never again dominate Konoha. It is your own doing, for you once set your designs upon my family. Shortly after finishing his confession, Gongsun Haoyan sensed a very subtle life fluctuation nearby. This fluctuation did not belong to the Konoha ANBU, but to someone he had thought would never appear near him again, White Zetsu. White Zetsu's decision to monitor him again was likely due to his recent overtness. After all, he had caused quite a stir in Konoha of late, so it was only natural that a White Zetsu clone would take notice of him. After pondering these thoughts, Gongsun Haoyan immediately formed the plan to leave Konoha and stir up more trouble. After all, if he did not make Black and White Zetsu and the Sage of Six Paths Kagaya Hamura abandon their suspicion of him, he would be relentlessly watched by the Sage of Six Paths. It was important to remember that the Sage of Six Paths Kagaya Hamura could peer into the entire ninja world through the chakra of ninja. If he were truly exposed to the Sage's gaze, he might be forced into a situation where he had to fight against his own wife and daughter. Although the Sage of Six Paths Kagaya Hamura could not control all the ninjas simultaneously, he could still manipulate most of the powerful figures across the ninja world through his Rinnegan. After all, every ninja in the world bore his spiritual mark upon their chakra. Although Gongsun Haoyan cared nothing for the lives or deaths of other powerful figures in the ninja world, he certainly did not wish to end his wife and daughter's lives with his own hands. However, before stirring up trouble, he needed to deal with the annoying monitors first. Gongsun Haoyan slowly retracted his fishing rod, and then surged forward toward White Zetsu's hiding place. Upon discovering his exposure, the White Zetsu clone immediately attempted to flee underground, but he had severely underestimated the speed of Gongsun Haoyan's use of Shunshin. The White Zetsu clone had barely burrowed less than a meter underground when Gongsun Haoyan split open the soil above with his Arashirashi. In the next instant, a hand seized the back of the clone's neck, and before White Zetsu could even struggle, he was yanked from the earth as easily as pulling a radish. Are you that mysterious figure? Or rather, who sent you? Was it Hiruzen Sarutobi or Danzo Shimura? Why do you carry even a trace of Hashirama Senju's aura? Gongsun Haoyan feigned ignorance of the clone's origins and fired off several questions in succession. At this moment, the White Zetsu clone ceased its panic, for it had already re-established contact with its main body. My lord, I am a subordinate of Lord Danzo. He suspected you of acting against Konoha's interests, which is why he sent me to watch you. As for the aura of the first Hokage and others on my body, it is because I am Lord Danzo's test subject. The White Zetsu clone pinned everything onto Danzo Shimura. After all, Danzo was indeed continuing the wood release project, making this explanation entirely plausible, was it not? Shimura, Danzo has gone too far. Your appearance is timely. I shall ensure his reputation is utterly destroyed in Konoha. Through the White Zetsu clone's body, both Black and White Zetsu heard this and dared not continue monitoring Gongsun Haoyan for the time being. They quickly employed special means to force the clone to end its own life. Upon receiving the main body's command, the White Zetsu clone suddenly erupted with countless wooden thorns across its entire form. These thorns targeted not only Gongsun Haoyan, but also itself. Gongsun Haoyan had long been on guard. He had detected something amiss even before the clone began its eruption, and the very moment wooden thorns exploded from the White Zetsu's body, he used Shunshin to instantly vanish from the spot. The wooden thorns erupted by the White Zetsu clone were not particularly formidable. The reason Gongsun Haoyan avoided them was to prevent exposing any additional intelligence. After all, White Zetsu maintained a mysterious connection with all its clones, and who knew whether the main body was watching at this very moment. Thus, he dared not be careless. After all vitality was drained from the White Zetsu clone, it had transformed into a strangely shaped plant. Indeed, the clone had not turned into a tree, but rather into thorns. This was conclusive proof. There would be no surviving witness. Meanwhile, Black and White Zetsu were exchanging opinions. Black Zetsu, do you think that long-bladed swordsman is the mysterious figure who previously came looking for our stronghold? I do not know. That swordsman's strength is indeed formidable, but in my estimation, he is at most comparable to Tobarama Senju. I do not believe it is him. For one thing, their appearances differ far too greatly. Furthermore, based on the intelligence I have gathered, although he is somewhat suspicious, a swordsman of his caliber could not possibly be that mysterious figure. White Zetsu, have you investigated starting from those two concubines of the swordsman? That is naturally so. Those two concubines of the swordsman both belong to the Mizuki clan of Kirigakure. Kirigakure is currently cracking down on Kekkai Genkai families, so those two concubines likely fled from the Hidden Mist village. I have investigated their movements, but I have found absolutely no trace of them after they fled Kirigakure. How could this be? Black Zetsu was utterly perplexed. He had no idea what was happening at all. What Black and White Zetsu did not know was that while Gongsun Haoyan was taking the Mizuki sisters out to enjoy the scenery, he had long since performed disfigurement on them to some extent. After all, the sisters' appearances were far too striking, and in order to reduce complications, he had previously ordered them not to reveal their true faces. And the Mizuki sisters, well aware that they were very likely already on Kirigakure's wanted list, not only did not resist in any way, they instead obediently followed Gongsun Haoyan's arrangements. They could never have imagined that this would help him evade White Zetsu's investigation. Black Zetsu, even if we suspect that swordsman now, we cannot confirm his identity. Should we go ask Uchiha Madara? That is reasonable enough. The swordsman is a person of Konoha, so those who knew him best should be from his era. After we present the matter, Uchiha Madara can assist us. Indeed. Currently, the only people in Konoha who could know the swordsman's true background are Uchiha Madara Uzumaki Mido, and that wife of his Senju Momoka. We cannot easily approach Uzumaki Mido or that Senju Momoka, but Uchiha Madara would be far simpler, would it not? Black Zetsu also believed that Uchiha Madara would likely know the swordsman's background, so they both set their sights on him. After returning home, Gongsun Haoyan shared the matter with Chinsho Taohua and the others. Chinsho Taohua quickly spoke up. Husband, after you leave Konoha, what should we do? We've already burned bridges with Hiruzen Sarutobi and the other Konoha higher-ups. If they discover you're absent, wouldn't we be in danger? Don't worry, I've already made my plans. First, write a letter to call back Taohua and Mado Dai. I'll leave after they return. During my absence, you should tell Taohua that I'm in seclusion, so they won't reveal the details when questioned. Chinsho Taohua and the others never expected Gongsun Haoyan to even hide this from their daughter. Husband, are you leaving right now? No, I will leave on the day Taohua and the others return. To keep things more discreet, I won't meet with them. Shinsho Taohua and the Mizunatsuki sisters exchanged glances, unable to believe the situation had escalated so severely. But we just entrusted Tsunade to deliver a letter. If we write again now to call Taohua and the others back to Konoha. Taohua times have changed. Besides, we can use mail delivery now. Even if Hiruzen Sarutobi sees it, what harm could it do? Just say you miss your granddaughter and want them to visit. As for previous matters, Hiruzen Sarutobi and the others are fully aware. They won't make a fuss about it since some things can't be discussed openly. Moreover, I'm still in Konoha, so they dare not confront me. Gongsun Haoyan understood that Shinsho Taohua was worried their letters might be intercepted by Konoha Zumbu. In reality, Konoha typically doesn't closely monitor outgoing mail, but given their strained relationship with the higher-ups, they would certainly scrutinize their correspondence. Gongsun Haoyan wasn't particularly concerned about these matters. While Konoha's post office did undergo Umbu inspections, they mostly only checked letters from suspicious individuals. Otherwise, Gongsun Haoyan's previous work, the love-hate saga of the Shinobi World God and the Shinobi World Azura, wouldn't have been successfully mailed out. Shinsho Taohua found Gongsun Haoyan's reasoning reasonable, so she hurried off to write the letter. Once Gongsun Haoyan saw that affairs were being handled adequately, he turned his attention to preparing for his departure. Meanwhile, Tsunade traveled swiftly and soon arrived at the Fire Daimyo's residence. After delivering the letter to Guihai Xiaotao, she decisively found lodging. After reviewing Tsunade's letter, Guihai Xiaotao headed to the Shueisha headquarters. There she retrieved Jianghu Baixiuxing's Understanding the Will of Fire, and also collected the payment for the love-hate saga of the Shinobi World God and the Shinobi World Azura. After conducting a risk assessment of Understanding the Will of Fire, Shueisha's higher-ups promptly published the work. Before long, copies of Understanding the Will of Fire began circulating throughout the Fire Country. When Guihai Xiaotao received the second letter from Shinsho Taohua, the work was already being dispatched to Konoha. Upon reading the letter, Guihai Xiaotao decisively gathered Mado Dai and their daughter Mado Sakura to prepare their return to Konoha. Mado Dai was reluctant to go back, having witnessed the darkness within Konoha, yet he dared not oppose Gongsun Haoyan's wishes. When Mado Dai and the others arrived back in Konoha, the village erupted into uproar. What? This is how the Will of Fire is understood. Wonderful. Now our children can achieve good results in the Will of Fire assessments. The Konoha villagers reacted differently after reading Understanding the Will of Fire. While most found the work quite convincing, the Konoha higher-ups, led by Hiruzen Sarutobi, felt genuine fear toward it. Sarutobi, Understanding the Will of Fire must be banned. If it continues to circulate unchecked, we'll find it increasingly difficult to recruit reliable pawns. Danzo, do you think I don't want it? But Understanding the Will of Fire has already flooded Konoha. What pretext could I use to ban it? Hiruzen Sarutobi was equally distressed. He didn't want Understanding the Will of Fire spreading through Konoha, yet he couldn't determine what justification to use for a ban. Sarutobi, how about we claim that someone is deliberately slandering the Will of Fire through Understanding the Will of Fire? And Shueisha's headquarters isn't even in Konoha. Besides, do you really think that just because Shueisha published it, other places wouldn't be selling it too? Moreover, the more you suppress it, the more those who already purchased Understanding the Will of Fire will believe it's correct. They'll focus on deeply analyzing the controversial arguments presented later in the work. Sigh. This Jianghu Baixiuxing is truly a menace. He's trying to undermine our very foundations. Koharu, from that Jianghu Baixiuxing's earlier work, the love-hate saga of the Shinobi World God and the Shinobi World Azura, it's evident he's a supporter of Uchiha Madara. He holds nothing but disdain for our current leadership, and speaks wisely. That Jianghu Baixiuxing harbors serious grievances against us. I suggest we track him down, and then... Danzo, I'm leaving this matter in your hands. Make certain that Jianghu Baixiuxing disappears. Additionally, we should issue a warning to Shueisha as well. Yes, I'll handle this properly. Very well. Since there's a solution for this matter, let's set it aside for now. Let's discuss how to handle the Mado Dai couple. What approach do you recommend? Sarutobi, the Mado Dai couple presents a difficult situation. Setting aside their combat prowess, they're no longer our subordinate ninjas. Our influence over them is essentially non-existent. Should we simply ignore their existence? Danzo, I wish I could disregard them, but their reputation in Konoha remains intact. Furthermore, they're the daughter and son-in-law of Guihai Kadao. It's difficult for me to simply overlook them. Hiruzen Sarutobi thought about how Gongsun Haoyan had swept through all the major gambling dens in Konoha, straining his relationships with the prominent noble families. He seethed with resentment. Sarutobi, the Mado Dai couple can't be easily manipulated, but what about their children? In my view, we could arrange for propaganda efforts among the common folk, highlighting the ninjas' great achievements. And you're suggesting? Haha, children are inevitably drawn to tales of heroism. If we promote this effectively, not only will Mado Dai's daughter become interested, every child in Konoha will eagerly wonder about a ninja's path. Perhaps we can even diminish the negative impact of Understanding the Will of Fire through this approach. Moreover, since the Mado Dai couple possesses such formidable strength, their daughter's talent must surely be exceptional. With the child under our control, wouldn't that give us leverage over them? And this might prove difficult to execute. Guihai Daidao is a cunning old fox who will he fail to notice. Moreover, the Mado Dai couple are hardly foolish. Would they truly fail to recognize this as a trap? Hizashi, so what if they figure it out? Is there any way to prevent us from promoting tales of heroism? Hizashi, I believe, Yin speaks wisely. We are propagating heroic deeds and the will of fire. If they refuse to fall for it, will others not? Furthermore, those common folk already endure arduous lives. If they do not send their children to the ninja academy, their descendants will never rise above their station across generations. Tenshin Koharu understood those commoners well. They would never relinquish an opportunity to change their fate. Kohara, then I leave this matter to you since it requires substantial funds. Rest assured, the Leaf's finances are under my control. I merely need to reduce tuition fees at the Ninja Academy and distribute stipends to a few obedient outstanding students. I believe the results will surpass our expectations. Then let us proceed as planned. However, take care not to allow the future Nine-Tails Jinchuriki to have excessive contact with Mado Dai's daughter, lest she lead him astray. I understand. Meanwhile, upon arriving at Gongsun Haoyan's residence, Mado Dai and the others noticed the changes in Senju Taoka, as well as the Mizuki sisters. Guihai Xiaotao and Mado Dai were at a loss for how to address her. Sensing this, Senju Taoka hurriedly invited them inside. Daitao, why do you no longer recognize your mother? And little Sakura, do you not recognize your grandmother either? Mother, what has happened to you? And these women? Where's father? Tao, why your father has entered seclusion once more. As for my transformation, naturally, it is your father's doing. Also, this is Mizuki Yuki, and this is Mizuki Shimo. They were both brought back by your father, so you may address them as your stepmothers. The Mizuki sisters nodded to Guihai Xiaotao before turning to temporarily withdraw. Since they were unfamiliar with Guihai Xiaotao and her family, and given their awkward status, they yielded the space to Senju Taoka's household. Mado Dai and Guihai Xiaotao found it hard to believe that their father-in-law had brought back two women so young. Mado Sakura also recognized her grandmother at this moment. She asked in confusion, "Grandmother, you have grown so youthful. You appear about the same age as mother." "Beautiful. Grandmother is even more beautiful than mother." Senju Taoka felt somewhat embarrassed by her granddaughter's flattery. She lifted up Mado Sakura, who was already over 7 years old and approaching 8. Little Sakura speaks so sweetly. By this time, Guihai Xiaotao had also processed the information Senju Taoka had shared with her. "Mother, are you not angry at father? Tao, why have you forgotten what occurred back then? Your father is a domineering man, and his views on marriage differ greatly from the vast majority of men." Upon hearing this, Guihai Xiaotao's expression turned awkward. She vividly remembered when her father had arranged for her to meet Hataki Tsukumo. To be honest, Tsukumo had looked down upon her initially. If he had accepted her back then, things would have turned out entirely differently. Mado Dai was also aware of this matter, though he was not particularly concerned about it. After all, Hataki Tsukumo excelled in every aspect compared to him, and Guihai Xiaotao was his wife. What more could he want? Mother-in-law did not master say he missed little Sakura. That is why he entered seclusion at this time. Dai, there are actually many complexities to this matter. Your father-in-law does not know how long he will remain in seclusion. He fears Abi Hizashi and the others may act against us, which is why he asked me to write to you. As for missing little Sakura, that was merely an excuse to deceive the Leaf's leadership. You may not be aware that when he first arrived, he had a serious confrontation with the Leaf's leadership. Moreover, he swept through all the major casinos in Konoha with Abi Hizashi and the other high-ranking officials suffering the heaviest losses. Mado Dai and Guihai Xiaotao exchanged glances. They never expected that Gongsun Haoyan, who had always been remarkably low-key in Konoha, would actually exploit the village in such a manner. Mother, is this because of us? Well, I suppose that is part of the reason. Guihai Xiaotao and Mado Dai were deeply moved. They never imagined Gongsun Haoyan would go to such lengths for their sake. Enough now, you must be hungry. Let me check if dinner is ready. Seeing that the Mizuki sisters had not appeared, Senju Taoka knew they harbored certain reservations, so she went to comfort them. Watching her mother prepare to leave, Guihai Xiaotao understood why. She had simply not anticipated the close bond between them. "Sakura, go play with your grandmother for a while. I need to speak with your father." "Okay." Mado Sakura responded sensitively and obediently departed. After Mado Sakura left, Guihai Xiaotao's expression turned serious as she addressed Mado Dai. "Husband, do you think father is still in Konoha?" "Well, I suppose not. But since mother-in-law has not told us, there must be a reason. It would be best for us to pretend we know nothing." Mado Dai had no desire to offend his father-in-law. The mere thought of his father-in-law's private lessons sent a chill through him. "I also believe father secretly left Konoha. I simply do not understand why he would have mother inform us, but I sense something problematic here. Furthermore, when Tsunade delivered my letter initially, she never mentioned anything to me. I could also detect something unsettling in her expression. Could there be some undisclosed connection between father and her?" Upon hearing this, Mado Dai's expression changed abruptly. He hastily replied, "Do not speculate recklessly. Tsunade left Konoha because of the village's deteriorating situation. Besides, father-in-law is not that kind of person. If I had not returned, I certainly would not have thought along these lines. But look at my two stepmothers. How old do you think they are? Mado Dai was speechless, unable to find a rebuttal to his wife's words. Tao Hua, I trust that father-in-law is not that sort of man. Moreover, if that were true, Tsunade would not have left Konoha. Besides, if it were indeed so, mother would surely be aware. Do you truly believe she would keep such a thing from you? Mado Dai now wished he had never accompanied Guihai Xiaodao back to Konoha. This situation was something he could hardly endure. While Guihai Xiaodao was suspecting whether Gongsun Haoyan had an improper relationship with Tsunade, Gongsun Haoyan had already appeared beyond the borders of the Cloud Village in the Land of Rain, standing high above and gazing down at the rain-hidden village. Samayo Hiruzen, oh Samayo Hiruzen. Who told you to become so infamous? If I'm not coming after you, then who should I go after? Don't blame anyone but your own bad luck. Let me pay you a little visit first. Gongsun Haoyan extended his right hand and fired an energy blast straight at the tallest structure in the rain-hidden village. The explosive projectile tore through the roof in an instant. What happened? Samayo Hiruzen was thrown into panic by the sudden explosion. He immediately activated his body flicker technique, accelerating toward the site of the blast. Upon arriving at the explosion site, Samayo Hiruzen found nothing but scorch marks and rubble. Not long after his arrival, other rain ninja began converging on the location. Leader, what happened? Where is the enemy? Samayo Hiruzen remained silent, instead fixing a piercing glare upon everyone present. His authoritative aura sent the other rain ninjas squirming in discomfort. Leader, you wouldn't suspect us, would you? Seeing that enough people had gathered, Gongsun Haoyan slowly descended from the heavens and materialized directly above Samayo Hiruzen. His brazen appearance overhead was noticed almost immediately. The rain ninjas' eyes widened in terror. Sensing something amiss from their horrified expressions, Samayo Hiruzen quickly spun around to follow their gazes. Upon seeing Gongsun Haoyan hovering in the sky, Samayo Hiruzen's eyes bulged with shock. Who are you? Gongsun Haoyan paid him no reply, instead speaking in a tone dripping with contempt. So you're the half-god Samayo Hiruzen. You look disappointingly weak. Samayo Hiruzen was nearly driven to madness by Gongsun Haoyan's words. Nevertheless, sensing that this stranger was no ordinary foe, he forced himself to remain patient. Who are you, sir? What business do you have intruding upon our rain-hidden village? And was this your doing? Hey, you are hardly qualified to know who I am. I am far more curious. What gave you the audacity to accept such a title? Upon hearing this, Samayo Hiruzen could no longer contain his fury. Do not think that knowing the super lava release of the Iwagakure makes you someone special. Now tell me, who sent you? Gongsun Haoyan observed the enraged Samayo Hiruzen with an impassive face. Hey, you ignorant fool. I was not sent by anyone. I merely emerged from seclusion and heard that you were hailed as the half-god. I simply wish to see what credentials you possess to bear such a name. However, your strength utterly disappoints me. Alas, I regret never having witnessed the power of the god of shinobi Senju Hashirama. I had hoped your so-called half-god title might prove entertaining, but alas, you are yet another figure of hollow reputation. Having spoken, Gongsun Haoyan turned and began to slowly ascend into the skies. Feeling deeply humiliated at this moment, Samayo Hiruzen drew his hook sickle in fury. You have provoked our rain-hidden village and still expect to depart unharmed. You apparently know not the meaning of the word death. The moment Samayo Hiruzen made his move, the other rain ninja drew their weapons as well. Such a reaction was entirely within Gongsun Haoyan's expectations. After all, had Samayo Hiruzen not been enraged by such insults, he would hardly have been fit to lead a village, especially not one as proud as theirs. Gongsun Haoyan paused his ascent and slowly turned around, his voice cold and detached. Oh, do you intend to detain me? Ha ha ha, what a swarm of ignorant ants. If you all seek death, then I shall grant your wish. Gongsun Haoyan had now thoroughly enraged every ninja present at the rain-hidden village. They needed no command from Samayo Hiruzen. All at once they unleashed a barrage of shuriken and kunai while pouring forth endless water release techniques in a furious assault upon Gongsun Haoyan. The previously overcast sky grew even darker as the rain ninja's water release summoned rain upon the battlefield. Intermittently woven into these downpours were rain needles. The rain needle technique was a secret jutsu possessed by one of the rain ninja, a mastery that condensed rainfall into razor-sharp projectiles. Elsewhere it might hold little merit, but within the land of rain it proved remarkably effective and virtually undetectable. Samayo Hiruzen was far from idle. Having removed his mask, he unleashed a continuous barrage of wind-release poison mist technique, filling the air with toxic fumes aimed squarely at Gongsun Haoyan. Simultaneously, he hurled the counterweight from his hook sickle like a projectile toward his opponent. Facing the combined assault of Samayo Hiruzen and the rain ninja, Gongsun Haoyan did not even flinch. He merely extended the index finger of his right hand, and from his fingertip erupted a steady stream of shining gold dragon's breath. The incoming jutsu and weapons were relentlessly destroyed or deflected mid-air, one after another rain ninja falling victim to his devastating beams. Gongsun Haoyan's shining gold dragon's breath proved devastatingly efficient, both in rate of fire and sheer volume. In the blink of an eye, over 100 rain ninja lay dead upon the battlefield. Though Samio Hiruzen's poison mist momentarily enveloped Gongsun Haoyan, a colossal surge of spiritual energy suddenly erupted around him. This aura not only dispersed the toxic fog, but also blew away the raindrops themselves. The counterweight from Samio Hiruzen's hook sickle was struck by Gongsun Haoyan's shining gold dragon's breath and sent careening back. It slammed into the chest of an unluckier rain ninja, shattering several of his ribs. Yet he felt no pain, for moments later his skull was obliterated by another beam from Gongsun Haoyan. By the time the first wave of attacks subsided, barely a handful of rain ninja remained standing. Of course, Samio Hiruzen still lived, but not through any stroke of luck. Gongsun Haoyan had deliberately spared him. After all, slaying Samio Hiruzen so trivially would hardly make this incident memorable. He had not come to the land of rain merely to kill one man. As Gongsun Haoyan wreaked havoc across the land of rain, the white Zetsu clone hidden there detected the disturbances and urgently reported back to its original self. Upon learning of the incident, the original white Zetsu immediately informed Uchiha Madara and Black Zetsu. Upon receiving this news, Uchiha Madara hastened his extraction of life force from the demonic statue of the outer path. So this has surfaced once more. It comes at a convenient time, as my injuries have nearly healed. Though I can currently only muster 80% of my former strength, that is more than sufficient. While Uchiha Madara was fully absorbing the life force from the outer panda statue, the Sage of Six Paths in Pure Land also discovered through the chakra within Madara's body that Gongsun Haoyan had reappeared. He carefully assessed the strengths of both Uchiha Madara and Gongsun Haoyan. Madara no longer possesses his Rinnegan. At most he can wield 80% of his original power. He will certainly not match that mysterious figure. I must lend him a hand. The Sage of Six Paths Otsutsuki Hagoromo swiftly activated the yang release chakra of Senju Hashirama that had been embedded within Madara through a contingency plan he had long ago woven into the chakra itself. Empowered by the immense surge of yang release, Madara's once frail and decrepit body not only healed the hidden injuries accumulated over the years, but also allowed his yin release chakra to fuse more perfectly with Hashirama's yang release. The face of Senju Hashirama on Madara's chest gradually merged completely into his body. Once the visage of Hashirama on Madara's body vanished entirely, the borrowed Sharingan in Madara's eye sockets began evolving once again into the Rinnegan. Indeed, Uchiha Madara had once again obtained the Rinnegan. His strength had even surpassed his prime by a significant margin. If one were to rank his current power, it would firmly place him at the pseudo-Six Paths tier. Madara had not yet ascended to true Six Paths level because the Sage of Six Paths Otsutsuki Hagoromo would not permit it so soon. Moreover, Madara had not yet fully mastered all 7 chakra nature transformations or achieved the complete fusion of all elemental chakra. Had he fused all chakra attributes at this moment, he would have created the demonic statue of the outer path and thus advanced to pseudo-Six Paths level. Of course, Madara's current chakra reserves could never reach the extraordinary levels depicted in the original tale after the Ten Tails fusion, for even his chakra has its limits. After fully restoring his peak power, Madara severed his connection to the outer panda statue and hastened toward the land of rain. Around the same time, Jiraiya and the trio of young Nagato Konan and Yahiko nearby the hidden rain village also detected the upheaval unfolding within it. The three youths wished to follow Jiraiya into the village, but the Toad Sage, knowing that meddling in such turmoil could prove disastrous, immediately led them back to their secret hideout. Teacher Jiraiya, it seems something monumental has occurred in the hidden rain village. Nagato, your curiosity will be the death of you. Come follow me. We must distance ourselves from this place at once. In truth, Jiraiya was also exceedingly curious. However, he had several young disciples under his care, which is precisely why he chose to lead them away from the danger. Jiraiya kept glancing back toward the hidden rain village, an uneasy feeling stirring within him. Who would dare such audacity as openly attacking the hidden rain village? This is an era of peace. Jiraiya and the others moved swiftly. After all, the hidden rain village was not large. In fact, it could scarcely be called substantial, given that the land of rain itself was hardly a nation of great extent. On the other side, Sambad Kuzunoha watched in sheer astonishment as nearly all of his elite forces were obliterated in the blink of an eye. Pray, who are you? Sambad Kuzunoha remained somewhat incredulous. He knew his current combat strength rivaled that of the Kage of the 5 great villages and might even surpass some of them, given his mastery of poison. Mere ants, yet so full of arrogance. You possess not a single competent elite jonin under your command, and yet you dare dream of building a village that rivals the 5 great nations. You may indulge in your dreams, but what makes you believe yourself truly remarkable? Gongsun Haoyan still offered no answer to Sambad Kuzunoha's question, instead relentlessly mocking him, as though he had committed some unforgivable folly. In truth, Sambad Kuzunoha had never acted foolishly. He had held the upper hand throughout the war. His only miscalculation lay in his impatience. As for his title of half-god, it was not self-proclaimed, but bestowed upon him by the 5 great nations. His gravest error was his insufficient strength. for weakness itself is the original sin. Moreover, he bore the title of half-god, and to compound his misfortune, he had been chosen as the target of Gongsun Haoyan's machinations. Seeing that Sanbad Kuzunoha had broken Gongsun Haoyan grew tired of the game. He raised his right hand, and a colossal disc exceeding 2 meters in diameter began to form above his palm. The Spirit Round Slash. Indeed, the Spirit Round Slash. Though Gongsun Haoyan had not yet unlocked Conqueror's Haki or Armament Haki over the years, he had grasped several techniques inspired by Dragon Ball. The Spirit Round Slash flashed past in an instant, cleaving Sanbad Kuzunoha cleanly in two. The shockwave did not stop there. It split the ruined walls behind him and even sheared through nearby buildings. After slaying Sanbad Kuzunoha, Gongsun Haoyan cast a glance at the surviving Rain Ninja and took to the skies without another word. Once he had vanished, the remaining shinobi of the Hidden Rain could no longer hold themselves upright and collapsed to their knees in terror. Not long after Gongsun Haoyan's departure, a white Zetsu clone emerged suddenly from the outskirts of the Hidden Rain village. It observed the direction in which he had disappeared and relayed this information to another white Zetsu clone traveling alongside Uchiha Madara. Upon learning of Gongsun Haoyan's location, Uchiha Madara decisively activated his Susanoo and soared through the skies toward him. The moment he spotted his target, he formed hand signs with his Susanoo and unleashed the Heavenly Obstruction Meteor. The instant Gongsun Haoyan sensed the presence of Uchiha Madara, he felt danger descend and quickly looked upward. Heavenly Obstruction Meteor. It seems Uchiha Madara has fully recovered. Wait, based on his previous condition, he should not have reached such a state. It appears that calculating old fool Otsutsuki Hagoromo has intervened. Gongsun Haoyan swiftly gripped his sword hilt and unleashed the drawing slash. In the blink of an eye, razor-sharp blade waves erupted from his katana, striking directly at the colossal meteor above. Under the assault of Gongsun Haoyan's blade energy, the meteorite shattered into dozens of fragments. Yet the pieces were still massive. Gongsun Haoyan extended his right index finger, gathering his power, and fired an enormous energy blast that detonated with a thunderous roar, sending shockwaves across the land and causing all nearby life to tremble in fear. At that moment, Uchiha Madara arrived not far from Gongsun Haoyan. We meet again. Uchiha Madara, you're still alive. Gongsun Haoyan feigned profound surprise. How could I possibly fall to such a trivial defeat? Today I shall surely avenge my humiliation. Uchiha Madara directly commanded his perfect Susanoo and charged at Gongsun Haoyan. Madara was by nature an exceedingly arrogant man. Previously he had merely appeared subdued due to his severe injuries and the fresh awakening of his Rinnegan. But today was entirely different. Not only had he fully recovered, but he was even stronger than in his prime. He now harbored absolute confidence that he could best this mysterious provocateur, Gongsun Haoyan. Seeing Uchiha Madara charge toward him, Gongsun Haoyan swiftly gathered the magical energy within his body, channeling it into his katana, then swung it fiercely downward at Madara's Susanoo. Upon catching sight of a blade aura rapidly closing in, Uchiha Madara hastily maneuvered his perfect Susanoo, swinging its 4 massive chakra blades down at Gongsun Haoyan. Boom! A thunderous collision resounded across the heavens. Before Uchiha Madara could even register the shockwave sending him reeling, he witnessed a beam of light sever all 4 chakra blades of his Susanoo, continuing its relentless slash toward him. Uchiha Madara decisively cancelled the chakra beneath his feet and leaped sideways. Gongsun Haoyan's blade aura grazed past him by a hair's breadth. Although Uchiha Madara had dodged Gongsun Haoyan's strike, his perfect Susanoo was cleaved from forehead to abdomen. Uchiha Madara is indeed worthy of his name. To have evaded that, Madara's expression darkened considerably. His Susanoo, empowered by the Rinnegan, had grown several times stronger than before. You are truly remarkable, esteemed sir. Yet your swordsmanship astonishes me. To have advanced so dramatically within merely a few years suggests you are not as formidable as you once boasted. Earlier I merely held back because I saw your injuries were grievous. Did you truly take me for an easy target? Gongsun Haoyan observed Uchiha Madara now returned within his perfect Susanoo, his eyes remaining as placid and emotionless as ever. Reduced to silence by Gongsun Haoyan's retort, Uchiha Madara suddenly pressed his palms together. Countless enormous vines violently surged forth toward Gongsun Haoyan, each laden with innumerable flower buds. As a transmigrator, Gongsun Haoyan naturally recognized this as the technique employed by Senju Hashirama to ensnare and paralyze his opponents. Would release Flower Tree World Descent. While unleashing Would Release Flower Tree World Descent, Uchiha Madara himself was far from idle. A swarm of Would Release Would Clone techniques erupted from his body. Each Would Clone activated their own Susanoo, clearly intending to overwhelm Gongsun Haoyan through coordinated assault. Facing the assault of towering giants, Gongsun Haoyan showed no trace of panic. Instead, he sheathed his katana upon his back and charged straight toward Uchiha Madara. Leveraging his comparatively smaller frame, he engaged Madara in brutal close-quarters combat. Though Madara's colossal Susanoo appeared to hold considerable advantage in such an encounter, was that truly the case? Relying on nimble footwork, Gongsun Haoyan effortlessly evaded Madara's strikes with minimal movements. Then, drawing upon techniques he had learned from martial arts films in his past life, he began turning the tide against overwhelming odds. Moves such as the Iron Shoulder Strike were deployed in succession. Uchiha Madara was driven into constant retreat. His wood clones encased within Susanoo proved entirely useless in aiding him. Uchiha Madara himself was momentarily dumbfounded by Gongsun Haoyan's ferocious assault. He never anticipated that Gongsun Haoyan's strength could shake his perfect Susanoo. Damn you! Uchiha Madara was consumed by utter rage. Since his birth, aside from facing his destined rival Senju Hashirama, he had never endured such humiliation. Abandoning his attempt to continue hand-to-hand combat within the perfect Susanoo, Uchiha Madara clasped his hands together and unleashed fire-release massive fireball technique upon Gongsun Haoyan. Meanwhile, his wood-release clones dramatically intensified their chakra output. The surrounding vines burst into bloom almost instantly, and countless pollen particles enveloped a radius of 1 kilometer in the blink of an eye. Fire release combined with pollen. Boom. Following the colossal explosion, Uchiha Madara's entire body was scorched. The Susanoo surrounding him lay shattered and ruined. Had he not possessed some of Senju Hashirama's regenerative abilities, he himself might well have been reduced to ashes by his own attack. The burns upon Madara's body were healing rapidly, necrotic skin continuously peeling away. Yet he showed no concern for his wounds, his gaze locked rigidly upon the distance before him. As the smoke cleared, Uchiha Madara beheld an incredulous sight. How is this possible? Madara saw Gongsun Haoyan completely unharmed, not even a single thread of his garments torn. For the first time he felt that perhaps gods truly did exist in this world. Why wouldn't it be? Did you truly believe a mere explosion could slay me? Gongsun Haoyan flashed a mocking smile at Uchiha Madara, his sharp eyes having noted the subtle maneuvers of Madara's wood clones. The moment Uchiha Madara initiated his fire jutsu, Gongsun Haoyan had deduced the intention to exploit the wood clones for a dust explosion. Consequently, he immediately activated his explosive aura, dispersing the surrounding dust particles and shielding himself from the scorching heat generated by the blast. Thus he suffered not a single injury. Uchiha Madara stared intently at Gongsun Haoyan, then suddenly broke into laughter. Ha ha ha! Do not celebrate too prematurely. I have already discovered your weakness. Gongsun Haoyan paused slightly, then replied, Oh, what have you found? Ha ha ha! Your strength truly exceeds my expectations. Yet you harbor a fatal flaw. You are not a ninja. A non-ninja is incapable of breaking Jinjutsu. Previously, Uchiha Madara had sought to crush Gongsun Haoyan through direct confrontation, overlooking the devastating power of Jinjutsu against non-ninjas. But now he was past caring about honor or directness. He was a ninja. Employing Jinjutsu was only natural. Hearing this, Gongsun Haoyan could not help but admire Uchiha Madara's combat intelligence. He had genuinely identified Gongsun Haoyan's weakness. Though it was hardly a true vulnerability, what recourse did he have when Madara now possessed the Rinnegan? Uchiha Madara, truly worthy of his reputation. But do you really believe you can drag me into an illusion? Let's find out. Uchiha Madara suddenly activated his perfect Susanoo once more and began forming hand seals through its immense power. Gongsun Haoyan looked up at the sky and saw another enormous meteorite descending. Just as he drew his blade to cleave it apart, a gigantic Rinnegan suddenly appeared on the meteorite surface. Jinjutsu Limited. Madara knew Gongsun Haoyan would not fall for Jinjutsu easily, so he deliberately let it be known that he had found a countermeasure. He wanted Gongsun Haoyan to stay on high alert for an illusion attack, thereby neglecting his ultimate technique, Heavenly Obstruction Quaking Impact. He intended to catch Gongsun Haoyan off guard. While his opponent was devising a response to Heavenly Obstruction Quaking Impact, Madara would exploit that brief window to project the Rinnegan's power onto the meteorite and pull him into Jinjutsu Limited Tsukuyami. As expected of Uchiha Madara, he had succeeded. Seeing that Gongsun Haoyan had fallen for the trap, Madara immediately piloted his perfect Susanoo away at full speed. He had no intention of dying alongside him. The moment Gongsun Haoyan saw the meteorite, he was indeed pulled into Jinjutsu Limited Tsukuyami. But he was no ordinary person. Even as the illusion seized him, he had already drawn his blade and slashed at the meteorite. A flash of blade energy split the colossal meteorite in two. Both halves grazed past Gongsun Haoyan and crashed violently into the ground below. Boom! The two massive fragments carved enormous craters into the earth, obliterating the surrounding terrain and vegetation. Watching Gongsun Haoyan frozen mid-air, Uchiha Madara wasted no time and hurled several black receivers, Inyan creations, straight at him. The black receivers shot toward Gongsun Haoyan, still trapped within the illusion, at tremendous speed. Just as they were about to strike, his body instinctively twisted into an unnatural posture, narrowly dodging Madara's attack. Uchiha Madara was stunned by what he had just witnessed. What? Madara never expected someone inside an illusion to still evade attacks. Yet he did not give up. He continuously fired more black receivers at Gongsun Haoyan, but each time they were about to hit, Gongsun Haoyan dodged them with the smallest possible movements. Madara's expression grew increasingly grim. Meanwhile, deep within the illusion, Gongsun Haoyan faced an unprecedented crisis. Inside the illusion, Gongsun Haoyan found himself confronting the phantom form of the Sage of Six Paths, Otsutsuki Hagoromo. Their fierce battle unfolded directly within the confines of Jinjutsu Limited Tsukuyami. Gongsun Haoyan relentlessly slashed at Otsutsuki Hagoromo with his blade techniques, but they were useless against a being without physical substance. Worse, Hagoromo countered with various ninja techniques, even deploying the Edo Tensei. Kisame Hodo, you bastard. How dare you lay hands on little Tsunade? You're crossing my bottom line. Hey, you are nothing but illusions. Do you truly think I care? Besides, I shall do as I please. What can a dead man like you possibly do about it? Kisame Hodo, do not think your strength grants you freedom to do as you please. I Senju Tobarama will not stand for it. Heh. Gongsun Haoyan suddenly stopped. Do you really think I was afraid of you? You are merely phantom images. Even if I stand here and let you attack, what could you possibly accomplish? I was only testing just how much these illusions could affect me. As soon as those words left his lips, the very fabric of space around him warped. Senju Hashirama, the Sage of Six Paths, and the others completely vanished from Gongsun Haoyan's sight. Gongsun Haoyan understood that although Uchiha Madara had pulled him into the illusion, he had successfully erased its effects. Yet his consciousness did not return to reality. Instead, he found himself in an endless void of stars. Gazing at the starry expanse before him, Gongsun Haoyan felt utterly bewildered. Logically, he should still be battling Uchiha Madara. He could not comprehend what was happening. He flew through the starfield continuously, but no matter how far he traveled, the scenery never changed. After flying for an unknown duration, he finally gave up. I was caught by Uchiha Madara's illusion, so there is no way I should have ended up in a starry void. This must be my consciousness, see. Realizing this, Gongsun Haoyan immediately sat cross-legged and began attempting to sense his physical body. After an indefinite span of time, a mysterious gravitational pull formed around Gongsun Haoyan. It grew steadily stronger, eventually spreading even to those stars. Slowly, they drifted toward him, ultimately dissolving into particles of light that merged into his body. Once all the stars had been absorbed, a hazy white glow began radiating from within him. Gongsun Haoyan's conscious form grew ever brighter. Just as his consciousness was about to burst forth with dazzling radiance, certain special gray clusters hidden throughout the starry consciousness realm were drawn into his being. The moment those gray clusters touched the white light emanating from Gongsun Haoyan's consciousness, they were completely purified. Meanwhile, Uchiha Madara, having fired 3 volleys of black receivers, had already sensed Gongsun Haoyan's current state. It seems he remains within the illusion. No counterattack capability for now. Madara decided to take a risk. If this were true, he might actually be able to kill the man who had caused him so much frustration. Just as Madara was about to pilot his perfect Susanoo, he witnessed something that filled him with dread. Gongsun Haoyan's eyes moved. Upon reopening his eyes, Gongsun Haoyan found his vision sharper than ever. He could clearly discern the eyelashes of Uchiha Madara standing hundreds of meters away, and he noticed countless tiny white dots dancing erratically around him. These were not insects, but extraordinarily minute clusters of light. Is this natural energy? Previously, Gongsun Haoyan could sense natural energy, but he had never before seen what it truly looked like. Excited by this discovery, he immediately turned his attention inward. To his astonishment, he could now observe even the cells within his own organs, an unthinkable feat. Could it be? I have cultivated divine sense. While Gongsun Haoyan was probing with his divine sense, Uchiha Madara was not idle either. His chances of victory were slim, and as for fleeing, he could not bear the disgrace. Moreover, he understood clearly that escape was impossible under the current circumstances. Thus he steeled his resolve and decided to gamble everything. Uchiha Madara did not hesitate for a moment. He released all of his chakra in an instant, and hundreds of meteorites plummeted from the sky almost simultaneously. This sudden and overwhelming assault startled Gongsun Haoyan, who was still experimenting with his divine sense. He had intended to dodge, but upon assessing the sheer scale of the meteorites, he abandoned the idea. It was not that Gongsun Haoyan could not evade. He simply could not afford to. Dodging would require him to expend his full strength, which would inevitably force him to unleash 6-speed razor wind. Doing so would risk exposing his true identity, especially since he had taught this technique to Might Dai Tsunade, Higuehai, and Xiao Tao. If Heiju and Baiju conducted a thorough investigation, his identity would be completely laid bare. Moreover, although the battlefield with Uchiha Madara had moved away from the land of rain, it remained perilously close. Should he dodge by unleashing hundreds of massive meteorites simultaneously, the destruction would inevitably endanger countless innocent civilians of the land of rain. Although Gongsun Haoyan did not consider himself a virtuous man, he could not bring himself to cause the deaths of countless civilians for his own sake. Therefore, Gongsun Haoyan abandoned the notion of dodging and instead began channeling his energy. Drawing upon nearly 80% of his mana and 90% of the natural energy within his cells, he unleashed his blade-severing strike. In an instant, hundreds upon hundreds of colossal sword slashes erupted from his blade, shattering the meteorites into thousands of fragments. After completing this strike, Gongsun Haoyan felt a wave of weakness wash over him. By the time the dust and shock waves caused by the meteorite fragments hitting the ground had dissipated, he discovered that Uchiha Madara had already vanished. In truth, Uchiha Madara had not disappeared. After exhausting his chakra, he lost all control over his perfect Susanoo, which dissolved instantly. Madara began falling from the sky. Meanwhile, Heiju and Baiju, observing from a distance, immediately noticed this development. They hurriedly approached, and during Madara's descent bound him with vines before hurling him outward. Fortunately, the shock waves generated by the meteorite fragments crashing into the earth provided an unintended boost, sending Madara flying even farther. Ultimately, Heiju and Baiju carried him away. Gongsun Haoyan failed to detect Uchiha Madara, and compounded by his own semi-weakened state, he simply turned and left. While Gongsun Haoyan had departed unscathed, Heiju and Uchiha Madara fared far worse. Heiju had sustained significant injuries in the rescue, though being non-human entities they could endure it. Madara's condition, however, was dire. Heiju, what is Madara's current condition? Sigh. His chakra has been completely depleted beyond recovery. His body will never heal, and his Rinnegan has already deteriorated. All we can do now is sustain him with the Outer Path demonic statue of the Outer Road. As for when, or if, he will awaken, I have no idea. Heiju, are you saying Uchiha Madara is completely ruined? Yes, it appears he is. I had hoped our plan would soon reach its final stage. Alas, Uchiha Madara not only suffered defeat, but also squandered a pair of Rinnegan. Heiju, the emergence of such a formidable existence in the ninja world worries me. I fear he may disrupt our plans. Moreover, he managed to break free from the Rinnegan's Jinjutsu today. Could this pose a threat to Lady Kagaya? Baiju, you speak truly. That mysterious individual is far too enigmatic. We must uncover his origins and find a way to eliminate him. Heiju, are you speaking nonsense? Even peak Uchiha Madara with his Rinnegan could not defeat that person. Do you truly believe we have the ability? Baiju's tone was rather despondent. His combat strength barely surpassed that of an ordinary Jonin, and Heiju was no different, though their abilities were rather peculiar. Asking them to confront someone who had bested Uchiha Madara was akin to seeking certain death. You fool. On the surface we cannot overpower him, but in the shadows do we not have countless means at our disposal? Myobokuzen, Rukaharado, and Shikatsu Forest all possess considerable strength. I imagine none of them would welcome the emergence of someone beyond their control in the ninja world. Setting aside the others, that old toad at Myobokuzen is hardly a benevolent figure. He has stirred no end of trouble in the ninja world over the years. Heiju has not been idle these past 1,000 years. He possesses intimate knowledge of every major faction in the ninja world. Heiju, are you certain they will intervene? Heh. That old toad at Myobokuzen has worked hard to expand his influence across the surface world. Do you think he would willingly remain confined to Myobokuzen? Furthermore, Myobokuzen is quite small, yet his descendants are countless. Would he simply watch his progeny perish trapped there? Heiju, isn't Myobokuzen perpetually at odds with Rukaharado? Would that old toad truly worry about his descendants? Baiju, you vastly underestimate the reproductive capacity of toads. Though the toads of Myobokuzen differ from ordinary ones, they are still toads at their core. Setting aside those with poor aptitude, those with strong potential live for extraordinarily long periods. With each generation multiplying, can you imagine how many toads now reside within Myobokuzen? Although many perished in conflicts with Rukaharado, the survivors were exceptionally capable, each possessing unique abilities essential to their endurance. Their descendants grew increasingly intelligent, dramatically improving their survival rates. Consider how many toads Myobokuzen must harbor after a millennium. Baiju pondered this and conceded that Heiju's reasoning was sound. Even accounting for substantial losses over the past 1,000 years, the toad population at Myobokuzen remained truly staggering. Meanwhile, within Myobokuzen, the great toad sage was issuing instructions to Fukasaku and Shima. Fukasaku, a mysterious warrior of extraordinary power, has emerged in the ninja world. His strength is beyond measure, and he is a sage who has mastered the power of nature itself. Summon Jiraiya and have him investigate this individual's origins thoroughly. Elder, how powerful is this person? Although Fukasaku had spent considerable time managing Myobokuzen, he remained well-versed in the ninja world's strongest figures. He was deeply curious about the sage described by the Great Toad Sage. Fukasaku, his power surpasses even that of Senju Hashirama. He has just defeated Uchiha Madara, who possessed the Rinnegan. What? When did such a powerful figure emerge in the ninja world? Sigh. I am not certain either. Were it not for the tremendous commotion they caused near the border between the land of rain and the land of fire, I would never have noticed them. Old master, did you not foresee the existence of that person? Haha, that individual is a variable. He does not exist within the original timeline, therefore, I am incapable of foreseeing him. The Toad Sage's words grew somewhat elusive. Over these years, he had continuously deduced the development of the ninja world based on seemingly insignificant intelligence. Whenever he made a discovery, he would claim it stemmed from a dream. As more of his predictions came to pass, he gained the reputation of a prophet within Mount Myaboku. Haha, prophecy is fundamentally unreliable. Those so-called prophets are merely a touch smarter and see a little farther than ordinary people. If someone could truly predict the future, they would undoubtedly become the wealthiest and most invincible existence in the world. But does such a person truly exist in this world? That is naturally impossible. If such an existence were to appear, becoming the most noble being in this world would be as easy as turning one's hand. Moreover, if such a person truly existed, it would prove the existence of fate, karma, and the river of time within this world. If fate truly exists, then what are human struggles and schemes worth? If karma truly exists, then what need is there for laws? If the river of time also exists, would that not mean powerful beings can traverse time and return to the past? Would that not mean humans can alter their own past? Then what are the histories of ages past, and the meaning of one's own existence worth? Furthermore, since you can change your own past, can others not do the same? Then what was your previous alteration of the past worth? While the Toad Sage of Mount Myaboku was giving instructions to Fukusaku, the Six Paths Sage Otsutsuki Hagoromo, within the Pure Land, also furrowed tightly. Sigh. I almost managed to uncover that mysterious person's identity just now. What a pity. Previously, when Uchiha Madara was perishing under the infinite Tsukuyami, the Six Paths Sage had quietly invaded Kausen Haoyan's consciousness through Madara's chakra. Alas, he was annihilated by a mysterious power mere moments after intrusion, causing him to fail in obtaining certain useful information. It seems I can only rely on those creatures with chakra in the surroundings. Unfortunately, those animals are still far too weak. They simply cannot catch up with that mysterious person. Sigh. Very well. I will have to control more chakra-bearing creatures to serve me. The Six Paths Sage began manipulating nearby ninja beasts to track from a distance. He had originally intended to conduct remote surveillance through wave after wave of ninja beasts, but he soon discovered his assumption was somewhat naive. He had not anticipated that Kausen Haoyan would be extraordinarily vigilant. The moment he detected humans or ninja beasts with chakra nearby, he would strike preemptively, causing those chakra-bearing creatures to suddenly and inexplicably lose consciousness in droves. Moreover, the Six Paths Sage discovered that the mysterious person he was pursuing was heading straight toward the ocean at a speed that was astonishingly rapid. Before long, the Six Paths Sage noticed his target soaring ever higher, and the ninja beast he controlled quickly lost sight of him. The Six Paths Sage could do nothing about it. He did not yet wish to expose himself, and since Kausen Haoyan had not cultivated chakra, he knew he could not influence him. Therefore, he would not appear before Kausen Haoyan. After shaking off the surveillance, Kausen Haoyan quickly made his way toward the secluded island where he planned to isolate himself. After Kausen Haoyan departed, a white-haired ninja suddenly appeared near the site of his battle with Uchiha Madara. That ninja was none other than Jiraiya, who shortly after being reverse summoned by the Toads of Mount Myaboku was delivered here by them. Jiraiya gazed upon the utterly devastated borderland filled with astonishment. Although he had sensed the tremendous commotion here, he could never have imagined that a clash between two powerhouses could reduce tens of kilometers of territory to ruins. This scene was even more extravagant than the great battle at the Valley of the Inn back then. Although Jiraiya had learned some information from the love-hate relations between the Shinigami and the Akita of the ninja world, how could what he read compare to what he witnessed with his own eyes? That was obviously impossible. The cold figures on paper could never be compared to the experience of being there in person. After confirming the scene, Jiraiya quickly began examining the surroundings, recording as he went. Once he had thoroughly inspected the area, he hurriedly sent the information gathered via a messenger toad from Mount Myaboku back to Konoha, while he himself was summoned back to Mount Myaboku. Shortly after Jiraiya left, a border patrol squad from Konoha also arrived here. To be honest, they could have reached here faster, but they were afraid, so they waited for some time before appearing. In fact, not only Konoha received the news, other nations also obtained information through various channels. However, due to their great distance from here, they were unable to arrive in such a short time. After reporting the situation here, the Konoha Border Patrol squad did not return. Instead, they crossed the border and headed toward the Land of Rain. Upon entering the Land of Rain, the squad found it as if entirely undefended. They easily infiltrated the area near the Rain Village. Captain Yamashita, this is not right. Where have all the Rain Country ninja gone? Moreover, along this route, many Rain Country residents are carrying large and small bundles while traveling. Are they migrating? Sigh. Gonsu, your guess is likely correct. Something extraordinary must have occurred in the Rain Village. Captain Yamamoto, the leader of the Rain Village, is Siramiya Hanzo, known as the Half-God. The Rain Village's strength is not weak either. How could something happen to them? Matsushita, are you foolish? Have you not seen the traces at the border? Would a powerful fighter who battled there not be capable of effortlessly destroying the Rain Village? Captain Yamamoto, that is indeed possible. Shall we continue advancing? No need. We only need to capture a Rain Village civilian for interrogation. The captain of this Konoha Border Patrol squad was extremely cautious. Fearing that infiltrating the Rain Village personally would pose a threat, he proposed capturing an ordinary Rain Village villager for interrogation instead. Captain Yamamoto, is this proper? This goes against the ninja code. Kojima, you are still too young. Do you think we are the only ones who do this? This is commonplace in the ninja world. Although the intelligence obtained this way is limited, its authenticity is the most reliable. The Konoha border squad soon captured some ordinary villagers from Amigakure who were in the process of fleeing. These villagers happened to be relatively well-off residents of Amigakure, and their news reached them late, which is why they were only just beginning to flee. As for the powerless common villagers, they simply lacked the means to escape. After all, they could still survive in the land of rain for some time. If they fled Amigakure, there was a 99% chance they would perish on the road. After interrogating the captives, this Konoha border squad obtained news that they could hardly bring themselves to believe. Captain Yamamoto, the entire leadership and powerful fighters of Amigakure have been wiped out. Doesn't this mean the land of rain is now entirely leaderless? Matsushita has a point. The land of rain is unlike other nations. It has no daimyo or officials. If Amigakure's leadership and strong warriors are eradicated, it amounts to the destruction of the entire nation. Captain Yamamoto, if we relay this news back, could we claim the land of rain as our own? Wouldn't that be a tremendous merit for us? I can't say for certain about that, but my contributions this time will certainly not go unnoticed. Here is the plan, Matsushita. You should immediately return to the liaison point at full speed and report what has happened here. Meanwhile, we will infiltrate Amigakure to continue gathering intelligence. Yes. As time gradually passed, news of what transpired at the Land of Rain's borders and within Amigakure spread throughout the ninja world, sending shockwaves across the entire realm. In the Land of Wind, Sunagakure. Everyone, what are your thoughts on this matter? Lord Kazekage, we should move immediately to seize the Land of Rain. It holds precious water resources. If we claim it, Sunagakure will rise from its current position, and we will no longer worry about resource scarcity. Elder Tetsufu, the situation is far more complex than it appears. Amigakure has fallen, and if we strike recklessly, we risk provoking that mysterious powerhouse. Beyond that, the other hidden villages will not simply watch us seize the Land of Rain. They may target us instead, potentially sparking another war. The ninja world has only just achieved peace. If another great war erupts, we could very well become the next Amigakure. Indeed, the ninja world has barely stabilized after our devastating losses in the previous war. Another conflict would leave us at a severe disadvantage. We may lack advantage, but do the others fare any better? Elder Tetsufu, that is not the way to see it. Sunagakure lacks sufficient military strength. Even if we seize the Land of Rain, we would not be able to hold it. True. Moreover, that mysterious powerhouse is far too formidable. The devastation at the border between the Land of Rain and the Land of Fire was truly shocking. If we provoke such a power, our fate would be no better than Amigakure's. Lord Kazekage, what are your thoughts? Well, I share your concerns. However, the Land of Rain holds immense strategic value for us. Perhaps we could send workers to construct an irrigation canal and divert water into our territory. I suspect that powerhouse would hardly care. The third Kazekage's true intention was precisely this. The Land of Wind suffers desperately from water scarcity, and doing nothing would go against his nature. Lord Kazekage, might we first consult with the other hidden villages? Elder Seneshi, that approach won't work. If we discuss this with the other villages, do you truly believe they would agree? Our wind country spans vast territory with sparse population, and what restrains us is precisely our severe water shortage. Should we resolve this crisis, wind country would undoubtedly rise to prominence. Do you genuinely believe the other hidden villages would stand idle and watch us ascend? Everyone present fell silent. They were all astute individuals who understood the implications perfectly well, but their reluctance stemmed from an unwillingness to take such risks. Moreover, as soon as leadership, they lacked for nothing themselves. The prosperity or decline of wind country mattered little to their personal interests, which is why they showed no concern over the canal project. The third Kazekage did not fully grasp their motivations, yet that is precisely why he convened the elders, to prevent them from undermining his plans. Lord Kazekage, should another great war erupt, you alone shall bear full responsibility for the consequences. The vast majority of Suna's elders awaited his assent. The third Kazekage was fully aware of their intentions, and though his heart burned with desire to reduce those elders to dust, his ambition to cultivate his own power compelled him to endure further. Very well, but you must provide your full support. Should anyone scheme against me behind my back, I shall hold nothing back. Upon seeing the third Kazekage concede, the elders of Suna reluctantly nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, in Konoha, a similar meeting was underway. Hokage-sama, the fall of the Land of Rain poses significant threats to the ninja world's peace. I propose convening the 5 Kage Summit. Though the Nara clan head's proposal is sound, this matter requires further consideration. According to reliable intelligence, numerous missing nin and wandering shinobi have been stationing in the Land of Rain recently. Their apparent intention is to transform it into a lawless wasteland. Danzodano, what is your stance on this? Rather than allow the Land of Rain to descend into chaos, I believe it would serve our village better to claim it as Konoha's territory. Danzodano, this could provoke an all-out ninja war. Furthermore, what of that mysterious powerhouse? We need only appear non-committal on the surface. Additionally, that so-called powerhouse likely clashed with another mysterious figure at the border, and whatever transpired there was hardly favorable. They may have destroyed each other, or at minimum, suffered severe injuries. Would they still have the energy to concern themselves with the Land of Rain? Moreover, even if neither suffered grave harm, they would scarcely care about the Land of Rain's fate. After all, such a powerhouse would hardly deign to notice a place like the Land of Rain. Danzo Dano, even if your reasoning holds, I suspect the other hidden villages will not simply watch us acquire the Land of Rain. Especially Suna from the Land of Wind. Given their complete dependence on water resources, it is unthinkable they would not covet the Land of Rain. What could a mere Suna accomplish? Besides, should they dare challenge us over the Land of Rain, we would have no reason to show them mercy. Though our strength may not match the first era, remember that we still possess many powerful shinobi. And we have Konoha's female killing god. Those present understood Danzo Shimura's scheme perfectly. He intended to use Konoha's female killing god to secure advantages for the village before finding an opportunity to eliminate her. Though this strategy of pitting wolves against tigers lacked sophistication, it proved remarkably effective. Elder Danzo, I fear you may have forgotten that Mado Shoutao is no longer a Konoha ninja, and her father is hardly one to be trifled with. If he were to learn that we plotted against his daughter, I imagine none of us present would fare well. Orochimaru, I know you are on good terms with that Goehei Daidao, but do not forget. You are a jonin of Konoha and must consider the village's interests above all else. Besides, as long as we stand united, that Goehei Daidao is nothing but a speck. Danzo Shimura had long harbored designs against Gongsun Haoyin and Goehei Xiaodao, but lacked the power to act alone, so he kept his ambitions concealed. Now that he had finally managed to rally the major clans of Konoha against them, he would never let such an opportunity slip away. Elder Danzo, war is no trivial matter. By what authority do you demand Mado Shoutao march onto the battlefield? Surely you do not consider her so foolish. They are residents of Konoha and owe the village something for its prosperity. Besides, Konoha requires their strength. If they can contribute to the village's flourishing, why not? Upon hearing Danzo's words, the assembled Konoha elders were taken aback. Though they may not have understood the concept of moral coercion, they deeply resented being manipulated and threatened. Seeing that Danzo was bent on his own destruction, Orochimaru chose to remain silent. For good counsel is lost on those determined to die. Sarutobi, observing the scene, also held back his thoughts. Danzo Konoha cannot afford further turmoil. I believe the Nara clan head's proposal is sound. Danzo could not openly defy Sarutobi's wishes, not with so many witnesses present. Everyone here is what I propose. We first send envoys to contact the Kage of the other 4 great villages and deliberate together. As for the territory and interests of the Land of Rain, we can discuss that later. For now, let us focus on those 2 mysterious powerhouses. Hearing this, the other Konoha elders fell silent. They had never before heard of any warrior in the shinobi world who could rival Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama, leaving them unsure how to respond. Hokage Dano, we have never encountered any such reports. 2 figures of that caliber suddenly appearing. We truly do not know where to begin. Indeed, Hokage Dano. According to the intelligence reports from our reconnaissance teams, those 2 are at least on par with the first Hokage and Uchiha Madara. Such power is far beyond our capacity to oppose. I suggest we refrain from pursuing this matter further, for if we provoke them, I fear we may become the next AIM village and the victims of Sanmao Hakazaki. Uchiha clan head, what is your assessment of this matter? Hokage Dano, I find the Nara clan head's words entirely reasonable. Though Konoha boasts countless strong warriors, against such power we are but slightly larger ants. Indeed, Hokage Dano. Both the Nara and Uchiha clan heads speak with great wisdom. Watching the various clans refuse to take part, Sarutobi's expression darkened instantly. Everyone, I do not pursue this matter for my own sake, but because their existence poses an existential threat to us. Moreover, according to Jiraiya's intelligence, those 2 mysterious powerhouses have been identified by the Toad Sage of Mount Myaboku as figures destined to bring catastrophic disaster upon the shinobi world. Many of you may not fully understand, but the Toad Sage of Mount Myaboku is an immortal who has lived for countless ages. It is said he was a companion of the Sage of 6 Paths, and he possesses the ability of precognition. The clan elders present did not believe a word of what Sarutobi said. They merely exchanged glances, each waiting for another to speak first. Sarutobi naturally understood their disbelief and continued, Everyone, I know you do not believe me, but this is the truth. Are you not curious why I invited Orochimaru to attend this meeting? I will be candid. My disciple holds a contract with Ryuchi Cave, one of the 3 sacred realms alongside Mount Myaboku and Shikatsu Forest. If you do not believe me, you may ask him directly. Orochimaru could no longer remain silent. Everyone, the Hokage speaks truth. Ryuchi Cave, my contracted realm, is one of the 3 sacred lands of the summoning world. According to the White Snake Sage of Ryuchi Cave, the Toad Sage of Mount Myaboku indeed possesses prophetic abilities. In truth, Orochimaru had already harbored suspicions, but he had no intention of verifying them. for doing so would risk his own life. Hokage Dano, it is not that we refuse to help. You well know our limitations, and moreover this matter is far too grave. I believe we should refrain from involvement lest we attract the attention of those two mysterious powerhouses. Indeed, Hokage Dano. Watching the clan heads all cower in cowardice, Sarutobi grew immensely frustrated. Everyone, for the sake of Konoha's and the shinobi world's future, I believe we must uncover their true identities. If we understand who they are, even if they should target us in the future, we will at least have the means to respond. Is that not so? Hokage Dano, you are right, but where shall we begin? We have not the slightest clue about them. Is this not searching for a needle in an ocean? Everyone, we do have at least one piece of information. According to the Toad Sage of Mount Myaboku, one of them is a sage. As Jiraiya once described, sages are practitioners who have mastered senjutsu. Their presence should be extraordinarily subtle and difficult to detect. The clan heads of Konoha turned pale. They were all seasoned ninja, yet none had ever encountered anyone who cultivated senjutsu. How were they supposed to distinguish or locate such a person? Hokage Dano, a sage, is simply one who has mastered natural energy. As far as I know, natural energy is exceedingly difficult to cultivate. I myself have studied senjutsu within Ryuchi Cave, yet I was unable to master it. The White Snake Sage has said that the number of beings in the shinobi world capable of successfully cultivating senjutsu is extraordinarily small. Orochimaru, do you know of anyone who has succeeded? What characteristics do those who master it possess? Hokage Dano, according to the White Snake Sage, the first Hokage is one. As for others, he has not encountered them. However, I suspect Jiraiya may also have succeeded. As for specific characteristics of those who have mastered it, I am uncertain. The first Hokage and Jiraiya, is it? Sarutobi hurriedly compared the Senju Hashirama he remembered with Jiraiya, but no matter how he examined them, he found very few similarities between the two. Senju Hashirama was an optimist, appearing somewhat simple-minded, while Jiraiya too was carefree and not particularly sharp-witted. Could it be a faint glimmer of insight flashed through Sarutobi's mind. He seemed to have grasped something, yet he dared not believe his own conjecture. Although Hiruzen Sarutobi had his suspicions, he would never voice such an unreliable conjecture. To be proven wrong would be humiliating, and misleading others based on his guess would only bring greater loss. Enough, everyone. This matter requires your careful attention. Given the urgency, let us first contact the other four Kage. Yes. Upon hearing Hiruzen Sarutobi's words, the clan heads of Konoha promptly rose and departed. After the heads of the ninja clans left, Shimura, Danzo, Mizumono, and Sumkappa remained, their eyes fixed firmly on Hiruzen Sarutobi. Hiruzen, why do you refuse to bring the Land of Rain under our control? Danzo, I know you wish to deal with Guihai Dao Dao and his daughter. Do you think I do not? However, Guihai Dao Dao is a cunning old fox. He does not care for others' gossip, nor does he care about Konoha's survival. If we push him too far, he might directly attack us. But you need not rush. Guihai Dao Dao is in his 60s at least. We have time. When he grows too old to wield his blade, we can take our revenge as we please. Hiruzen, have you considered that his daughter is much younger than us? Hekappa, from what I know of Mai Tai Xiaotao's temperament, she poses no threat. Hiruzen, you are too confident. Guihai Dao Dao appears to be in his 30s now. Are you certain his strength is declining? In my opinion, he might be one of those two mysterious figures. Hiruzen Sarutobi paused at these words. He had not considered this possibility before. That's impossible. Hasn't Guihai Dao Dao been in Konoha all along? Hiruzen, for a powerful ninja like him, leaving Konoha silently is beyond our detection, isn't it? Upon hearing this, Hiruzen Sarutobi immediately felt Mizumono and was absolutely correct. And how about we? Hiruzen, don't be foolish. Regardless of whether Guihai Dao Dao is one of those two mysterious powerhouses, our current strength cannot match him. If we anger him, we are in danger. Indeed, Hiruzen. Since Guihai Dao Dao is a suspect, let us inform Jiraiya and have him seek information from Mount Myaboku. Whether he is involved or not, it has little bearing on Konoha. Hiruzen, I believe, and Kappa are right. Regardless of whether Guihai Dao Dao is the person they seek, he cannot come against us. Even if they fight, we suffer no loss. Hiruzen Sarutobi thought for a moment and found the proposal sound, so he immediately sent someone to find Jiraiya. While Hiruzen was seeking Jiraiya, reconnaissance teams from other ninja villages in the shinobi world also arrived at the battlefield near the borders of the Land of Rain and the Fire Country. After investigating the scene, they immediately reported their findings back. Meanwhile, after recovering his strength on that uninhabited island, Gongsun Haoyan began his return journey. His objective this time had not been fully accomplished. After all, he sought to make the name Gongsun Haoyan resonate throughout the shinobi world. If he did not do so, it would become difficult for him to continue hiding in Konoha. After all, he had friction with Konoha's high-ups, and maintaining a similar appearance for so many years would naturally arouse suspicion. Therefore, he needed to loudly proclaim his existence to the shinobi world. Gongsun Haoyan guessed that the Land of Rain was currently gathered spies from various factions in the shinobi world. Thus, by causing a commotion there, he could continue to lie low in Konoha. Therefore, he was now rushing toward the Rain village in the Land of Rain. When Gongsun Haoyan arrived over Rain Village, he found it had long since lost its former vitality. The ordinary people were pitifully few, while samurai committing wrongdoing, missing mean, and spies unaware of the local situation were as numerous as oxhair. Facing the current situation in Rain Village, Gongsun Haoyan directly unleashed his Conqueror's Haki, creating a spectacular display. Indeed, Gongsun Haoyan was wielding Conqueror's Haki, however this version was simulated through his divine sense. His Conqueror's Haki only possessed the power to intimidate. As for anything else, it was completely unrelated to the Conqueror's Haki in the One Piece world. As he deployed the divine sense version of Conqueror's Haki, everyone remaining in Rain Village felt a sensation of palpitations. Ordinary people were knocked unconscious the instant they encountered Gongsun Haoyan's Conqueror's Haki. Chunin-level ninja lasted 2 seconds before collapsing. Chunin-level ninja, though feeling they could barely hold on, retained a sliver of consciousness. Gongsun Haoyan saw that although his Conqueror's Haki covered the entire Rain Village, its effect fell far short of his expectations. Seeing enough, he retracted his divine sense and shouted to the ninja below, "Ninja below, listen. This old man Gongsun Haoyan gives you half a day to leave this place. If half a day passes and you remain, I will not mind sending you to hell." The ninja in Rain Village had just felt the palpitation sensation fade when Gongsun Haoyan's words startled them. They hurriedly looked up toward the sky. When they saw a handsome man under 20 years of age coldly gazing down upon them, they were all stunned. They could not have imagined that mysterious powerhouse appearing again and even revealing killing intent toward them. Yes, sir, do not be angry. We are leaving immediately." Spies and missing men from various factions hastily fled toward the outskirts of Rain Village. As for the unconscious genin, no one cared for them. Chunin-level ninja escaped swiftly. Not only did they flee Rain Village at top speed, but they also risked their lives to escape the land of Rain itself, for they were uncertain whether Gongsun Haoyan meant leave Rain Village or the land of Rain. Half a day later, the vast majority of Chunin had left the land of Rain. The moment they stepped out, they collapsed to the ground. Those who had not yet escaped seemed pumped with adrenaline, continuing to flee beyond the country's borders. Gongsun Haoyan was very satisfied with this outcome. Glancing at the genin-level ninja and samurai lying helpless on the ground, he showed no mercy whatsoever. With Kamehameha, he dispatched them all. After completing all this, he flew back to high altitude to avoid prying eyes, then headed toward Konoha. Soon after Gongsun Haoyan returned to Konoha, the various major factions of the ninja world already knew that a powerful figure named Gongsun Haoyan had been wreaking havoc in the Rain Hidden Village. While the major factions were debating who Gongsun Haoyan truly was, Jiraiya encountered a Konoha ninja sent to find him. The ninja handed over a letter from Hiruzen Sarutobi, and after reading it, Jiraiya hesitated. If not for having lost hope that Konoha could help him find the person he sought, he might have considered their suggestion. But when he saw Hiruzen's suspicion that Guihai Haidao might be the mysterious figure he was looking for, his first reaction was to wonder if his teacher intended to use him to confront Guihai Haidao on behalf of Mount Myaboku. However, this thought flashed through his mind and vanished. He resumed his deliberations, and upon careful reflection, he found Hiruzen's reasoning reasonable. "Alright, I understand. You may return." "Yes." Upon receiving Jiraiya's response, the Konoha ninja departed. Once alone, Jiraiya found himself conflicted once more. Grandpa Guihai's situation does somewhat align with what the Toad Sage described as the requirements, but Grandpa Guihai doesn't seem like someone who would threaten the ninja world, does he? In truth, he had no desire to share information about Guihai Haidao with Mount Myaboku. After all, Guihai Haidao was Tsunade's grandfather. Moreover, if Guihai Haidao were truly as formidable as suspected, Mount Myaboku would hardly pose any threat to him. After deep contemplation, he ultimately decided to inform Mount Myaboku. Compared to the safety of the ninja world, all other matters must yield. While Jiraiya made his decision regarding Mount Myaboku, Gongsun Haoyan was occupied with matters in Konoha. "Taohua, please fetch Lady Mito at once. Tell her I wish to construct a sealing barrier for deep seclusion." "Husband, this is." "Taohua, I will remain in the mist-hidden village for some time. Do as I say. Also notify the Tao family. I wish to see them." "Understood." Senju Taohua knew better than to press further, so she rose immediately and went to find Uzumaki Mito. Uzumaki Mito did not hesitate at Gongsun Haoyan's request. She immediately gathered sealing ninja from the Senju clan and headed to his residence. Guihai Xiaotao arrived as well, accompanied by Mato Dai and Mato Sakura. Guihai Xiaotao noticed her father lacked his usual warmth, instead appearing sullen and displeased. Gongsun Haoyan was perplexed by his daughter's demeanor. Senju Taohua swiftly pulled him aside to explain. When she revealed that his daughter resented him for taking a concubine younger than herself, and that Xiaotao even suspected an improper relationship between him and Tsunade, Gongsun Haoyan sighed. "Oh, never mind. I'll speak with her after dinner." Gongsun Haoyan set aside Xiaotao's mood, and instead beckoned Mato Dai and Mato Sakura over. He intended to assess their capabilities. Upon realizing his father-in-law and master wished to test his strength, Mato Dai grew deeply uneasy. "Father-in-law, what is this?" He feared Gongsun Haoyan was merely finding an excuse to reprimand him. "Enough nonsense. Would I ever harm you, or Sakura? Having no choice, Mado Dai hurriedly led Sakura into the forest. Dai, demonstrate your strength first. Mado Dai knew he could not evade this trial. Summoning his utmost speed, he charged toward Gongsun Haoyan, and without hesitation unleashed his Rance kick. Mid-leap, his other leg followed in rapid succession. Mado Dai treated the Rance kick as his primary offensive technique, striking from both limbs in rapid alternation. Gongsun Haoyan faced the assault with calm composure, shattering each incoming air blade with precisely timed finger gun strikes the moment they formed. Seeing his Rance kick effortlessly dismantled by his master, Mado Dai immediately opened the 5 gates of the 8 trigrams formation, specifically the delivery gate. His strength and speed surged several-fold, yet this remained insufficient against Gongsun Haoyan. The elders simply guided the force of Dai's kicks at their moment of decay, subtly redirecting his legs and completely disrupting his attacking rhythm. Gongsun Haoyan held back and did not press the advantage excessively. After repeatedly disturbing Dai's rhythm, the young man himself recognized the flaw and halted his assault. Father-in-law, this. Dai, your strength and combat techniques have reached an impressive level. However, your reactions still lag behind your attack speed. This stems from your inability to perceive your opponent's forthcoming movements. Your current power already reaches Kage level, which is commendable. What you must now cultivate is your perception. Though I am not a ninja, I have some insight into perception training. My personal method of cultivating perception would be difficult for you to master, so I have devised an alternative using chakra to heighten your 6 senses. I name this method the chakra version of Kenbunchaku Haki. This chakra-based Kenbunchaku Haki requires cultivation of in-release chakra first, then channeling it to sharpen your 6 senses. Once you can anticipate your opponent's actions in battle, you have succeeded. Furthermore, when you reach the stage of materializing in-release chakra, you may coat your entire body with it, rendering ordinary ninja tools ineffective. I call this Busashoka Haki. Additionally, by reversing the flow of in-release chakra and merging it with your will-killing intent or genjutsu, you can exert intimidation or spiritual pressure upon those nearby. I term this Haushika Haki. I collectively refer to these as the 3 colors of Haki. You and Tao Hua should study their cultivation methods together, and once perfected, they shall become the hallmark of your Mado lineage. That concludes today's instruction. You may return now. I shall proceed to perform meridian purification for Sakura. Meridian purification. Mado Dai's interest was instantly piqued. He had already learned from his mother-in-law the benefits of meridian purification and had long hoped to consult Gongsun Haoyan about its possibilities. However, since Gongsun Haoyan had not been in Konoha previously, he had never had the opportunity to inquire further. Father-in-law, might Tao Hua and I. Dismissed. Your 8 trigrams formation is already a forbidden art that drains your cellular potential. Your body cells are far too depleted for meridian purification at your current state. Sakura and Tao Hua are different. They are eligible for purification now. As for you, Dai, you must wait until I break through to a higher realm before such treatment becomes possible for you. Upon hearing that her grandfather was about to purify her body and marrow, mating perked up instantly. Grandfather, I heard from grandmother that body and marrow purification is excruciatingly painful. Does grandfather know of any way to ease the suffering? Littling body and marrow purification is inherently agonizing, and grandfather has no real remedy. However, rest assured, since you are still so young, the impurities in your body are relatively minimal, so the pain you endure will be considerably less. Of course, the efficacy will not be compromised in the slightest. Hearing this, Mei-Ying was overjoyed. She was no longer a little child of tender years. Though she had never attended the ninja academy, she had long cultivated chakra and ninja techniques alongside her mother. Moreover, she was well aware of the drawbacks associated with chakra cultivation, which was precisely why she had remained quietly observant just now. Gongsun Haoyan instructed Mei-Ying to sit upon the ground, took his seat opposite her, and then placed his palm gently upon the crown of her head. This time, bolstered by the augmentation of his divine sense, Gongsun Haoyan had an exceptionally clear understanding of the condition of Mei-Ying's cells. Upon observing that her cells, even at merely 10 years of age, already showed signs of slight malnourishment, a flicker of blame surfaced in his mind toward his own daughter and son-in-law. However, this was not the moment for such thoughts. He quickly began channeling his magical energy, meticulously nurturing Mei-Ying's cells with pinpoint precision. As Gongsun Haoyan released his energy with exacting control, Mei-Ying's body cells voraciously absorbed it. Once every cell in Mei-Ying's body had been fully revitalized to their pre-refinement state, Gongsun Haoyan started drawing upon the natural energy of heaven and earth to begin the body and marrow purification. The instant natural energy flooded into Mei-Ying's cells, her expression shifted dramatically. A profuse sweat broke out across her forehead without delay. Littling, hold firm. Grandfather, it hurts so much. Littling, endure it. Begin to sense the natural energy within your body now. If you can succeed in feeling it, your future prospects will be boundless. Upon hearing that she could achieve a brilliantly promising future, Mei-Ying immediately set her teeth and resolved to persevere through the torment. Gongsun Haoyan hastily signaled Mate Dai to bring a towel. He then instructed Mating to bite down on it, and continued the purification process. As natural energy continuously scoured through Mate Ying's cells, an unceasing stream of dark, crimson impurities welled from her body. With each impurity expelled, her strength steadily grew. Ugh! How foul! Ugh! Mate Dai could no longer bear the stench, and retched violently. Witnessing her father's reaction, Mating herself could scarcely endure any longer. She gave a cold snort. If she were not currently overwhelmed by unbearable pain and rendered immobile, she would have certainly splattered her own father. Littling focus entirely on sensing the natural energy. Mating immediately refocused her attention, immersing herself once more in the perception of natural energy. Minutes ticked by one after another. An hour later, as the impurities within Mate Ying's body were almost entirely expelled, Gongsun Haoyan ceased, drawing upon the natural energy from heaven and earth. The very moment Gongsun Haoyan stopped, Mating could no longer hold on. Simultaneously, a series of rumbling sounds issued from her lower abdomen. Dai take littling back. She needs to relieve herself. Understood. Biting his lip and holding his breath, Mate Dai hoisted his daughter into his arms and departed. No sooner had he left than Gongsun Haoyan spoke. Orochimaru, what brings you here? Grandfather Goehai, this junior was aware that you had returned, and therefore came to pay respects. Orochimaru, there is no need to test me. I had previously been in seclusion. Gongsun Haoyan knew Orochimaru to be sharp-witted and fully aware that concealment from him was impossible. Yet he would not confess. He trusted that Orochimaru dared not expose his true identity. Grandfather Goehai, I witnessed you just now performing body and marrow purification upon your granddaughter. I wonder if this junior might also experience a portion of natural energy. Orochimaru, are you certain? Grandfather Goehai, you are truly mine. Gongsun Haoyan said this, and he had already grasped the reason behind Orochimaru's sudden appearance. Orochimaru, do you harbor no fear? Grandfather Goehai, should you wish to kill me, I would not possess the capacity to resist. Furthermore, I am aware that you and my master are adversaries. I can provide you with the latest intelligence regarding the Konoha High Command, as well as perform other tasks for you. Orochimaru, do you understand what you are proposing? Grandfather Goehai, I am fully aware of what I am doing. I also know that you disdain the position of Hokage within Konoha. However, I understand that you desire Tsunade to become Hokage. With my assistance, the difficulty of helping her attain that position will be considerably reduced. Orochimaru, do you believe I care who serves as Hokage? Gongsun Haoyan fixed Orochimaru with an expressionless gaze. Grandfather Goehai, you may not care who assumes the role of Hokage of Konoha, but I know that you have concealed your true strength all along in preparation for confronting Lord Sage's Himura Otsutsuki. Should you intend to confront Lord Sage's Himura Otsutsuki, you will naturally require allies capable of holding back his puppets. If Tsunade and I can free ourselves from Lord Sage's control and cultivate a faction within Konoha untouched by his influence, the obstacles you will face in the future will be substantially diminished. Moreover, I have already given this considerable thought. The fact that Lord Sage's Himura Otsutsuki has observed the ninja world's millennium of turmoil with indifference indicates that he possesses means unknown to the masses. Grandfather Goehai, your reclusion within Konoha necessarily implies that those hidden means of Lord Sage's are intimately connected to Konoha itself. Orochimaru fell silent at this point. Orochimaru, you are indeed one of the rarest intelligent minds in the ninja world. However, you are still far too self-assured. Come take a seat. Thank you, Grandfather Goehai. Hearing this, Orochimaru's previous apprehension dissolved. He hurriedly approached Gongsun Haoyan and sat cross-legged upon the ground. Turn around. Oh. Suppressing his inner excitement, Orochimaru rose and repositioned himself with his back to Gongsun Haoyan. Observing Orochimaru's posture, Gongsun Haoyan wasted no words. He employed his divine sense to capture the natural energy dispersed throughout heaven and earth, then proceeded to infuse it directly into Orochimaru's body. The instant Orochimaru's body made contact with the natural energy, his entire expression contorted into an agonizing distortion. Gongsun Haoyan took no effort to ease his suffering. Orochimaru was no ordinary person. His conviction was extraordinarily resolute. He endured Gongsun Haoyan's brutal infusion, striving valiantly to remain utterly motionless. Witnessing such determination in Orochimaru, Gongsun Haoyan could not help but give a silent nod of approval. Roughly an hour later, Gongsun Haoyan brought the process to a halt. When Gongsun Haoyan ceased infusing natural energy, Orochimaru collapsed onto the ground like a great serpent bereft of its spine. Yet within Orochimaru's heart, overwhelming joy surged. Though he had not succeeded in perceiving natural energy, his physical strength and chakra reserves had undergone a dramatic, earth-shattering transformation. After resting for a while, Orochimaru stood up again and hurriedly addressed Gongsun Haoyan. Thank you, Grandfather Goehai. Orochimaru, you must remember your promise. Naturally. I am renowned for my integrity, and besides, I am no fool. I would not invite trouble upon myself. Then be on your way. Your stench is truly unbearable now. Then I take my leave. After Orochimaru departed, Gongsun Haoyan carefully sensed the surroundings. Only after confirming there were no other chakra-wielding beings from Konoha did he feel at ease and return home. Meanwhile, upon receiving news of the Guihai sword-bearer, the great Toad Sage of Mount Myaboku did not immediately dispatch toads to Konoha for reconnaissance. Instead, he sent his descendants throughout the shinobi world to gather all available intelligence regarding the Guihai sword-bearer. Fukasaku and Shima, observing their elder's unconventional approach, felt perplexed. Elder, why not simply send someone directly to Konoha to investigate? Why go to such lengths? Fukasaku, Shima, do you truly believe those in Konoha know much about this Guihai sword-bearer? He has managed to remain concealed within Konoha for so long despite possessing strength capable of threatening their rule. This demonstrates he is a man of extraordinary patience and restraint. The Konoha leadership, fully aware of his power, has dared not confront him, indicating they recognize they stand no match against him. One such as him can never be approached with insufficient caution. Moreover, the fact that his strength has kept Konoha's elders from making any rash moves suggests he possesses power comparable to at least that of Tobirama Senju. But these considerations are not the most critical. What truly matters is the possibility that he may be that mysterious figure. If he discovers we have sent agents to Konoha to investigate him, what do you think he would do? You are right, Elder. Your foresight is far more thorough. I understand your suspicions that Konoha's leadership may be exploiting us. Indeed, your concerns hold merit. Yet they have at least provided us with leads, have they not? Elder, if the Guihai sword-bearer is indeed the person we seek, how should we deal with him? Foolish Fukasaku. If he truly is that mysterious powerhouse, we naturally cannot act directly. Instead, we should make his whereabouts public knowledge. I imagine no one in the shinobi world wishes to live with a sword perpetually suspended above their heads, capable of falling at any moment. As the Great Toad Sage was instructing, Fukasaku, Gamabunta suddenly arrived. Great Sage, Elder, urgent report. That mysterious powerhouse has appeared in the land of rain once more. He has seized control of the Rain Village and publicly revealed his identity. This is highly irregular. Could this be an imposter? Elder, it has been confirmed. That person is indeed the mysterious powerhouse. The moment he appeared, he intimidated everyone within the Rain Village. This is what those ninja who escaped, were driven out, have reported. Furthermore, a group of civilians who had remained in the Rain Village has emerged. According to them, corpses lie scattered throughout the village, a scene no less gruesome than that of a mass massacre. Gamabunta, what did this mysterious powerhouse call himself? Great Sage, he identified himself as Gongsun Haoyan. He has also declared that the land of rain shall henceforth be his territory, and any ninja who enters shall be put to death without mercy. The ancient wrinkles on the Great Toad Sage's face deepened further. He still could not fathom why this Gongsun Haoyan had chosen to act in such a manner. Fukasaku, send for young Jiraiya. Have him find a way to ascertain the situation within the Rain Village. Elder, that may not be possible. When Jiraiya departed last time, he stated he intends to devote himself entirely to training his 3 disciples. Do you think young Jiraiya has discovered something? Elder, I hardly think so. I believe young Jiraiya has been deeply shaken. He had long believed that Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara were dead, and that no powerhouse in the shinobi world could ever rival them. Yet suddenly encountering 2 warriors in the land of rain who matched their legendary prowess would inevitably have struck a blow to his confidence. That is quite possible. By the way, have you made any progress regarding the mysterious Jianghu Baixiaoxing? Elder, this is rather difficult. Fukasaku, surely you are not telling me we have uncovered absolutely nothing. Elder, all we have managed to trace is that the Jianghu Baixiaoxing is likely in Konoha. Beyond that, we know nothing further. After all, that figure has never made a public appearance. I suspect the Guihai sword-bearer may actually be the Baixiaoxing himself. Suspicions? Precisely. The work, the love and hatred between the god of the shinobi world and the shinobi Shura, written by the Jianghu Baixiaoxing, was posted from Konoha. There are numerous people in Konoha who are aware of the circumstances surrounding Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama, which is why we have been unable to confirm the author's identity. Your reasoning holds merit. The Guihai sword-bearer is certainly a prime suspect. However, we cannot rule out others, particularly Mito Uzumaki and the elder non-shinobi members of the Senju clan, as they all possess motive. Elder, then, should we continue our investigation? Let it rest. The shinobi world is currently fraught with turmoil, and we lack sufficient manpower. We must focus our efforts on that mysterious powerhouse instead. Yes. Upon learning of the upheaval in the land of rain, the major factions across the shinobi world were thrown into panic. The leadership of the 4 great villages, unwilling to return to an era dominated by Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara, swiftly endorsed Sarutobi Hiruzen's proposal to convene the Kage Summit. Meanwhile, upon learning that the mysterious powerhouse had forbidden all ninja from entering the land of rain, Jiraiya pondered extensively before deciding to take Yahiko and the others to Konoha. However, he encountered an obstacle. Nagato adamantly refused to go to Konoha, which gave Jiraiya considerable distress. Ultimately forced to abandon the plan, Jiraiya began wandering across the shinobi world with Yahiko and his companions. What Jiraiya and the others did not know was that every move they made was under the surveillance of white Zetsu clones. Upon witnessing Jiraiya's attempt to take them away, a clone grew alarmed and immediately relayed the matter to the black and white Zetsu. After deliberation, the black and white Zetsu concluded that Jiraiya had become somewhat of an obstacle. They resolved to devise a means of separating him from Nagato. Meanwhile, Gongsun Haoyan stayed at home for only a single day before departing from Konoha. That day had been exhausting. He not only underwent the body purification ritual for all his family members, but also taught them the chakra-infused 3 colors haki and 6 forms, instructing them to practice and ponder on their own. After leaving Konoha, he made his way directly toward the hidden rain village in the rain country. Upon arriving in the rain country, he deployed his divine sense to conduct a thorough sweep of the entire region. He spared no creature possessing chakra. Even an insect with even a trace of chakra was cleaved in twain by his blade. After traversing the entirety of the rain country, Gongsun Haoyan discovered that its geography did indeed resemble descriptions found in certain fan fiction. A massive mountain range separated the rain country from the wind and bird countries, and this range not only isolated the wind and bird countries from each other, but also kept the rain country separated from the earth country by sheer cliffs and precipices. Having thoroughly examined the surroundings of the rain country, Gongsun Haoyan grew puzzled. How had the former Rybesian half-hidden managed to launch a surprise assault all the way to the Iron Country, which lay across both the grass and soup countries? However, after some thought, Gongsun Haoyan dismissed the question. After all, the soup country was barely larger than the rain country itself, and the grass country was even smaller than the rain country. Having finished surveying the areas surrounding the rain country, Gongsun Haoyan once again made a conspicuous departure toward the grass country, which bordered the rain country. When the hidden grass village learned that Gongsun Haoyan had crossed the border between the rain and fire countries, panic spread through their ranks. Knowing their chances of survival were slim, the village leadership immediately gathered their most trusted confidants and fled toward Konoha in the fire country. The strongest warrior of the hidden grass village was their grass Kage, who was merely an elite jonin. He naturally dared not oppose Gongsun Haoyan. After fleeing with his confidants and the village leadership, the daimyo of the grass country also received word of the threat. He offered no resistance and made the same choice as the grass Kage. Once the grass daimyo fled, the nobles of the grass country saw their leader abandon them and panicked, scattering in every direction. They abandoned all their wealth and possessions, taking only what they could carry on their person, for survival was their only concern now. Watching the cowardly nobles of the grass country flee toward the fire country, Gongsun Haoyan paid them no mind and pressed onward toward the hidden grass village with relentless force. Any ninja he encountered along the way were threatened and driven out of the grass country, while all chakra-powered ninja beasts and insects were killed without mercy. Gongsun Haoyan's actions naturally caused growing unease among the major powers of the ninja world. They could see clearly that he found the rain country too small and its environment too harsh. He intended to claim the grass country as well. After driving out the ninja of the grass country, Gongsun Haoyan made a direct proclamation to the common people. He declared that he was taking the land under his control and that they would now be his subjects. The common folk of the grass country were utterly bewildered by Gongsun Haoyan's sudden appearance. Had he not been hovering in the sky the entire time, they would have surely thought him mad. The ordinary soldiers of the grass country found themselves torn. Frankly, they possessed far greater awareness than common civilians, yet this was their first encounter with someone bold enough to openly declare the grass country as their own territory. Indeed, Gongsun Haoyan's act of declaring himself king was seen as an unprecedented rebellion in the eyes of the grass country's common soldiers. Such a thing had never occurred in the ninja world. Not even Senju Hashirama had ever claimed sovereignty over his own lands. Even the formidable early Konoha showed outward submission to the fire country's daimyo. Gongsun Haoyan's self-proclamation was a complete disregard for the thousand-year traditions of the ninja world. The ninja world had seen successful rebellions before, but those nobles who rose against the daimyo always possessed considerable status and lineage. At minimum, their ancestors had been connected to the daimyo's bloodline. Their uprisings were framed as vengeance for their ancestors' wrongs, and upon victory, they proclaimed that the daimyo's throne rightfully belonged to their forebears, legitimizing their succession through inherited claims. He could not fathom how the people of this world thought, yet the common folk genuinely accepted such reasoning. Gongsun Haoyan had cleared the entire grass country in just 3 days. During those 3 days he did encounter difficulties, but one particular trouble had caught him completely off guard. While clearing out the hidden grass village, Gongsun Haoyan discovered numerous war orphans. Children of ninja, who had been abandoned by the village itself, the eldest among them only 5 or 6 years old. But what struck him most was not merely their numbers. Among them were multiple red-haired orphans, clearly descendants of the Uzumaki clan. Gongsun Haoyan had originally intended to eliminate all creatures possessing chakra. However, with no allies beside himself, he resolved instead to mold these orphans into his own instruments. Though these orphans would serve as living surveillance for the six-path sage Otsutsuki Hamori, he could cultivate them as tools to destabilize the ninja world. and he had already conceived how to counter the Six Paths Sage. The reason the Six Paths Sage Otsutsuki Hamari wielded such influence over the ninja world was precisely because he had maintained the illusion of being its greatest founder. If the Six Paths Sage could achieve this, why couldn't he, Gongsun Haoyan? After all, hadn't the sage preached that mutual understanding alone could bring peace to the ninja world? Then why couldn't I, Gongsun Haoyan, advocate for the unification of the ninja world? Gongsun Haoyan felt a sense of purpose crystallize within him. He then thought the Six Paths Sage seeks to perpetuate the reincarnation cycle of Ashura and Indra, does he not? Then what if I, Gongsun Haoyan, capture the mothers responsible for their rebirths? Let us see how he would fare then. He had not initially planned this course of action. The protagonist's mother in the ninja world was still too young, and he had preferred to avoid entangling himself in the complications of this world. But unconsciously he had already destabilized the fundamental balance of power. If he did not reassess his approach, now the consequences for the ninja world would be unpredictable. This shift in his thinking made him realize how many opportunities he had squandered. For instance, had he awakened sooner, he could have helped his daughter seize the Hokage position in Konoha and used it as a springboard to unify the ninja world outright. Why rebuild from scratch in the rain and grass countries when Konoha's strength was already established? After reconsidering, Gongsun Haoyan decided to recruit more allies. Those he sought needed not only formidable strength, but also specialized expertise, talented administrators, healers, educators, artisans, and others of their ilk. After all, a nation required an abundance of such talents. At present, the only one he could think of was Tsunade. Moreover, he needed a proxy, someone not merely powerful enough, but also discontent with the current order of the ninja world. Fortunately, Tsunade at this moment was precisely the most suitable candidate. While Gongsun Haoyan was scheming over Tsunade, the daimyos of the 5 great nations had nearly all received intelligence from the Land of Grass. The daimyo of the Land of Grass had convened the daimyos of the 5 great nations, requesting that the daimyo of the Land of Fire help him reclaim the Land of Grass. Although the daimyos of the 5 great nations were covetous of the benefits promised by the daimyo of the Land of Grass, they also knew this undertaking would be extraordinarily difficult. Back then, Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara may not have held the daimyos in high esteem, but at least there were 2 equally matched masters who could keep each other in check, allowing the daimyos to mediate between them. But the situation had changed entirely now. The ninja world no longer possessed anyone capable of matching Gongsun Haoyan. Even mediation was now impossible. Yet they had not entirely abandoned hope. Reports of events transpiring at the border between the Land of Rain and Konoha still left them clinging to a sliver of hope. They could not help but think, if only that defeated powerhouse were still alive. Therefore, not only did the daimyos of the 5 great nations issue a crusade decree against Gongsun Haoyan to the 5 hidden villages, they also commanded the villages to locate the individual who had fought Gongsun Haoyan at the border between the Land of Rain and the Land of Fire. The elders of the 5 hidden villages gazed at the daimyo's handwritten letter and fell into deep contemplation. Konoha Hokage's office. Danzo, with Sarutobi absent at present, shall the 3 of us discuss the orders from the daimyo. And what is there to deliberate? That Gongsun Haoyan is indeed too powerful, but if he intends to establish a nation, let him do so. Once his new state is secured, it will inevitably be burdened by governance, and his threat to us will diminish. Kohara, one cannot say it so simply. Do you truly believe he will grow complacent after founding his nation? Kohara, Danzo speaks the truth. Every nascent state possesses aggressive instincts. Once his country recovers its vigor, the nations bordering it will undoubtedly become his targets. Moreover, the Land of Fire enjoys the most favorable conditions and resources in the ninja world. His ambitions will inevitably be directed toward us. And Danzo, if it comes to this, shall we simply prevent him from establishing his nation? Kohara, you think far too naively. Gongsun Haoyan's strength is beyond our capacity to restrain. My suggestion is that we restrict him merely in terms of personnel. Furthermore, establishing a nation is no simple task. Currently, the Land of Grass and the Land of Rain possess nothing but a handful of commoners. No infrastructure, not even a single ninja. To build a state, he requires many specialists. If we simply block the flow of talent into these lands, we can suffice. My greatest concern is what will happen if he cannot recruit even a single talent. Might he turn hostile? And that is precisely my worry as well. Gongsun Haoyan's strength is simply too tremendous. He fears no one. If we go too far, he will certainly march upon our Konoha, bringing the very real threat of annihilation upon our village. Indeed, if we do not remove this danger, we shall forever live under the shadow of destruction. Might we not appropriately provide him with some talents? Absolutely not. Koharu, apart from the fact that such an act would amount to aiding our enemy, do you really believe the other hidden villages and daimyos would simply stand aside and watch? Moreover, even if the daimyos and the other hidden villages agreed, we still could not do it. Koharu, that Gongsun Haoyan is far too enigmatic and domineering. Not a single one of our ninja operates within the territory he currently occupies. If we were to covertly send talents into his domain, and he later used them as an excuse, claiming they were our spies, To wage war against us, we would not even have the chance to explain ourselves. And your concerns are well-founded. Such incidents have after all occurred before. Shimura Danzo recognized that Mizuki truly deserved his reputation as a statesman, his insights remarkably perceptive. In his heart, Danzo had already made up his mind, should he become Hokage Mizuki and would serve as his trusted advisor. Neither this nor that works. Then what exactly are we to do? We must remember that time waits for no one. Tenzin Koharu grew anxious. As a woman, her political acumen was naturally somewhat lacking. Koharu, we must address the daimyo's request, but we cannot comply entirely. Proceed to the daimyo's residence at once and explain the gravity of the situation to him. Danzo immediately ordered his men to seek out Hiruzen, urging him to confer with the other Kage regarding this matter. Additionally, dispatch forces immediately to sever all transportation routes between the Land of Fire and both the Land of Grass and the Land of Rain. Commoners may enter the Land of Fire, but they must not be permitted to pass through it to reach the Land of Rain or the Land of Grass. We must prevent those desperate commoners from fleeing to the Land of Grass and the Land of Rain. And is this not going too far? Koharu, though the Land of Fire appears exceedingly prosperous, the common folk at the lower rungs of society scarcely have enough to eat or wear. If Gongsun Haoyan establishes sovereign nations in the Land of Grass and the Land of Rain, they will flock there in droves. After all, opportunities abound there. Even if those opportunities do not fall to them directly, the vast tracts of undeveloped land require only diligent farming, and such labor would yield a far more comfortable existence than what they endure within the Land of Fire. I see now. Shimura Danzo and Tenzin Koharu finally understood the gap that separated them from Mizuki. What defines a statesman? Such talents cannot be found just anywhere, especially in a place like Konoha, where its inhabitants are largely driven by brawn rather than brains. It becomes even more conspicuous. Had Mizuki-en's combat prowess and cultivation aptitude been even slightly superior, the position of Hokage would not have belonged to either Sarutobi Hiruzen or Shimura Danzo. Konoha remained above all else a place where strength spoke louder than wisdom. Without sufficient power, even the sharpest mind was rendered useless. The three Konoha elders dispersed to attend to their respective duties. Meanwhile, the other hidden villages enacted nearly identical measures. Their final decisions were largely similar, for every faction capable of maintaining its foothold in this world naturally possessed its share of wise minds. Though their brilliance might differ in degree, the outcome was essentially the same. After settling the provisions for the war orphans from the grass-hidden village, Gongsun Haoyan immediately took flight toward the Fire Country's capital. Rather than descending upon arrival, he hovered high above, scanning for Tsunade's chakra signature. Gongsun Haoyan harbored no intention of meeting Tsunade himself. He merely wanted her to willingly travel to the grass-hidden village and assume control of all its affairs, while he would remain behind in the rain-hidden village to continue his cultivation. Using his divine sense, Gongsun Haoyan scoured the Fire Country capital for nearly a full day before finally locating Tsunade. She was currently in an intense phase of cultivation, practicing relentlessly within her rented courtyard, determined to master the chakra-infused version of life recovery. Heaven rewards perseverance. After arduous days of dedicated practice, Tsunade finally made remarkable progress. Just as she was about to take a brief respite, a glint of cold light shot toward her courtyard at tremendous speed. Before Tsunade could perceive the anomaly, the cold light had already embedded itself deeply into the stone pavement of the courtyard. Startled, Tsunade cautiously surveyed her surroundings before turning her gaze to the kunai. The weapon itself was utterly ordinary, but what distinguished it was the folded paper not tied to its hilt. Given the sudden kunai strike, Tsunade dared not show the slightest carelessness. She dispatched a shadow clone to investigate first, and only after confirming no threat from Konoha did she retrieve the paper note from the kunai's hilt. With a complicated mix of emotions, Tsunade unfolded the paper note. Upon reading the single line written upon it, she was even more utterly bewildered. Do you wish to unite the shinobi world? Do you desire your own hidden village? If so, make your way to the grass-hidden village. But doesn't the grass-hidden village already have a leader? Having been immersed in cultivation throughout this period, Tsunade remained entirely unaware of recent events across the shinobi world. She hadn't even bothered with fresh provisions, instead stocking a massive amount of ingredients into her storage scroll long ago, simply taking what she needed as she pleased. Realizing that something monumental must have transpired during her seclusion, Tsunade decided it was time to venture out and gather intelligence. Having observed Tsunade receive and read his note, Gongsun Haoyan departed without delay. Gongsun Haoyan understood clearly that establishing a nation within the shinobi world was no trivial matter. The world was not dominated solely by shinobi. Nations were still primarily inhabited by ordinary people, and alongside their shinobi forces, each major nation maintained essential conventional military units. The reason the daimyos of the wind, fire, lightning, earth, and water nations remained firmly entrenched on their thrones was precisely because each commanded armed forces entirely loyal to them. Yes, gunpowder forces. The daimyo's increasing dominance stemmed from the fact that their gunpowder troops were no longer the feeble relics of the Warring States period. Moreover, Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara, those terrorizers of the Warring States era, were long gone. Attitudes toward shinobi among the great daimyos had shifted dramatically. If not for their fear of assassination by overwhelmingly powerful shinobi, the daimyos would never have tolerated the continued existence of the hidden villages. Though the shinobi world harbored individuals powerful enough to pose grave threats to the daimyos, the hidden villages also dared not rashly scheme against them. After all, those possessing transcendent combat strength were still human, still bearing vulnerabilities. The daimyos of the 5 great nations understood perfectly. They did not lack the desire to eliminate the shinobi, but they were well aware of the risks. An implicit understanding had formed neither side would interfere with the other's domain. Of course, the daimyos provided necessary financial support to the hidden villages, and in return the villages assumed the duty of external defense. Furthermore, the daimyos secretly harbored calculations to use wars to weaken the shinobi and the hidden villages, and their schemes had been remarkably successful. The leadership of the 5 great hidden villages naturally were fully aware of this reality. Yet they chose to endure it, for they could exploit warfare to further their own interests and those of their clans. Thus they came to accept the one nation, one village system. If Gongsun Haoyan intended to build a nation, he would certainly not be as short-sighted as Jiraiya's contemporary Samo Yuhanzo. A powerful nation in the shinobi world required not only elite hidden villages and shinobi, but also formidable gunpowder forces. If a nation's military were entirely dictated by shinobi, then what purpose would his nation-building serve? Had he come to this world merely to cultivate fodder for the 6 Paths Sage Otsutsuki hammer? Naturally not. Gongsun Haoyan's reason for having Tsunade establish a hidden village was to liberate himself from ninja obligations, allowing him to continue his cultivation uninterrupted. Moreover, his goal was never to become nobility. In his eyes, the very concept of nobility was a joke. Gongsun Haoyan's true objective was to plunge the shinobi world into chaos. Once a powerful individual established a new nation, countless others would inevitably follow suit, causing both the shinobi system and the noble order to crumble. What the 6 Paths Sage had orchestrated would become nothing but a mockery. What fate-chosen child would bring peace to the shinobi world? That was absolute nonsense. Nevertheless, Gongsun Haoyan's actions were also aimed squarely at the 6 Paths Sage Otsutsuki Hamura. Though he had already resolved to claim the mothers of the 2 destined children, he feared that the 6 Paths Sage might simply father them through other women to continue his grand design. Therefore, Gongsun Haoyan chose to plunge the shinobi world into turmoil. Gongsun Haoyan could only utter one thing: whether the shinobi world descends into chaos depends entirely on me, Gongsun Haoyan. After departing the Fire Country capital, Gongsun Haoyan flew toward the land of craftsmen, intending to recruit skilled artisans. With these craftsmen, he could manufacture flintlock muskets and cannons, granting the ordinary soldiers of the Grass Country considerable combat capability. At the very moment Gongsun Haoyan departed the Fire Country capital, the 5 Kage summit commenced in the Land of Iron. General Samaru of the Land of Iron held this summit in extraordinarily high regard. In truth, the entire nation was deeply invested, for given the circumstances, the Land of Iron was highly likely to suffer the same fate as the lands of rain and grass. Honored guests, on behalf of the daimyo of the Land of Iron, I extend our warmest welcome. The 5 Kage Summit now officially begins. But before we commence, the daimyo has asked me to convey the following: should you decide to wage war against Gongsun Haoyan, the Land of Iron stands ready to provide material support. General Samaru's stance was entirely within the Kage's expectations. After all, the Land of Iron shared a border with Gongsun Haoyan's territory, separated only by the Land of Hot Water. The Land of Hot Water had once been the most militarily powerful nation outside the 5 great nations, but that era had passed. The Land of Hot Water now was pitifully weak, perhaps even inferior to the Land of Iron. General Samaru, surely you are well aware of Gongsun Haoyan's strength. Are you certain we can defeat him? Lady Mizuka, you jest. You are all among the paramount powerhouses of the shinobi world. If even you cannot handle Gongsun Haoyan, then pray tell, does anyone in this world possess the means to oppose him? Hiruzen Sarutobi and the other Kage had been somewhat intoxicated by Captain Senju's flattery, yet they were all aware of their own true capabilities, so they quickly regained their composure. Captain Senju, to be frank, we also wish to eliminate Gongsun Haoyan, but facing such a formidable expert, I must confess I am not up to the task. You may think I am blowing things out of proportion, but as one who personally witnessed the battle between the first Hokage and Uchiha Madara, I must say that our strength does not rival that of the first Hokage and Uchiha Madara in the slightest. I endorse the Hokage's words. When my teacher, the second Tsuchikage Mu, and I once traveled to Konoha to negotiate an alliance, we happened upon Uchiha Madara. His majestic bearing remains vividly etched in my memory. Tsuchikage, do you not think you are overstating the matter? I acknowledge that the first Hokage and Uchiha Madara possessed extraordinary power, but is Gongsun Haoyan truly that formidable? Moreover, is he genuinely one of the experts who fought at the border between the land of fire and the land of rain? Raikage, do you suspect that Gongsun Haoyin is a pretender playing the fool? No, I merely harbor doubts. After all, that Gongsun Haoyin only eliminated a group of genin. Do you have concrete evidence that he is the same individual who defeated Zono Sanma? Hokage, is that not the case? I never encountered the first Hokage or Uchiha Madara, so I would like to test that Gongsun Haoyin myself. Heh. Raikage, I believe you are attempting to provoke another shinobi world war. Gongsun Haoyin's territory borders our land of earth, land of wind, and land of fire. Should we engage him in all-out war, the three nations will inevitably suffer his retaliation. Your land of lightning lies far from his domain and will not be drawn into the conflict. After discerning Gongsun Haoyin's true capabilities, your nation could sit back and reap the benefits. Is that not so? Such a kid, you paint me far too darkly. Hey Raikage, your Kumogakure has been dominated by martial factions since its very founding. Your village has always aspired to hegemony over the shinobi world. You call me sinister. The two-scaled Mujin offered the third Raikage not an ounce of courtesy. Such a kid, that is not how one should phrase it. If Gongsun Haoyin is truly as powerful as claimed, and we major villages fail to eliminate him before he establishes his nation, destruction awaits us all. Would you not rather avoid facing threats from both the daimyo and Gongsun Haoyin simultaneously? The Raikage's words carry weight. Everyone, I suggest we first ascertain Gongsun Haoyin's strength and intentions. If he truly seeks to unify the shinobi world, we shall inevitably become his targets. It would be wiser to eliminate him before he establishes his nation rather than wait until he has consolidated power and sends forces against us. For we must remember that we now face him alone. But once he successfully founds his nation, the enemies we confront will far exceed him alone. Amigakure has long been destroyed, and the ninja of Kusagakure wander aimlessly across the shinobi world. Even if Gongsun Haoyin establishes his own nation, he would find himself like a clever housewife unable to cook without rice. Mizukage, you speak easily from a position of comfort. Your land of water sits isolated beyond the seas, and Kirigakure is far safer than Amigakure. I dare say were it not for your daimyo's firm stance, you would scarcely have deigned to attend this 5-Kage summit. Moreover, as far as I am aware, you are currently purging the bloodline limit families within Kirigakure. Tell me, having come to the 5-Kage summit, do you not fear that the bloodline families might take advantage of your absence to eliminate your faction? Or are you deliberately using this gathering as bait, luring those bloodline families into action so you may strike against them openly? The third Mizukage was left speechless by the third Tsuchikage Mujin's razor-sharp rebuttal. To be honest, that was precisely his intention. Everyone, I believe we should focus our discussion on Gongsun Haoyin. As for other matters, there will be ample time later. Captain Senju, this is no trivial matter. If we cannot even maintain unity among ourselves, how can we dare entrust our backs to others? Hokage Dano, time presses on. Captain Senju, remain calm. I believe that Tsuchikage and Raikage will reach an understanding. In truth, Hiruzen Sarutobi was reluctant to confront Gongsun Haoyin. He was a politician, not a blade wielded by another. Captain Senju watched the 5-Kage engage in their verbal sparring and understood that none of them were fools. They each harbored hidden agendas. He even suspected that all 5-Kage wished for Gongsun Haoyin to succeed in founding his nation, so they might follow his example. To be honest, although Hiruzen Sarutobi shared such thoughts, he knew his own strength did not permit such ambition. He was actually stalling for time, hoping to extract more funds from the Fire Daimyo. The Raikage, meanwhile, did harbor ambitions to establish a nation. However, he understood that the other Kage and the daimyo of the great nations would never tolerate his ambitions, so he too was merely buying time. While the 5-Kage engaged in their mutual maneuvering, Tsunade, who was gathering intelligence at the Fire Daimyo's residence, quickly pieced together the current state of the shinobi world. Gongsun Haoyin intends to establish a nation. How intriguing. Tsunade had already resolved to visit Kusagakure to investigate. She had already deduced who had sent her there. After confirming this matter, she saw no reason to remain at the Fire Daimyo's estate any longer. Meanwhile, after Gongsun Haoyin arrived in the land of craftsmen by flight, he began searching for suitable individuals. Most inhabitants of the land of craftsmen were engaged in weapons forging. However, firearms craftsmanship differed greatly from ninja tool production. Although nearly all craftsmen in the land of craftsmen had heard of firearms, actual firearms smiths were exceedingly rare. After all, firearms were closely guarded assets of the 5 great nations daimyo. If anyone mastered such technology, they would not be recruited with generous offers, but rather assassinated by the 5 great nations. Yes, assassination. Moreover, since ninjas dominated this world, they had no desire to see firearms proliferate. After all, if ordinary people wielded firearms, how would the genin of the major villages survive? Furthermore, the crucial economic foundation of each major ninja village depended on genin. If genin lost their income sources, the major ninja villages would struggle to sustain themselves. Yes, the primary revenue of each major ninja village came from genin. Though genin were not particularly strong, their numbers were vast. Each major ninja village received funding from the daimyo calculated per capita. Moreover, missions were carried out by genin. After completing missions, a substantial portion of their commissions was siphoned off by the ninja villages, leaving them with only a meager share. Moreover, in a village like Konoha, there were nominally only over 100 jonin and a few hundred shunin, while genin numbered in the tens of thousands. Of course, this was merely nominal. The true figures were known only to the upper echelons of each major ninja village and their respective clans. Gongsun Haoyan spent several days searching throughout the craftsman kingdom, but failed to find a single craftsman capable of forging weapons, leaving him growing increasingly anxious. Sigh, I only wish I had been born in a more fortunate era. The 3 great golden fingers of a transmigrator seemed to have no connection with me. Gongsun Haoyan knew only the most basic formula of black powder and the rough construction of guns and cannons, which was of little practical help in actually forging firearms. He now accepted that he could not find professional craftsmen for weapon casting, so he decisively began recruiting a batch of low-ranking artisan apprentices from the craftsman kingdom, hoping they could experiment on their own. Under Gongsun Haoyan's persuasion, batches of overlooked low-ranking artisan apprentices began making their way to the grass country. Of course, Gongsun Haoyan was not entirely deceiving them. He provided travel expenses and settlement funds. After all, everyone in the ninja world knew the grass country was a troubled land. Without sufficient incentive, no sane person would go there. When Gongsun Haoyan returned to the grass-hidden village in the grass country, he discovered Tsunade had already arrived. She had already settled all matters concerning the village, but the grass-hidden village was now populated almost entirely by children, and she found herself quite troubled. The grass-hidden village could hardly be called that anymore. Tsunade had just finished dinner with the war orphans of the village when she sensed someone watching her. "Is that you, Grandpa Guihai?" Tsunade was no fool. She refused to believe anyone would gift her a hidden village without motive. Even if the village had nothing to offer, it was inconceivable. After all, who would allow a subordinate to amass an uncontrollable force? "Tsunade-heim, I am Gongsun Haoyan, not the so-called Grandpa Guihai you mentioned." "I see. Then may I ask, Senior, what is your true purpose in having me take over the grass-hidden village? Please don't tell me it is for the peace of the ninja world." Tsunade saw that Gongsun Haoyan denied being Grandpa Guihai, so she did not press the matter further. Instead, she inquired about his specific purpose. "Tsunade-heim, to be honest, I am dissatisfied with the current state of the ninja world and intend to thoroughly reshape it. I believe you are well aware that your grandfather Senju Hashirama's approach was deeply flawed. I intend to unify the ninja world and transform its social hierarchy." Upon hearing this, Tsunade frowned. Although she privately felt her grandfather's policies had been problematic, she did not blame him personally. She believed circumstances had changed and methods should evolve accordingly. "Senior, I do not believe my grandfather was wrong. His era was fundamentally different from ours. We cannot judge him solely by the standards of right and wrong. I believe that as the times progress, our thinking must progress as well. Ninjas are not meant for production. In his time, my grandfather brought an era of temporary peace to the world. That was already extraordinary. We should not expect him to foresee so far ahead. Besides, could lasting peace truly exist in this world?" Gongsun Haoyan was somewhat surprised by Tsunade's insight. Honestly, for someone her age to grasp these nuances far exceeded his expectations. "Oh, it seems you have grown considerably these past days, Tsunade-heim." "Senior, everyone grows. But please tell me your true purpose. I cannot believe it is as simple as you claim." "Tsunade-heim, tell me, what do you intend to do?" Senior, regardless of what you plan, you must provide funds first. Without money, this junior is powerless." Gongsun Haoyan's expression darkened. "You should know I have no money. Why not check the Grass Daimyo's private treasury?" "Senior, does the Grass Daimyo's private treasury even still exist?" "It would hardly be enough to train a ninja army, would it?" Gongsun Haoyan considered her words reasonable and spoke again. "How about this? I will appoint you as Prime Minister of the Xiaohao Kingdom. From then on, all military and political affairs of the nation will be under your command. As long as you manage Xiaohao well, you will have full authority over the entire kingdom. As for funds, you may simply take control of the national treasury." "Oh, what?" Tsunade was stunned. She never expected Gongsun Haoyan to place such trust in her. "Of course, I do have one requirement. I need an armed force comparable to those of the 5 great nations." "Senior, you are asking the impossible. Where am I supposed to raise such a firearm-equipped force for you?" "Tsunade-heim, I have already recruited a group of craftsmen from the Craftsman Kingdom for you. You may bring them here and use the entire Xiaohao Kingdom as your foundation to build a firearm-equipped army. Of course, I have secured 20 years from the 5 great nations. What do you think?" Hearing this, Tsunade fell silent once more. Although she was deeply tempted by Gongsun Haoyan's offer, she still wondered to whom this so-called Xiaohao Kingdom truly belonged. "Senior, are you really that confident?" "Naturally. With your current strength, you could never break free from my grasp and unify the ninja world on your own. Besides, even if you harbored rebellious thoughts, I could make you disappear from this world at any moment. I have great confidence in my own abilities." Tsunade remained silent. "Here, this is the formula for gunpowder." Gongsun Haoyan wrote down the black powder formula and tossed it to Tsunade before flying away. Tsunade gazed at the gunpowder formula in her hand, and the figure of Grandpa Guy in her heart grew clearer. Grandpa Guihai. Meanwhile, the Kage summit had been underway for several days. During this time, all 5 great villages had faced repeated pressure from their respective daimyo. They all knew they could no longer delay, so the 5 Kage convened in secret. Everyone, I suppose you have all received reports from your villages as well. Let us hear your thoughts. What do we intend to do? Hokage, I will say it again, we must first confirm Gongsun Haoyan's true strength. Otherwise it would be better to do nothing at all. Suchikage, that Gongsun Haoyan is too elusive. We will never be able to find him. Hokage Suchikage, I suggest we dispatch troops. If Gongsun Haoyan intends to establish a nation, surely he would not disregard the lives of ordinary people within his territory. Mizukage, do you think he cares? The ninja world may lack many things, but it is full of the downtrodden. Once he declares the founding of a nation and offers favorable conditions, the lower classes will flock to him by the masses. Hokage, aren't you already blockading the borders between the rain country and the grass country? If his territory has no people, what nation is there to build? Mizukage, do not assume our blockade can hold. Besides, Gongsun Haoyan is far too powerful. If he wishes to slaughter those guarding the border, it would be effortless. Enough. In my opinion, we should first clash with Gongsun Haoyan directly. This will not only reveal his true strength, but also silence the daimyos. Reikage, you speak so easily. What if Gongsun Haoyan is indeed that mysterious powerhouse? Would we not be walking into danger? Kazekage, are you afraid? Hehe, and are you not? Enough, everyone. Let us discuss this carefully so as not to expose our weaknesses before Fusa tomorrow. Hokage, please share your thoughts. Gentlemen, I suggest we take a comprehensive approach. Let's send someone to communicate with Gongsun Haoyan, first to urge him to restrain himself, and simultaneously gauge his true strength. Hokage, would this work? Don't tell me you're planning to approach and eliminate someone. The third Reikage looked at Hiruzen Sarutobi, as if he were a fool. How could such an unreliable plan possibly succeed? Among us, Konoha has a person whose strength reaches the heavens. He is a close friend of the first Hokage. If we can recruit him, Gongsun Haoyan may not be invincible after all. Upon hearing this, everyone present was stunned. They never expected Hiruzen Sarutobi to mention yet another friend of the first Hokage, and from Hiruzen's words, this friend's strength must at least match that of the first Hokage. Hokage, do not speak nonsense. If Konoha has such a powerhouse, why have we never heard of him? You should have heard of him, but he is not a ninja. Moreover, he is indifferent to fame and wealth, which is why his reputation is not prominent in the shinobi world. The other 4 Kage exchanged glances. Hokage, if your Konoha truly has such a person, can you sleep peacefully? Are you trying to deceive us? Reikage, what are you saying? At a time like this would I joke? Honestly, I have always been wary of him. He is far too low-key. Ever since I discovered his strength, I have not slept a single peaceful night. Of course, I once considered killing him, but unfortunately this man possesses terrifying strength and immense wisdom. I did not even dare to show the slightest hostility toward him. Hokage, who are you referring to? Gentlemen, have you heard of the female killing god of Konoha? Hokage, are you joking? Are you talking about her? No. I mean the father of the female killing god of Konoha. The father of the female killing god of Konoha. Who is he? The other 4 Kage present were utterly bewildered. Sigh. The father of the female killing god of Konoha is named Guilai Dao Dao. He is a samurai. A samurai. Hokage, are you not joking? How could a samurai be comparable to the first Hokage? Gentlemen, this Guilai Dao Dao is no ordinary man. His daughter's swordsmanship was passed down from him. Suchikage, you must have heard about how formidable her blade techniques are. Hokage, is this true? The female killing god of Konoha has a father. The third Suchikage was extremely shocked. He knew how terrifying the female killing god of Konoha was, for his most favored son had perished at her hands. Naturally, Hokage, since Guilai Dao Dao is a friend of the first Hokage, he must be quite old by now. Can he still wield a sword? Mizukage, you are mistaken. Not only can he wield a sword, but he also took 2 concubines who are nearly a decade younger than his daughter. Moreover, those 2 concubines belong to your Wuin village's Minazuki clan. Moi. Upon hearing this, the third Mizukage's face immediately darkened. He never expected that the Kekkei Jinkai ninjas of their Wuin village had leaked out. Hokage, you probably cannot persuade him, can you? After a moment of silence, the third Reikage directly pointed out the crux of the matter. Although I cannot personally persuade him, since Guilai Dao Dao has a penchant for beautiful women, I certainly have a way to get him to accept this commission. However, the hiring fee. Hokage, what do you want? Everyone present understood that Hiruzen Sarutobi would certainly make an exorbitant demand. Gentlemen, actually I do not ask for much. From each of your villages, give me 1 billion ryo, and then perform one favor for me. What? You also want us to fight for you once? The 4 Kage were all shocked by Hiruzen Sarutobi's shamelessness. They all knew that Hiruzen intended to use a beauty trap to scheme against Guilai Dao Dao. In their eyes, Konoha would at most offer several beautiful girls, which was hardly worth so much from them. Gentlemen, do not rush to refuse. What I mean is, if Guilai Dao Dao successfully survives from Gongsun Haoyan's territory, I would like to ask you to join me in capturing him. The 4 Kage exchanged bewildered looks. They had suspected that Hiruzen Sarutobi wanted their help against Konoha insiders, but they never imagined he would have them target Guilai Dao Dao. Hokage, this is not just asking us to fight for you once, this is asking us to risk our lives for you. As you just said, Guilai Dao Dao's strength is no inferior to your first Hokage. He is a samurai, and a samurai's combat power lies in his sword. Combined with the characteristics of the female killing god of Konoha, Guilai Dao Dao's Aido strike must be even more formidable, right? Exactly. Among us, besides the Raikage and Kazekage, who dares to claim they can withstand Guilai Dao Dao's Aido strike? Mizukage, you overestimate me. Although my Iron Sand provides decent defense, I definitely do not have the confidence to block Guilai Dao Dao's Aido strike. The third Kazekage was confident in his defense, but he clearly understood that if Guilai Dao Dao truly possessed strength comparable to the first Hokage, he and his Iron Sand would not even have time to react before being instantaneously killed. The third Raikage's reaction, however, differed from the others. He actually wished to test his own strength, and Guilai Dao Dao seemed a worthy opponent to him. Nevertheless, he did not reveal this desire, for he was not a fool. Gentlemen, do not be so quick to refuse. Although Guilai Dao Dao is formidable, he is also quite aged. If we gather more people, we can simply wear him down until he dies of exhaustion. Hokage, you speak well. But if he truly returns alive from Gongsun Haoyan's territory, given his strength, he could precisely serve us. If you intend to kill him, you should wait until he and Gongsun Haoyan have fought each other to the death before striking. Mizukage, you overthink. Guilai Dao Dao cannot be used by us. The reason I am confident in deceiving him into going to Gongsun Haoyan's territory is that Guilai Dao Dao is a clever man. Under conditions where he perceives low danger, he might take a slight risk for beauty. However, asking him to risk his life to fight a powerful enemy for us is impossible. Hokage, is Guilai Dao Dao really so cautious? Otherwise, why do you think he has lived in seclusion in Konoha for so long without anyone discovering his extraordinary strengths? Hiruzen Sarutobi felt a headache coming on at this point. He had actually studied Guilai Dao Dao for a long time, otherwise he would not have suggested that the other four Kage move immediately after Guilai Dao Dao returned with intelligence. Hokage, in that case, we are even less likely to agree to your demands. The third Tsuchikage is an extremely cautious person, and additionally Sarutobi, Hiruzen demanded each of them contribute 10 billion ryo. From any angle it appears Sarutobi Hiruzen is scheming against them. Yes, Hokage, your demands are overly harsh. Seeing everyone say this, the third Raikage followed suit, suggesting that Sarutobi Hiruzen's requests were somewhat excessive, implying he wanted Sarutobi Hiruzen to offer them concessions. Gentlemen, you don't wish to see another powerhouse emerge in the ninja world who could crush our children, do you? Hokage, words are useless. We will never agree to your demands. Indeed, but we cannot both pay money and become your hired blades. Hokage, please change your conditions. Otherwise, if you give us 20 billion ryo each, we might consider it. Sarutobi Hiruzen saw this, and knew that unless he shed some blood, these Kage would never help eliminate threats for him. Thus he said, how about this, you don't need to provide money, instead help me deal with Guihai Haitu. If you still refuse, then we part ways, and each handle matters with their own daimyo. Upon seeing this, the other four Kage exchanged glances, and then said, it's not impossible for us to intervene, but Konoha should also show some sincerity. Otherwise you'll be adding more people to the mix, if not, then let's part ways. Sarutobi Hiruzen also knew this matter wasn't so simple. After thinking, he said, very well. Konoha will provide 10 elite jonin, but you must also bring your village's Jinchuriki. The Kage of the 4 hidden villages frowned deeper. Then Konoha must also bring a Jinchuriki to face Guihai Haitu together, otherwise I will think you're deliberately weakening us. Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression grew increasingly gloomy. Finally he said shrewdly, that won't do. Guihai Haitu is not only a friend of the first Hokage, but also a son-in-law of the Senju clan. His wife belongs to the Senju clan. Moreover, the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki of our Konoha is not aligned with our upper management. If we let the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki join in killing Guihai Haitu, she might just turn against us instead. Upon hearing this, the other four Kage exchanged glances once more. Only then did they realize that Sarutobi Hiruzen was so unpopular in Konoha. Well, alright, but in that case you should fund hiring our village's Jinchuriki. That would be fair. Sarutobi Hiruzen had no choice. After further negotiations, Sarutobi Hiruzen contributed 800 million ryo before reaching an agreement. Once they reached consensus, each immediately contacted their own people. Meanwhile, Gongsun Haoyan, after finishing his conversation with Tsunade, began gathering civilians across the grass country and rain country. He then announced the establishment of the Xiaohao nation, simultaneously declaring that all noble lands and unclaimed territories in the former rain and grass countries would become state-owned. From then on, taxes for every subject of the Xiaohao nation would be collected by the Hao Hidden Village, and the original tax rate was reduced from 30% to 10%. At the same time, he began conscripting soldiers and recruiting officials throughout the Xiaohao nation. He instructed interested individuals to go to the capital of Xiaohao nation, Haoyin Fu Grass Hidden Village, where the Yaokage Tsunade would hold applications. With this decree issued, countless commoners of the Xiaohao nation and those aspiring to official careers flocked toward Haoyin. After resolving these matters, Gongsun Haoyin immediately headed to the Xiaohao nation's borders. He began removing the checkpoints established by the wind, earth, and fire countries at the Xiaohao nation's frontier, while simultaneously spreading the news of the Xiaohao nation's establishment. The news of the Xiaohao nation's establishment propagated by border ninjas of the wind, earth, and fire countries, and a few intercepted merchant caravans quickly reached Suna, Hidden Village, Hidden Village, and Konoha. Subsequently, it spread throughout the ninja world. As the roads between Xiaohao nation and the wind, earth, and fire countries opened, countless small merchants seeking undeveloped commercial zones flooded into Xiaohao nation. The popularity of Xiaohao nation began to return to normal. When the 5 great daimyo learned of the Xiaohao nation's establishment, they were furious. While criticizing the 5 hidden villages, they mobilized their armies, vowing to annihilate the so-called Xiaohao nation. Sarutobi Hiruzen and the others learned of the Xiaohao nation's establishment 3 days later. At that time, they were already on their way back to their respective hidden villages. Upon returning to their territories, they promptly requested war funds from their respective daimyos and dispatched numerous ninja to Xiaohao nation. Their attitude eased the anger of the 5 great daimyos somewhat. Konoha Village Hokage Conference Room. Gentlemen, I assume you are all aware of the current situation. What are your thoughts on this matter? Hokage Dano, must we truly take action against that so-called Xiaohao nation? Uchiha clan head, this is the daimyo's will. Moreover, that Gongsun Haoyin has set a very poor precedent. If we do not send troops, the daimyo will suspect us of treasonous intentions. Hokage Dano, it is said that Gongsun Haoyin's strength rivals that of the first Hokage. Do we truly have confidence in accepting this? Yamanaka clan head, no one knows Gongsun Haoyin's exact strength. Furthermore, Konoha has the Konoha female killing god and his father. Our chances of victory remain high. This time, not only will the 5 hidden villages act together, but we also have the full support of the daimyos and their firearm troops. Our likelihood of success is still considerable. Hokage Dano, a powerhouse of the first Hokage's level, should not fear numerical disadvantage. Moreover, shouldn't the Konoha female killing god and his father be unwilling to assist us? Hyuga clan, it depends on what price we can offer. You all know that Mr. Guihai is a flirtatious man. If someone can win his heart, then persuading him to intervene is not impossible, correct? Upon hearing this, the faces of all the present ninja clan heads turned grim. Most were about the same age as Sarutobi Hiruzen. How could they allow their younger generations to serve a decrepit old man of 60 or 70 years? Moreover, even if they were willing, would their clan's juniors be willing? Hokage Dano, isn't this inappropriate? Gentlemen, what is wrong with this? The ninja world has always been ruled by the strong. Besides, do you really think everyone is qualified to be noticed by Mr. Guihai? Do not be so overconfident. Have you not seen how beautiful Mr. Guihai's consorts are? If your juniors could be favored by Mr. Guihai, it would be your honor. If it were not for the fact that my Sarutobi clan's juniors are simply not handsome enough for Mr. Guihai's taste, do you think this opportunity could have fallen to you? Furthermore, consider the stature of Mr. Guihai. With his support, your clans could prosper in the ninja world for at least several decades. Because of this single point, countless people would break their heads to strive for it. Sarutobi Hiruzen spoke the truth. The ninja world operates on strength. If a clan gained the support of a powerhouse like Guihai Hayden, no one would dare to provoke them for a long time. If the clan head had some acumen, that clan could very likely rise rapidly within a short period. However, this applied only to ordinary ninja clans. The clan heads present were all from Konoha's former great families and powerful houses. They did not covet this opportunity at all. Lord Hokage, since this opportunity is so rare, we should yield it to other minor clans aspiring to rise. The Uchiha clan leader clearly understood that Hiruzen Sarutobi intended to use his clan members to achieve his own designs. Under no circumstances would he allow his descendants to be drawn into this scheme. Besides, the Uchiha were an exceptionally proud clan. How could they possibly send their own people to do Hiruzen's bidding? Furthermore, the Uchiha would never permit their Kekkei Jinkai to leak beyond clan borders. Indeed, Lord Hokage, the Hyuga clan shares the same sentiment. We believe this opportunity should be passed to other lesser ninja clans. The Hyuga and Uchiha clans thought alike. As noble families, how could they possibly agree to such a proposition? Moreover, the Hyuga already maintained strict control over their branch family. They would never allow their Kekkei Jinkai to flow outside their clan. The clan leaders of the other families exchanged glances, then fell silent. Shikaka Nara, the Nara clan leader, seized the moment and spoke. Lord Hokage, as far as I know, the so-called state of Xiaohao has but one power, Gongsun Haoyin. Are we not overcommitting our forces? Lord Hokage, I share this view. I see no need to deploy so many ninja. I suggest the 5 great hidden villages send a few strong warriors merely to show presence. After all, sending more troops would not change the outcome. Seeing that clan leaders Nara and Yamashina had provided him a graceful way out, Hiruzen Sarutobi readily accepted. Clan leaders Nara and Yamashina, it is true that Gongsun Haoyin stands alone. Yet what he has accomplished is no small feat. The daimyo wished to teach those with ill intentions a harsh lesson through overwhelming force. Of course this matters little to us directly, but if we do not show our stance, the daimyo will turn their firearms upon us. Those present understood that the Nara and Yamashima clans were performing a well-rehearsed duet with Hiruzen. They felt deeply uncomfortable, yet dared not show it. Lord Hokage, in my opinion, each clan should send additional elite ninja for reinforcement. It is truly unnecessary to request the aid of the Leaf Village female god of death and Master Guahai. Clan leader Akimichi, I act out of caution. You well know, if Gongsun Haoyan proves truly as powerful as legends claim, we would suffer devastating losses among our elite ninja. But with Master Guahai at our side, we will at least avoid catastrophic casualties. Seeing that the clan leaders refused to yield face, Danzo Shimura knew it was his turn to act. He quickly interjected, "Enough, Hiruzen. Since they refuse to let their descendants serve the Leaf, let them accompany us on this mission instead." Tenshin Kamaru and Mito Manin swiftly followed suit. "Exactly, Hiruzen. Since everyone disagrees, then let us all march to the battlefield together. After all, Orochimaru and Jiraiya have come of age. It is time we honored the will of fire." Precisely. This crisis demands action from the elder generation. We have so many powerful ninja in Konoha. Surely we can deal with a single Gongsun Haoyan. If there is controversy over Master Guahai's involvement, then all Konoha Jonin shall attend. We will simply wear him down through attrition. Kamaru and Mito Manin had effectively placed everyone present over the fire. If they all marched to the battlefield and perished, Konoha would fall entirely under Hiruzen's faction. Though the clan leaders present understood Hiruzen's scheme, they knew that if he carried it out, none of them would emerge unscathed. Worst case, they would be sacrificed as cannon fodder. Lord Hokage, elders, we only wish for Master Guahai to offer his assistance, but it is no easy matter. As far as I know, Master Guahai has long entered deep seclusion. I fear we may never even lay eyes on him. Orochimaru, what you say, is it true? Upon hearing that Guahai was in deep seclusion, a sharp gleam flashed across Hiruzen's eyes. He immediately pressed, "Orochimaru, how did you come to know this?" "Lord Hokage, it begins with Kushina. She faced severe ostracism at the Ninja Academy and made not a single friend. Combined with my constant busyness, she wandered freely throughout Konoha. Eventually, she encountered Mato Sakura. After bonding with Mato Sakura, the two became close friends. Once I came upon them together and casually asked about Master Guahai. Mato Sakura disclosed that her grandfather had entered deep seclusion." "I see. Very well, I understand. Orochimaru, you seem quite close to Master Guahai." Lord Hokage, I have only met Master Guahai a handful of times. The primary reason is that Tsunade once trained under him for a period which allowed me the privilege of becoming acquainted." "I understand. Then I entrust this matter to you. You must convey our intentions to Master Guahai." Orochimaru paused, then immediately bowed and responded yes. Having accepted the task, Orochimaru rose to take his leave. He ought not to have been present here at all, but who could blame Hiruzen for seeking additional support when his position grew precarious? Seeing that even Orochimaru had fallen under Hiruzen's scrutiny, the others dared not speak further. And so the meeting concluded. After the others departed, Hiruzen remained behind for a private council. "Hiruzen, you suspect Orochimaru." "Danzo, I do not suspect Orochimaru. I suspect that Guahai and that Gongsun Haoyan are one and the same." Danzo and the others fell silent upon hearing this. Guahai choosing to enter deep seclusion precisely around the time Gongsun Haoyan established his nation was indeed highly suspicious. "Hiruzen, are you sending Orochimaru to test whether Guahai is truly in seclusion?" "Yes. If Guahai is not in Konoha, then Gongsun Haoyan must be his alias. Should we confirm this identity, we will share the information with Mount Myaboku and seek their alliance." "Hiruzen, that is a sound strategy. But what of the other 4 Kage?" "That is easily handled. Once we confirm the facts, we will inform them directly. I believe they will have no objections, for our common enemy will have been eliminated. Furthermore, the daimyo will find this explanation perfectly acceptable." While Sarutobi, Hiruzen, and the others held their secret meeting, Orochimaru hurried toward the Guahai residence. He needed to inform Tsunade as quickly as possible so she could notify Gongsun Haoyan without delay, lest their ruse be exposed. Ever since learning from Sarutobi Hiruzen that Gongsun Haoyan intended to establish a nation spanning the land of grass and the land of rain, Orochimaru had suspected that the guise of Guahai Tudao was nothing more than an alias. But having had no opportunity to warn Tsunade at the time, he had risked exposure by deliberately hinting at his connection with Guahai Tudao in front of Sarutobi Hiruzen. As Orochimaru made his way to the Guahai residence, Hagoromo Otsutsuki, the sage of 6 paths in the Pure Land, had also learned of Guahai Tudao's existence from the words exchanged between Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo. The sage of 6 paths swiftly directed his awareness onto Orochimaru, hoping to observe Guahai Tudao through him. However, the sage was destined for disappointment. Upon arriving at the Guahai residence, Orochimaru met Tsunade and the Mugetsu sisters, yet neither of them was aware of any secret dealings between Orochimaru and Gongsun Haoyan. They regarded him with deep suspicion and vigilance. Though Tsunade and the Mugetsu sisters had learned from Orochimaru that Gongsun Haoyan had established the Xiaohao nation across the land of rain and the land of grass, they fully understood why their lord had entered seclusion. Accordingly, they resolved to turn away every visitor under the pretext of his deep meditation, even if that visitor were Guihai Xiaodao. And so they dismissed Orochimaru in the same manner. Satisfied that his objective had been accomplished, Orochimaru politely addressed the three women. Honored madams of the Guihai household, I come on behalf of Konoha to confer with Grandfather Guihai. Since he is absent, I shall convey the words of our village elders and spare them a second journey. Orochimaru conveyed the elders' intentions to Tsunade and the Mugetsu sisters with practiced diplomacy, and they grasped his meaning immediately. Fully aware of Konoha's designs, they gave an unyielding refusal to the elders' offer of reasonable negotiations. Orochimaru had anticipated their response and bore no ill will. He took his leave with polished courtesy. Meanwhile, in the Pure Land, Hagoromo Otsutsuki, seeing Orochimaru prepare to depart, promptly severed his chakra-linked consciousness and shifted it instead onto Tsunade. As soon as the Sage of Six Paths transferred his awareness into Tsunade, he was shaken to his core. How is this possible? Tsunade's chakra was astonishingly pure. Orochimaru, a rare prodigy, naturally possessed refined chakra, but for Tsunade's to surpass even his own was utterly inexplicable. Could the Guihai clan possess a secret art for purifying chakra? The sage hastily shifted his awareness to the Mugetsu sisters, Yuki and Shimo. Upon sensing the remarkable purity of their chakra, his expression grew grave. Though the Mugetsu sisters' chakra is not as pure as Tsunade's, it matches Orochimaru's in refinement. What could this mean? Determined to verify his suspicions, the Sage of Six Paths began to spread his consciousness across Konoha. Yet as his awareness touched more and more ninja, his mood grew ever more somber. It seems the Guihai clan truly does command a secret technique for refining chakra. Within their cells, the seed of chakra bears only their own imprint, besides my mother's and my own, and their mark is if anything stronger than ours. Hagoromo Otsutsuki found it difficult to accept. Though he could still project his consciousness into the Guihai household through his existing seal, he could no longer covertly manipulate their chakra, nor could he hope to influence their minds from afar. How have they managed this? The Sage of Six Paths could not fathom the secret. Throughout the years, he had devoted himself to erasing his mother's mark from his own chakra, but to no avail. Had he succeeded, he would never have sought to reseal her. Between self-preservation and familial affection, there could be no room for the latter. Yet absent such conflict of interest, he would have had no desire to bear the title of unfilial son. Now more determined than ever, Hagoromo Otsutsuki refused to abandon his surveillance of the Guihai household. He turned his full attention upon them, temporarily setting aside all concern for the so-called Gongsun Haoyan. On his way back, Orochimaru grew increasingly convinced that he could not rely solely on Tsunade and the others. He needed another channel to warn Guihai Tudao. After much deliberation, his thoughts settled on Tsunade, who had already left the village. Exactly, Tsunade is currently outside Konoha. Sending her to notify Grandfather Guihai is undoubtedly the best choice. Once he made his decision, Orochimaru sensed his surroundings. Finding no one nearby, he produced a small scroll and inscribed the details in their private cipher. He then summoned a tiny white snake, entrusted it with the intelligence scroll bound for the Nato forest, and instructed it to have the slug sage deliver it to Tsunade. With everything set in motion, Orochimaru headed straight for the Hokage Tower. Meanwhile, the slug sage, upon receiving Orochimaru's white snake, understood immediately that the serpent carried a message intended for Tsunade. He swiftly performed a reverse summoning jutsu to contact her. Tsunade wasted no time after receiving Orochimaru's intelligence and immediately set out for the rain-hidden village where Gongsun Haoyan resided. Long before Tsunade reached the rain village, Gongsun Haoyan detected her approach. Upon learning from her that Konoha's elders intended to summon Guihai Tudao, he knew a return trip was unavoidable. After telling Tsunade it is of no consequence, he released her to attend to her own affairs. Sarutobi Hiruzen and the others have devised a clever plan. Whether they wish to test my true identity, pit Guihai Tudao against Gongsun Haoyan, or simply eliminate Guihai Tudao as an obstacle. Perhaps they seek all three outcomes. Gongsun Haoyan departed without delay, soaring toward Konoha. He needed to uncover the true nature of Sarutobi Hiruzen's schemes and understand the precise plans of the five great nations. Meanwhile, upon learning that Orochimaru had failed to meet Guihai Tudao and returned with an answer, suspicion deepened in the eyes of Konoha's high-ranking elders, led by Sarutobi Hiruzen. Orochimaru, in your opinion, is Master Guihai truly in deep seclusion? Hearing this, Orochimaru quickly grasped the meaning. Sarutobi was not suspecting him. He hastily replied, Master, I cannot say for certain, but I believe I should visit once more tomorrow. Very well. You must obtain a clear answer. You may leave now. Yes, Master. Orochimaru knew that although he had temporarily escaped suspicion, such peace would not last long. After all, his master Sarutobi Hiruzen was inherently a man given to doubt. On his way back to Konoha, Gongsun Haoyan spotted numerous Konoha ninja and soldiers under the command of the fire daimyo concealed within the forest. He understood they were waiting for the order to attack. At that moment the urge to slaughter them all nearly overwhelmed him, but he forced himself to hold back. Fire daimyo, if you seek death, do not blame me. Once I have settled affairs in Konoha, I will come looking for you. Gongsun Haoyan paid no mind to those ninja and fire country troops. He simply had no time for them. By the time he returned home, it was already deep into the night. He detected traces of unusually faint spiritual fluctuations on Sun no Momoka and the others. Gongsun Haoyan's brows furrowed tightly. He sensed that matters were growing increasingly complicated. Even that crafty old man, the Rakudu Sennin, has set his sights on me. It seems my days of remaining hidden are numbered. So be it. I shall hide as long as I can. If it becomes impossible to conceal myself any longer, then I will simply stop pretending. Gongsun Haoyan did not appear directly before Sun no Momoka and the others. Instead, he quietly entered the secluded chamber he had previously prepared for himself, reverted to his true appearance, and waited in silence for Konoha's next moves. Time fast-forwarded to the following morning. Fearing that Sarutobi and the others might grow suspicious, Orochimaru arrived at Guihai's residence early. Before Orochimaru could even open his mouth, Gongsun Haoyan's voice rang out. Orochimaru, I am already aware of your purpose. Go back and tell Sarutobi Hiruzen that this matter has nothing to do with me. I will not lift a finger for Konoha or the fire daimyo. Grandfather Guihai. Enough. Simply deliver my words to Sarutobi Hiruzen as I have told you. At this moment, Gongsun Haoyan appeared before Orochimaru, Sun no Momoka, and the others. Upon seeing Gongsun Haoyan's youthful face, Orochimaru's words caught in his throat, and he swallowed them back. Almost simultaneously within the Hokage building, Sarutobi Hiruzen, Shimura Danzo, Tenami Koharu, and Minamoto and were receiving an envoy from the fire daimyo. Lord Kojima, you have traveled far. Please be seated. The fire daimyo's envoy did not decline the courtesy and took his seat directly across from Sarutobi Hiruzen. Hokage-sama, I shall not waste your time. His Highness the daimyo wishes to know, what is the meaning of your inaction? Lord Kojima, it is not that we choose to remain idle. Rather, we lack the confidence to commit at this moment. We are awaiting a powerful reinforcements. Rest assured, Lord Kojima, we will launch our attack very soon. Indeed, Lord Kojima, naturally. The strength of our reinforcement is beyond fathom. We are still in the process of persuading him to lend his aid. Hokage-sama, what precisely is the meaning of this? Lord Kojima, I shall be honest with you. The strong individual we have sought resides in Konoha, yet he is not a ninja of our village. Moreover, he is currently in seclusion, which is why we are still awaiting his emergence. Who is this individual? What audacity he has daring to slight both the Hokage and his Highness the daimyo. Come, I shall go see this person for myself. Seeing the fire daimyo's envoy rise from his seat, Sarutobi Hiruzen hastily stood up to stop him. Just then a knock sounded at the reception room door. Who is it? Teacher Sarutobi, it is I. Orochimaru pushed the door open and walked in. Seeing Orochimaru return so quickly, Sarutobi Hiruzen frowned and asked, Orochimaru, have you obtained an answer? Teacher Sarutobi, Master Guihai refuses to act on our behalf. And the reason? I do not know. It may be because you did not personally go to request his aid. He did not even grant me the opportunity to speak. What? This person is so arrogant. Does he not fear making an enemy of Konoha? Or does he look down upon his Highness the daimyo? Lord Kojima, truthfully, we only recently became aware of his existence ourselves. His power is sufficient to crush all of Konoha. Naturally, he sees no reason to bow to us. When did Konoha produce such a powerhouse? Kojima was merely the uncle of one of the fire daimyo's concubines. Born an ordinary commoner, he would never have risen to become a minor noble of the Land of Fire, nor would he have had the privilege to represent the fire daimyo before Konoha had it not been for his niece's favor with the daimyo. Thus he knew absolutely nothing of the true state of the ninja world. Lord Kojima, to be frank, we only discovered his existence not long ago. Enough. Hokage-sama, take me to meet this Guihai Daidao. I wish to see for myself what makes him so bold as to act with such arrogance. Seeing Kojima's stubbornness, Sarutobi Hiruzen knew further objection was futile. He quickly instructed Orochimaru to lead the way, and they set out to visit Guihai Daidao. Orochimaru hesitated for a moment, then nodded. The group set off toward the Guihai residence. Time shifted slightly earlier. As Orochimaru departed from the Guihai residence, Gongsun Haoyan was gazing with grave seriousness at Sun no Momoka and the others. Husband, what is wrong? Sun no Momoka and the others were frightened by Gongsun Haoyan's stern expression, and all the words on their lips retreated back into silence. Momoka, why do you carry an inexplicable spiritual fluctuation? Have you encountered something unclean? At this point, Sun no Momoka and the Mizunatsuki sisters finally understood. They realized Gongsun Haoyan was warning them. They had been targeted by the consciousness of the Rakudu Sennin Otsutsuki Hagoromo. Meanwhile, Otsutsuki Hagoromo, the Rakudu Sennin, was also startled by Gongsun Haoyan's words. He hastily withdrew his consciousness from Sun no Momoka and the others. This Guihai Daidao not only practices sage arts, but his perceptiveness is astonishing. His strength is far from ordinary. Even if he is not that Gongsun Haoyan, he remains a considerable threat. It may be necessary to find a way to eliminate him. Observing the spiritual fluctuations on Sun no Momoka and the others gradually fade, Gongsun Haoyan knew that Otsutsuki Hagoromo, that cunning old fox, had already retracted his consciousness. Only then did he allow himself to breathe a sigh of relief. His earlier words had been deliberately spoken for Otsutsuki Hagoromo to hear. The Rakudu Sennin would not have withdrawn his consciousness had Gongsun Haoyan not made it known that he was aware. Until that moment, Gongsun Haoyan had prevented Sun no Momoka and the others from speaking so as not to risk inadvertently revealing any intelligence. Gongsun Haoyan had just finished recounting his recent exploits to Qiansho Taohua and the others when he noticed Orochimaru returning with Sarutobi Hiruzen and the rest at his door. He swiftly urged Qiansho Taohua and her companions to resume their cultivation, then settled in to await their arrival. By the time Sarutobi Hiruzen and the Fire Daimyo's arrogant envoy reached the gates of the Guihai residence, Gongsun Haoyan spoke. Orochimaru, why have you returned so soon? Have I not made it clear that the affairs of Konoha and the Land of Fire are none of my concern? What business do you have here? Upon hearing himself rebuked before they had even crossed the threshold, the Fire Daimyo's envoy could no longer contain his fury. What an enormous air of superiority you wield. Do you not deign even the slightest respect to the daimyo? The moment the envoy finished speaking, a blade, chi visible to the naked eye, slashed past him with blinding speed. A severed arm slid from the envoy's right shoulder, and a shriek of agony tore through the air. Oh, what is your fire daimyo to me? And who, pray tell, are you to spew such nonsense at my doorstep? Get the hell out of my sight. With that single command, a monstrous killing intent descended upon Sarutobi Hiruzen and the others. An overwhelming pressure squeezed the air from their lungs, beads of cold sweat immediately beading on their foreheads, while the envoy and his attendants were so paralyzed by terror that they lost control of their bowels and bladders. An attendant samurai by the envoy's side tremblingly reached out, gripped the back of his collar, and dragged him away at top speed, fleeing the scene without another word. Sarutobi Hiruzen and his companions remained utterly unmoved by the envoy's wretched plight. Instead, their faces darkened as Gongsun Haoyan emerged slowly from within. How is this possible? Master Guihai, have you regained your youth? Orochimaru feigned profound astonishment. He had no intention of revealing to Sarutobi Hiruzen and the others that he was already privy to this secret. Gongsun Haoyan naturally saw through Orochimaru's petty games and stepped in smoothly to retort, is that not only natural? With wives so youthful and beautiful, do you expect me to continue living among them with this weathered face of mine? Sarutobi Hiruzen and the others had also recovered enough to stand. Staring at Master Guihai's extraordinarily handsome, youthful visage, their hearts clenched bitterly, while inwardly seething, an old man pretending to be young. What utter shamelessness. So perverted, no wonder he has such a fondness for young girls. Master Guihai, what of it? Sarutobi Hiruzen, are you about to drag the entirety of Konoha into this again? What does Konoha have to do with me? Sarutobi Hiruzen and his companions were left speechless by Gongsun Haoyan's retort. They had merely intended to remind him that his earlier outburst might cause Konoha to be misunderstood by the Fire Daimyo. But Gongsun Haoyan would not even grant them a passing glance, his attitude unmistakably clear. Zhanqin Xiaochun, sensing the awkward tension, hurriedly interjected, Senior Guihai, as a resident of Konoha, you ought to contribute to its prosperity. Is Konoha not thriving as it is? Whatever schemes you harbor have nothing to do with me. Do not mistake my silence for ignorance of your intentions. What damn missions you ninja execute are of no concern to me. If the Fire Daimyo demands your lives for his own gain, and you accept his coin, then that is a matter for your ninja clan alone. I am but a village resident and refuse to be drawn into your affairs. You may leave now. Sarutobi Hiruzen and the others fell silent. It was true, Konoha's relationship with the Fire Daimyo was purely contractual. Eliminating the Shao Hao Kingdom was a mercenary duty entirely separate from the lives of Konoha's common villagers. Senior Guihai, how about this? Let us hire you. What say you? Shimura Danzo, who do you think you are? Just because you wish to hire me, must I oblige? And what do you possess? Wealth. I apologize, but I lack for nothing. Sarutobi Hiruzen noticed Danzo finally steering the conversation toward the crux of the matter and quickly added, Senior Guai, we know you lack neither coin nor reputation. Tell us what you desire. Just name it, and we shall stop at nothing to procure it for you. Do you truly believe I lack anything? Take a hike. Do not come bothering me again. Gongsun Haoyan turned on his heel and walked straight back inside. Seeing Gongsun Haoyan about to depart, Sarutobi Hiruzen hurriedly called out, Senior Guihai, please wait a moment. But Gongsun Haoyan did not even spare him a glance, continuing steadily toward the interior of the house. Spotting this, Sarutobi Hiruzen pressed on, Senior Guihai, you possess extraordinary prowess, yet have no one to inherit it. Do you not find that deeply regrettable? Furthermore, with all your wealth, you lack a son to carry on your lineage. Do you not feel your life remains incomplete? Upon hearing this, Gongsun Haoyan instantly whirled around, his ferocious gaze locking onto Sarutobi Hiruzen. Are you insinuating that I am incapable of siring a son? Sarutobi Hiruzen was terrified by the sheer intensity of Gongsun Haoyan's stare, yet inwardly, he surged with triumph. As expected, for an elderly man without an heir, what he desires most above all else is a son to carry on his bloodline. Believing he had finally found his adversary's Achilles heel, Sarutobi Hiruzen continued, Senior Guy, this humble one suspects that your reason for taking additional consorts is precisely your desire for an heir capable of inheriting everything you hold. Moreover, I observe that your current wives have yet to bear you a child. Might this humble one arrange something suitable for you, Senior? The reason my consorts have failed to produce a brilliant heir is that my current vitality is far too potent, rendering procreation practically impossible for the rest of my life. If you dare broach this subject in my presence again, do not blame me if I take your life to vent my fury. Everyone present was utterly stupefied by Guihai Gongsun Haoyan's declaration. Never in their wildest dreams did they imagine his childlessness stemmed from such a cause. Senior Guihai, nothing in this world is absolute. If your essence is indeed too potent, then perhaps we should seek out consorts with even more robust constitutions and continue the attempt. Senior Konoha boasts numerous young maidens whose physical prowess far surpasses that of ordinary women. Might this humble one arrange such a union for you, Senior? Gongsun Haoyan fixed his unblinking stare upon Sarutobi Hiruzen, enunciating each word with deliberate precision. You make yourself master of others. Sarutobi Hiruzen perceived a slight softening in the elder's tone and hastily replied, Fear not, Senior. Should you help Konoha navigate this crisis, even the possibility of bearing children to you by maidens of the Yuzibo and Xiongri clans shall not be out of reach. Gongsun Haoyan turned and resumed his pace toward the house, but his voice carried clearly to every ear present. I require a bloodline limit already awake and possessing an exceptionally potent lineage. Sarutobi Hiruzen and the others, recognizing that Gongsun Haoyan had finally relented, quickly bowed and assured him, Do not worry, Senior. We shall secure it for you. Gongsun Haoyan entered the room and saw Senju Taohua and the Mizuki sisters looking at him with guilt. He knew they had overheard his conversation with Sarutobi Hiruzen and others. What are those expressions on your faces? Do not overthink it. I only said that to make Sarutobi Hiruzen and the others not suspect my schemes against them. Actually, I do not care at all whether we have a son or not. Husband, you previously said that your seed is too strong, which is why we cannot conceive. Is that true? Gongsun Haoyan knew that the Mizuki sisters both wanted to have their own children, but it was not due to any issue on their part. Therefore he nodded and said, Yes, your husband's current situation is very special. This is not your problem. You should just focus on your cultivation. Upon hearing this, the Mizuki sisters breathed a sigh of relief and said to Gongsun Haoyan, Husband, then let us go into seclusion now. After saying this, the two Mizuki sisters walked towards the seclusion room. It seemed they would not easily come out without achieving a breakthrough. Husband, how do you plan to scheme against the Konoha higher-ups? Taohua, Sarutobi Hiruzen, and the others want me to deal with the ruler of Xiaohao Kingdom, which is myself, so that they can reap the benefits. Can I let them have their way? I guess they will definitely wait in Xiaohao Kingdom for us to weaken each other before making a move against the remaining one. Their schemes are almost hitting me in the face. I want to lure them out, and then catch them all in one net. They want to kill me, so is it not reasonable for me to counter-kill them? Senju Taohua said with some worry, Husband, if you kill them all, then what about the 6 paths sage Dongteng Muyue? Wife, rest assured. Although I cannot kill him, yet he also cannot kill me. If it comes down to it, I will just confront him openly. Besides the 6 paths sage Dongteng Muyue, this old schemer does not know that I understand him exceptionally well. He will not make a move lightly, otherwise he would also be exposed to the world. Oh, husband, is it also because of that Taohua and I have not had a second child yet? Gongsun Haoyan knew what Senju Taohua was about to say. He nodded and said, Taohua's original physical condition was already stronger than Mado Dai's. It was already lucky for them to have given birth to Xiaoying. Additionally, during the recent period, I performed the hair washing and marrow cleansing procedure for Taohua, which has widened their gap even more. If there are no surprises, they will never be able to have children again in this lifetime. Senju Taohua said sadly upon hearing this. Taohua mentioned to me recently that she wanted to have another child. Now she will probably be disappointed. Gongsun Haoyan was stunned upon hearing this. He had previously been unwilling to perform the hair washing and marrow cleansing procedure for Mado Dai completely, because he did not want his daughter to suffer childbirth again. He had never thought that this was merely his own wish. Alright, since Taohua wants to have another child, then I will help her once again. Go and tell Mado Dai to come see me. Senju Taohua was stunned upon hearing this, then said with some astonishment, Husband, can you solve this? This matter is actually caused by Mado Dai cultivating the 8 gates formation. His body was previously depleted too seriously, which made it difficult for him to have offspring. I was previously unwilling to perform the hair washing and marrow cleansing procedure for him completely, because I did not want Taohua to suffer childbirth again. Since Taowa wants another child as her father, I have no choice but to help her again. Senju Taowa finally understood the situation at this moment. Previously, she had taken Guihai Xiaotao for many physical examinations. She had even made Meido Dai and Guihai Xiaotao take quite a lot of tonic medicines. She had even given Meido Dai and them quite a lot of Gongsun Haoyan's medicinal wine. Husband, then after you help Dai with the hair washing and marrow cleansing procedure, can he recover as before? Recovering as before is specific, but if they want a child, Dai needs to take proper tonics. Ordinary tonic medicines are not sufficient. Go and dig out the tiger penis, deer antler, and ginseng wine that I buried several years ago. Then let Dai take it back and drink a little every day. Also during this period, he needs to abstain from sex and not cultivate the 8 gates formation. After about a year, it should be about right. After understanding the situation clearly, Senju Taohua went to find Meido Dai. On the other side, after obtaining Gongsun Haoyan's promise, Sarutobi Hiruzen and others immediately convened the clan leaders of Konoha's major families to hold another meeting. Hokage-sama, I wonder what you have summoned us for again. Everyone, there is a result regarding the previous matter. That Mr. Guihai has already agreed, but he wants a young girl who possesses a bloodline limit. Moreover, he requires that her bloodline be strong enough. After discussing with the elders, we in Konoha believe that only the Uchiha clan and the Hyuga clan meet Mr. Guihai's requirements. I wonder how the Uchiha clan leader and the Hyuga clan leader view this matter. The Uchiha clan leader and the Hyuga clan leader, facing the gazes of Sarutobi Hiruzen and the clan leaders of the major families present, appeared very uncomfortable. Hokage-sama, our Hyuga clan's main branch this generation does not have any females. I think that Senior Guihai would not accept a Hyuga branch family member, right? Sarutobi Hiruzen understood. The branch family members of the Hyuga clan are all branded with the caged bird curse seal. The caged bird not only affects the physical body, but also connects the soul. Therefore, the caged bird cannot be removed. The Hyuga family situation is indeed special. Then only the Uchiha clan remains. The Uchiha clan should not have any problems, right? Hokage-sama, there are currently no suitable young girls in our Uchiha clan. Hokage-sama, please seek someone else. The Uchiha clan leader understood that Sarutobi Hiruzen and the others were from the Uchiha clan. Therefore, he did not even think twice and quickly refused. Uchiha clan leader, this is not right. I remember that the Uchiha clan has quite a few marriageable young girls, doesn't it? Elder Shimura, did not Hokage-sama say previously that the bloodline must be strong enough? Among the eligible members of our Uchiha clan, basically, none have awakened the Sharingan. They all fail to meet the requirements. Uchiha clan leader, as far as I know, your Uchiha clan's elder grandmaster's granddaughter is already 12 years old, isn't she? Although she has not yet awakened the Sharingan, her bloodline is sufficient. She will definitely meet Mr. Guihai's requirements. The Uchiha clan leader became instantly furious when Danzo Shimura mentioned Uchiha Makoto. You see, Uchiha Makoto is not only the granddaughter of the Uchiha clan's elder grandmaster, but also the fiancée of his son Uchiha Fugaku. Is this not snatching his daughter-in-law? Elder Shimura, not to mention that Makoto is only 12 years old. Even if she were older, her ninja talent is quite ordinary. She absolutely cannot meet the requirements. You are being unreasonable. Is that so? As far as I know, Mr. Guihai has a special secret technique that not only enhances strength, but also has the effect of restoring youth. What you mentioned is not a problem. As for the age issue, that is even less of a problem. You may not know yet, but Mr. Guihai has already restored his youth. He is now completely indistinguishable from a 20-year-old young man. I think he can wait for 2 years. The Uchiha clan head was rendered speechless. Though he trusted not a single word Shimura Danzo uttered, it was hardly the moment to voice his suspicion aloud. Clan head Uchiha, what Elder Danzo says is true. And surely you would not wish to offend a powerhouse on par with Madara over a mere woman. Sarutobi Hiruzen wore an expression of irrevocable finality. At that moment, the heads of the other ninja clans also chimed in. Clan head Uchiha, the Hokage would never deceive us. Precisely. Seeing every clan head watching the spectacle unfold with undisguised glee, the Uchiha clan had realized he had been singled out. Hokage-sama, since you have spoken thus, our Uchiha clan cannot appear unreasonable. Tell me, how do you intend to compensate us? Upon seeing the Uchiha clan head relent, Sarutobi Hiruzen quickly replied, how about this? We grant you 10 seats for Jonin in the Leaf Village. Very well then. With that, the Uchiha clan head had no grounds to object further. After all, Jonin occupied the highest echelons of Konoha's leadership. Succession to the Hokage position required their votes, and Jonin enjoyed numerous privileges. If the Uchiha clan could indeed produce 10 additional Jonin, it would translate into substantially greater influence over the distribution of wartime spoils. Once the Uchiha clan head gave his consent, Sarutobi Hiruzen promptly declared the conclusion of the session. Seeing the matter resolved, the clan heads of the other ninja villages began discussing troop deployment arrangements for the upcoming war. After all preparations were finalized and the other clan heads departed to organize their forces, the Uchiha clan head was also preparing to leave when Sarutobi Hiruzen's voice rang out once more, summoning him back. The other ninja clan heads presumed the Hokage wished to discuss the forthcoming marriage alliance between Uchiha Mikoto and Kazuki Tatana, so they tactfully withdrew. With everyone else gone, Sarutobi Hiruzen shot a discreet glance toward Shimura Danzo. Catching the signal, Danzo immediately spoke up. Clan head Uchiha, we are fully aware that Uchiha Mikoto is your prospective daughter-in-law. It is natural that you would be reluctant to part with her. How about this? We shall offer you an opportunity to keep her provided you are willing to cooperate with us. I see. Pray tell Elder Shimura, what manner of cooperation do you require? Clan head Uchiha, here is the situation. Kazuki Tatana has offended the daimyo. Naturally, His Excellency wishes never to set eyes upon that wretched old man again. Moreover, Tatana has long ruled the leaf with an iron fist, and we too have grown weary of his presence. Therefore we intend to eliminate him when both he and Gongsun Haoyan have exhausted each other. Would the Uchiha clan consider joining forces with us? Upon hearing such a plan laid bare by Konoha's highest leadership, the Uchiha clan had understood that refusal might well mean he would never leave the Hokage's tower alive. He pressed on, Hokage-sama, you yourself acknowledged that that old man's strength rivals the first Hokage and Lord Madara. Do you truly believe we can prevail against him? Clan head Uchiha, you need not worry on that count. That old man has offended the daimyo, and the Kage of the other hidden villages likewise refuse to tolerate a powerhouse so towering above the rest. We have already consulted with them, and they shall strike alongside their own Jinchuriki. Even if the first Hokage were alive under such circumstances, his fall would be inevitable. Elder Shimura, are you certain? Clan head Uchiha, this is no fabrication. I reached this agreement with the other Kage within the Land of Iron. The shinobi world has no place for such an uncontrollable power. Our plan is straightforward. Once Kazuki Tatana and Gongsun Haoyan have shattered one another, we shall turn our full force upon the survivor and restore peace to the shinobi world. This operation need not involve your Uchiha clan directly, but for the sake of thoroughness I request that you dispatch 10 elite jonin to join the assault. Hokage-sama, our clan cannot muster so many elites. Might I offer myself alone? Clan head Uchiha, in a matter of such gravity, numbers are paramount. A single misstep could cost us all our lives. Your clan must send 10 elite jonin. The Uchiha clan head recognized that Sarutobi Hiruzen and his cohorts were plainly attempting to pit them against danger. He persisted, Hokage-sama, our clan truly cannot spare so many elites. Allow me to propose this. I shall go accompanied by Elder Gyo, the first elder, the third elder, and the fifth elder, 5 in total. The Uchiha clan head was no fool. Were he to send 10 elite jonin on such a mission, the clan would be left nearly bereft of its finest fighters. Moreover, he harbored a deep suspicion that Sarutobi Hiruzen and the others sought to weaken the Uchiha clan under the guise of this operation. Clan head Uchiha, you should appreciate the peril we face. We must contend not only with Kazuki Tatana, but also guard against the Kage and Jinchuriki of other villages. Should our numbers be insufficient, I fear the other Kage may turn their blades against us instead. Hokage-sama, our Uchiha clan genuinely cannot spare so many elite jonin. Furthermore, our second elder and fourth elder are still relatively young. Their strength does not match that of the other elders. Besides, if all our elders were to perish there, how could the Uchiha clan hope to maintain its standing among the shinobi world? For the sake of our clan's future, we cannot possibly commit our entire pinnacle combat strength. I trust you will understand. Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo understood that this was the Uchiha clan's bottom line. They exchanged a knowing glance and nodded in acquiescence. After the Uchiha clan head departed, a shadowy figure slipped silently in his wake. Meanwhile, back within the tower, Sarutobi Hiruzen and his inner circle convened a private session. Hiruzen, that old fox Uchiha Shoyuta, is truly cunning. The 5 men he selected are precisely those who pose the greatest threat to his son's succession. Danzo, this is already favorable. Had he accepted our terms without hesitation, I would have grown suspicious that he intended to eliminate us all as well. Hiruzen, I suspect Uchiha Shoyuta himself suspects we aim to destroy his clan alongside our own. That is why he agreed to send 5 men. Otherwise, given his position, he would hardly have brought anyone beyond Uchiha and Nagawa and Uchiha Bankawa. You speak rightly. Though Gyo has long cultivated ties with us, he remains fundamentally an Uchiha. When forced to choose between Konoha and his own clan, his loyalty would surely lean toward the Uchiha. As for Uchiha Tokugawa, the first elder, there was no need for further comment. Were it not for the matter of Uchiha Mikoto, Shoyuta would never have spared him from his son's side, for no son could afford to leave his greatest protector behind. As the clan head of the Uchiha, Uchiha Shota would naturally prioritize the interests of his clan above all else. Given that doing so would not harm the Uchiha, he would also strive to look out for his own son. Were I in his position, I would do the same. And what about the daimyo's envoy? Haiden, rest assured, though that envoy is rather incompetent, he would hardly dare speak ill of us before the daimyo. Moreover, the daimyo is no fool. I believe he has already guessed at our intentions. The only question is when he plans to make his move. Haiden, do you think the daimyo will turn against us after we strike? Danzo, I hardly think the daimyo would be so irrational. He has committed considerable forces this time, and I expect his losses after this great battle will not be trivial either. Furthermore, based on my understanding of Kazuki Kaitoru, he may already be devising ways to counter the daimyo himself. Hiding Koharu, you had best proceed to the daimyo's mansion at once and explain the situation to him. Be sure to request additional funding as well, for we are taking considerable risks this time. Very well. We will set out shortly. However, you must be cautious. Uchiha Makoto is still too young. It would not do for Kazuki Kaitoru to refuse his part of the bargain on the grounds that the exchange is unequal. Rest assured, Haiden. I will dispatch Orochimaru to negotiate with Kazuki Kaitoru. His demands are laid out plainly before us, and it is not as though we can conjure forth someone who meets his requirements out of thin air, is it? Then all is well. If this attempt fails, we shall find ourselves in dire straits. After deliberating for some time, Sarutobi Hiruzen and the others dispersed. Little did they know that every one of their actions was being watched by Kogetsu Haten. Indeed, in order to understand how Sarutobi Hiruzen and the other Konoha high-ranking officials intended to deal with him, Kogetsu Haten had been continually monitoring them with his divine sense, thereby observing all their schemes. Meanwhile, upon returning to the Uchiha compound, clan head Uchiha Shota informed several of the clan's elders of the meeting's contents and requested the presence of Uchiha Tokuwa to discuss matters further. Upon learning that Uchiha Shota had actually sold his own granddaughter Uchiha Makoto to the highest bidder, elder Uchiha Tokuwa was nearly overcome with the urge to strangle him on the spot. Aware that he was in the wrong, Uchiha Shota then recounted Sarutobi Hiruzen's schemes to Uchiha Tokuwa. You mean Sarutobi Hiruzen and the others intend to strike against Kazuki Kaitoru? Indeed, elder. Sarutobi Hiruzen has also demanded that we join the effort. Humph. Sarutobi Hiruzen and his associates harbor truly vicious designs. Not only do they seek to manipulate Kazuki Kaitoru, but they also intend to use us Uchiha as pawns. Elder Sarutobi Hiruzen specifically named both myself and you to participate in their plan. Fearing that they might add us to their list of targets for elimination, I took the liberty of including 3rd Elder Uchiha Inada and 5th Elder Uchiha Manchuan in our discussions. This way, at minimum, we shall retain the means to protect ourselves. Sigh. At this point, we have no choice but to proceed thus. But why did you not inform Inada and Manchuan beforehand? Elder, you are well aware of what sort of people Inada and Manchuan are. Had they learned of the plan in advance, I feared they might leak Sarutobi Hiruzen's scheme on their own accord. After all, both have long harbored ambitions for the position of clan head. Uchiha Tokuwa cast a sidelong glance at Uchiha Shota, the clan head, and then spoke calmly. Then how do you intend to break this to them when the time comes? Elder, I plan to have them depart the village under the pretense of leading a mission and only reveal the true nature of our plans when the moment arrives. By then they will have no choice but to comply. Though Uchiha Tokuwa understood that Uchiha Shota intended to leave Uchiha Inada and Uchiha Manchuan to die on the battlefield, he felt a sting of discomfort. Nevertheless, this matter concerned Uchiha Fugaku and his own granddaughter, so he restrained himself from further objection. Do as you see fit. But since we have committed to this course, we must see it through cleanly. Elder, I am well aware. It is only because their ambitions run so deep that I have resorted to such desperate measures. That very evening, Uchiha Shota and Uchiha Tokuwa separately informed Uchiha Fugaku and Uchiha Makoto that the Konoha High Command intended to use Uchiha Makoto as a bargaining chip. Uchiha Makoto showed little reaction upon learning that both the Konoha leadership and her own family high command planned to offer her as a sacrifice to Kazuki Kaitoru. She understood this was merely a temporary measure, and knowing full well Kazuki Kaitoru's strength, she displayed not a trace of emotion. Uchiha Fugaku, upon hearing of this matter, reacted with extraordinary intensity. What a... Father, this cannot be permitted. How could Makoto be wed to such an elderly man? That Kazuki Kaitoru is nearly as old as the first Hokage himself. He could very well serve as Makoto's grandfather. Fugaku, this is but a temporary arrangement. Should we succeed this time, Makoto will not need to marry that old man after all. Father, this simply cannot be done. Even if that old man were to die, Makoto would bear a tarnished reputation. What would others say of her? What would they say of me? Fugaku, I am not here to negotiate with you. This is not something we have the power to decide. All of this stems from the weakness of our Uchiha clan and your own lack of strength. Had you been powerful enough, this situation would never have arisen. Furthermore, you have now seen the true nature of Konoha's leadership. Henceforth, if you wish for such things never to befall the Uchiha again, do not place your trust in any words spoken by Konoha's high command. Now devote yourself to your training. Should your strength reach even 80% of Lord Madara's, you would hold absolute authority over all of Konoha. In that case, who would dare speak ill of you or Makoto? Fugaku, the shinobi world and Konoha are not as idyllic as you imagine. Do you truly believe that had I refused Sarutobi Hiruzen's terms, Makoto would have been free to marry into our family without complication? Kazuki Kaitoru's strength rivals that of Lord Madara. Should he choose to seize Makoto by force, do you genuinely believe anyone in Konoha could stop him? Father, but enough. You are no longer a child of 3, Fugaku. Do you truly not understand what is at stake, Makoto's life or the survival of the Uchiha clan? Uchiha Fugaku was silenced by his father's words. For the first time, he felt the profound importance of strength. In that moment he made a resolute decision. He would surpass all others and seize firm control over his own destiny and that of those he held dear. Uchiha Fugaku was ultimately punished by his father Uchiha Shuda and sent to cultivate in seclusion. After Fugaku departed, Shoyuda raised his gaze to the moon hanging in the night sky. Sigh. The ninja world is a cruel and merciless place. Affection and love are but luxuries. Fugaku, I hope you will come to understand this sooner rather than later. Uchiha Shoyuda had always believed his son Uchiha Fugaku was still too naive. He had constantly attempted to guide Fugaku towards seeing the true nature of the ninja world, but alas, Fugaku was a person who appeared cold on the outside while harboring warmth within. On the other side, after purifying Mado Dai's body through a detoxification ritual, Gongsun Haoyan also began contemplating how best to exact revenge upon the Fire Daimyo. Indeed, he was pondering just that. The Fire Daimyo was merely an ordinary man. Killing him would have been trivially easy for Gongsun Haoyan. However, this was not the optimal method of revenge, for what the Fire Daimyo valued most above all else was his authority. In that case, then let us drive the Fire Daimyo utterly into the dust. Early the following morning, Sarutobi Hiruzen arrived at the Kai residence, once again accompanied by Orochimaru. Without unnecessary preamble, Hiruzen straightforwardly addressed the matter of the agreed compensation with Gongsun Haoyan. Senior Kai Leaf Village currently lacks any suitable maiden who might meet your requirements. At present, only Uchiha Makoto of the Uchiha clan comes closest to your criteria. However, she is but 12 years of age senior. Is that truly so? Do not presume to deceive this old man. Should I discover you have been playing games with me, do not blame me for abandoning all pretense of courtesy. Though inwardly perturbed, Sarutobi Hiruzen, as one who had successfully transitioned from ninja to politician, maintained an impassive exterior as he replied, "This humble one dares not. It is best that you do not dare. Moreover, the compensation you offer is insufficient to warrant my risking my life. Therefore, for this undertaking, I will at most lend my support publicly. Should circumstances prove unfavorable, I shall not intervene." Then what of this? Hiruzen's expression grew troubled. What do you mean, what of this? Surely you do not imagine hiring an expert like myself comes cheap. Senior Gongsuin, might you represent Leaf Village in negotiations with that Gongsun Haoyan? If you could persuade him to cease his expansion, and we were to speak favorably of the Shao kingdom before the daimyo's court, would the ninja world not thereby return to peace? Sarutobi Hiruzen wore the countenance of one devoted to the welfare of all shinobi, as though his heart beat solely for the peace of the ninja world. Heh, Sarutobi Hiruzen, spare me your pretense. Ninjas are nothing but instruments of utility. What voice do you possess before the daimyo? However, since we have come this far, I suppose I may give it a try. I am well aware that your true intention is merely to test Gongsun Haoyan's capabilities and thereafter assess whether he merits further investment. Hiruzen's face flushed crimson under Gongsun Haoyan's words. Very well. Proceed to fetch Uchiha Makoto for me to examine. Should she fail to meet my standards, this matter shall be dropped entirely. Yes. Orochimaru, make haste to the Uchiha compound and bring both Uchiha Makoto and Uchiha Tokawara. Understood. Orochimaru rose promptly, offered Gongsun Haoyan a respectful bow, and swiftly departed the Kai residence. Meanwhile, upon encountering Orochimaru, Uchiha Tokawara immediately understood his purpose. He hastily escorted Uchiha Makoto toward the Kai residence. Unbeknownst to them, as they departed the Uchiha district, a certain figure stood concealed in the distance, observing their departure. Makoto. Uchiha Fugaku watched helplessly as Uchiha Makoto departed with Orochimaru. Tears of blood streamed from his eyes, and his three-tomo Sharingan underwent an evolution, transforming into the Manjikyu Sharingan. Uchiha Shuda, standing nearby, detected the sinister chakra radiating from Fugaku. His face lit up with quiet satisfaction. He felt entirely at ease regarding both Fugaku's future and the destiny of the Uchiha clan. When Orochimaru brought Uchiha Tokawara and Uchiha Makoto to the Kai residence, they encountered the legendary Insolent Elder. Yet upon beholding Gongsun Haoyan in person, they were struck dumb by his appearance. Observing the still youthful Uchiha Makoto, Gongsun Haoyan dismissed Hiruzen and the others, requesting they leave him alone with her. You are Uchiha Makoto, correct? Yes. How do you regard being treated as a bargaining chip by Konoha and the Uchiha clan? Hearing Gongsun Haoyan's question regarding Konoha and the Uchiha clan's utilization of her as a transactional asset, she paused briefly before responding calmly. As a member of the Uchiha clan, I have enjoyed the privileges bestowed upon me by both the Uchiha and Konoha. It is only natural that I should bear the corresponding price. Though she did not articulate her specific inner thoughts, her underlying meaning was abundantly clear. Then what is your assessment of this old man? Your strength is formidable and your countenance is distinguished. In that case, from henceforth you belong to me. You shall remain here. Yes. Uchiha Makoto responded with remarkable composure, as though this were not a decision shaping the remainder of her life. The Mizunami sisters then appeared at an opportune moment, escorting Makoto to select her quarters. Hardly had Uchiha Makoto departed when Sun no Tawa approached, and took a seat beside Gongsun Haoyan. Husband, does not this Uchiha Makoto appear somewhat too composed? Indeed, she has been shaped by the aristocratic education of the Uchiha clan. She comprehends fully that she possesses no agency over her own destiny, which is precisely why she maintains such equanimity. Her disposition is mild. You may instruct her in our family's cultivation techniques. I believe she will prove to be a compliant individual. Compliant. Yes, that was precisely how Uchiha Makoto appeared in Gongsun Haoyan's eyes. Both in the original narrative and in the present reality, Makoto was renowned for her exceedingly gentle temperament. Understood, husband. How do you intend to deal with Sarutobi Hiruzen and the others? This is straightforward. Since they sought my life, I naturally cannot permit them to survive. Moreover, the fire daimyo serves no further purpose. I intend to dismantle his regime entirely. Prepare accordingly, Taohua. Senno Taohua was profoundly shaken upon hearing this. She had never anticipated Gongsun Haoyan would plot to seize control of the Fire Country's governance. Husband, is this advisable? The nobility of Fire Country and the great ninja clans of Konoha will surely object. Their objections are immaterial. Should they resist, I shall simply eliminate them and elevate willing subordinates in their stead. As for Konoha's great clans, if they dare oppose me, I have no objection to rendering them extinct. Taohua is my daughter. Am I to seek permission from others before elevating my own child? Previously devoted entirely to spiritual cultivation, Gongsun Haoyan had paid little attention to matters concerning his daughter. Now that he had plunged the ninja world into turmoil, he certainly would not continue with half measures, nor would he harbor any further reservations. Meanwhile, Tsunade in Haoyan village also encountered difficulties. Although she had collected some taxes from the commoners of Grass Country and the remnants of Rain Country, both nations were small and weak, and the revenues she had gathered were already insufficient. Only at this moment did Tsunade realize that it was far beyond her capability to sustain the Xiaohao nation single-handedly. The Xiaohao nation was not only short of funds, but also lacked all manner of talents, especially skilled administrators. Although the Xiaohao nation could barely function, it was still impossible to build sufficient strength in such a short time. Therefore, Tsunade decided to seek outside assistance. The first person she thought of was Orochimaru. In Tsunade's eyes, he was a versatile talent, capable in both combat and administration, making him the perfect tool. Of course, Tsunade had not overlooked Guohai Xiaodao, but she dared not draw her into the vortex of Haoyan village. After all, she suspected that Gongsun Haoyan might be Guohai Xiaodao's grandfather. If she brought Guohai Xiaodao into such danger, her grandfather might very well confront her with fury. Tsunade acted as soon as she thought it. She quickly wrote a letter to Orochimaru and sent it via Katsu. After the matter in Konoha was mostly settled, Hiruzen Sarutobi promptly summoned Orochimaru to escort Gongsun Haoyan. Gongsun Haoyan was quite cooperative this time, and quickly departed the Hidden Leaf village alongside Orochimaru and the others. Hiruzen Sarutobi soon arrived at the border between the Fire Country and the Grass Country. The place was bustling with activity. Not only Konoha ninja on various missions, but also the Fire Daimyo's armed forces. Most surprisingly, Jiraiya was also present. Upon seeing Orochimaru and the others, Jiraiya hurried over. Master Hiruzen, Orochimaru, Grandpa Guohai, you finally arrived. Danzo has prepared a welcome banquet. Let us go at once. Jiraiya, why are you here? I had Danzo send for him. Orochimaru, this campaign is far from trivial. Not only has Jiraiya come, but Sashiji has arrived as well. When Hiruzen Sarutobi and Orochimaru wondered why Jiraiya was present, Hiruzen quickly explained to Orochimaru, also subtly testing whether Guohai Haidao harbored any suspicion of their ill intent. Gongsun Haoyan paid no heed to Hiruzen Sarutobi's probing. He said to Jiraiya, there is no need for a welcome banquet. Let us attend to matters first. Gongsun Haoyan walked directly toward the Grass Country without a second glance, showing no concern for the awkwardness of Hiruzen Sarutobi and the others. Seeing Gongsun Haoyan depart, Hiruzen Sarutobi made no effort to detain him. His objective had been achieved, and the Kage of the other 4 great villages had already arrived. He still needed to confer with them. Jiraiya said nothing upon seeing Gongsun Haoyan leave. After all, their relationship was merely one of acquaintances. Moreover, Hiruzen Sarutobi had previously mentioned that Guohai Haidao might be that mysterious figure, so Jiraiya had deliberately distanced himself from Guohai Haidao. Orochimaru also showed little concern for Gongsun Haoyan's departure. He knew that Guohai Haidao was none other than Gongsun Haoyan. Furthermore, he had received a letter from Tsunade and understood that the Xiaohao nation was currently in utter disarray. Once Gongsun Haoyan had left, Hiruzen Sarutobi, Danzo Shimura, and Orochimaru exchanged a few superficial words, each burdened by private thoughts, before going their separate ways. Hiruzen Sarutobi first met with Danzo Shimura, and then went to liaison with the Kage of the 4 great shinobi villages. As soon as Gongsun Haoyan was out of sight of the Beastkin, he noticed no one nearby, and immediately took to the air, flying toward Haoyan village. He needed time to arrange certain measures to conceal his true intentions. By the time Gongsun Haoyan arrived at Haoyan village, evening had fallen. He found Tsunade still attending to administrative affairs. Tsunade, there is no need to push yourself so relentlessly. Gongsun Haoyan's sudden words startled Tsunade. She looked up and saw him wearing his mask. Senior, I have no choice but to work tirelessly. You left me with so many responsibilities without providing even a single trustworthy assistant. If I do not handle these matters myself, who will? Besides, I am at my wit's end. Haoyan village lacks both personnel and funds, and I do not know where to source the money. Tsunade's words were filled with helplessness. Tsunade, I cannot assist with the personnel issue. As for funds, I believe they will arrive shortly. When the time comes, you will need to represent us in negotiations with the 5 great nations. The 5 great nations. Indeed. I believe you have heard the news. The 5 great nations have already massed troops along our Xiaohao nation's border. Once I have dealt with the 5 Kage and the Fire Country's armed forces, you will go to demand war reparations from them. War reparations. Upon hearing the words, Tsunade's eyes gleamed with excitement. Precisely, war reparations. By the way, quite a few people from Konoha have arrived this time, including your former sensei and teammates. Would you like to meet with them? Senior, there is no need. I have corresponded with Orochimaru. As for Jiraiya, there is nothing to say. Tsunade did not mention Hiruzen Sarutobi, for she had long since let go of any lingering affection toward him. All that remained was hatred. Very well. Then prepare some terms for peace negotiations with the 5 great nations. I must go deal with the intruders. Intruders? Yes. Konoha dispatched someone known as Guahai Haidao to infiltrate the Xiaohao nation. I intend to pay him a visit. Upon hearing that Gongsun Haoyan said Konoha had sent her grandfather, Guahai, Tsunade stood frozen, gazing at him with deep suspicion. Gongsun Haoyan gave her no opportunity to ask further and swiftly disappeared from her sight. After leaving Xiaohao village, Gongsun Haoyan chose a location neither too close nor too far from Hiruzen Sarutobi and the others and began his solo performance. He flew through the sky, continuously firing energy blasts in all directions, reducing the surroundings to rubble. He then drew his katana and slashed wildly at the ground, leaving massive scorch marks throughout the terrain and forest. Gongsun Haoyan kept wreaking destruction toward the Konoha camp. The commotion was enormous. Although the Konoha camp did not immediately detect the source, it did not hinder Gongsun Haoyan's continued act. As Gongsun Haoyan drew progressively closer to the Konoha camp, they finally detected the disturbance. Seeing this, Hiruzen Sarutobi and Danzo Shimura quickly led Uchiha Tokuwa, Uchiha Shota, and others toward Gongsun Haoyan's location. Through his divine sense, Gongsun Haoyan observed Hiruzen Sarutobi and the others approaching. He hastily tore his clothing, disheveled his hair, and smeared wild boar blood over his body. Before Hiruzen Sarutobi and the others could draw near, he launched a barrage of energy blasts toward them. He then fired an extraordinarily large energy sphere nearby, using the massive explosion to mask certain subtle flaws. Of course, he did not forget to unleash a tremendous slash to conceal the question of his solitary emergence.